Long Chen, a loser college student, after enduring bullying, receives the inheritance of an ancestor from the cultivation world. From then on, he rises against the odds, mastering cultivation, chasing girls, and making money without missing a beat. Let's see how he conquers this world. Chapter 1. Long Chen, come over here, I've booked a room. I shouldn't despise you. Let's live well from now on. Once we graduate from college, we'll get our marriage certificate. To show my sincerity, I'll give myself to you today. At Tianhai University, Long Chen frowned as he read the message on WeChat. He had been a live-in son-in-law for the Li family for 10 years, and Li Qing'er had never treated him well. She even blocked him on her phone number, only allowing communication through WeChat, which she never used to chat. Now, out of the blue, he received a message from her saying she had booked a room waiting for him. Li Qing'er, what do you mean? Long Chen immediately asked. When I was a child, I was weak and sickly. If it weren't for your strong fate, becoming my family's live-in husband and shielding me from disasters, I might have died long ago. Don't ask so much. Room 302 at the Empire Hotel. Are you brave enough to fight? Long Chen frowned tightly. Could it be that Li Qing'er has really come to her senses? In the past, she wouldn't even acknowledge him as her live-in husband. After hesitating for a moment, Long Chen left the school that, if it were true, it would be the peak of his life. Li Qing'er was one of the 4 school beauties of Tianhai University. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Empire Hotel, knocked on the door of room 302, feeling a bit nervous. This was his first time, and he didn't know what to pay attention to. Chapter 2. Lan Zhaoxing's eardrum hurt, and he looked at Long Chen with a frown. What with his voice and his aura? Lan Zhaoxing shook his head, thinking it must be an illusion. Just a moment ago, Long Chen was a loser he could push around. How could he suddenly seem like a different person? Stinky loser. What are you pretending for? Lan Zhaoxing disdainfully walked up to Long Chen and kicked toward his lower abdomen. However, Long Chen struck down on Lan Zhaoxing's calf with one palm. Crack! Lan Zhaoxing screamed, clutching his leg, as Long Chen had broken it in one hit. Although Long Chen had never practiced any martial arts techniques, his martial arts realm had already reached the postnatal stage, and even a casual strike was enough to shatter Lan Zhaoxing's bones. Lan Zhaoxing had practiced Taekwondo, but his skills were merely rudimentary and didn't even qualify as martial arts. Moreover, in front of Long Chen, who had reached the postnatal realm, he was completely defenseless. Lan Zhaoxing howled in pain, looking at Long Chen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this stinky loser suddenly became so powerful. Long Chen then stepped on Lan Zhaoxing's face, grinding it harshly against the ground. Chapter 3. Right, classmate, since you could diagnose it, you must have a way. Please, I beg you to save my old partner, the old man said, almost in tears, not considering that he was just a sophomore student. Long Chen took a deep breath, searching his mind for how to perform the rescue. Unfortunately, he had no tools on hand, making it difficult to proceed. Old sir, due to the lack of tools and the urgency of the situation, I cannot guarantee a 100% successful rescue. Stop talking and hurry, the old man cried. Everyone on the bus was nervously watching Long Chen. At that moment, Ding Jun secretly mocked. Long Chen, do you really think I don't know your capabilities? Keep pretending, and let's see how you get out of this. Long Chen could only treat it as a dead horse being a live horse doctor, as he couldn't find a suitable method in the memories of the Black Mountain ancestor. Rescuing someone in critical condition with bare hands was too much to ask. However, there was still a method, though Long Chen was unsure of its success rate. The first step was to induce a state of suspended animation in the patient. This kind of suspended animation was somewhat similar to the turtle breathing technique in martial arts novels. From the outside, it looked like the person was dead, but they weren't truly dead. It merely put the patient in a state of extremely low consumption, which could slow down the damage caused by insufficient blood supply to the organs. Chapter 4. Li Qing'er looked at Long Chen, also surprised. This useless guy, how did he suddenly gain so much backbone? Long Chen snorted and immediately went to his room to pack his things, planning to leave today. Soon, Long Chen finished packing and was ready to go. Long Chen, are you serious? Li Qing'er asked. Do you think I'm joking? Long Chen replied coldly. Long Chen, severing ties with the Li family won't bring you any benefits. You'll definitely regret it, Li Qing'er huffed. Just because your family is wealthy, I should regret it? Long Chen, are you trying to threaten us? Don't waste your effort. I could never like you. Although you're nominally my husband, I've never regarded you as such. If you want to leave, then leave. Who would care? It's better to save some food, Li Qing'er said disdainfully. Her mother-in-law also yelled, this kind of loser, once he leaves our family, he'll be begging on the streets. He's just a pile of dog waste. No one would even want to step on him. Long Chen felt a surge of anger. If he just walked away like this, it would be too humiliating. So, Long Chen rushed toward Li Qing'er, instantly pushing her to the ground, and then fiercely kissed her cherry lips. Chapter 5. Long Chen was overjoyed, not expecting to get the place without paying even 500 yuan. He found a key and opened the door. And immediately a strange smell hit him, accompanied by a chilling breeze. If it were someone else, they might have run away in fear. But Long Chen was not afraid. However, the fact that several people had died in this house, and just 10 days ago someone had died, was indeed a bit terrifying. Long Chen quickly walked around. Upstairs and downstairs, there were a total of 3 rooms, fully furnished, even with a computer and a television. It was clear that after the last tenant's death, these items had not been dealt with, and the landlord had not thrown them away, so they remained. If it weren't for the house's reputation, it would truly be a very good place, probably not even available for rent at 10,000 yuan. Long Chen tidied up a bit, cleaning the corners, and by the time he finished, it was already 7 in the evening. He quickly went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities, then had a bowl of noodles at a small restaurant. When he returned and was about to open the door, he discovered that the house had been locked from the inside. What the hell? There's no one inside. How can it be locked from the inside? Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that there really was something unclean? Chapter 6. Murong Shuer was stunned. Walking on water? What kind of strength do you need to achieve that? Wait, Murong Shuer shouted. Is there anything else? Long Chen asked while standing on the surface of the lake, turning back to look at her. See, can I add you on WeChat? Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to hit on you. I just really admire you. Murong Shuer stammered. Long Chen smiled slightly. In his heart, he actually hoped she would hit on him. After all, she was one of the 4 campus beauties. They were in the same school, so fate would have them meet again. Long Chen smiled as he left. That beauty watched Long Chen walk on water, unable to regain her senses for a long time. For the first time, she felt her heart stir for a boy. Long Chen returned home, and it was already past midnight. After taking a shower, he lay down to sleep. Nothing happened that night. The next morning at 7, Long Chen remembered it was Monday, and he had 4 classes in the morning. He hurriedly got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. After finishing his morning routine and going downstairs, he saw steaming porridge and a plate of side dishes on the dining table. Huh, where did this come from? Long Chen exclaimed in surprise. But as he looked around, he didn't see anyone at all. Then he remembered that this house was a haunted one. Someone had helped him brew tea yesterday, and now someone had made porridge for him this morning. Chapter 7. Long Chen also went upstairs, his eyes cold as he said, Tang Xiao Xiao, now you understand, right? Tang Xiao Xiao snorted and said, even if it wasn't you who wrote it, so what? I don't like you anyway. Long Chen sneered, as if I could like you. Tang Xiao Xiao stomped her foot in anger. How could a loser like Long Chen not like her? The classmates in the class felt that Long Chen was being a bit pretentious, claiming he didn't like Tang Xiao Xiao, clearly just sour grapes. Tang Xiao Xiao's admirers were all very exceptional, many of them geniuses from the martial arts academy, with futures that ordinary university students could not compare to. Long Chen didn't even glance at Tang Xiao Xiao and returned to his seat. Tang Xiao Xiao felt very depressed seeing Long Chen ignore her. Why should this loser disregard her? Lin Huashan immediately walked over, smiling. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You've been hiding it too well. Long Chen just chuckled. He was not only strong, but had also learned martial arts and reached the postnatal stage. If he were to say this out loud, it would probably shock a lot of people. In the entire Tianhai city, there were no more than 10 people who had reached the postnatal stage, and the youngest among them was probably 70. As for Jinhai University, it was needless to say, those so-called martial arts students from the Martial Arts Academy were nothing compared to Long Chen. Chapter 8. I really didn't lie to you. How did you sense it? Long Chen asked. Because my parents took my physical body away with them. My physical body is now with my parents, so I can faintly sense it. So, does that mean if you find your parents, you can come back to life? Yes, I currently have no body, only my soul. Once I find my parents, I will be a complete person again. Why don't your parents come and find you? I don't know the specifics. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits right now. I only have 3 souls and 6 spirits. If I'm not mistaken, 1 spirit is still with my physical body. My parents probably think I only have 1 spirit left. So they took my physical body, hoping to resurrect me through their efforts. But they don't know that my 3 souls and 6 spirits are still here. That's why I can sense the existence of my physical body. Long Chen chuckled. It just keeps getting more mysterious. All right, let's stop talking about this. Perhaps I will never reunite with my parents in this lifetime. Long Chen vowed, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to cultivate in this life. When the time comes, I will bring you to your parents so that your 3 souls and 6 spirits can return to your body. Chapter 9 anyway, I don't have money to eat now. And since I need to find a part-time job, why not try going home? Huh, Long Chen, didn't you say you were going to class? Why are you back? Xiao Wei asked in surprise when she saw Long Chen return. She was just about to go out to buy groceries. Xiao Wei, you go do your thing. Long Chen went straight upstairs, opened the computer, and although it was a bit old, it should still be good enough for writing. Long Chen immediately took out a piece of paper and began to brainstorm. In his mind, he viewed the university student writer as someone to surpass. Since he was going to write, he had to aim to surpass him. Long Chen started to jot down ideas on the paper, his mind racing. An hour later, he had his ideas figured out. Without thinking too much, he immediately started typing. The keyboard clicked rapidly. Long Chen himself was surprised at how nimble his fingers were. Typing 200 to 300 characters a minute was no problem. It seemed that the strong dragon body refinement technique was not practiced in vain. At that moment, in the auditorium of Tianhai University, that university student writer was holding a new book launch. Many local news media, as well as some self-media, fans, etc., had come to the scene, and even many teachers from the university were there to support. Li Qing'er was among them, helping to set up the launch event. Chapter 10 after Long Chen returned home, he gave his phone to Xiao Wei to use and taught her how to use WeChat, Alipay, and so on. Long Chen, thank you so much. Now I can contact you anytime, anywhere if I need something. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you being by my side, I wouldn't even know how to live alone right now. Then let's not be so polite. You go do your thing. I'll go mop the floor. After saying that, Xiao Wei went to mop the floor. Long Chen was filled with gratitude toward Xiao Wei. She had organized the household so well and kept it clean. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to manage on his own. And he might have been ridiculed by those from the Li family. Sitting on the sofa, Long Chen opened the reading app to check the status of the book he had posted today, wondering if it had received any likes. Oh, no way. In the next moment, Long Chen was stunned. He saw that his book was actually ranked number 1 on the new book list, with over 300,000 monthly votes. While that college student author's book was in 4th place with less than 50,000 votes. How could this be? He must be seeing things. Long Chen rubbed his eyes. Chapter 11. The Strong Bull Association was founded by one of the 4 great kings, Wu Wenxiang. Wu Wenxiang had once said that anyone who dared to bully a member of the Strong Bull Association would face severe punishment. At this moment, this young scoundrel was not only a member of the Strong Bull Association, but also a senior member, paying tens of thousands in membership fees each month. So, who would dare to offend him? Classmate, you should leave quickly. I don't want to get you involved, Zhang Qianjia said, crying. She didn't want to drag a kind-hearted college student into this. Otherwise, it would only bring him trouble. Long Chen found Zhang Qianjia's fearful expression somewhat amusing. With his current strength, was he really afraid of a few campus bullies? What Strong Bull Association? Did they think a fancy name could intimidate him? Classmate, thank you. But you don't need to worry about me. If you offend any of the 4 great kings, you won't be able to continue studying at Tianhai University. Zhang Qianjia cried. Zhang Qianjia, don't worry. I, Long Chen, have never taken the 4 great kings seriously. After saying that, Long Chen kicked hard at the scoundrel's groin. Ah! The scoundrel screamed in pain. Get lost! Long Chen shouted loudly. The scoundrel struggled to get up, gritting his teeth, and said, just wait. I will make sure you can't continue studying at Tianhai University. Chapter 12. Chen Chen, are you okay? Zhang Qianjia called out to Long Chen several times before he came back to his senses. I'm fine, Xiaohua. Let's exchange numbers. It's getting late. We should go to class. If anything happens, just find me, especially if someone bullies you. Okay. Long Chen and Zhang Qianjia exchanged phone numbers and then went to their respective classes. Long Chen's gaze was somewhat distant, even filled with a hint of sadness. Dad, where are you? Did you really just leave me like this? Dad, I miss you so much. Have you passed away? Long Chen's eyes welled up with tears as memories of his childhood with his father in the countryside flooded back. Although they were poor, those moments were the most beautiful in his memory. Long Chen had originally planned to return to the countryside during the National Day holiday. But his father was no longer there, and he had no idea where he was or if he was even alive. Dad, who exactly are you? Are you still alive? Why haven't you come to find me? Have you forgotten that you have a son? Have you really passed away? Long Chen's heart ached, and tears streamed down his face. At that moment, a girl's voice came from beside him. Are you okay? Long Chen turned his head and found that it was the class beauty, Tang Xiao Xiao. Chapter 13. Great, I've asked over a dozen classrooms and finally found this kid. Saying this, the two young men ignored the teacher who was in the middle of a lesson and walked in. Hey, what are you doing? An angry female teacher shouted. However, one of the young men pulled out an ID and said, Sorry, teacher, to disturb you, but we are from the Strong Bull Association and need to find someone from your class for some matters. We'll leave as soon as we're done. The female teacher wanted to get angry, but upon hearing Strong Bull Association, she immediately hesitated to speak. The four great kings of Tianhai University could even make the principal helpless, let alone the teachers. Long Chen felt a mix of anger and amusement at that moment. They acted like police, showing an ID and expecting everyone to cooperate. Even the teacher was afraid to say a word upon hearing Strong Bull Association. Long Chen really wanted to confront the so-called four great kings. The two young men held up a photo and said, Please have the person in this photo stand up immediately. Everyone turned to look at Long Chen, and a sense of panic spread among them. They were shocked that Long Chen had offended the Strong Bull Association. Now, he was in big trouble. He might not be able to continue his studies at the university. Long Chen stood up and asked, What do you want from me? Chapter 14. Long Chen threw Wu Wenxiang to the ground and said, If you dare to act arrogant in front of me again, it won't be so simple next time. Wu Wenxiang quickly spat, and his little followers were scared stiff, fearing that Long Chen might make them suffer too. Long Chen didn't want to cause more trouble and left the shipyard. Wu Wenxiang watched Long Chen leave, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he silently vowed, I won't let you go. After that, he glanced at his subordinates and warned, If any of you dare to leak even half a word about today's events, I'll take your lives. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, indicating they wouldn't say a word. If this got out, Wu Wenxiang would definitely be unable to survive at school. It was unimaginable that one of the four great kings, who instilled fear in all the faculty and students, was humiliated by a medical student. It was just lunchtime, and Long Chen didn't go back to school. He returned to his rented room. Xiao Wei had already prepared lunch. Wow, you made such a lavish meal today, 6 dishes and a soup, Long Chen said happily, looking at the table full of delicious food, but he felt a bit nauseous thinking about what had happened at the shipyard in the morning. Chapter 15. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him because he had a very poor impression of this person, who came in and immediately stated it was 1,800 for an hour, as if Long Chen couldn't afford such a place. The bespectacled man became furious when Long Chen ignored him. Can you please leave? He said a bit loudly. Long Chen really wanted to slap him, but then thought about how today was Xiao Huahua's birthday party. If he got into a fight, it would ruin her birthday, so he held back. Just then, Zhang Qinjia looked over. She hurriedly stopped singing and walked towards Long Chen, cheerfully calling out, Chen Chen, you're here. Happy birthday, Xiaohua. Long Chen handed her a small bag he was holding. Another girl who had been singing also stopped, and everyone turned to look at Long Chen, discussing among themselves, as clearly no one recognized him. The bespectacled man quickly asked, Qinjia, who is he? You didn't really invite him, did you? Everyone, this is my childhood friend, Long Chen. He is also a student at Tianhai University, studying at the medical school. Zhang Qinjia hurriedly introduced him to everyone. Long Chen took the opportunity to nod and greet everyone. Chapter 16. I'm sorry, Mr. Wei, but I can't agree to that. Zhang Qinjia refused without a second thought. Long Chen frowned slightly, but didn't speak immediately. Mr. Wei's expression turned cold as he said to Zhang Qinjia, Do you think I would give you over 10 million in gifts just because I like some virtual internet celebrity? Zhang Qinjia's classmates were taken aback when they heard Mr. Wei's question. They all knew that Zhang Qinjia had a #1 fan whose gifts to her totaled over 10 million. They didn't expect that it was Mr. Wei himself who had given those gifts. After all, why would someone give you millions in gifts if they didn't want something in return? At this moment, Zhang Qinjia said, Mr. Wei, the gifts are not something I want you to give me. It's your own choice to give them. Besides, I'm willing to return the money you gave me. Zhang Qinjia seemed very clear about her stance. She would not become Mr. Wei's mistress. Mr. Wei chuckled. How will you return it to me? The platform takes half of the gifts I sent you. Are you planning to return the platform's share to me as well? I'm sorry, Mr. Wei, but I cannot reimburse the platform's cut. I can only return what I received. You gave me gifts out of your own will. I never asked you for them. Moreover, I didn't know you before. I cannot abandon my dignity and become your mistress just because you lavish gifts on me. Chapter 17. Long Chen walked in front of Zhang Qinjia and locked eyes with Mr. Wei. You've angered me, but I'm not as ruthless as you. I won't kill you, but you can escape death, yet you won't escape punishment. After saying that, Long Chen kicked directly at Mr. Wei's groin. Ah! Mr. Wei screamed, having no doubt that Long Chen's kick had no mercy and caused serious damage. Outside the private room, 4 or 5 strong men heard the shout and immediately pushed the door open. Brother Wei, what's wrong? As Mr. Wei howled in pain, he pointed at Long Chen and ordered, get rid of him. The 4 or 5 men charged at Long Chen, their strength unquestionable, all at the initial stage of the outer gate. However, Long Chen didn't take them seriously. Within a few seconds, all of them were on the ground, howling in pain. Mr. Wei was completely stunned, seemingly unable to focus on his own pain. Long Chen walked toward Mr. Wei, clearly not planning to let him off. Don't come any closer. I advise you not to, Mr. Wei said fearfully as he threatened Long Chen. Long Chen, however, didn't even furrow his brow. He had to make Mr. Wei remember the bullying of Xiaohua for a lifetime. Chapter 18. Long Chen smirked disdainfully, thinking Mr. Wei was nothing special, having taken so long to reach the inner gate. Long Chen, since you saved my old partner, I will help you plead with the Wei family, even if it means sacrificing our cooperation and giving up a large portion of profits. All right, little brother Long Chen, just wait for my news. After saying this, the old man hung up the phone. Long Chen smiled slightly. He didn't ask the old man for help, but if he wanted to repay the favor, then let him do so. This old man was indeed someone who understood gratitude. A night passed without incident. Long Chen did what he usually did, as if he hadn't taken the matter to heart at all. After all, with his current strength, how many in Tianhai City could defeat him? The next day was the weekend, and Long Chen got up around 5. He went to a nearby park alone. Staying at home, practicing martial arts all the time was a bit stifling, so he decided to practice in the park and breathe some fresh air. In the park, Long Chen began practicing the second level of the strong dragon body refining technique. The first level was already perfected. Damn, this is so hard to practice. After just a little while, Long Chen felt dizzy. It was really difficult. However, once mastered, his martial arts would surely improve significantly. This was a technique given to him by the Black Mountain ancestor, and it was unlikely to find such a powerful technique on Earth. Chapter 19. Long Chen frowned tightly, not expecting that there was a place called the Kunlun realm on Earth. Moreover, he was a descendant of a small sect from that realm. Who destroyed the Dragon God sect? Long Chen asked. I don't know. If I hadn't left early, I might have perished along with the sect, the old servant replied. Long Chen recalled his childhood. His father would drink to drown his sorrows, and whenever he thought of his mother, he would cry bitterly, a surge of hatred welling up inside him. His mother must have perished with the Dragon God sect, which is why his father, I will definitely take revenge. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, Young master, finding you is a good thing, but this matter mustn't be disclosed, the old servant warned. Why? Long Chen asked, confused. Young master, don't you remember your father? Hiding in the countryside for so long, and there are still people hunting him down? Thankfully, your father sent you away to be someone else's son-in-law. Otherwise, you might have been hunted down as well. Long Chen clenched his fists. So his father sent him away to protect him, and he had thought his father sold him for a mere 100,000. Long Chen's eyes instantly filled with tears. Young master, the one who destroyed our Dragon God sect must be a major sect from the Kunlun realm. Almost every major sect in the Kunlun realm has outer disciples in the secular world. Many so-called martial arts masters in the city may be outer disciples of some sect. You must keep your identity secret. Besides me, don't let anyone else know. Chapter 20. All right. The old man had to nod. By the way, young master, were you currently a live-in son-in-law? Old Master Chen suddenly thought of this and hurriedly asked. Long Chen thought of the Li family and chuckled. Back then, they looked down on him for being a country bumpkin. Now, if they knew his true identity, they would probably regret it. However, Long Chen's true identity couldn't be revealed to anyone, so there was no question of regret. In Tianhai City, the Li family, Long Chen replied with a smile. The Li family? That's just a third-rate family, old Master Chen frowned. Even if it's a third-rate family, they still look down on me. For 10 years, I was a live-in son-in-law in the Li family, and I suffered a lot of humiliation. Old Master Chen exclaimed angrily. It's truly disgraceful for a tiger to fall to the ground and be bullied by dogs. It's all the old servant's fault for not discovering the young master sooner. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. The old man wiped away a tear, reminiscing about when Long Chen was treated like a treasure in the Dragon God sect, now reduced to being bullied in the secular world. How could that not break the old man's heart? Young master, the Li family bullies you like this. Do you want me to destroy them? No matter how much the Li family bullies me, they did raise me for 10 years. Besides, my father-in-law treats me quite well. It's just that he is often away on business and can't take care of me. Chapter 21. At this moment, Long Chen was having breakfast. Today, he didn't have to go to school, and he planned to finish breakfast and go to the digital city to buy a laptop. The computer in his room was left by a previous tenant. It frequently crashed and was very slow. Now that Long Chen had a bit of money, he was ready to get a better laptop. Just then, there was a screeching sound at the door, and a luxury car stopped in front of Long Chen's house. A man about 60 years old hurriedly got out of the car. Thud! After entering Long Chen's house, the man knelt down before Long Chen without saying a word. Young Master Long, please forgive our Wei family. The man heavily bowed his head. He was none other than Wei Tian, the head of the Wei family in Tianhai City. Half an hour ago, he had sent someone to Tianhai University to capture Long Chen, wanting him to rot in prison. However, at this moment, he was rolling in to plead for mercy in a hurry. Long Chen, on the other hand, pretended not to see and continued to eat his breakfast. Wei Tian, seeing that Long Chen didn't speak, immediately became anxious and started to cry. He only had 1 hour, and more than half an hour had already passed. If he waited a few more minutes, Cheng Ye's people would take action. At this moment, Wei Tian, still kneeling on the ground, trembled with anger. Long Chen had barely spared the Wei family once. Yet the local tyrant Wu Tianhao, who depended on their family, was using the Wei family's name to intimidate Long Chen and even brought up his name. If Long Chen got angry, his earlier self-mutilation of 3 fingers would have been in vain. Wei Tian was so furious that he even thought about killing Wu Tianhao. Long Chen said, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's Wu Wenxiang's silly old dad. At this moment, Wu Tianhao's face darkened and he pointed at Long Chen, saying, Kid, today you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Long Chen scoffed. He didn't have time to waste on such low-level thugs. He still needed to go to Digital City to buy a computer. Since they were from the Wei family, why not let Wei Tian handle it himself? Long Chen immediately said to the kneeling Wei Tian, Is this Wu Tianhao someone important to you? No, Long Yi, I don't know him. Wei Tian hurriedly shook his head. At this moment, Wu Tianhao finally noticed that there was still someone kneeling behind Long Chen. Moreover, that person looked so much like Wei Yi. Wu Tianhao rubbed his eyes, doubting if he saw it wrong. Hee. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Luckily, Xiao Wei didn't try to scare him, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Your father-in-law treats you pretty well. Yeah, so I couldn't bear to refuse him. By the way, when did my father-in-law arrive? Long Chen asked. Just arrived not long ago. Did he see Wei Tian and those people? No, when your father-in-law arrived. They had already left. Okay, Long Chen nodded reassuringly. If his father-in-law saw them, he would probably be shocked. The Wei family was a presence that the Li family could only look up to. Nowadays, in front of Long Chen, the Li family was like an ant, a third-rate family. After that, Long Chen no longer wasted time and immediately began to practice the second level of the strong dragon body refining technique. However, after practicing for a day, he gained nothing. It seemed that each level was more difficult than the last. Soon, it was 5 in the evening. Xiao Wei, you don't need to cook tonight. I'm going home to eat, Long Chen said to Xiao Wei. Okay, I really hope I can go with you, Xiao Wei said with longing in her eyes. She had been trapped here for 5,000 years, with a range of activities limited to 1 kilometer. It will be. This house is already mine, Long Chen said with a grin. You dare to try, and I'll castrate you. Li Qing'er snorted. Seeing Long Chen's eyes, she suddenly felt like this guy seemed different, not sure if it was just her illusion. Long Chen no longer spoke and continued to ignore her. Long Chen, let me tell you, no matter how my dad pressures me, it won't happen between us. I just don't like you, Li Qing'er said seriously to Long Chen. Stop acting like I like you. Don't be so self-important. Long Chen coldly snorted. You. Li Qing'er was furious, feeling humiliated. What qualifications did this loser Long Chen have to not like her? It had always been her not liking him. Get out. I want to take a shower. Long Chen shouted. Do you think you could just say get out and I will? This is my house, Li Qing'er sneered. Since she wouldn't leave, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with her, and right in front of her, he quickly took off his clothes. Li Qing'er saw Long Chen's thing and screamed in fright. You dare to be indecent to me. Li Qing'er was furious. Long Chen disdainfully snorted and turned to enter the bathroom. Li Qing'er angrily left. She regretted entering Long Chen's room, as her pure eyes were thus polluted. At that moment, a guy named Wang Hao immediately stood up. It's you, Long Chen. The muscular man asked, How's he? Who is this? Wang Hao smirked and said, "He's the shameless child groom of Li Qing'er that I mentioned to you before. He was in the class next to ours in high school." Oh, that muscular man, holding a wine bottle, looked at Long Chen with mockery, saying, "So you are the infamous child groom. I've heard about you from Housie." Long Chen coldly looked at the muscular man and asked, "And who are you?" Wang Hao smugly said, "Long Chen, I'm afraid you'll be scared to hear this. He is the favored one beside Brother Hu of Jin Hai. Do you know who Brother Hu is? Forget it. Someone of your caliber wouldn't know." At this moment, the singing stopped abruptly. Li Qing'er seemed to see Long Chen and angrily walked over, asking, "Long Chen, what are you doing here?" Long Chen coldly said, "It's getting late. Your dad asked me to take you home. Get lost." Li Qing'er shouted at Long Chen with disgust. Long Chen's expression darkened. If it weren't for his father-in-law's face, he wouldn't bother with her. Long Chen had already figured out today's situation. Wang Hao and the muscular man were preparing to offer Li Qing'er to that brother, who to please him. At that moment, the muscular man named Kaidahai walked over. "What's going on? Why aren't you going to greet Brother Hu?" Kaidahai angrily said. "Brother Hai, wait a moment. I'll persuade my classmate," Wang Hao quickly said. "Hurry up," Kaidahai said, then went back to serve Brother Hu. Brother Hu sat there, crossing his legs, looking relaxed. "Dahai, this beauty is not bad." Brother Hu smiled at Li Qing. "It's good that Brother Hu likes her. Ha ha ha. With such a beautiful girl, if I don't like her, that would be strange. But is she really a virgin?" Brother Hu looked a bit incredulous. Such a beautiful woman usually would have been dating in high school. Kaidahai laughed and said, "It's 80 likely." Brother Hu immediately became excited, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Long Chen sat in the corner, but no one looked at him, treating him like air. Long Chen observed everything. However, he made no move. He wanted to see what they were planning. At this moment, Wang Hao walked over and said apologetically, "Brother Hu, my classmate doesn't want to." Brother Hu's expression darkened. Kaidahai angrily said, "This damn girl, she won't even come over to greet Brother Hu. Brother Hu, let me go take care of her." Brother Hu was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "You still know Wu Tianhao? Unfortunately, in front of me, he is nothing. I'll count to 3, and if you don't get lost, don't blame me for being rude." Li Qing'er nervously looked at Long Chen, tears streaming down her face, seemingly afraid that Long Chen would abandon her. "Sorry, Li Qing'er is my wife," Long Chen said. "Oh, this is interesting. It seems you are determined to go against me," Brother Hu said with a sneer. Long Chen disdainfully curled his lip and walked towards Brother Hu. Suddenly, Long Chen made a swift move and reached under Tiger Brother. "Ah!" Tiger Brother screamed in agony. Long Chen fiercely grabbed something from Tiger Brother, who twisted in pain. Li Qing'er stepped back in fear. "Tiger Brother, starting today, I'll make you a castrated tiger." After saying that, Long Chen grinned fiercely, tearing off a bloody piece from Tiger Brother. Tiger Brother fainted on the spot, and Li Qing'er screamed in shock. At this moment, the people outside finally noticed something was wrong. Tiger Brother, what happened?" "Long Chen, why are you still here?" Everyone looked at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted. "Of course I'm still here. Which of you saw me leave? By the way, this is why I tore off from Tiger Brother. You can take it back and stew it. It might even be a great tonic." After saying that, Long Chen threw the bloody piece towards Wang Hao and the others. Chapter 28. The old master of the Li family has a total of 8 sons and 3 daughters, and Long Chen's father-in-law is the 5th in line. "Fifth uncle, you're here." When they arrived at the entrance of the Li family, several young juniors hurriedly called out, "Qing'er, you look so beautiful today." Several 18 or 19-year-old youths looked at Li Qing'er, all of whom were descendants of the Li family and were cousins to her. Li Qing'er smiled slightly. At this moment, those Li family youths saw Long Chen and sneered, not greeting him and clearly looking down on him. Long Chen didn't care about their disdainful looks, as he was above their level. It's like someone looking down on Jack Ma. Would he pay attention to those people? They were completely unaware of their own ignorance, not realizing how thick-skinned they were to still stay at Fifth Uncle's house. Yeah, if it were me, I would have rolled back to the countryside long ago. I bet he's eyeing Fifth Uncle's wealth. After Long Chen passed through the gate, he heard the whispers of the Li family juniors behind him, thinking he couldn't hear them, but unfortunately, every word fell into Long Chen's ears. Chapter 29. So much money was attractive even to rich kids like Li Qing'er. Moreover, the more money one received, the higher their status in the old master's eyes and within the family. Li Qing'er went to chat with a few of her cousins. Meanwhile, Long Chen stayed alone. None of the Li family youths respected him, so it was natural they wouldn't talk to him. The time approached 10 o'clock quickly. The birthday celebration was about to begin, and everyone rushed to the main hall. At this moment, in the Li family's main hall, all the members of the Li family had gathered, especially the third-generation descendants, who looked extremely excited, seemingly anticipating the start of the celebration, each guessing how much red envelope they could receive. At this time, Li Wanzhou anxiously asked, "Qing'er, why haven't I seen Long Chen? How would I know where he went?" Li Qing'er huffed. Just then, Long Chen walked in from the main hall entrance. Li Wanzhou breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Long Chen. "Long Chen, you're here. The birthday celebration is about to start." Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've been keeping that in mind." At that moment, a loud voice announced, "All third-generation descendants of the Li family, line up in the center of the hall and come forward one by one to wish the old master a happy birthday." Chapter 30. Below the hall, Li Jianping smirked slightly and cursed. "This idiot, it'd be a miracle if the old master gives him $50. Yeah, if I were the old master, at most 50 cents, not a penny more." Ha ha ha. Long Chen looked at the 50 yuan bill handed to him, slightly furrowing his brow. But he just smiled. He couldn't possibly cause a scene over $50. Besides, he came to celebrate the birthday purely for his father-in-law's sake, not for the red envelope. Long Chen accepted the 50 yuan without further thought. At this moment, Li Wanzhou couldn't hold back anymore and complained, "Dad, isn't this a bit excessive? Long Chen has been my son-in-law for 10 years, and you only gave him $50 to send him off. That Yang Xiaoming, who just joined the family this year, you already gave him 500,000. The old master coldly snorted. "Is your useless son-in-law worth that much? Yang Xiaoming is back from studying abroad. Your useless childhood husband is only worth $50. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the hall, and no one stood by Li Wanzhou's side, only mockery. Chapter 31. Everyone immediately turned to where the voice came from, shocked to find it was Long Chen. "Long Chen, what are you doing?" Li Wanzhou looked at Long Chen in confusion. Zhu Yuntai turned to look at Long Chen and sneered. "What? Do you want to challenge me?" "Yes. I want to give it a try." Long Chen coldly walked up. A hint of disdain flashed in Zhu Yuntai's eyes as he threw a punch at Long Chen. The next second, Long Chen delivered a kick directly to Zhu Yuntai's chin. Zhu Yuntai didn't even have time to react and spun twice in midair before crashing to the ground. After landing, Zhu Yuntai felt dizzy and took a while to regain his senses. The people in the hall looked at each other in disbelief. What is going on? How could he have martial arts skills? And he defeated Zhu Yuntai with one move. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen's father-in-law was also stunned. Li Qing'er was also wide-eyed in disbelief, seemingly asking when he learned martial arts, and with strength greater than Zhu Yuntai. Didn't that mean Li Jianping was no match for him? Long Chen walked up to Zhu Yuntai and stepped on his head, preventing him from getting up. Chapter 32. Can our third uncle not beat him? Li Qing'er asked again. That Zhu Jinshu followed a master around when he was young and learned quite a bit. As for your third uncle, he only learned a bit of martial arts in some martial arts schools when he was young. In terms of strength, he definitely can't beat Zhu Jinshu, and your third uncle is almost 60 years old now. He is simply not a match. Long Chen glanced at Zhu Jinshu. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. He hadn't even reached the top level yet and dared to be so arrogant. Li Qing'er angrily said, Zhu Jinshu is too shameless. Knowing our third uncle isn't his opponent, he still chooses to challenge him at this time. Clearly intentional. Of course, what can we do? If our Li family didn't lose to them in martial arts, how could the Zhu family compete with us? Zhu Jinshu scanned the crowd and snorted. I'll wait at the door. I hope you won't disappoint me and dare not accept the challenge. After saying that, Zhu Jinshu walked outside to wait. Everyone also went outside. Long Chen didn't say anything and went to see the excitement. At this moment, in the Li family's hall, Li Wanhua had already learned that Zhu Jinshu had come to challenge him. Chapter 33. Do I still need to ask you? You have eaten our Li family's food for 10 years. This is what you should do. At this moment, the old man of the Li family walked over. Long Chen coldly looked at the old man of the Li family, and sure enough, the Li family never regarded him as one of their own. Long Chen thought that after revealing his martial arts talent, the Li family would treat him as one of their own, but unexpectedly, they actually wanted him to go up and die. At this moment, Long Chen's father-in-law shouted, Long Chen, don't go up. Li Wanzhou, are you really going to let your third brother go up? The old man of the Li family immediately began to scold. Dad, didn't you see the fierce look in Zhu Jinshu's eyes? If Long Chen goes up, he will definitely be crippled. Nonsense. Who gave you the courage to speak to the old man like that? Li Wanbao immediately scolded. The second brother of the Li family also said, "Fifth brother, just let Long Chen go up. After all, there is no blood relationship. At worst, we can find another son-in-law with martial arts talent in the future. With your daughter, Qing'er's looks, it shouldn't be hard to find someone better than him, right? If not, I can help introduce someone." Li Wanzhou was furious at this moment, never expecting that they would rather let Long Chen be beaten than admit defeat directly. Chapter 34. Long Chen's father-in-law was both surprised and delighted at this moment. Just then, Long Chen shouted, "Zhu family's people, why aren't you pulling him away?" A few disciples of the Zhu family finally came to their senses and hurriedly went up to carry Zhu Jinshu away in disgrace. Li Wanzhou came over, laughing heartily. "Long Chen, I must be seeing things. Your strength is actually higher than Zhu Jinshu's, and Zhu Jinshu is already 1 foot in the realm of top experts." I didn't expect that either. Long Chen just smiled faintly. Some things didn't need to be said so clearly, especially regarding his identity. If enemies found out that this remnant was still alive, not only would his father-in-law's family be in danger, but the entire Li family would also be buried with him. The strength of his enemies was undeniable. Long Chen's father had been found by enemies even while hiding in the countryside, and his father's strength was much stronger than Long Chen's now. The entire Dragon God sect was even more powerful, yet they had no resistance against the enemies in the Kunlun realm. Therefore, Long Chen could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. At this moment, the old man of the Li family and Li Wanbao and others also walked over. Li Wanbao said with a very sour tone, "Fifth brother, you really found a good son-in-law. His strength is surprisingly strong." Chapter 35. Li Qing'er pouted and said, "What is the big deal about having some martial arts? Among the boys chasing me at school, there are also students from martial arts academies, and many of them are martial arts geniuses much stronger than him. Besides, compared to martial arts, I admire talented people more. You girl, still stubborn." Li Qing'er huffed and ignored her father, picked up her phone, opened a reading app, and then opened a book called Dragon Awakening. She followed this book every day and admired the author too much, but unfortunately, she had no chance to meet him. Li Qing'er knew that the author of this book was also a student at Tianhai University, and if there was a chance, she really wanted to meet him. Li Wanzhou stopped bantering with his daughter and said to Long Chen, "Long Chen, today the old man is giving you 500,000. Why don't you go up and take it? It would be a waste not to take this money. I don't care for it. It would feel good to take this kind of money." Long Chen said lightly, "What is uncomfortable about it? 500,000 is not a small amount. It would be great to use it as pocket money." Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't lack money. I have income every day, and in a month, it easily exceeds 2 million. Chapter 36. Long Chen, you continue to surprise me. I didn't expect you not only have martial arts talent, but also writing talent," his father-in-law said with admiration. You flatter me. I just write casually," Long Chen said modestly. Li Qing'er felt indescribable emotions. She originally thought he was a good-for-nothing, but unexpectedly, 2 astonishing things about him were revealed today. At this moment, her father scolded Li Qing'er. "See, you said you like talented people. Now Long Chen is talented. What else do you have to say? Long Chen not only has talent, but also martial arts talent. Where are you going to find such a good boy? How can you not like him?" Li Qing'er didn't know how to argue and could only huff and say, "So what if he has martial arts talent? He probably won't achieve much. Always just a mediocre person. As for writing, only people with no prospects would write. Just keep being stubborn. After you miss such a good person, let us see how you regret it." Regret? Is that possible?" Li Qing'er coldly pouted, but inside, she was clearly not as calm as she appeared. Chapter 37. Are you here for something? Li Wanzhou had an unwelcoming look, as he had already noticed that this guy was definitely here to pursue his daughter. He was already anxious about Long Chen and Li Qing'er's relationship, and now, with another pursuer, it was simply adding chaos. "Uncle's like this. I really like Li Qing'er a lot. I want to ask you to agree to let me date Li Qing'er." Li Qing'er frowned slightly. She seemed not to have expected this guy would come to her home. Previously, she had rejected him at school. "Sorry, my daughter already has a husband," Li Wanzhou said coldly. However, the college student writer showed no sign of backing down. "Uncle, I know who you're talking about. He is the childhood betrothed you arranged. I have learned about him before, and I have also heard Li Qing'er say that she doesn't like him at all. Here, give me a minute to let you understand me, okay?" The college student writer insisted. "All right, what do you want to say?" Li Wanzhou snorted slightly, seemingly wanting to see what this guy had to say to pursue Li Qing'er. Uncle, I am countless times more outstanding than Long Chen, the college student writer said bluntly, with a very confident tone. Chapter 38 Tang Xiaotian frowned slightly. Then who wrote it? Near at hand, far away in the sky. The author of this book is Long Chen. Tang Xiaotian coldly snorted. How is that possible? Whether you believe it or not is up to you. In fact, at first, I didn't believe it either. I also wanted to deny it, but the fact is the fact. All right, Tang Xiaotian, I didn't want to discourage you. I just feel embarrassed for you, so. At this moment, Li Wanshou also coldly snorted and said, This student, I also want to tell you one thing. Long Chen is not only a talented person, but also has martial arts talent. His martial skills are currently at the level of a top expert. Do you think you are more outstanding than him? If you have any self-awareness, you should leave immediately and don't bother my daughter again. Tang Xiaotian stood there dumbfounded. He mumbled to himself. How could this happen? Luma, see him off. Li Wanshou shouted loudly. Luma immediately came over to ask Tang Xiaotian to leave. Tang Xiaotian walked away with a dazed look, his head down, feeling very dejected that the author of Dragon Awakening was actually Long Chen, a person he had scolded as worthless. Li Wanshou smiled and said to Long Chen, don't take it to heart. Chapter 39 Long Chen saw many rockets and planes continuously bombing her. He couldn't help but admire that the fans of Xiaohua were really fierce. However, Long Chen could also see that so many people giving her gifts were definitely attracted by her appearance and figure. There must be many behind-the-scenes people like that Wei Zong, sending private messages to invite her to a hotel, for sure. Long Chen hoped that this pure flower, Xiaohua, could always remain pure and not be polluted by the chaos of the internet celebrity world. After some time, Long Chen exited the live broadcast room and returned to his room to cultivate. For him, the most important thing was cultivation. He must not be distracted by the glamorous world and forget his own business because of beautiful women. A night passed without a word. Long Chen cultivated until the middle of the night before sleeping. The next day, he opened his eyes. It was another Monday. Long Chen hurriedly got up to brush his teeth and wash his face, preparing to go to class. Suddenly, an Audi car arrived outside. A beautiful woman got out, and it was none other than Li Qing'er. Why is she here? Long Chen frowned. In fact, Li Qing'er was forced by her father to come today, to have a good talk with Long Chen. Reluctantly, she had to come. Chapter 40 I came to find Long Chen. Xiaohua, you are here. At this moment, Long Chen came out. In front of Li Qing'er, he went up and held Zhang Qianjia's hand, gently saying to her, Xiaohua, have you eaten breakfast? Zhang Qianjia looked at Long Chen in confusion. His sudden intimacy made her heart race, and her body slightly trembled. Li Qing'er was dumbfounded seeing Long Chen and Zhang Qianjia so close. No wonder it turned out he had already gotten together with Zhang Qianjia. Li Qing'er was filled with anger. It wasn't that she was very fond of Long Chen. It was just that she was used to being pursued by men since childhood. And suddenly encountering a man like Long Chen made her feel a significant emotional gap, especially since Zhang Qianjia was also a school beauty on par with her. Xiaohua, look at you, you've lost weight again. Don't work so hard in the future. Leave the money-making and family supporting to me. Long Chen acted very intimately, stroking Zhang Qianjia's face. Li Qing'er seemed to be provoked and angrily turned to leave. Long Chen, wait for me. I will definitely find someone better than you. Were you? Just someone who can write a stinky book and has a bit of martial arts talent. There are plenty of martial arts geniuses pursuing me at Tianhai University. Li Qing'er secretly vowed that it seemed the only way to regain her face was to find someone better than Long Chen. Chapter 41 More than an hour later. All right. Chen, I'm leaving. Zhang Qianjia walked out of Long Chen's house. I'm going to class too. Sweat, you have class and didn't say anything. I thought you didn't have class. Zhang Qianjia was speechless. Those classes are irrelevant to me. Long Chen smiled slightly. Then hurry up and go to class. We will meet again when we have time. Long Chen nodded. After that, Long Chen went to the medical school for class, and Zhang Qianjia returned to the music school. Long Chen, there's a challenge letter. As soon as Long Chen arrived in the classroom, Lin Huashan shouted, holding a challenge letter in his hand. Long Chen frowned. Who is challenging me? It's someone from the Martial Arts Academy named Wu Ruiyang. He just asked me to pass this to you at the door. The classmates in the class immediately erupted in a noise upon hearing the name Wu Ruiyang. Even Tang Xiaoxiao was surprised. It must be fake. How could a proud genius like Wu Ruiyang challenge Long Chen? Isn't that lowering his status? Yeah, even if Wu Ruiyang wanted to belittle himself, he shouldn't issue a challenge to someone at Long Chen's level. What level is Long Chen, and what level is he? They are not on the same level. Chapter 42 time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Let's go to the sports field. Long Chen stood up. You can't be serious about going, right? Lin Huashan asked. Why not? Do you want Wu Ruiyang to think I'm afraid of him? Long Chen pouted and walked out of the classroom towards the sports field. At this moment, in the sports field of Tianhai University, many students were sitting in the stands. Even a few teachers were present. I bet that idiot won't come. We're still foolishly waiting here. The audience in the stands began discussing as Long Chen did not appear for a long time. In the center of the sports field, Wu Ruiyang had already arrived. The people in the stands took out their phones to take pictures of him. Wu Ruiyang waved to the surrounding students. Many female students approached him for signatures and photos. Just then, there was a commotion in the lively stands. Long Chen is here. Everyone quieted down and looked towards the entrance of the sports field. Sure enough, they saw Long Chen walking in. The news of Long Chen's appearance had already been leaked on the campus network, so everyone recognized him at a glance. Standing in the middle of the sports field, Wu Ruiyang smirked slightly upon seeing Long Chen approach, seemingly sneering. Chapter 43 Long Chen glanced at the crowd in the stands, turned around, and walked away. To him, it was just a way to stretch his body. At this level, it wasn't even enough to fill his teeth. Most of the people who came to watch today were Wu Ruiyang's admirers. He wondered how they would feel seeing Wu Ruiyang lying on the ground, moaning. Chen, wait for me. Zhang Qianjia shouted loudly. The onlookers were very displeased to see Zhang Qianjia chasing after Long Chen, and even calling him Chen in public, with some men secretly cursing her as a slut. Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to be so bored to come watch this boring match. Long Chen said with a smile. Not at all. I came to support you. Zhang Qianjia said, blushing. At this moment, in the stands, Li Qing'er had a dark expression, seeing Long Chen and Zhang Qianjia laughing and leaving the sports field together. She felt indescribable emotions. Chen, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so powerful, but I should have thought of it. Your dad is so powerful. You definitely wouldn't be weak. Zhang Qianjia said with admiration all over her face. What does this little martial arts matter? In front of a real expert. I'm still too weak. Long Chen smiled faintly, but when he thought of his dad, a wave of sadness inevitably rose in his heart. Chapter 44, of course. I can find it. Speaking of which, 60 of the Li family's business is in cooperation with us. Okay, then it's settled. Long Chen hung up the phone. Around 6 o'clock, Long Chen took a Didi ride-hailing service to the headquarters of the Li family. Dad. Long Chen saw his father-in-law waiting at the door and quickly called out. Long Chen, you're here. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you. Li Wanzhou said with a slightly low mood. Long Chen nodded, not knowing what kind of tricks the Li family would pull this time. He entered the hall of the Li family. In the hall, there were already more than a dozen people seated, including several siblings from the Li family and the elderly patriarch of the Li family. Long Chen, you're here. Sit down quickly. We've been waiting for you for half an hour, the patriarch said as he saw Long Chen enter. Long Chen sat down on an empty chair. The patriarch scanned the crowd and then said, Today we are holding a family meeting mainly to discuss where Long Chen should go to propose marriage. Everyone, feel free to express your opinions. I suggest Long Chen go to my second brother's place to propose. I think Long Chen is a good match for Li Xiaolu. Li Wanbao said first. I also suggest Long Chen go to my second brother's place. The third brother, Li Wanhua, immediately chimed in. Hearing the shout from the old steward, everyone in the Li family was momentarily stunned. Why is President Tu here at this time? The crowd frowned, feeling that the timing was really inappropriate. Quick, go out to greet him. We can deal with this trouble later. President Tu is more important, Li Wanbao hurriedly said. Tu Fangji was the fortune god of the Li family. More than half of their profits every year were closely related to Tianhe construction. At this moment, with the fortune god arriving, they had no time to care about Long Chen. Long Chen scoffed slightly, not expecting Tu Fangji to arrive so timely. Just then, an old man entered through the door. It was none other than Tu Fangji. Everyone in the Li family hurriedly went to greet Tu Fangji, extending their hands, eager to shake hands with him. President Tu, why didn't you give us a heads up before coming? Welcome, President Tu. It's truly an honor for us to have you here at the Li family, they said. However, Tu Fangji's expression was very cold, seeming to show little enthusiasm, and he didn't shake hands with Li Wanbao and the others, leaving them feeling somewhat awkward. At this moment, the people of the Li family were a bit confused. Just then, Tu Fangji saw Long Chen in the hall, and his previously cold face instantly turned warm as he hurried over in Long Chen's direction. extending his hand towards him. However, Tu Fangji said with no sympathy, "I'm sorry, but kneeling to me won't help. Anyway, my cooperation with the Li family depends entirely on my benefactor Long Chen." Li Wanbao immediately crawled in front of Long Chen and gave himself a hard slap on the face, saying, "Long Chen, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Don't leave the Li family. If you leave, we'll really be finished." Long Chen sneered and said, "That's just right. If the Li family runs out of money, I want to see how you all keep your high status. Long Chen, we were wrong. I beg you, please have some compassion. I'm bowing to you." Li Wanbao immediately bowed to Long Chen. Long Chen looked at Li Wanbao kneeling in front of him and sneered inwardly, thinking that if he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have acted so rashly in the first place. At this moment, Long Chen's father-in-law also stepped forward and pleaded, "Long Chen, I know you have deep grievances against the Li family, but can you, for my sake, let President Tu not cancel the cooperation?" Long Chen looked at his pleading father-in-law and sighed inwardly. "All right, let's keep things as they are for now," Long Chen said. "Okay, then we'll do as you say." Tu Fangji nodded. Since Tu Fangji was willing to let his granddaughter disregard her studies to matchmake with that Duanfeng, it showed that Duanfeng must also be an impressive figure. Moreover, when Long Chen was greeting Tu Wenjing earlier, especially when Long Chen mentioned that his granddaughter was the school belle, it was clear that Tu Fangji's expression became somewhat unnatural. Perhaps he was afraid that Long Chen would also take an interest in his granddaughter. "Long Chen, please sit down." After entering the dining room, the table was already filled with delicious food, and Tu Fangji hurriedly invited Long Chen to eat. "Thank you. No need be polite." At this moment, an elderly woman also came out and knelt before Long Chen, saying, "Divine Doctor, thank you for saving my life." This elderly woman was the one Long Chen had saved on the bus that day. "You're welcome, Grandma. Saving people is the duty of doctor." Long Chen helped the elderly woman up. Tu Wenjing also came over, shocked, and said, "Grandma, is he the one who saved you?" "Yes, Wenjing, look at him. Still in college, and his medical skills are so impressive." "Wow, senior. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so remarkable. I want to apply to medical school for the college entrance exam, so I can learn medicine from you in the future," Tu Wenjing said with admiration in her eyes. "Old Tu, we have a distinguished guest at home, such a feast." After entering the villa, Duanfeng saw Long Chen eating and immediately asked. Tu Fangji had no choice but to introduce Senior Duanfeng. "Let me introduce, this is Long Chen." "No need for introductions. I'm not interested in who he is. I'm here to see Wenjing today." Duanfeng interrupted Tu Fangji's introduction. Long Chen, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, raised his eyebrows slightly at Duanfeng's arrogance. At this moment, Tu Wenjing came in, looking very displeased. "Wenjing, hurry, wash some fruits for Senior Duanfeng." Tu Fangji immediately instructed his granddaughter. "Oh." Tu Wenjing reluctantly went to do it, as she didn't like Duanfeng at all. There was a time when Duanfeng came to school to find her, and her classmates even thought her dad had come. If she ended up with Duanfeng, she couldn't imagine what her classmates would think. Unfortunately, her grandfather was insisting that she keep in touch with Duanfeng. At this moment, Long Chen also finished eating and went to the living room, where Tu Fangji hurriedly invited Long Chen to sit down and have tea. "Old Tu, did you know I would come over tonight? Did you arrange for this person to eat at your house, and then pretend to run into me to introduce us?" Duanfeng said, casting an unhappy glance at Long Chen. "Old Tu, don't say anything. Today is between me and him. He has angered me," Duanfeng said with rage. Long Chen smiled slightly and raised a finger, saying, "You asked me what virtues I have. All right, I'll answer you now. I can stop this from happening with just one finger." "You." Duanfeng looked at Long Chen's outstretched finger and became furious. "Don't say I'm bullying you. I will use just one finger. If you can defeat me, I won't stop you from dating Tu Wenjing. But if you can't even beat my one finger, I'm sorry, I don't think you're worthy of her," Long Chen said seriously. "Long Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Just one finger?" At this moment, even Tu Fangji began to doubt if Long Chen was crazy. "Yes, just one finger. I don't need more, lest you say I'm bullying you." Tu Fangji and Tu Wenjing felt that Long Chen's words were somewhat amusing, as if you were telling a serious joke. "Damn it, today if I don't chop off your finger, I won't share your surname," Duanfeng declared, and immediately struck towards Long Chen with a palm. Long Chen did not dodge and met his palm with just one finger. Long Chen then left Tu Fangji's house. After Long Chen left, Tu Fangji said to his granddaughter, "Wenjing, from this moment on, your most important goal is no longer the college entrance exam." "Grandpa, if not the college entrance exam, then what is it?" Nonsense. It's Senior Long Chen. Whether to be his lover or mistress, the task must be completed. Grandpa, are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Can't you see how outstanding Long Chen is? His strength is so strong that no one really knows. And you're also aware of his medical skills. Don't even think about being his wife. Our goal is simply to be his lover or mistress. Tu Fangji said madly. Grandpa, how can you be like this? Tu Wenjing ran away with a red face. However, for some reason, Tu Wenjing felt no resistance to her grandfather's words. While she had been filled with resistance when her grandfather suggested she get closer to Duan Feng. This time, when her grandfather suggested Long Chen, she felt a little shy but had no rebellious thoughts at all. Long Chen strolled down a street. Since it was still early, he was not in a hurry to go back, seemingly enjoying a rare night walk. Chapter 51. 1 hour later. Long Chen was still walking on the street, wandering in the night. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a car horn sounded from behind. Long Chen turned around and saw a Rolls-Royce not far behind him, slowly following him. Long Chen frowned. The car looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. The next second, he remembered that it seemed to be Grandpa Cheng's car, which was a Rolls-Royce. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce stopped beside Long Chen, and the car window rolled down. Young master, it's really you. Why are you walking alone on the street at this late hour? Cheng Ye's nose felt sour when he saw Long Chen walking alone, suddenly feeling very sorry for him and unable to hold back tears. If it weren't for the destruction of the Dragon God sect, he would be an incredibly happy child now. But instead, he was alone, wandering in this mundane world with no one to care for or love him, not even anyone to accompany him on the street. Hee, I just went out for a meal and thought I hadn't walked on the street for a long time. So I decided to walk back, Long Chen said with a smile. Young master, it's my fault. I didn't take good care of you. All right, stop crying all the time. Long Chen said speechlessly. Chapter 52. The next second, a young and beautiful girl in a police uniform, looking a bit naive and romantic, bounced in. Oh, it's you. Silly police officer. Long Chen exclaimed in surprise. The beautiful police officer, who had bounced in, was also stunned when she saw Long Chen. She had been thinking all the way back about who that impressive master was. However, she never expected to see him in her grandfather's attic. It's you? What are you doing in my grandpa's place? You silly police officer. I didn't expect us to have such a connection. Long Chen smiled slightly, surprised to find out that this beautiful police officer was actually Grandpa Cheng's granddaughter. You call me a silly police officer? You're the one who's silly, hemph. The beautiful police officer huffed at Long Chen, looking quite annoyed, but her pouty expression was incredibly cute. Long Chen had some doubts in his heart. Could someone with such an image really be a police officer? She must have some connections. At that moment, Grandpa Cheng shouted loudly, Cinny, don't be rude. Grandpa, he called me a silly police officer first, the beautiful police officer said with an innocent look. At this moment, Grandpa Cheng felt a bit distressed because Long Chen's identity absolutely could not be exposed. He thought that bringing Long Chen to his attic, where generally no one else knew, would be safe. Only his most beloved granddaughter could enter. However, he never expected that she would bump into them at this moment. How was he supposed to explain Long Chen's identity now? Chapter 53. Old Ghost, so arrogant. Long Chen spoke up at that moment. Tan Jinhai immediately looked at Long Chen, noticing he was just a young kid, and became furious. Who are you to speak to me like that? Cheng Changwei, is this your grandson? Is he looking for death? Tan Jinhai roared angrily. Long Chen smirked. You don't need to ask who I am. Anyway, today I'll let you come in standing and go out lying down. What cocky kid, take this. Before Tan Jinhai could finish, he threw the cane in his hand at Long Chen. Whoosh. His cane shot towards Long Chen like an arrow, extremely fast. Watch out. Grandpa Cheng shouted as he sensed the power of the cane, his expression changing. Just this cane's might, even he might not be able to catch it. However, Long Chen pinched the rapidly approaching cane with 2 fingers instantly. Both Grandpa Cheng and Tan Jinhai exclaimed simultaneously. Such a powerful cane was no less than a bullet. It was clamped by Long Chen's 2 fingers in an instant. Tan Jinhai's body trembled. He seemed unable to believe that someone so young could achieve this. Chapter 54. I don't know who it is, but the person who spent 3 million is just trying to deal with you, the father-in-law said. Long Chen snorted slightly, too lazy to care who it was. Don't think too much. I'm hanging up. Long Chen comforted his father-in-law. After hanging up the phone, Grandpa Cheng asked, Young master, who is Guo Weisheng? Long Chen chuckled and said, If I remember correctly, He should be a student ranked 9th on the genius list at the Tianhai University Martial Arts Academy. Earlier this year, I heard the school promoting him, saying his martial arts had reached a first-rate level, and he was already halfway into the outer realm. In less than half a year, he is expected to become the 9th martial arts genius to step into the outer realm. He has a high reputation and status at school. Hee. I thought he was a big shot. Turns out he's just a martial arts student from your school, Grandpa Chung said with a bitter smile. Since even Tianjin High wasn't Long Chen's opponent, let alone a student, he felt a bit foolish for worrying. These small fry always overestimate themselves. It seems I need to show a bit of strength to let them see what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Long Chen's gaze slightly sharpened. Chapter 55 at this moment. Murong Shuer was also among the crowd. Initially, she had no interest in watching such a decisive battle, but because it concerned Long Chen, she came. That night in the park, she had watched Long Chen step onto the lake, and the shock she felt at that time was hard to suppress even now. Not to mention Hu Weipeng and Lu Yujia. Even if they came back 100 times, they wouldn't stand a chance against Long Chen. However, Murong Shuer couldn't understand why someone as talented as Long Chen was hiding in the medical school. Hu Weipeng said, "Lu Yujia, what are you two waiting for? Go up. This kid is so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson today, how can we still mix in Tianhai University? Nonsense. We must teach him a good lesson." Lu Yujia nodded angrily. The two immediately walked out. Long Chen, you are so bold. Hu Weipeng walked up to Long Chen, angrily scolding him. Long Chen snorted slightly, not taking Hu Weipeng and Lu Yujia seriously at all. What's 7th and 8th on the genius list? In Long Chen's eyes, these so-called geniuses were nothing but trash. If it weren't for wanting to intimidate those self-important martial arts geniuses at the Martial Arts Academy, he wouldn't have come here to waste his time. Chapter 56. Long Chen. How strong are you? Li Wanzhou hurriedly ran up to Long Chen. Long Chen chuckled and said, "Not that strong, it's about like this." "God, how did you train? You've already reached a realm, right?" Li Wanzhou said in disbelief. "Yeah, maybe my talent just exploded and my strength rose rapidly after a little practice," Long Chen said humbly. Just then, a swarm of girls rushed towards Long Chen. "Long Chen, you're so handsome. I'm your fan. I will always support you." "Long Chen, can I add you on WeChat? I really admire you." A group of girls surrounded Long Chen, pushing Li Wanzhou out. Long Chen found himself surrounded by a bunch of women, with even more girls running towards him. He felt a bit overwhelmed, thinking that after defeating Hu Weipeng and Lu Yujia, no one in school would dare to mock him anymore. But unexpectedly, it turned into admiration. If he had known it would be like this, he would rather be scorned every day. Li Wanzhou looked at the group of women surrounding Long Chen and sighed with a smile. Chapter 57. Please go ahead. Liao Feihu looked at Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, first of all, congratulations on defeating Hu Weipeng, who is ranked 7th in the Martial Arts Academy. Although you are not from the Martial Arts Academy, as a senior in martial arts, there are a few points I must mention." Long Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking what kind of thing qualifies as a senior in front of him, but he didn't show it and wanted to hear what he had to say. "I believe that when practicing martial arts, a person's skill level and talent are not the most important. The most important thing is martial ethics, which is the character of a martial artist. Only those with noble martial ethics are true, strong individuals." That's all I wanted to say. I hope you can go further in the future. Liao Feihu smiled slightly, as if guiding a junior. Yes, what Senior Liao said is right." Li Wanzhou nodded repeatedly, looking like he was humbly accepting advice. As a parent of Long Chen, this attitude was naturally appropriate. However, Long Chen sneered and curled his lips. "Nonsense." Long Chen said 4 words lightly. "You." Liao Feihu, who was turning to leave, was enraged when he heard Long Chen call him nonsense. Li Wanzhou and Li Qing'er were also shocked at this moment. After all, Senior Liao was a genius ranked 6th. How could Long Chen be so arrogant? Regardless of whether what he said was right or wrong, he should at least be a bit humble. Chapter 58. Long Chen stood there, seemingly motionless, with a look of disdain in his eyes. In Long Chen's view, this 3-legged cat was simply too weak. For example, when he attacked just now, his lower body was almost completely exposed. So, as long as Long Chen attacked his lower body, he would definitely lose. Long Chen fiercely kicked up. "Ah!" The next second, Liao Feihu suddenly covered himself and screamed in agony. "Is this your level? You protected your upper body and neglected your lower body," Long Chen said with a laugh. At this moment, the surrounding students looked at Long Chen in shock. It was hard to believe that Long Chen's strength not only surpassed Hu Weipeng, but could even defeat Liao Feihu, who was ranked 6th. How could a medical student like Long Chen be so powerful? In the Martial Arts Academy of Tianhai University, only 8 people had reached a realm in martial arts. Although these 8 were all in the early stages of the outer sect, there was a significant difference in strength between the first and last ranked, especially Liao Feihu, who was a junior and was much stronger than Hu Weipeng, who was ranked 7th. At this moment, Li Qing'er in the crowd was also filled with excitement. Her heart seemed to be shouting, "Hubby, I love you." Li Qing'er couldn't even describe how much she liked Long Chen at this moment. In terms of martial arts, he had already reached the level of the 6th genius on the Tianhai University genius list, and in terms of talent, he had written a popular masterpiece online. Li Qing'er didn't know if she had been blind before. Chapter 59. A day's classes quickly ended, and for Long Chen, it was just a day of practice in the classroom. After school in the evening, Long Chen returned home. Xiao Wei was sitting at the door and said quickly upon seeing Long Chen, "Long Chen, your wife came again, and she brought a lot of things, as if she plans to live here." Long Chen was furious. This shameless girl really intended to move in with him. Fuming, Long Chen went upstairs. At this moment, Li Qing'er was in the room opposite Long Chen, tidying the bedding. The room had an added dressing table, and cosmetics were spread all over the table, giving the entire room a strong, girlish vibe. "Hubby, you're back," Li Qing'er enthusiastically called out when she saw Long Chen. "Who told you to move in?" Long Chen asked angrily. "My dad asked me to come over. If you don't believe me, call him and ask. Otherwise, I wouldn't come," Li Qing'er replied with a smile. Long Chen had never seen someone so shameless, but he didn't call. Even if he did, Li Wanzhou would definitely say yes. "Li Qing'er, don't you understand? I don't like you anymore. Please don't disturb my peace, okay?" Long Chen pleaded. Chapter 60. Can his hygiene condition be eaten? Li Qing'er immediately covered her nose. As a young lady, she had definitely never been to such a small street restaurant. "If you don't want to eat, then don't." Long Chen snorted coldly. Li Qing'er pouted. She didn't care about that anymore. To win back her husband's heart, she had to eat anything. During the entire meal, Long Chen did not take the initiative to talk to Li Qing'er. It was all Li Qing'er shamelessly talking to him, and Long Chen replied with one sentence or another, not even knowing what he was responding to. Long Chen was thinking whether he should tell his father-in-law about this matter. If his father-in-law knew that Li Qing'er wouldn't survive for a few months, he would probably go crazy. But if he didn't tell them, they wouldn't think about cherishing the last moments, and maybe his father-in-law would go out of town for work in a few days, and the next time he came back would be for his daughter's funeral. Long Chen was very conflicted, not knowing whether to say it or not, and so he was entangled all the way home. "Don't disturb me tonight. I need to write," Long Chen said to Li Qing'er. Go for it, hubby, I'm your loyal fan." Li Qing'er happily pumped her fist. Long Chen snorted slightly and closed his room door. Chapter 61. At this moment, Long Chen, deeply concerned about Tu Wenjing's safety, was fully focused. Sure enough, within half an hour, he had already learned it. Xiao Wei was a bit surprised and said, "It seems you really are a martial arts genius." "All right, I don't have time to talk to you now. I have to go out." Long Chen, remember, with your current power, you can only use it once at most, or else your body will become extremely weak. Even if you track the enemy's position, you might not be able to handle them, and instead, you might end up getting yourself killed. Long Chen nodded and immediately left the house. Standing at the intersection, Long Chen bit his finger, using his blood to draw a strange pattern in the air. After finishing the drawing, Long Chen slammed his chest and violently spat out a mouthful of blood onto the pattern. This action must be very quick, because the pattern drawn by Long Chen in midair will cause the blood droplets to fall to the ground in an instant. If an ordinary person hasn't even waited for him to spray the blood, the pattern would have already dropped to the ground, and he might not even finish drawing the pattern. Long Chen's first attempt was quite successful, and the next moment, the pattern in the void suddenly emitted a golden light. Chapter 62. Wenjing, don't do this. But Tu Wenjing couldn't calm down. At that moment, Long Chen also felt a bit dizzy. "Oh no, I'm poisoned too." Long Chen was immediately shocked. However, with Long Chen's medical skills, it wasn't difficult to detoxify. It's just that this poison is very compelling to the will. Even though Long Chen can detoxify, his consciousness makes him unwilling to do so. No matter how powerful a person is, once their will collapses, they won't be able to exert any power. I don't know how long it took. "I'm sorry." Long Chen hurriedly got up. He didn't know whether he couldn't control himself or didn't want to control himself. It's okay, you didn't do it on purpose. 2. Wenjing lowered her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. Long Chen sighed deeply. 2. Wenjing tried to stand up, but couldn't. Long Chen quickly supported her. 2. Wenjing bit her lip, her heart filled with mixed feelings, unable to describe her emotions, but she had no regrets. Long Chen couldn't help but slap himself. What should he do now? It's okay, senior. I should be thanking you for saving my life. Sweat, how can you say that? I'm ashamed. Long Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. All right, let's hurry and leave this place. The Nangong family is very powerful. If they find out, it might cause chaos in Tianhai City. 2. Wenjing said urgently. Doesn't the Nangong family know? Nangong Lu told me that he came to Tianhai City to find me secretly. So if he dies here now, no one will know if we don't say anything. Of course, I don't know if it will be investigated later. Long Chen nodded. Then let's hurry and leave. Before leaving, Long Chen directly burned that small wooden house. Nangong Lu and his bodyguard were also burned. After leaving the scene, 2. Wenjing called her grandfather. Long Chen escorted 2. Wenjing all the way back home. When Long Chen returned to his house, it was already 1 o'clock in the early morning. Long Chen lay in bed, unable to calm down for a long time. What should I do now? Should I take responsibility for 2. Wenjing? Let her be my girlfriend? But Long Chen sighed, feeling that he still wasn't familiar enough with 2. Wenjing. Forget it. I won't think too much about it for now. I'll talk about it later. Long Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, when Long Chen opened his eyes, it was already 8 o'clock. He heard clattering sound from the kitchen downstairs and thought it was Xiao Wei cooking. But to his surprise, it was Li Qinger. What are you doing? Long Chen frowned and asked. I'm preparing breakfast for you, Li Qinger said, holding a plate of burnt egg pancakes. It's a bit burnt. Just make do with it. By the way, this is the first time I've made an egg for a man, Li Qinger said with a rare expression. Long Chen felt annoyed and said, Are you saying I should thank you for giving me your first egg? If you can't cook, don't waste my eggs. Hey, Long Chen. I've never been so nice to any man before, and yet you are so ungrateful. You are too much, Li Qinger said angrily. Long Chen felt irritated. Li Qinger was simply ruining his life. If she weren't here, Xiao Wei would have already made breakfast. If it weren't for her limited time, Long Chen would have kicked her out yesterday. Chapter 63. All right, hurry up and go to your class. I have something important to announce this evening, so come home early. Long Chen decided to clarify Li Qinger's limited time with his father-in-law so that they could cherish their last moments together. Li Qinger huffed, picked up her bag, and left with a gloomy expression. She woke up early to make Long Chen eggs, but not only did he not eat them, he scolded her for wasting ingredients. Stupid Long Chen. Do you really think I'm that fond of you? Acting like you're the best man in the world. Li Qinger cursed as she walked, simultaneously taking out her phone to call her best friend. Hey, Yin, you said last time you would introduce me to a genius from the God of War Academy. I agreed to it. Li Qinger said into the phone. What's going on? Qinger, you rejected it yesterday. What about today? Don't mention it. That stupid Long Chen. I've already put myself out there, but he didn't appreciate it and scolded me, making it seem like I'm not worthy of him. I just want to get back at him by finding someone more talented and stepping on his face to see how arrogant he can be. I told you, Long Chen is really ordinary. He only has some skills at our school. If he went to the God of War Academy, he wouldn't even rank in the top 500. The genius I'm planning to introduce you to is named Zhong Liang. He is ranked in the top 10 at the God of War Academy. Just wait, I'll arrange it for you. Chapter 64. Long Chen originally completely ignored their existence. Whether they were on a blind date or getting married had nothing to do with him. However, Chen Dinghai's arrogance made Long Chen frown. Xiao, where is that person you mentioned? Hurry up and bring him out. Let me see how powerful he is. Is he even capable of defeating me from the 3 major martial arts academies? Chen Dinghai mocked. At that moment, Long Chen immediately stood up. Chen Dinghai looked over at Long Chen. What? You're the outer gate early stage that Tang Xiao mentioned? Chen Dinghai sneered at Long Chen with disdain. Yes, that's me. Long Chen said Dondat. You, a medical student, can also practice martial arts? And you've reached the outer gate early stage? Keep bragging, Chen Dinghai said with a look of contempt. Still thinking Long Chen was a fake, Long Chen remained silent, giving a cold snort. Come over and punch me. If you can hit me, I will believe you're really the outer gate early stage. If you are fake, I will break your legs. Chen Dinghai beckoned to Long Chen with a fierce expression. The classmates in the class watched Long Chen and Chen Dinghai in silence. Just as Long Chen was about to step forward, Tang Xiao hurriedly shouted, Long Chen, don't go up. You're not his opponent. This is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. Chapter 65. Long Chen was furious at this moment. What kind of thing was that Pan Xiao? He actually wanted Long Chen to be his little brother. However, even though Long Chen was angry inside, he didn't show it on his face. Long Chen, my brother, our Pan Xiao is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Although his martial arts talent is average, he is a very formidable figure in our school. Several top-ranked students from the Martial Arts Academy are under Pan Xiao. For example, you know who Wei Peng and Lu Yujia. They are both under Pan Xiao. Our Pan Xiao has many connections in Tianhai City, and following him will definitely bring you benefits. Right now, Pan Xiao has high hopes for you, so you must seize this opportunity. Whether you can soar high or not depends on Pan Xiao. Alright, enough said. Let's meet at the Academy Hotel at noon. After saying that, the man quickly left. Long Chen was so angry that his face turned green. If it weren't for the guy running so fast, Long Chen would have beaten him up long ago. However, this guy was just a minor follower of Pan Xiao, and beating him up wouldn't relieve his anger. It seemed necessary to meet Pan Xiao at noon. Otherwise, Long Chen's state of mind during cultivation would be affected. The 4 great kings were getting on his nerves, and if he didn't deal with it, his Tao heart would be impacted. Chapter 66. When Long Chen entered the private room, he saw a little fat man who looked very precious and had a very imposing appearance. Several familiar faces were sitting next to this little fat man. They were none other than Wei Peng and Lu Yujia, ranked 7th and 8th in the Martial Arts Academy. Haha, Long Chen. The little fat man stood up immediately when he saw Long Chen enter. Are you Pan Xiao? Long Chen asked. People in school respectfully called him Pan Xiao, but Long Chen didn't know his real name, so he also called him Pan Xiao. At that moment, Pan Xiao thought Long Chen was showing him respect. That's right, I am Pan Yuqing. At Tianhai University, everyone calls me Pan Xiao. Long Chen, don't be polite, sit down. Long Chen didn't sit down, but instead sized up Pan Xiao. His martial arts skills hadn't entered the outer sect yet, probably at the first-rate level. Long Chen, let's talk after we finish eating, Pan Xiao said. Long Chen glanced at the table full of dishes and snorted. Just get to the point. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll be direct. I want you to be my little brother. What do you think? I don't think there's much to hesitate about. Look at who Wei Peng and Lu Yujia, they're all following me. Chapter 67. Oh, okay then. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled shyly, feeling a bit nervous about having dinner with a boy for the first time. Long Chen took Tang Xiaoxiao to a nearby fast food restaurant. Oh, fast food? Tang Xiaoxiao looked speechless. Yeah, did you think I was going to treat you to a big meal? Long Chen chuckled. Cheapskate. Tang Xiaoxiao scolded Long Chen, as she had never eaten fast food on the roadside before, and the sanitary conditions made her a bit conflicted. Forget it, since you can eat, why can't I? Tang Xiaoxiao decided to let it go. Fast food it was. After finishing lunch, Long Chen parted ways with Tang Xiaoxiao and returned to his place. As for Pan Yuqing, Long Chen didn't take him seriously at all. Long Chen, you're back? Why are you so late from school today? Xiao Wei asked eagerly. I've already had lunch. If you prepared dinner, let's save it for tonight, Long Chen replied to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei nodded. By the way, Long Chen, I've thought about it all morning, and I finally came up with a way that might alleviate Li Qing'er's Huang Quan Qi. To be precise, it's not really a cure, but a relief, Xiao Wei said. Chapter 68. Long Chen felt a surge of anger. He had told Li Qing'er to come home early today, but now it was 6:30 p.m. and she still hadn't returned. Did she even take Long Chen's words seriously? Long Chen, do you need to find Qing'er? Why don't you give her a call and tell her to come back quickly? His father-in-law said urgently. Long Chen immediately dialed Li Qing'er's phone. Soon, the call was answered. Don't call anymore. Qing'er is busy right now. A woman's voice came from the other end, not Li Qing'er. Who are you? Long Chen frowned and asked. I'm Qing'er's best friend, Zhang Yunyan. Let Li Qing'er answer the phone, Long Chen said, a bit angrily. Sorry. Qing'er is busy drinking with the geniuses from the War God Martial Academy right now, Zhang Yunyan said, exhaling alcohol fumes. Long Chen's brows furrowed deeply. He had told Li Qing'er to come home early, but she actually went out drinking with others? What War God Martial Academy? Where are you guys? Get her home immediately. Long Chen shouted angrily. Who do you think you were to give orders? Let me tell you, Qing'er is now acquainted with more talented people. You should just stay where it's comfortable for you. Zhang Yunyan sneered without holding back. Chapter 69. You're asking for it. Long Chen was furious. Idiot. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Or I might just make you explode from anger. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone directly. Long Chen's body trembled. If he just endured this, his Tao heart would definitely be affected. It might not matter now, but as he cultivated to become stronger in the future, inner demons would gradually arise. However, Long Chen didn't know where they were drinking. But this didn't stump Long Chen. He immediately used the heaven and earth infinite tracking technique. And soon, he saw Li Qing'er and a group of people drinking at a hotel called Jinhao Hotel. Very well, you bunch of bastards, just wait for me. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Dad, I'm going out, Long Chen said to his father-in-law. Where to? To the hotel. To bring Li Qing'er back, Long Chen said with a surge of anger. Okay, come back early. Before long. Long Chen arrived at Jinhao Hotel and found the private room number 8 where Li Qing'er was drinking. At this moment, room 8 was very lively, with a total of 10 people, 8 men and 2 women. Long Chen spotted Li Qing'er at a glance. She was foolishly toasting them, hoping to get to know these so-called geniuses from the War God Academy. Chapter 70. Long Chen moved his body and instantly appeared in front of Zhong Liang. In the next second, Long Chen grabbed Zhong Liang by the neck. Zhong Liang's pupils constricted sharply, his body trembled, and he seemed unable to believe that he didn't even have time to react. The other boys from the War God Martial Academy were also stunned. Zhong Liang was the 10th-ranked genius of their academy. Long Chen grabbed a bottle of white liquor from the table and shoved the bottle into Zhong Liang's mouth, pouring the liquor down his throat. Since you enjoy drinking with my wife so much, let me toast you on behalf of my wife, Long Chen said with a fierce expression on his face. At this moment, Li Qing'er was completely stunned. In her eyes, the untouchable genius Zhong Liang from the War God Martial Academy was completely no match for Long Chen, unable to resist being forced to drink. How could that be? She thought Long Chen was not even worthy to be compared with geniuses like Zhong Liang. At this moment, Zhong Liang struggled, but no matter how he fought, he couldn't escape Long Chen's grip. Galugulu. A full bottle of white liquor was poured into Zhong Liang's throat, bubbling as it went down. Soon, the bottle was empty. Long Chen pulled the empty bottle from Zhong Liang's mouth and picked up another bottle of white liquor to continue pouring it down. Chapter 71. Li Wanzhou hurriedly regained his senses and said quickly, "But who is that divine doctor? No one knows how to call him for help. Don't worry, he will soon come to light. The mayor has fallen seriously ill these days, and all the doctors in the city are at a loss. The news has been repeatedly broadcast on the TV, calling for that divine doctor to come and save him. At that time, we will naturally know who he is. We just need to guard the first hospital, and we'll eventually see him," the mother-in-law said. Long Chen frowned at this moment. The mayor had fallen seriously ill, and all the doctors in the city were helpless. The TV station urgently broadcasted this news, asking that bus healer to step in. Why has Long Chen never seen this news before? It seems that his father-in-law, Li Wanzhou, hasn't seen it either. His mother-in-law immediately picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and switched to the Tianhai City Comprehensive Channel. Sure enough, at the bottom of the screen on the Tianhai City Comprehensive Channel, a line of text was scrolling. Urgent notice. The mayor is undergoing emergency treatment in the ICU of the first hospital, and all the city's doctors are at their wits' end. We earnestly request the bus healer to come for treatment. Any citizen who has contact information or clues about this healer, please provide them. We would be extremely grateful. Chapter 72. When Long Chen reached the entrance of the first hospital, everyone looked over at him, but no one knew who he was. A security guard asked, "Hello, who are you?" "I saw the news. The mayor is in critical condition, and all the doctors are helpless, so I came to save the mayor," Long Chen said faintly. You are that healer?" The security guard was shocked to hear Long Chen say this, and other security guards rushed over. The crowd around them suddenly squeezed toward Long Chen, crying out, "Healer, you finally came? Please save my old partner." An elderly woman cried, "Healer, my son is seriously ill. Please help me. I'm willing to sell my house to pay you." "Healer, my daughter has leukemia. I beg you." In an instant, people around were shouting for help from Long Chen. The security guards immediately came over to block the crowd. Otherwise, Long Chen might not even be able to get through the entrance. At this moment, at the back of the crowd, Long Chen's father-in-law and mother-in-law were also crying out, "Healer, please save our daughter. She has a rare disease and only a few months to live. I beg you." However, Long Chen's father-in-law and mother-in-law arrived late and could not squeeze through, so Long Chen did not see them. Chapter 73. Healer. "I heard you were a student at Tianhai University. Is that true?" A leader asked. "That essay secret. Well, I hope everyone won't pry in my privacy. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave," Long Chen said. At this moment, the hospital director hurriedly said, "Healer, there's still one patient in critical condition. I don't know if you would be willing to step in and save him. His organs are basically failing, and our doctors are preparing to announce failure." Everyone looked at Long Chen with anticipation. If he could save two patients that the hospital declared beyond saving, it would prove he was indeed a healer, and likely no one would doubt him. "All right, since I'm here, quickly take me to the emergency room." Next, Long Chen went to the emergency room, just as several doctors were coming out. "Director, it really can't be done. We can't save him," the attending physician said regretfully. Long Chen asked, "What caused this patient's condition?" "Poisoning. All his organs are in acute failure. I've really done my best. I can't save him," the doctor replied. Long Chen nodded, said nothing more, and walked into the emergency room. Chapter 74. After leaving the hospital, Long Chen returned to Buyuan Mountain Villa. He originally wanted to go back to school, but for some reason, he returned to Buyuan Mountain Villa. Around 10 o'clock at night, Long Chen's father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Li Qing'er also returned. They looked dejected. "Dad, you're back," Long Chen greeted as he sat in the living room. His father-in-law nodded with a gloomy expression. "Didn't you meet that healer?" Long Chen asked knowingly. "No, there were too many people at the hospital, and we went a bit late. We couldn't even squeeze to the entrance. We could only watch that healer leave," his father-in-law said, looking very frustrated. Long Chen secretly laughed. That healer was right in front of them, yet they didn't know. Long Chen also didn't know why he didn't want to tell them. Perhaps it was a strong aversion to his mother-in-law. Long Chen glanced at Li Qing'er, who was sitting on a low stool, revealing her long legs. Her alluring figure particularly captivating. "Damn, how could I have such thoughts?" Long Chen was shocked. He felt a bit indescribable today, as if he was more interested in beautiful women than usual. Long Chen really wanted to slap himself. What was going on today? Such dirty thoughts. Chapter 75. Long Chen arrived in his class at the medical school and found the class in an uproar, as if everyone was discussing something big. "Long Chen, have you heard?" Lin Huashan asked excitedly when he saw Long Chen. "What?" Long Chen frowned. "Damn, it's a sensational event in the medical community. You actually asked me what? Last night, that healer appeared at the first hospital and saved two patients who were on the brink of death. In just one night, the entire Tianhai city was shaken." Long Chen smiled slightly. It turned out that what was causing the uproar in class was this matter. "Of course I know." Long Chen smiled. Unfortunately, aside from Long Chen himself, only two Wenjing's family knew who that healer was. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao was sitting in her seat, her eyes sparkling, and a silly smile occasionally appeared on her lips. No one knew that her mind was filled with the image of that healer. Last night, even her grandfather knelt before that healer begging to take him as a disciple. Her grandfather was completely in awe of that healer, let alone her. Just then, a professor walked in. "Class begins." The classroom immediately quieted down. Long Chen continued to do his own thing and didn't listen to what the professor was saying. Chapter 76. Long Chen returned to his seat. The class continued. At this moment, Lin Huashan sent a WeChat message to Long Chen. "Damn, when did you two get together?" Long Chen frowned. "I really have nothing to do with her." Long Chen replied. "Who believes that? You've even given up the martial arts academy for her. That has some deep love you have," Lin Huashan replied. Long Chen was instantly speechless. Forget it. He didn't want to explain. If the classmates wanted to misunderstand, let them misunderstand. Long Chen squinted and continued to practice secretly. After the next few classes started, the teachers who came saw that Long Chen wasn't paying attention in class, but they turned a blind eye. After all, every teacher knew Long Chen was at the bottom of the class, and no one cared about him. "Hey, you're still sleeping." After the fourth class ended, a girl's voice suddenly called out beside Long Chen. Long Chen had been too focused on his practice and forgot about the end of class. He looked up and saw his Tang Xiaoxiao. "Oh, class is over." Long Chen finally ended his practice, stood up, and prepared to leave. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Long Chen, her face slightly red, and said, "Hey, want to have lunch together?" Long Chen frowned, doubting if he had misheard. Tang Xiaoxiao actually took the initiative to ask him to lunch. Chapter 77. If I ask you to hand it over, just hand it over. Why are you being so long-winded? Zhang Qianjia said angrily as she grabbed her clothes. You think you can live comfortably as an internet celebrity at Tianhai University, earning big bucks from live streaming, just because of your abilities? This is my territory. Without my permission, you can't even study here, let alone become an internet celebrity while studying. The tattooed woman pinched Zhang Qianjia's cheek and said, "Can you reduce the amount?" I can't come up with 2 million right now. Something happened at home recently, and most of the money has been sent back home, Zhang Qinjiao pleaded. You fucking bitch. How dare you bargain with me? Do you believe I'll strip you naked in public? The tattooed woman immediately grabbed Zhang Qinjiao's hair. I'm begging you. Can I pay you all next month? Zhang Qinjiao cried. A female thug said, Sistering, it seems like if we don't teach her a lesson, she will get more and more outrageous. How about we beat her up today? She looks like she hasn't been taught a lesson in a long time. Her courage is starting to grow. The tattooed woman nodded and commanded a few of her subordinates go. Drag her to the public restroom in front and give her a good lesson. Chapter 78. Where is she now? Long Chen asked angrily. I don't know, but she called Qianjiao before. There should still be a record, Xiao Feng quickly said. Xiaohua, give me your phone number. Long Chen turned to Zhang Qinjia and said, Qinshan, maybe we should just forget it. Sistering is not easy to deal with, and her background. You don't need to worry about that. Even if her background is enough to kill me in an instant, I will definitely not let her go today, Long Chen said with red eyes, roaring. Seeing Long Chen so angry, Zhang Qinjia felt a surge of emotion. Hurry up, find her phone number. Xiao Feng quickly snatched Zhang Qinjia's phone and helped her open the call log. It's this one. The last 4 digits are 5574. Xiao Feng handed it to Long Chen. Long Chen immediately dialed the number with his phone. A few seconds later, hello, who is this? A sassy female voice came from the other end of the line. Are you the bitch who is one of the 4 heavenly snakes? Long Chen asked angrily. At that moment, Sistering, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was furious upon hearing such words. It was one thing to call her one of the 4 heavenly snakes, but to call her a bitch was unacceptable. Chapter 79. Immediately return the money you took from Zhang Qinjia over the past 6 months, Long Chen warned. Although Sistering was on the verge of losing her temper, she still responded defiantly to Long Chen's warning and spat water on his face. Fortunately, Long Chen dodged in time and was not hit. Long Chen was furious. This bitch was still so arrogant. What Long Chen didn't know was that Sistering had been spoiled since childhood and had never experienced such humiliation. So even if she was beaten to a pulp by Long Chen, she still wore an expression of anger and arrogance. If you have the guts, kill me. Sistering gritted her teeth and said, You really think I wouldn't dare? Long Chen's killing intent flashed. At this moment, Zhang Qinjia hurriedly stepped out, fearing that Long Chen would really kill someone. If he impulsively killed someone, his whole life would be spent in prison. Qinshan, don't be impulsive. It's not worth it to get yourself into prison over such a worthless person. At this time, Sistering glared at Zhang Qinjia and said, Zhang Qinjia, your life is over. Just wait and see how I'll kill you afterward. Long Chen saw this bitch still daring to threaten Zhang Qinjia and became furious, immediately grabbing a kitchen knife. Chapter 80. Just then, a middle-aged couple entered the hospital room. Dad, Mom, from now on, I have no hands. He Lianing cried out upon seeing her parents. The middle-aged couple who entered were none other than He Lianing's parents. Her mother cried upon seeing her daughter's hands. My poor daughter. Meanwhile, her father clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his neck bulging, clearly a strong man who had reached the inner door realm. No wonder He Lianing dared to call herself one of the 4 heavenly kings at school. It turned out her father was a strong figure in the inner door realm. Uncle He, Auntie He, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting Ying well. Peng Su quickly knelt and said. Even though He Lianing looked so ugly, Peng Su still pursued her, revealing her powerful family background. He Lianing's father gritted his teeth and said, Go kill that Long Chen, and make sure he dies painfully. Yes, Uncle He. Peng Su immediately nodded. He Lianing cried, Even if he is killed, my hands can't be returned. Daughter, don't worry. The family already knows about this matter. This evening, the family plans to take action to wipe out the entire Li family from Tianhai City, making the Li family pay for your hands. Chapter 81. Long Chen snorted coldly and no longer looked at the howling Peng Su. At this time, Peng Su gritted his teeth and said, Long Chen, do you think that just because I didn't kill you, you can remain safe? You probably can't even imagine that this evening, the Pan family and the He family will join forces to wipe out your Li family from Tianhai City. You will undoubtedly die. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Peng Su's words, Long Chen's body trembled slightly. How arrogant. They actually planned to wipe out the Li family from Tianhai City. As for the Pan family mentioned by Peng Su, Long Chen immediately guessed it was that Pan Xiao's family. The families of the 4 heavenly kings wanted to wipe out the Li family. It was truly laughable. At this moment, the entire scene was cheering and discussing, and the audience was in an uproar. So other than Long Chen, no one heard what Peng Su said. Long Chen took out his phone and immediately called Grandpa Cheng. "Hello, young master. Grandpa Cheng, do you know about the Pan family and the He family in Tianhai City?" Long Chen asked directly. Since these two families were going to join forces to wipe out the Li family, Long Chen, of course, couldn't remain indifferent. Although he had no good feelings towards the Li family, he didn't want to drag others down because of himself. "I know a little. They can barely be considered a second-rate family in Tianhai City." "Why?" Grandpa Cheng asked in confusion. "This evening, the Pan family and the He family will join forces to wipe out the Li family from Tianhai City." Grandpa Cheng immediately sneered. These two small families are really arrogant. Why do they want to destroy the Li family? There are two of the four heavenly kings at Tianhai University from the Pan family and the He family. I happen to have dealt with both of them, so I offended them. They want to kill me and wipe out the Li family from Tianhai City. Grandpa Cheng found it amusing. With the young master's strength, there were probably only a handful of people in the entire Tianhai City who could pose a threat to him. Two small families were so brazen in their claims. "Young master, don't worry. I will be prepared this evening and will take people to the Li family." "Okay. At that time, I will act as your disciple." Grandpa Cheng nodded helplessly. Although Long Chen could completely handle it himself, it was still not appropriate for him to suddenly unleash such powerful strength. So it would be better to let Grandpa Cheng intervene and then claim that Long Chen was Grandpa Cheng's secret disciple. At this moment, in a hospital room, He Lianning's father received a phone call. "Young master, Peng Su lost. He couldn't kill Long Chen and was instead pierced in the thigh by Long Chen's arrow. He probably won't have much of a future now." He Lianning's father was instantly furious. He was not angry that Peng Su had no future, but that Long Chen was still alive. "All right, let's make him disappear with the Li family in Tianhai City tonight." Long Chen returned to his residence. Since it was still early, he didn't go back to the Li family. Before the Pan family and He family took action, they would definitely call to notify him to return. Long Chen went back to his room and opened his computer to write. His manuscript was almost used up. At 6 in the evening, Long Chen's phone rang. Looking at it, it was a call from Li Wanzhou. If he guessed correctly, the Pan family and He family had already taken action. Long Chen finished writing, having written 30 to 40,000 words that afternoon. "Hello, Dad, what's the matter?" Long Chen asked casually, though he had already guessed. On the other end of the line, Li Wanzhou cried out, "Long Chen, how did you offend the Pan family and He family? They've sent many powerful people to surround the Li family. And even Qinger and I have been tied up at the Li family's headquarters. You need to run quickly." Just then, someone snatched Li Wanzhou's phone away. "Long Chen, right? I command you to immediately return to your Li family's headquarters within half an hour. Otherwise, you can collect the corpses of your in-laws and your wife, Li Qinger. Of course, even if you run, you won't get far." "Okay, I'll be right back." Long Chen nodded slightly, his gaze turning cold as he immediately ordered a ride. Chapter 82. At this moment, at the Li family's headquarters, the old man of the Li family, along with Li Wanbao, Li Wanjing, Li Wanhua, and 7 or 8 second-generation children, including Li Wanzhou and Li Qinger, were all tied up in a main hall. On both sides of the hall stood a dozen or so experts at the early to mid-stage of the Inner Door realm. These experts were the combined forces of the Pan family and He family. "Li Wanzhou, you unfilial son. It's all your fault for marrying such a son-in-law that has caused our Li family to face extinction." The old man of the Li family cried out. Li Wanzhou, bound in the hall, had vacant eyes and looked extremely haggard. He never expected that Long Chen would offend such powerful families. From the looks of it, they were determined to annihilate the Li family. "Long Chen, oh Long Chen, how could you be so foolish?" Li Wanzhou silently screamed in his heart. Wu. The third-generation descendants of the Li family, including Li Jianping, were also crying, as if they were about to face execution. Only Li Qinger maintained a relatively calm expression. Perhaps because she only had a few months to live, she viewed life and death with indifference, making her the most composed one. Chapter 83. Long Chen acted instantly, grabbing Pan Yucheng by the neck and lifting him up. Pan Yucheng was dumbfounded. He thought Long Chen was a cornered dog and didn't expect him to dare act against him in front of so many Inner Door realm experts. "Let go of my grandson!" Pan Yucheng's grandfather, Pan Qinggong, immediately shouted in anger. Long Chen curled his lip. Crack! He instantly broke Pan Yucheng's neck. Pan Yucheng's head drooped down. He was dead. Bang! Long Chen threw Pan Youqing's corpse at his grandfather's feet. Ah, Yucheng. Pan Qinggong was stunned when he saw his grandson's body hit the ground at his feet. At this moment, not only were the Pan family's members stunned, but the He family's members were also shocked. And of course, the Li family members were even more dumbfounded. At such a critical moment, Long Chen actually killed Pan Qinggong's grandson, which was like adding fuel to the fire. Originally, if they just transferred all their assets to them and left Tianhai City, they could at least save their lives. However, now that Long Chen had caused such a commotion, it seemed that the entire Li family would face destruction. Just then, someone entered through the main door and shouted, "Dad, has that turtle Long Chen arrived? I want to see him die with my own eyes." The next second, everyone saw a woman with her hands wrapped in bandages, missing her hands, walk in. This woman was none other than He Lianying. She had been in the hospital, but she disregarded everything and rushed over because she wanted to see Long Chen die with her own eyes. Chapter 84. Young Master Long Chen. I will return to report now. Mr. Kai Meng slightly nodded to Long Chen. All right, what about the corpse on the ground? Long Chen asked. It was his first time encountering such a situation and had no experience in how to handle it. Don't worry about this. I'll have someone take the corpses back to the Pan family and He family, letting their families handle the cremation themselves. That counts as being humane, Mr. Kai Meng said as he made a phone call. Moments later, a group of people walked in from outside. Take them to the Pan family and He family. Yes, Mr. Kai. The group of people picked up all the corpses and threw them into a vehicle before driving away. Long Chen sighed slightly, questioning why powerful families must have strong warriors to ensure their security. Long Chen, when did you become a disciple of Cheng Chongwei? Li Wanzhou approached, asking happily. Not long ago, Long Chen casually replied with time. That's great. Long Chen, congratulations. Li Wanzhou clapped Long Chen on the shoulder, looking very happy. Thank you, Dad. Mr. Kai Meng is Cheng Chongwei's most powerful confidant. He actually sent such a strong person to help you. It seems Cheng Chongwei values you a lot. Chapter 85. Soon, they returned home. Li Qing'er immediately went back to her room and locked the door. Long Chen, go take a shower quickly, and after that, go sleep in Qing'er's room. Her father instructed Long Chen. This is something that needs to be done slowly. After all, it's not something one person can do. It requires two people to cooperate gradually. Long Chen scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. What is there to cooperate on? If she doesn't agree, can't you do it? Hurry up. If her life really only has a few months left, there won't be time to take it slow. Her father urged anxiously. Long Chen felt a bit helpless. After taking a shower, he steeled himself and went to the third floor, standing at the door of Li Qing'er's room. He knocked on the door. Open up, it's me. Your dad told me to come up. Long Chen said at the door. Get lost. Li Qing'er coldly shouted from inside the room. If you really won't cooperate, then I won't care about you anymore. Long Chen said impatiently, as he was currently saving her life. Long Chen, I have completely lost hope in you. I admit you are much better than before, but so what? There are many people in Tianhai City who are more outstanding than you. How did you treat me before? You looked down on me and thought you were no longer the loser you used to be. I've clearly told you that I don't want to be your wife anymore. We have no relationship. Chapter 86. Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her and walked towards Li Qing'er after taking off his clothes. Li Qing'er immediately covered her eyes and screamed. The next second, while Li Qing'er was still screaming, Long Chen picked her up by the waist. Let go of me. Li Qing'er struggled desperately. However, she couldn't escape from Long Chen's grasp at all. Long Chen carried her to the bed and tossed Li Qing'er onto it. The subsequent events need not be detailed. To sum it up in one phrase, when the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal world. About 40 to 50 minutes later, the room fell silent. Li Qing'er lay there with vacant eyes, seemingly unable to believe that all of this was real. She had actually been forcefully taken by Long Chen. Long Chen let out a breath, secretly praising her in his heart. This woman was indeed a rare beauty, and he felt a bit unsatisfied. Long Chen, you bastard. Li Qing'er gritted her teeth and cursed, looking at the bright red stain on the sheets, tears streaming down her face. I was just trying to save you. By the way, when is your ovulation period each month? Long Chen asked. What's it to you? I need to know your ovulation period so I can get you pregnant. Get lost. Li Qing'er said, her eyes red. At this moment, Xiao Wei suddenly said, Long Chen, I've made a great discovery. Chapter 87. All right, it's getting late. I hope the next one is a bit stronger. Zhong Weihua shouted loudly, as the previous sparring partners were all relatively weak. Me, pick me. People at the scene raised their hands eagerly. Unfortunately, Zhong Weihua was not satisfied, as most of those people were below external door level. Just then, a flute sound came from a tree not far away. The melodious flute immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the tree and saw a young man in a white hanfu, wearing a silver mask, standing on a branch, playing the flute with a very suave demeanor. Ah, isn't that the young divine doctor? It really is him. My God, how did the young divine doctor suddenly appear here? Could it be that he is also a fan of Zhong Weihua? People began to chatter excitedly. This young divine doctor was as well known as Zhong Weihua, if not more so, as medical skills pertain to everyone's health and life, and those who pay attention to medicine far outnumber those who focus on martial arts. Chapter 88. Zhong Weihua, you're not my opponent. Don't think that just because you're ranked 9th on the young talents list. I can't make the 8th ranked one spin with a single slap, Long Chen said, then leaped into the park's bushes and vanished. Everyone was dumbfounded. The young divine doctor was unexpectedly powerful, not only excelling in medical skills, but also being a martial genius. At that moment, countless men and women watching the live stream were moved, especially women aged 17 to 30, whose hearts raced. This young divine doctor was simply every woman's dream lover. Wow, so handsome. At this moment, in Li Qinger's room, she couldn't help but exclaim, her heart racing. This divine doctor was just too perfect. His medical skills were impressive, and he even surpassed Zhong Weihua in martial arts. Plus, he boldly claimed he could make even the 8th-ranked genius spin with a single slap. It was just too domineering. After leaving the park, Long Chen quickly restored his original appearance. This incident would likely spread throughout Tianhai City by tomorrow. The identity of the divine doctor would probably make him a household name in Tianhai City. However, Long Chen did not feel any pressure, as no one knew that this identity belonged to him, allowing him to release himself without worry. Chapter 89. During the second class in the morning, Long Chen was still secretly cultivating. Long Chen, someone is looking for you, the teacher suddenly called out during class. Long Chen opened his eyes to find a middle-aged man around 40 standing in the classroom door. Long Chen did not recognize this person and felt a bit annoyed. Why were people always looking for him? Who are you? What do you want? Long Chen asked as he walked to the classroom door. This middle-aged man was also a martial artist, and his strength had already reached the inner door level. Hello, Long Chen. I'm the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy. My name is Zheng Heng. Long Chen was somewhat surprised that the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy had come to find him, but he had already guessed what it was about. Long Chen, staying in the medical college is too much of a waste. I heard that 2 teachers came to find you before, but you rejected them. So I came personally to ask you to give me some face and transfer to the Martial Arts Academy. The Tianhai City Martial Arts Competition is coming up soon, and I hope you can represent our school in the citywide competition. What is the point of participating? Long Chen asked, with his strength. What was the meaning of competing against a bunch of elementary school students? Chapter 90. At this moment, a girl in the class scoffed, how ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Long Chen turned to see a very tall girl, about 1.8 meters tall and well-built. Who are you? Long Chen asked her. My name is Han Bei. Long Chen, I've heard of you. I actually plan to come to the medical college to spar with you in a few days. I didn't expect you to come to my class. Since you're here, do you dare to have a match with me? If you can't even beat me, you have no right to ask Teacher Shangwan to be so lenient with you. All right, Teacher Shangwan, did you hear that? If I win against Han Bei, will you give me complete freedom? Sure, but if you can't even beat Han Bei, you better behave, and I'll let you train however I want. Deal. Han Bei immediately stepped forward, standing in front of Long Chen, cupping her hands and saying, please, no need for so much nonsense. You're a woman, so I'll let you go first. Seeing that Long Chen looked down on her, Han Bei felt furious and immediately swept a kick at Long Chen. Her kick was extremely powerful, capable of demolishing a wall. Chapter 91. Long Chen saw Murong Shuer in tears. He walked over and wiped her tears. You, Murong Shuer shuddered. Long Chen called her Shuer, praised her beauty, and now wiped her tears. How could she not blush? Shuer, believe me, you will definitely become strong in the future. You are so beautiful. Your life can't be so ordinary. Don't cry. Long Chen comforted her. Thank you, Long Chen Sr. I didn't expect someone as talented as you wouldn't mind being friends with me. I'm very touched. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Are you reminding me that we can only be friends? No. You misunderstood. How could I, a waste, dare to think too much about someone as talented as you? Murong Schwerer quickly shook her head. Ha, I'm just joking with you. Look at you getting nervous. All right, let us keep walking. Who are you living with in Tianhai City now? Long Chen asked. I live with my Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. You met my Uncle Wang last time. Long Chen nodded, suddenly thinking of something, and hurriedly said, by the way, when I bumped into you earlier, you seemed troubled. Is something wrong? Chapter 92. Long Chen Sr. I'm sorry to disturb you. Murong Schwerer hurriedly apologized. It's fine. Why bother with a small fry? What if that Gao Inyi finds trouble with you? I can help you teach him a lesson. I bet he often bothers you. Well, he often makes some sensational confessions to pursue me, which annoys me a lot. All right, you can go back to class now. Let's go to the airport together at 4 in the afternoon. Okay. After that, Murong Schwerer returned to class 2 for her lessons, while Long Chen left the martial arts academy and returned to the medical school. Long Chen was still accustomed to hanging around here. After sitting down at his desk, Long Chen continued his training. Time passed quickly, and soon the 4th class was over. Long Chen, there's a challenge letter. A classmate hurriedly ran in from outside. Long Chen opened his eyes and already guessed who was challenging him. The classmates in the class looked over in surprise. It seemed Long Chen had received another challenge letter. Read it. Long Chen directly told the classmate holding the challenge letter. The classmate immediately read it aloud in front of the whole class. Long Chen, this afternoon at 3 p.m. at the school sports field, I want to teach you how to be a person. If you dare not come, I will chop off your dog paw. Gao Inyi. Chapter 93. Long Chen walked out of the sports field. He had a flight at 5, so he didn't have time to waste here. Long Chen, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. You probably won't be much worse than the top-ranked Tang Mingxia. Keep it up, Shangwan Haidang said as she approached Long Chen just after leaving the sports field, complimenting him. Thank you, Teacher Shangwan. Long Chen nodded, but inside he was filled with disdain. He could easily kick Tang Mingxia to the ground, yet Shangwan Haidang actually said he wouldn't be much worse than him. At this moment, the dean and the principal also walked over to Long Chen. Dean Zheng chuckled. Long Chen, you really surprised me. I didn't expect your strength to be comparable to Tang Mingxia. The principal also said, Long Chen, I'm glad our school has produced another genius like Tang Mingxia. Keep up the good work. I will. I have something to do today, so I'll leave first. By the way, I need to take a few days off. Long Chen said. All right. The principal, the dean, and Shangwan Haidang all nodded in agreement, granting Long Chen his leave. After leaving the sports field, Long Chen received a call from Murong Schwerer. Chapter 94. Nangon Wanner looked up at Long Chen with some surprise, because she thought Long Chen looked quite young. Who are you? A flight attendant asked. I'm a second-year student at Tianhai University's medical school, Long Chen replied. Nangon Wanner sighed and shook her head. If she couldn't save him, how could a second-year student who hadn't graduated? Although she wasn't specialized in medicine, her medical skills were still far superior to those of a college student, even better than many ordinary experts. This student, you probably can't save him. You should leave. The first-class cabin is small, and we need to give this patient some air, Nangon Wan said kindly to Long Chen. I haven't even made a move yet. How do you know I can't save him? Long Chen retorted. To be honest, I'm quite skilled in medicine. My master is Guguzi, Nangon Wan said. Several flight attendants seemed to have heard of Guguzi and looked at Nangon Wan in surprise. Sorry, I haven't heard of him, Long Chen said straightforwardly. You, Nangon Wan shook her head in disappointment. If he hadn't even heard of Guguzi, it seemed this guy was truly ordinary. The impression of Long Chen quickly deteriorated among the flight attendants. If Guguzi's disciple couldn't help, how could a still ungraduated college student dare to show off? Chapter 95. Nangon Wan. What brings you to Tianhai City? After returning to her seat, Murong Schwerer curiously asked, as Nangon Wan's seat was right in front of her. A good-for-nothing scion of my family named Nangon Lu was killed in Tianhai City recently. I've come to investigate on behalf of my family, Nangon Wan said. Long Chen was slightly startled upon hearing this. Wasn't it him who killed Nangon Lu? That night, Nangon Lu had captured Tu Wenjing, attempting to defile her, and was ultimately killed by Long Chen in a field. Who would be so bold in Tianhai City? Murong Schwerer said, somewhat incredulously. The investigation hasn't been concluded yet. Once I find out who dared to offend the Nangon family, I will not let him go. Nangon Wan's gaze turned cold. Long Chen pretended not to hear. Even if it were found out, he wouldn't be afraid of her. Although Nangon Wan was also at the postnatal stage, Long Chen was confident he could defeat her in 3 moves. Long Chen had already reached the second level of the strong dragon body refining technique. And with the invisible Xiao Wei, he dared to fight even against someone in the mid-postnatal stage. Chapter 96, A Night Without Conversation. The next morning, Long Chen followed Murong Schwerer to the Murong family's ancestral hall. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, many members of the Murong family were waiting to pay their respects. "Oh, Schwerer, you're back." At this moment, a young man in his 20s saw Murong Schwerer and called out in a sarcastic tone. Murong Schwerer ignored the young man, pretending she didn't see him. "Murong Schwerer, didn't you hear me talking to you?" The young man became angry when he saw that Murong Schwerer was ignoring him. "Sorry, I didn't hear you," Murong Schwerer said coldly. "You, a waste of the family. What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Apologize to me immediately." The young man became furious. Many members of the Murong family who were standing nearby looked over. Murong Schwerer had a distressed expression. She had merely ignored him, yet he demanded an apology. "If you don't apologize to me, I'll make you regret it," the young man threatened. At this moment, Long Chen stepped forward. "You dare to bully my girlfriend?" Long Chen asked loudly, and his shout was heard by nearly all the members of the Murong family. Everyone froze at that moment. This guy was Murong Schwerer's boyfriend? No one had paid attention to him before. Chapter 97. Everyone felt angry that Long Chen dared to speak so arrogantly. But some young ladies from the Murong family became somewhat jealous when they saw Long Chen protecting Murong Schwerer so fiercely. To speak like that on the Murong family's territory, it seemed to be true love. They wondered what merit this little girl had to deserve such treatment from a man. At this moment, Murong Lihua in the crowd felt quite displeased. She had originally planned to let her boyfriend come out and show off in front of Murong Schwerer, and then say they should let their boyfriends communicate, humiliating Murong Schwerer and her boyfriend severely. However, before she could even start, Murong Schwerer's useless boyfriend had displayed such strong combat power. "How about a fight with me?" Just as everyone was stunned, a woman's voice called out. Everyone recognized the voice. It must be Murong Tianyin. Murong Schwerer could guess who it was as soon as she heard the voice. In their Murong family, there were 3 exceptionally talented young women of the same age, and Murong Tianyin was one of them. In the past, such prodigies were adored by everyone in the family wherever they went, a status that Murong Schwerer could only look up to. Chapter 98. Very well. You are indeed quite arrogant. Murong Zhibua stepped forward and coldly addressed Long Chen. "Can we start now?" Long Chen asked. "Since you want to seek death so badly, I'll help you with that." After saying this, Murong Zhibua jumped up and pulled out a weapon that looked like a shot put, throwing it fiercely at Long Chen. The weapon seemed to have eyes, directly aiming for Long Chen's head. At this moment, everyone from the Murong family felt a shock in their hearts. They could tell from Murong Zhibua's use of this weapon that he was furious, as he rarely used such a killer move in battles. Everyone has some hidden strength they don't want others to know about. Yet at this moment, Murong Zhibua directly unleashed his trump card. "Yes, do it this way and kill him." Murong Zhibua, kill him, the onlooking members of the Murong family silently shouted in their hearts. However, just as Murong Zhibua's shot put reached Long Chen, everyone was stunned. Long Chen simply extended a finger and effortlessly caught the shot put, then spun it around with just one finger, similar to how some basketball experts spin a basketball on their finger. Chapter 99. The 3 elders are the managing elders of the Murong family. Their strength is already unfathomable. "Murong Schwerer, I called you here today to confess something." "Elder Qi," he said to Murong Schwerer. "Please, Elder, go ahead. 10 years ago, Granny Jinhua from the Kunlun realm came to our Murong family, and she chose you at first sight. She needs your body." "What do you mean?" Murong Schwerer seemed a bit confused. "To put it simply, it's time for you to contribute to the family." "Who is Granny Jinhua? What does she want with my body?" Murong Schwerer asked, puzzled. "Don't ask who she is. In short, she is a godlike existence for our Murong family. Why she wants your body, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're beautiful, or perhaps your body has something she needs. Only she knows." Another elder added, "To make it simple, Granny Jinhua wants something from your body. After she takes it, you might not live long, or even die on the spot." Murong Schwerer's face turned pale. "Schwerer, it's time for you to contribute to the family. If you go obediently, we can guarantee our Murong family at least 100 years of prosperity. You should know how to choose." Chapter 100. Schwerer, isn't this too soon? Long Chen appeared a bit hesitant. "What? Are you not interested in me?" Murong Schwerer blushed and looked up at Long Chen. "No, you misunderstood. Don't worry. I've never been touched by another man. That was my first kiss. Murong Schwer looked extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for her imminent death, she would never have done something so shameful. Long Chen was filled with doubt. He felt something must have happened to Murong Schwer. Since you're scared, then forget it, Murong Schwer said with a hint of disappointment. Originally, she wanted to experience the intimacy between a man and a woman before dying. But seeing Long Chen's fearful expression, she had to give up. Just then, Long Chen bent down, picked Murong Schwer up around her waist, and walked into the room. Murong Schwer blushed deeply, resting her head against Long Chen's chest, not daring to look up. In the room, Long Chen slowly peeled off Murong Schwer's clothes, caressing her skin like a work of art. He gradually leaned down, kissing her in a heated manner. At that moment, Long Chen noticed Xiao Wei standing beside, watching. Long Chen felt a bit annoyed. He glanced at Xiao Wei, who blushed slightly, then turned into a wisp of smoke and entered the jade pendant. Xiao Wei was curious and wanted to see. Chapter 101. Let's try to contact Granny Jinhua from the Kunlun realm right now, and quickly send Murong Schwer to the peak of Kunlun. Alright, hopefully, after Granny Jinhua receives Murong Schwer, she can bestow some elixirs and martial arts secrets upon our family, allowing us to rise to a new level. Let's hope so. Long Chen stood at the door, furious. These shameless people, sacrificing a woman is not a skill. Without saying a word, Long Chen kicked. Bang! The doors of the hall were kicked open by Long Chen, almost crushing the three old men inside. Who dares to be so bold? The three old men shouted in anger. Long Chen sneered. It's your grandpa. It's you. You're so bold, and you haven't left the Murong family yet. Since you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. An elder named Qi, he said, furious. With you, you aren't worthy. The three elders exchanged glances, seemingly confused as to why Long Chen suddenly seemed unafraid of death. Qi, stop wasting time with him. Just kill him directly. The elder named Qi Yin was the first to charge at Long Chen, hands reaching for his neck. Chapter 102. Long Chen pretended to be confused and asked, what Kunlun realm? I don't understand. I'm sorry, I hid it from you yesterday. Let me explain it to you now. Murong Schwer immediately explained the matter to Long Chen, who pretended to just realize it. Congratulations. From now on, the clan leader will personally train you. You're finally about to soar. Long Chen. Murong Schwer called out with some emotion. What's wrong? I love you. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat, suddenly taken aback by the confession. I love you too. So now you can go back to Tianhai City with me, right? Long Chen asked. No, I'm not going back to Tianhai City with you. Huh? Long Chen was a bit puzzled. Why not? You don't have to go to the Kunlun realm anymore. If you're not going back with me, then what are you going to do? The clan leader plans to send me to the Jinghua Martial Academy in the capital. I should seize this opportunity. After all, Tianhai University is a third-rate academy. I must become a woman worthy of you. Otherwise, who knows when you'll abandon me? Murong Schwer pouted adorably. Long Chen chuckled. No wonder she didn't want to return to Tianhai City with him. It turned out Murong Schwer felt insecure, thinking she wasn't worthy of Long Chen. So she wanted to stay at Jinghua Martial Academy to become stronger and worthy of him. Chapter 103. After dinner, Long Chen returned to his room to take a shower, then went to Li Qingyur's room. When Li Qingyur saw Long Chen come in, her expression was somewhat complicated. Did you take a shower? Long Chen asked casually. No. Li Qingyur replied coldly. Then hurry up. I don't want to so early. I don't have time to waste on you. Long Chen said coldly. Then get lost. Li Qingyur also said coldly. The atmosphere between them was a bit strange. It seemed they both found each other unpleasant, yet they were both willing to be together. It was hard to describe. Since you don't want to take a shower, then let's do it this way. Long Chen approached. Li Qingyur glared at Long Chen and turned to go to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, Li Qingyur walked out in a bathrobe, her sexy collarbones faintly visible, and nothing underneath the robe. Long Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Li Qingyur wanted to dry her hair, but Long Chen didn't want to waste any more time and pulled her along. 40 minutes later, Long Chen walked out of Li Qingyur's room and slammed the door shut behind him. Li Qingyur lay on the bed, her eyes somewhat numb, passion fading. It seemed she didn't know what she was really doing, whether she truly wanted Long Chen to heal her, or if, once the floodgates of desire were opened, she couldn't take it back. Chapter 104. The crowd was buzzing with speculation, all doubting Long Chen. After all, he had arrived 40 minutes early, not due to anxiety. Who had arrived so early? At that moment, in a villa in Tianhai City, a young man with a buzz cut was still having breakfast. Ming Ming, eat a bit more. You'll need the energy for the showdown with Long Chen, a middle-aged woman said. This buzz-cut young man was Tang Mingzhe, while Long Chen was already waiting at the venue. He was still at home eating breakfast. Just then, Tang Mingzhe's phone rang. It was a classmate from school. Boss Tang, have you arrived yet? Long Chen is already waiting on the sports field. So early? Yeah. Everyone is surprised he came 40 minutes early. He seems really stressed and lacked confidence. What about you? What are you doing? I'm still having breakfast. What? You're way too calm. It's already this late, and you're still eating breakfast. Tang Mingzhe's classmate was shocked and simultaneously impressed. Long Chen was already waiting there, and he was still leisurely having breakfast. Just based on this demeanor, Long Chen and he were not on the same level. Chapter 105. The entire venue fell silent for half a minute. After half a minute, there was a burst of warm applause, and the crowd cheered. Meanwhile, Tang Mingzhe's expression dimmed as he got up from the ground, leaving the sports field in a dejected manner. Long Chen, well done. Shangwan Haidang was the first to approach, giving Long Chen a thumbs up. Thank you. The dean and principal also rushed over. Long Chen, you will surely be the pride of our school, the principal said with a beaming face. Many students also ran over, surrounding Long Chen. Brother Long Chen, can I hang out with you in the future? Senior Long Chen, my sister is really pretty. Let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll introduce her to you another day. Countless people wanted to build connections with Long Chen, especially some girls who intentionally unbuttoned the top button, revealing a hint of cleavage. Long Chen could only helplessly respond to each one, and after a long half hour, everyone slowly left the sports field to return to class. Long Chen, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Dad is so happy for you. Tonight, let us find a hotel and book 10 or 8 tables for a celebration feast, Li Wanzhou said after everyone had left and walked over to Long Chen. Chapter 106. Yeah, we will always be happy. Don't worry, Long Chen is sincere with me. He was willing to give up his future for me before. Thank you all for your blessings. In this class, Tang Xiaoxiao was busy replying to others on WeChat. Soon, her classmates saw her posts, and everyone was incredulous. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly announced that she had a boyfriend, and that person was Long Chen. The whole class was surprised. It wouldn't be long before the entire Tianhai University would know, as Tang Xiaoxiao was one of the 4 campus beauties, and her announcement would certainly make waves among the faculty and students. At this moment, Long Chen was sitting in a classroom at the Martial Arts Academy, bored, listening to Shangwan Haidang talk about the way of martial arts. Just then, Long Chen's phone rang. Teacher Shangwan, I'm going out to take a call. Long Chen stood up. Shangwan Haidang waved her hand. Long Chen left the classroom to answer the call. Huashan, what is up? The call was from Lin Huashan, a classmate from the medical college. Long Chen, congratulations. You must treat us, otherwise, we won't let you off. Lin Huashan said with a smile. Congratulations for what? Long Chen asked, puzzled. Chapter 107. At noon, Long Chen reluctantly headed to the college hotel. All the classmates had already gone to the hotel, waiting to eat. Long Chen, you're here. At the hotel entrance, Tang Xiaoxiao saw Long Chen and happily ran over, taking his arm, quickly stepping into the role of a girlfriend. Long Chen wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Long Chen, congratulations. I hope you have a son soon. Ha ha ha. The classmates teased, laughing, while Tang Xiaoxiao blushed, holding Long Chen's arm. All right, everyone, stop with the small talk. Let us hurry in and eat, Long Chen said helplessly to his classmates. They had set up a total of 5 tables, and during the meal, almost every classmate came up to toast, jokingly referring to them as a married couple, which made Long Chen extremely frustrated. It wasn't until 1:30 p.m. that the lunch finally ended and everyone began to leave. Tang Xiaoxiao went to the front desk to settle the bill. Let me do it. Long Chen stopped Tang Xiaoxiao as a man. He felt it was a bit unmanly to let her pay. After settling the bill, Long Chen and Tang Xiaoxiao walked out of the hotel together, and she looked blissfully happy. Chapter 108. Around 6:30 p.m., guests gradually arrived. Strictly speaking, they were not really guests, as they were all from the Li family, including Li Wanbao, Li Wanjing, Li Wanhua, as well as the Li family patriarch and matriarch, along with the 3rd generation of the Li family, etc. Altogether, they filled 10 tables. 5th brother, congratulations on finding such a great son-in-law, Li Wanbao said with a hint of jealousy. Thank you, big brother. All right, everyone is hungry. Let us get the banquet started quickly. After eating, we still have to go back and play mahjong, Li Wanjing urged with a sarcastic tone. Okay, let us start right away. Li Wanzhou laughed heartily. Seeing that the Li family members all had sour expressions, he felt even happier inside. They had all looked down on him before, but now, seeing him with such an excellent son-in-law, they were all feeling envious. Long Chen, let's go toast. Halfway through the banquet, Li Wanzhou pulled at Long Chen's sleeve. All right, Long Chen originally had no intention of toasting the Li family, but since Li Wanzhou pulled him along, he thought he might as well go through the motions and toast everyone. Chapter 109. Gao Hui, little genius, I Li Wanbao, toast your drink. Uncle Li Wanbao, you're too polite. Gao Hui clinked glasses with Li Wanbao. The Li family patriarch immediately raised his glass and said, Little genius, I toast you too. Grandpa Li, you're too kind. I should be the one to toast you. Guo Hui quickly raised his wine glass, appearing very humble and polite. Next, Li Wanjing, Li Wanhua, and others also raised their glasses to toast Guo Hui. At this moment, Li Wanzhou's expression soured, seeming very unhappy as he occasionally glared at Qin Xiaolian. As he feared, once Guo Hui arrived, he immediately overshadowed Long Chen, making it seem like he was the main character at today's banquet. However, Long Chen remained calm, showing no signs of displeasure. Although Guo Hui stole his spotlight, Long Chen didn't care at all. Just then, Li Jianping, sitting at another table, walked over with a wine glass in hand. Senior Guo Hui, my name is Li Jianping. May I toast you with a glass? I truly admire you, Li Jianping sincerely requested. Of course. Guo Hui quickly raised his glass, wishing Senior Guo Hui promotions and success. Li Jianping's small face turned rosy, feeling that drinking with such a talented person was something he could boast about for a lifetime. Chapter 110. Li Wanzhou, how are you? Mrs. Yang hurriedly approached. Don't worry. He won't die, Long Chen said. What did you do to him? Mrs. Yang asked angrily. You silly lady. Is that all you know how to do? Your nephew can't even withstand a punch from me. Yet he's claimed to be the top 10 genius from the 7 Treasure Martial Academy. I reckon that ranking was bought. Long Chen replied. You. Mrs. Yang was extremely infuriated, but had no retort. At that moment, everyone from the Li family looked at Long Chen in shock. Except for Li Qinger, who remained calm, as if she had already guessed that Guo Hui was most likely no match for Long Chen. And indeed it was so. One had to admit, her child husband was becoming increasingly outstanding. However, Li Qinger was no longer infatuated with Long Chen. Although she wouldn't refuse if he occasionally sought her for a night, she felt indifferent. Guo Hui convulsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth for a while before slowly recovering. Guo Hui, how are you? Someone asked. I'm fine. Guo Hui, trembling, was helped up, and when he looked at Long Chen, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Get lost, Long Chen coldly shouted without even glancing at him. Chapter 111. All right, next, I'm going to teach you some medical skills, so pay close attention. Long Chen immediately began teaching Ding Jun about medicine. Ding Jun truly was a genius in the medical field, quickly grasping the concepts. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that Long Chen finished. After 6 or 7 hours of teaching, he said, I've said all I needed to say. You could digest it yourself, and if there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. Thank you, master. Your great kindness, Ding Jun, will never forget, Ding Jun said, bowing deeply 3 times to Long Chen. Long Chen yawned, waved his hand, and urged him to leave quickly. Master, I'll take my leave then. You should rest, Ding Jun said hurriedly. Don't let anyone know about me taking you as a disciple, not even if your parents ask, Long Chen instructed. You can rest assured, master. After Ding Jun left, Long Chen took a shower. He initially wanted to sleep, but suddenly remembered that his Dragon Awakening manuscript seemed to be gone. Helplessly, Long Chen had to open his computer and start typing. It wasn't until 9 a.m. the next day that he stopped, having written around 70 to 80 000 words overnight. Long Chen set it to auto-update daily over a week. Chapter 112. Wenjing, you're here too? Long Chen asked with a slight smile. Yes. Although I knew that the galaxy genius was you for a long time, I still wanted to see you in person. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You haven't forgotten about me, right, Senior Long Chen? Of course not. Long Chen chuckled. Tu Wenjing looked at Long Chen with a fiery gaze, mixed with a hint of sorrow, resembling a woman in a secluded chamber lamenting. Long Chen, seeing her expression, couldn't help but scratch his head. Little brother Long, hurry and change your outfit. Now I understand why you can't reveal your identity. Once you do, you'll never have peace. Just look at the many admirers here. Tu Fangji said hurriedly. Long Chen immediately took out a set of hanfu and a mask. Soon, He changed his clothes and looked like a completely different person. I'm heading out now, Long Chen said. Okay, be careful when you get out of the car and watch your surroundings. Don't let anyone see you. Tu Fangji reminded. Long Chen wasn't worried about being seen and swiftly got out of the car, disappearing into the crowd. Suddenly, screams erupted from the crowd. As if they had spotted Long Chen, several police officers rushed over to clear a path for him. Chapter 113. The crowd began to stir as if they were excited to see Gao Yu. A stout man lightly tapped his foot and effortlessly stood on a large rock, displaying agility that seemed on par with Long Chen. Countless onlookers admired Gao Yu's graceful demeanor, unsure who was stronger between him and the Galaxy Genius. Since becoming the 6th on the Young Genius list 3 years ago, Gao Yu's ranking had never changed. No one, except for the top 5 super geniuses, had ever landed more than 3 punches on him. He once even punched a large water buffalo in half. Thus, in the martial arts community of Tianhai City, Gao Yu is also known as the God Fist Gorilla. At this moment, Gao Yu, whose physique was as strong as a gorilla's, suddenly appeared, causing the crowd to become excited. This was a master who could punch a cow in half. Who are you? Long Chen asked, slightly frowning. Gao Yu was so tall and imposing that Long Chen felt a bit surprised, appearing almost like a child next to him. Gao Yu, 6th on the Young Genius list. Please give me guidance, Gao Yu said, cupping his hands to Long Chen, his gaze carrying a hint of provocation, seemingly looking down on Long Chen. As his fists were as large as Long Chen's head, and his biceps were as thick as Long Chen's waist, indicating they were not in the same league physically. Chapter 114. Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone was nearly scared to death. Even Ma Yong's expression changed, wondering what the Galaxy Genius was planning by inviting everyone ranked in the top 30 to come up. Galaxy Genius, what do you want? Ma Yong asked angrily. I don't want anything. I'm just thinking out my opponent, so I want the top 30 to come up together and fight me. Everyone was shocked by Long Chen's arrogant declaration, wondering if he truly had such incredible strength to challenge the top 30. They felt dazed. If Long Chen's voice hadn't sounded so confident, they might have thought he was a madman. Galaxy Genius, don't act so arrogantly, or you might get struck by lightning. You want us 30 to fight you alone? Who do you think you are? Be careful of getting beaten to death, Ma Yong said angrily. If I get killed, then my trip tonight won't be in vain. If it's just a light beating, I'd regret coming here to join the fun. Long Chen said with a tone full of disdain. Dare you take off your mask? Are you afraid it will reveal you are beyond the youth stage? Are you actually a middle-aged man? Ma Yong asked skeptically. Chapter 115. In just a few breaths, only a dozen people remained standing on the large stone. Long Chen swiftly knocked half of the young geniuses flying out, leaving the remaining few in disbelief while immediately becoming alert. Everyone, don't rush, Ma Yong shouted to the remaining individuals, who retreated a few meters away from Long Chen, watching him warily. They had all rushed in together, but it hadn't allowed them to leverage their combined strength. Of course, that was their own thinking. Long Chen slightly curled his lips. They thought that by spreading out, they could utilize their teamwork, but they were mistaken. Regardless of whether they spread out or not, and regardless of whether their teamwork was effective, the result would be the same. Could these young geniuses defeat Long Chen together? Even if the top 100 joined forces, it wouldn't be enough to make a difference to Long Chen. Everyone split into 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. The east will attack while the west defends. The south will attack while the north defends, making it impossible for him to handle all 4 directions. Ma Yong immediately commanded the remaining few. The remaining individuals divided into 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. Chapter 116. I'm not trying to put you down, although you just fought against 30 and seemed impressive. In my eyes, it's just laughable. To be honest, I come from the capital, and I'm also 23 this year, the same age as you. However, I have already cultivated to the mid-stage of the inner door, while you at best have reached the peak of the outer door. To me, you're nothing but a joke. I now command you to reveal your true self. If you're smart, take off that mask quickly. I don't like people who play tricks. Shangwan Haidang ordered. Although everyone admired Long Chen immensely, Shangwan Haidang didn't take him seriously at all. In terms of talent, she was far superior to Long Chen. So arrogant. Long Chen scoffed. Galaxy Genius, are you really that blind? Shangwan Haidang appeared a bit confused. Logically, having stated so clearly that she was far beyond a Galaxy Genius, he should have immediately taken off his mask to befriend her, perhaps even becoming friends. However, unexpectedly, this Galaxy Genius not only didn't do so, but was instead sneering. Chapter 117. Hey, old two, I'm behind a mountain west of Zhongshan Park on a road. Come pick me up immediately. Long Chen quickly called Tu Fangji. Okay, I'll be right there. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Tu Fangji's BMW SUV arrived. Long Chen got into Tu Fangji's car and left the scene. Senior Long Chen, how strong are you exactly to have defeated the combined forces of the top 30 young geniuses? Tu Fangji asked with admiration in his eyes. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You'll find out sooner or later, Long Chen replied, not wanting to answer. Yes, yes. Tu Fangji chuckled. Long Chen glanced at Tu Wenjing, sitting in the back seat. Seeing her with a resentful expression, he sighed and said, Wenjing, it's still early. How about accompanying me to play at the amusement park up ahead? Wenjing, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and agree. Tu Fangji urged his granddaughter excitedly. Tu Wenjing nodded. Soon, they arrived at a large amusement park. And Tu Fangji dropped Long Chen and Tu Wenjing off at the entrance. Wenjing, have a good time with Senior Long Chen. Tu Fangji continuously signaled to his granddaughter. I know, Grandpa. Wenjing certainly understood what her grandfather meant. He just wanted her to seize the opportunity. After entering the amusement park, Long Chen said, Since that day, I haven't seen you for many days. Yeah, I thought you had forgotten about me. Tu Wenjing pouted. How could I forget you? I would never forget you. Tu Wenjing's heart raced as she playfully said, Then why haven't you come to find me for so long? Long Chen immediately pulled Tu Wenjing into his arms, making her tremble slightly. Let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Long Chen pointed to a giant Ferris wheel ahead. Okay. They played at the amusement park until the early hours of the next day. The next morning at 7, Tu Wenjing hurriedly shouted, Not good, Long Chen. I'm going to be late. Long Chen chuckled. I'll take you to school. After having breakfast, Long Chen took a Didi ride to drop Tu Wenjing off. Standing at the entrance of Tianhai Yizhong, Long Chen felt a bit nostalgic. He and T been here since graduating high school. Senior Long Chen, you don't need to see me off. You should head back, Tu Wenjing told him. It's fine. I'll accompany you inside, Long Chen smiled. Just then, a male voice came from behind. Tu Wenjing. Who is he? Long Chen turned around to see a boy of similar age to Tu Wenjing, looking at her with a questioning expression. He is my boyfriend, Tu Wenjing replied directly. The boy's body trembled, and with fury in his eyes, he asked, Tu Wenjing, what do you mean? When I was pursuing you, you told me you wouldn't date during high school, but now you've brought your boyfriend here. You've really disappointed me. I'm a talent in both literature and martial arts, and I don't mind that you lack martial talent, yet you treat me this way. If I had known, I would have forced myself on you. I respected you and never pressured you, and you've let me down. Sorry, I've never liked you. Tu Wenjing, are you stupid? I'm a talent in both literature and martial arts. What is your boyfriend's background? Can you even say it out loud? He is a student at the Medical College of Tianhai University. Oh my god, Tu Wenjing, I thought you found someone outstanding. I didn't expect him to be less than a single hair on my body. I really can't believe you're blind and can't distinguish good from bad. I'm a talent in both literature and martial arts. My future is not something an average person can compare to. Moreover, my brother Yang Dawei is also a martial arts genius, currently ranked in the top 10 at Ziji Martial Arts Academy. I really can't accept that you chose someone so inferior. Chapter 118. Whether he is good or not is not for you to decide. Yang Xiaowei. You better not be too full of yourself. The boy, Yang Xiaowei, was so angry his face turned green, feeling as if he was watching a good cabbage being taken by a pig. Long Chen stood to the side, sneering inwardly, but he didn't speak. Looking at Yang Xiaowei, he seemed a bit surprised. He turned out to be Yang Dawei's younger brother. Yang Dawei and Long Chen were from the same class. During high school, Yang Dawei was a well-known figure, and at that time, Long Chen, who was still a nobody, could only look up to a martial arts genius like Yang Dawei. When did you two get together? Have you gone that far? Yang Xiaowei asked, suppressing his heartache. None of your business, Tu Wenjing replied, feeling annoyed. Long Chen added, just came out from the hotel, what do you think? Saying this, Long Chen took out a hotel receipt. Huffed. Yang Xiaowei was so furious that he couldn't control himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Chen quickly pulled Tu Wenjing away, nearly splattering her with blood. Tu Wenjing was also speechless. Yang Xiaowei, finding out that she had stayed at a hotel with Long Chen, actually made him spit blood. You all, break up with me immediately. Yang Xiaowei angrily commanded Long Chen. Chapter 119. Long Chen sneered and said, 100 million. What did you say? 100 million? Tang Xiaoxiao's mother immediately became furious upon hearing this. Yes, don't tell me you can't come up with it. If you can't even come up with 100 million, then stop pretending to be a wealthy man in front of me. Let me tell you this. I will never break up with Xiao Xiao. Long Chen deliberately said this, even if it was just to vent his anger. He was prepared to date Tang Xiao Xiao for a longer time. Of course, Tang Xiao Xiao's mother would not give Long Chen 100 million and angrily said, Long Chen, don't think you can eat swan meat just because you're a toad. My daughter is not someone you can match with. No one in Tianhai University is worthy of my daughter. What are you? I warn you, keep away from my daughter. Tang Xiao Xiao almost cried and said, Mom, please leave now. I beg you not to interfere with me. No way. Xiao Xiao, I must make him leave you today. Long Chen, I know you think you're the genius ranked first in the martial arts academy and feel a bit inflated, but I must warn you, in my eyes, you're just a loser. I'll ask you again, are you willing to stay away from my daughter? Long Chen was filled with anger, but after all, she was Tang Xiao Xiao's mother, so he didn't know how to respond. Chapter 120. The morning classes quickly ended. After school at noon, Tang Xiao Xiao Dong Lai Dala, Long Chen Min Chan, pouting and humming. Hey, big bad guy, where are we going for lunch? Long Chen looked at Tang Xiao Xiao's shy appearance and found it quite cute. Aren't you angry with me? Long Chen asked. Why should I be angry with you? This morning, I forcefully kissed you in front of your mother. And also did that, you know? Tang Xiao Xiao's face turned red to her neck, glaring at Long Chen and said, Bad guy, don't ever mention this again. It's so embarrassing. When Long Chen saw Tang Xiao Xiao's expression, he knew she wasn't actually angry. Instead, Long Chen felt a bit guilty. He shouldn't have done such a thing just to annoy her mother. All right, let me treat you to lunch, Long Chen said with a bitter smile. Tang Xiao Xiao pouted. As a girlfriend, it's only right for you to treat me to lunch every day. Okay, then I'll treat you to lunch every day, Long Chen said with a bitter smile. Tang Xiao Xiao blushed and glanced at Long Chen, looking very sweet. She seemed to have deeply fallen into this relationship. Long Chen was a bit worried. If they continued to be ambiguous like this, it would be hard to let go in the future. Chapter 121. All right, then let us break up here. Long Chen nodded and said. At that moment, tears immediately flowed from Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes as she looked at Long Chen sadly. Thank you for your understanding. Tang Xiao Xiao's grandfather smiled slightly at Long Chen. No need to be polite. I wish your granddaughter could find a boyfriend who is 1,000 times better than me, Long Chen said. At this moment, a young man from the Tang family coldly snorted. Isn't what you said nonsense? I can find anyone who is better than you. I was actually prepared to beat you up today, but since you were so sensible, I'll let you off. Tang Rui, do not be rude. Tang Binshan shouted loudly. Long Chen looked at the young man and found he was about the same age as him. Who are you? You have such an arrogant tone and want to beat me up? Long Chen snorted disdainfully. The young man said, Listen carefully, my name is Tang Rui, and Tang Xiao Xiao is my cousin. I'm currently at the Qibao Martial Academy. Do you know what kind of place the Qibao Martial Academy is? That is a place you can only dream of. Even though I'm not considered a genius at the Qibao Martial Academy, I'm at least within the top 100. By the way, let me tell you something. I plan to introduce Zhu Kong from our academy to Xiao Xiao. I believe once Xiao Xiao sees him, she will definitely fall in love with him. As long as Xiao Xiao compares him with Zhu Kong, she will realize how inferior you are. Chapter 122. Long Chen nodded and said nothing. Hurry up and eat. The dishes are still hot. Li Wanzhou hurriedly said. Okay. Long Chen nodded and walked into the cafeteria, where his mother-in-law and Li Qing'er were still eating. They were a bit surprised to see Long Chen suddenly return, because he usually rarely came back on his own. He only returned when his father-in-law called him. Long Chen took a pair of chopsticks and started eating without saying anything to his mother-in-law and Li Qing. After dinner, Long Chen returned to his room. Where's my bed? Long Chen frowned. As soon as he walked into his room, he found that his bed and quilt were all gone. Li Wanzhou walked in from the door, chuckling, and said, From now on, when you come home, don't sleep alone in a room. Go sleep in Qing'er's room. Come on. Long Chen was speechless. His father-in-law actually moved his bed away. Now he had nowhere to sleep, and it seemed he could only go sleep with Li Qing'er tonight. However, Long Chen had never spent the night with Li Qing'er before. Don't be shy. I also helped you move your clothes to Qing'er's wardrobe. If you want to take a shower, go wash in Qing'er's bathroom, his father-in-law said. Chapter 123. Before reaching the sports field, he could already hear the cheers of a huge crowd inside. It seemed everyone in the school knew about this. Long Chen is here. Countless teachers and students cheered, seeming very excited. Long Chen is the first person in the history of Tianhai University's martial arts academy to be able to fight with the geniuses of the 3 major martial arts academies. Winning or losing doesn't matter anymore. Even if he loses, Long Chen will still be glorious. At that moment, in a corner of the sports field, a young man sneered and said, "Zhu Kong, that idiot who scolded you has come. That bastard actually called me pig feed." Another young man's face turned cold. "Zhu Kong, don't show any mercy to such a person. Be ruthless," some student for the Qibao Martial Academy advised. "Don't worry," Zhu Kong said and walked out. Long Chen stood in the middle of the sports field for a while when a crew-cut young man approached. "You are Zhu Kong?" Long Chen asked first. "Yes, I'm Zhu Kong." The arrogant Zhu Kong nodded. Long Chen snorted. "No wonder you're called pig feed. Your words really flow straight." "What the hell did you say?" "Say it again if you have the guts." Zhu Kong was furious. He had come to provoke Long Chen because he was called pig feed. And now that he was standing in front of Long Chen, he actually dared to call him pig feed again. Chapter 124, A Silent Night. The next day, classes resumed as usual. "Oh no, Long Chen, something bad happened." During the second class of the morning, a classmate rushed in from outside, shouting that something bad had happened. "What is wrong?" Long Chen frowned. "There is someone from Qibao Martial Academy named Zhao Tiangang. He is here looking for you, right outside." The classmate shouted. Hearing this, the classmates in the class were also shocked. "Who is Zhao Tiangang?" Long Chen frowned and asked in confusion. "He is the third-ranked genius from Qibao Martial Academy." "Oh." Long Chen finally remembered that someone had asked him to report and apologize last night. Otherwise, someone would make him eat dirt. It seemed that person had come. "Long Chen, do you want to hide?" a girl in the class suggested. Long Chen coldly snorted. Telling him to hide was the biggest joke. Just then, a young man with yellow hair walked in outside the class. "Who the hell is Long Chen?" The young man shouted loudly as he kicked the classroom door open, shattering it. All the classmates looked at him with a mix of fear. "I am Long Chen." Long Chen stood up and said calmly, "You're so damn impressive." Zhao Tiangang slammed his fist on the podium, instantly turning it into splinters. Chapter 125. Sure enough, half an hour later, countless students at Qibao Martial Academy were enraged. "I want to take down that long dog." Fellow classmates, that long dog humiliated Zhao Tiangang like a monkey and insulted our school. "I can't take it anymore. That long dog even called us a trash academy. Can you all tolerate this?" Countless students vented their anger on the Qibao Martial Academy forum, unable to hold back any longer. However, even Zhao Tiangang, who was ranked third, was no match for Long Dog, and Liang Xiaowei, who was ranked second and equally powerful, would surely not be able to handle him either. Is our school really going to be humiliated like this? Are we really one of the three major martial academies? And no one can deal with him? There was one person who could definitely handle it, and that was the number one genius, Du Yanhui. However, Du Yanhui was often out training with his master and would only return if the student council called him back. It's infuriating. This long dog thinks there's no one left at Qibao Martial Academy. At this moment, in a mountain on the outskirts of Tianhai City, a young man was practicing swordsmanship by a pond, with a man in his 50s watching him. Chapter 126. All right, disciple, there's no need to waste time with him. Let's finish this quickly, the old man said impatiently. Yes, master. Du Yanhui rushed towards Long Chen. Smack! Long Chen didn't want to hold back. Before Du Yanhui could close in, Long Chen met him head-on and slapped him in the face. Du Yanhui was no match for Long Chen and was sent flying, his body soaring over 10 meters like a basketball. The Ghost Hand Master was startled. You're next, Long Chen said to the Ghost Hand Master. The old man trembled, seemingly unable to believe Long Chen was speaking to him like that. So arrogant. I want to see if you're really that defiant, the old man declared, charging at Long Chen while drawing a knife in an instant. In the next second, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes as Long Chen seemed to vanish. He was momentarily dazed, and before he could regain his senses, he felt his feet leave the ground. What kind of ghost hand master is this? Nowadays, even kittens and puppies dare to call themselves masters. Long Chen couldn't help but scoff. The old man, hearing the voice behind him, trembled in fear, not understanding how he had been lifted by his neck, and most importantly, this guy was just a young college student. Chapter 127. In the evening, after a whole afternoon of training, Long Chen decided to take a break. Xiao Wei was in the kitchen preparing dinner for him. Long Chen, tonight we're having boiled beef, sauerkraut fish, and a plate of white-cut duck. What do you think? Xiao Wei said from the kitchen. Wow, so lavish. Long Chen chuckled. While you were training this afternoon, I went to the market. It's been a while since I cooked, so I wanted to make something special for you. Since the jade pendant was unearthed, Xiaowei had mostly stayed inside it, following Long Chen to see the outside world. So it had been quite a while since she cooked. Today, with Long Chen rare at home, she focused all her efforts on the meal. Thank you, Xiaowei. Long Chen felt incredibly happy, wishing Xiaowei were a real person. She would truly be the perfect wife. Thinking about Xiaowei's origins, Long Chen sighed. For Xiaowei to become a real person, she first needed to meet her parents, but they had become legendary and elusive celestial emperors. Long Chen didn't know if he could truly reunite Xiaowei with her parents in the future. Chapter 128. After dinner, Long Chen sat on the sofa and opened a live streaming app on his phone, realizing he hadn't watched Xiaowei's stream in days. However, when he opened Zhang Qianjia's live stream, he found it wasn't live. Isn't today Friday? Xiaowei used to stream every weekend, Long Chen muttered. Remembering Zhang Qianjia, he realized he hadn't contacted her in quite a while. Since the last time when one of the four great serpents, Jia, harassed her, Long Chen hadn't seen her again. I should call her. Long Chen immediately dialed Zhang Qianjia. Sorry, the number you dialed is not answered. Why isn't she answering? Long Chen wondered, concerned something might have happened. Checking the time, it was only around 7 p.m. Since that was the case, he decided to go to Xiaowei's dorm to find her. After all, he knew where she lived. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the entrance of Zhang Qianjia's dormitory building. Just as he was about to go in, the dormitory supervisor stopped him. What are you doing? My friend lives here. I called her, but no one answered, so I want to check on her, Long Chen explained to the supervisor. Chapter 129. Zhang Qianjia was completely stunned as everyone on site began singing "The Moon Represents My Heart." Many were moved to tears at that moment. The young man slowly walked towards Zhang Qianjia. At this moment, Zhang Qianjia was completely frozen. She didn't feel excited, only a sense of frustration. If one doesn't like someone, no matter how they confess or do something touching, it ultimately doesn't matter. Qianjia, I love you. Be my wife, and I will love you for a lifetime. As the young man knelt before Zhang Qianjia, the crowd urged, say yes. Say yes, as if they had rehearsed it, shouting in unison. At that moment, Long Chen stood under a tree not far away, silently watching, feeling a bit nervous. Not wanting Zhang Qianjia to be moved by this person, despite the nice setup, Zhang Qianjia gestured for everyone to be quiet, and they immediately fell silent. Qianjia, be my wife, the young man pleaded. Quick, say yes. Zhang Qianjia's roommates urged her, looking quite anxious. Sorry, Yao and Shan, I can't accept you. Zhang Qianjia rejected him. Chapter 130. Long Chen watched Zhang Qianjia, his heart fluttering slightly. But you already have a girlfriend. I regret not confessing to you earlier. Boo-hoo. Zhang Qianjia squatted on the ground, crying sadly, as if releasing all her grievances from the past few days. Long Chen felt a pang of heartache and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. After Zhang Qianjia cried for a while, Long Chen wiped her tears and said, I've broken up with Tang Xiao. What? When Zhang Qianjia heard this, she immediately looked up at Long Chen in disbelief. Yes, I have broken up with Tang Xiao. Her family doesn't think highly of me. Long Chen wiped Zhang Qianjia's tears and said, Really? Zhang Qianjia felt a bit happy inside. This meant she still had a chance. Previously, she regretted not confessing to Long Chen earlier when she saw him with Tang Xiao, but she didn't expect them to break up so soon. However, Zhang Qianjia also felt a bit regretful because Tang Xiao was indeed very outstanding and came from a good family. If they were together, they would definitely be a good match. Why have I ever lied to you? Long Chen looked at Zhang Qianjia, sighing inwardly. Now that Zhang Qianjia had confessed in front of so many people, if Long Chen remained indifferent, it would be a bit unmanly. Chapter 131. Long Chen chuckled. This Ding Jun has some talent. He really managed to save the situation. Originally, no one believed Ding Jun was a disciple of the galaxy genius. But now everyone had to accept it. At that moment, Long Chen's phone rang. It was Ding Jun calling. Master, we did it, Ding Jun said excitedly. All right, I've seen it on TV, congratulations. Long Chen replied casually. Master, thank you. Ding Jun cried. Long Chen didn't want to listen to his sobbing and hung up the phone directly. Just then, Zhang Qianjia came down after taking a shower, wearing clothes that belonged to Li Qing'er, looking quite unique. Zhang Qianjia had just taken a shower, her hair still damp and tied up, her skin rosy, and her fair and sexy neck was fully visible. Long Chen looked at her, feeling a bit restless. She's really beautiful. Long Chen swallowed hard and said. Zhang Qianjia's face turned beet red. At that moment, someone started a video chat with her on WeChat. Chen, it's my mom on video. Zhang Qianjia looked a bit nervous. Are you afraid your mom will find out we're together? Long Chen quickly asked. No, I'm worried you might mind. Chapter 132. Long Chen chuckled and slowly peeled off her clothes. A few minutes later, Long Chen couldn't help but swallow again. Xiaohua's figure was simply too good. Without saying a word, a passionate and romantic night began. An hour later, Xiaohua was lying on Long Chen, who had beads of sweat on his forehead. Xiaohua looked blissful. She finally experienced the feeling her roommates had talked about. Chen, I've made up my mind. I'm going to participate in a talent show, Zhang Qianjia suddenly said. A talent show? What is that? Long Chen asked, confused. It's a program. Many of my classmates are preparing to go for the audition. You want to be a star? Long Chen was surprised. Yes, I can't just be an internet celebrity. I should have bigger goals. Recently, there's a talent show auditioning in Tianhai City. I want to give it a try. If I succeed, I can debut. What made you think of this all of a sudden? Long Chen asked curiously. For our future, your focus must be on cultivation, and if I don't find a way to make money, what will happen to your cultivation in the future? I heard that cultivation costs a lot of money later on. If I can become a big star, I can support you. You definitely can't earn more than I can. You can't stop cultivating to work just to make a living. Zhang Qianjia looked into Long Chen's eyes, appearing to be planning for the future. Chapter 133. Long Chen's father-in-law and mother-in-law heard that Ding Jun was a disciple of the galaxy genius and went to find him early in the morning. Originally, Li Qing'er was supposed to go too, but her class was going on a fall outing and left before dawn, so her parents could only take her next time. At this moment, at Ding Jun's home, the entire neighborhood was packed, and the police had come to maintain order. One can imagine how much pressure Ding Jun was under. Countless citizens flocked to Tianhai City. This is also why Long Chen couldn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, countless people would come after him. Long Chen practiced the strong dragon body refining technique in the yard for half an hour. However, for some reason, he felt a vague sense of unease, as if something big was about to happen. Xiaowei, what's going on? Why do I feel uneasy, as if something significant is about to happen? Long Chen stopped practicing martial arts and asked Xiaowei inexplicably. This is called intuition. Usually, when something bad is about to happen to someone close to you, you will sense it, but I don't know the reason. Long Chen's expression changed. Someone close to me is going to face something significant? Who is it? Chapter 134. Let her go. Long Chen commanded Lei Bao unyieldingly. Who the hell are you? Do you want to be a hero, saving the beauty? Lei Bao's face turned angry. Long Chen lowered his voice and coldly said, Let her go immediately. I don't want to say a second time. Damn it. A brat dares to play the hero in front of me. Go die. After saying that, Lei Bao ferociously charged at Long Chen. Li Qing'er looked up, staring at the galaxy genius who descended from the sky, stunned. Lei Bao struck at Long Chen's head, intending to kill him with one blow. But Long Chen instantly grabbed his hand and twisted it. With a crack, Lei Bao's hand was twisted off, flesh and bone torn apart. Ah! Lei Bao screamed, and Long Chen threw his severed arm away, where a wild dog stealthily dragged it away. Lei Bao looked at the mysterious strong man in front of him, his body trembling in fear, and he immediately wanted to run. Long Chen kicked the ground, and a stone flew out. The stone pierced through Lei Bao's chest, and he fell dead in an instant. Li Qing'er looked at the galaxy genius in disbelief, her eyes sparkling. Aren't you going to hurry and leave? What are you still doing here? Chapter 135. After lunch, Long Chen received a call from his father-in-law. Hello, Dad. Long Chen, come home for dinner tonight. His father-in-law, Li Wanzhou, said cheerfully on the other end of the line. What's making you so happy? Long Chen asked, puzzled. The galaxy genius has taken Qing'er as his disciple, Li Wanzhou said proudly. How is that possible? Long Chen pretended to be surprised. Although it's hard to believe, I believe Qing'er isn't lying to everyone. Anyway, come home for dinner tonight. This happy event is worth celebrating. All right. Long Chen felt a bit helpless. It seemed he had to go home tonight. However, if he left Zhang Qianjia here alone, he wondered if she would be scared. It's okay. I'm going to the talent show audition with some classmates from the music department tomorrow. I'll probably be up all night preparing materials, Zhang Qianjia said, having overheard Long Chen's conversation. Okay, let's keep in touch by phone if anything happens. That evening, Long Chen returned home. Dad, I'm back. Long Chen called out as he walked into the villa. Li Wanzhou laughed heartily. As for his mother-in-law, she snorted at Long Chen. For some reason, his mother-in-law's gaze seemed a bit condescending today. Chapter 136. Ah. Li Qing'er screamed, covering her eyes. What are you shouting for? It's not like you've never seen it before. Long Chen said, feeling speechless. You're shameless. I'm not sure why, but at this moment, Li Qing'er felt very resistant to being naked in front of Long Chen. It might have something to do with the galaxy genius. In the past, she felt there was no chance between her and the galaxy genius. So she didn't mind her interactions with Long Chen too much. However, today was different. She had become a disciple of the galaxy genius, and who knows, she might really develop a closer relationship with him in the future. Therefore, she felt very resistant to Long Chen now. Her mother had just reminded her not to have any further relations with Long Chen. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself naked in front of him at this moment. Are you done? Get out, Li Qing'er said angrily. Long Chen had just finished showering and walked out of the bathroom with a huff. Bang! Li Qing'er slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it from the inside. After Long Chen exited the bathroom, he didn't rush to get dressed, but threw on a bathrobe and sat outside on the balcony, where there was a rocking chair. Sitting on the rocking chair, Long Chen watched the sunset. He often saw Li Qing'er sitting there enjoying the sunset, and it was indeed very pleasant. Chapter 137. Long Chen boarded a bus back to Tianhai University. On the bus, he sent a WeChat message to Ding Jun. My father-in-law will look for you tomorrow. Please pay attention. His name is Li Wanzhou. Master, what does your father-in-law want with me? I want you to treat him. If you can, treat him. If not, then don't. Since he's your father-in-law, why not handle it yourself? Ding Jun asked, puzzled. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. Okay, master. Ding Jun stopped asking further questions. 40 minutes later, Long Chen got off the bus. Xiao Hua, I'm back. Long Chen shouted in the living room. However, he didn't hear Zhang Qianjia's response. Long Chen went to the second-floor room and still didn't see Zhang Qianjia. He searched inside and out, but still couldn't find her. Strange. Where did she go? Long Chen immediately called Zhang Qianjia. Hello, the phone you dialed is turned off. The message on the other end indicated the phone was off. What's going on? Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. It was unlikely that Zhang Qianjia would turn off her phone for no reason. Xiao Wei immediately emerged from the jade pendant. Long Chen, why not try the heaven and earth infinite tracking technique to see where she is? Xiao Wei reminded. Chapter 138. He was already worried about Long Chen, but unexpectedly, Long Chen not only refused their negotiation demands, but also broke the legs of the three of them. Go back and tell your student council at the God of War Martial Academy to return Zhang Qianjia to me within an hour, and I will let the matter go. Otherwise, I will personally go to your school and break the legs of all your students. The three of them screamed in agony as they quickly jumped away. Long Chen, you really have gone mad. The principal approached. Oh, how am I mad? Do you know that their school's administration has sent us a notification stating that both our schools should not interfere in this matter? It should be left for you and their students to resolve. So our school cannot intervene to protect you. How can you possibly fight against all their students alone? Oomph. Long Chen snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. The three soon returned to the God of War Martial Academy. When the student council learned that the three representatives they sent for negotiation had their legs broken by Long Chen, and that Long Chen stated he would come to break the legs of all students if Zhang Qianjia was not returned within an hour. Chapter 139. In any case, every attacker who got close to Long Chen had their legs broken in one strike, instantly losing their combat ability. In less than 5 minutes, there was a chorus of wails under Long Chen's feet. Those martial arts students who hadn't rushed and were dumbfounded. They never expected Long Chen to be so fierce. Defeating over 100 martial arts students by himself, the president of the association turned pale. He originally thought Long Chen's strength would rank at best in the top 10 of their martial academy, but he never expected Long Chen's abilities to far exceed his imagination. Even 1,000 martial arts students attacking together couldn't win, and it seemed that he, the top-ranked president of the association, was not Long Chen's opponent at all. However, it was too late for retreat now. The martial arts teachers at their academy believed Long Chen would surely die, so they pretended to leave the academy for other matters, which would only allow Long Chen to rampage uncontested. Everyone, don't retreat. See if there are any weapons. The association president shouted. The martial arts students who hadn't rushed in felt terrified, but they knew there was no way back, so they all picked up stones, grabbed sticks, and even tore down the iron fence at the entrance to use as forks. Chapter 140. Is it serious? Not really. It's okay. Long Chen smiled slightly. Shangwan Haidang nodded and said to Long Chen, You should go back. I'll handle this. The teachers from the God of War Martial Academy are probably on their way back, and someone needs to deal with this. As your teacher, I must step up. What about you? Long Chen didn't expect teacher Shangwan to support him. Don't worry. I'm not a pushover either. Today, I want them to give me an explanation. Shangwan Haitong's gaze turned fierce. It was clear that the teachers from the God of War Martial Academy had issued orders to kill Long Chen. She felt immense anger at their actions. If Long Chen's strength hadn't been superior to theirs, when she arrived, she would have only been able to collect his corpse. As his teacher, she had to demand an explanation. Just then, a bus rushed to the entrance of the academy, and 40 men and women got off. It was none other than the teachers from the God of War Martial Academy. They had gone collectively to a vacation resort. But as soon as they arrived, they received a call from students saying something terrible had happened, so they hurried back. Chapter 141. Long Chen, you're injured. Hurry back and rest. After returning to Tianhai University, Shangwan Haidang advised Long Chen. Thank you, Teacher Shangwan. No need to be so polite. I'm heading back too. Shangwan Haidang turned and walked in another direction, but Long Chen noticed her expression wasn't good. Teacher Shangwan, were you hurt just now? Long Chen hurriedly asked. How could that be? Shangwan Haidang turned back dismissively. Then why do you look so gloomy? Long Chen inquired. Shangwan Haidang sighed and said, my fiancé has come. He is currently in my dorm. Long Chen was taken aback, and then remembered that Shangwan Haidang had come here to escape her marriage. Your fiancé is here. You should be happy. Zhang Qianjia, who was nearby, hurriedly said. This is a family-arranged engagement. I don't like him at all. Why should I be happy? Shangwan Haidang snorted. Is he here too, you know? Long Chen asked with a hint of ambiguity. Get lost. Shangwan Haidang immediately glared at Long Chen and cursed. Her face slightly flushed. She was a proper young lady and would never let a man easily touch her. Even though her fiancé was here, she wouldn't let him touch her at all. Chapter 142. Let me go. Shangwan Haitong's fiancé struggled for a while, but unfortunately could not break free from Long Chen's grasp. Shouting angrily for him to let go, he felt extremely frustrated. In Long Chen's hands, apart from being bullied, he had no power to resist. Don't blame me for not warning you. Before you get married, don't come looking for my girlfriend, or I'll ruin you, Long Chen said. Then forcefully kneed Ouyang Mingtian in a sensitive area. Ouyang Mingtian screamed like a pig being slaughtered. This blow had already turned him into a eunuch. Although it was very discreet, and he would definitely not be able to find any problems at the hospital. Shangwan Haidang watched her fiancé being bullied with no sympathy at all, as she never liked him in the first place. Get out of here. Long Chen directly threw Ouyang Mingtian out of the window. You all wait for me. Ouyang Mingtian left behind a harsh remark, running away in anger. It was unclear what consequences would arise from Long Chen offending him, especially since Ouyang Mingtian was not an ordinary person. His family was definitely a prominent family in the capital. However, Long Chen didn't think about the consequences at all, as he was now a genius of the galaxy. Chapter 143. Just then, Long Chen's phone rang. It was Zhang Qianjia calling. Hello, little flower. Have you moved back? I've already moved my luggage back to the dormitory, but I'm currently at the audition site for the girl group with my classmates, so I won't be back for lunch, she said. Okay, go ahead and be careful, Long Chen advised. He had previously discussed Zhang Qianjia's desire to become a star, and there happened to be an audition for a girl group in Tianhai City. Zhang Qianjia had been preparing her materials for the past few days. See you tonight. Zhang Qianjia hung up. Long Chen didn't waste any more time and entered his training again. 2 hours later, in an office building in Tianhai City. Zhang Qianjia, I hope you seriously consider this. You might just become an overnight sensation, a man advised her. Sorry, I don't need it, Zhang Qianjia said, preparing to leave with her materials. To make it in the entertainment industry, you have to pay some price, the man insisted. Sorry, I can't accept that. As a newcomer who hasn't officially debuted, it's rare for our young master to value you. You should seize the opportunity, right? Chapter 144. Sorry, I'm unwilling. Zhang Qianjia trembled with anger. Zhang Qianjia, why do you have to be like this? If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have a chance. If you could seize this opportunity, you could really become famous. It's impossible to make money in the entertainment industry without putting in some effort, unless you're a rich girl, but you're just a rural girl. To be blunt, even if you go to Hongyan to play a minor role, you'd have to first give those with connections a chance. I'm not going down this path, and that's fine, right? It's no longer a question of whether you want to go down this path. It's that you've already caught the eye of Lan Shaojin. In this city, There isn't a woman he can't get. Even I, a somewhat well-known music producer, have to call to persuade you for his personal matters. Just imagine his power and status in this city. The more unattainable a woman is, the more he wants her. Lan Xiaojin has played with too many women. All women flock to him, and you're the only one who dares to reject him. You've already become something he must have. All right, my words end here. If you believe me, go with him to the Maldives, and how to package you afterward will be left to me. Chapter 145. Nonsense. I heard everything clearly when you answered the phone last night. Do you think I really know nothing? Long Chen said, then leaped into the building. When Lan Xiaojun saw someone running in from outside the window, he was startled. After all, it was over 30 stories high. Who the hell are you? Lan Xiaojun angrily asked. I am Long Chen. I just heard you sent someone to catch me. You can call those people back now, because I've come to your door myself, Long Chen said with a cold smile. Lan Xiaojun trembled slightly, seemingly unable to believe that Long Chen had climbed up the outer wall to the 30th floor. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. Lan Xiaojun threatened Long Chen. Do you think you have any chance of living today? Long Chen scoffed. It's impossible for today to end without bloodshed. Lan Xiaojun was not a martial artist. He was just an ordinary person. Lan Xiaojun suddenly shouted. 2 bodyguards in black rushed in. Both of them were strong inner door experts. Chapter 146. At the moment the old man lunged at him, Long Chen released his aura. The old man sensed it before he even reached Long Chen. Startled, the old man tried to retreat, but Long Chen effortlessly grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. The old man hurriedly cried out. At that moment, Lan Xiaojun was stunned, and Zhang Qianjiao was also in shock. Grandpa, what's going on? Lan Xiaojun asked incredulously, but at this moment, his grandfather had no time to answer him. His life was already in Long Chen's hands. Senior, please have mercy. Senior, spare me. The old man nearly cried in pleading, as if only at the moment when life was about to be taken did he realize its value. Do you think you still have a reason to live? Long Chen asked coldly. Senior, I really don't know what I did wrong, the old man cried out. You didn't do anything wrong. It was your grandson who did. Your grandson said there was no woman in Tianhai City he couldn't get, and today he captured my girlfriend. What do you think should happen to him? Chapter 147. Long Chen and Zhang Qianjia walked out of the building. Not long after they left, Long Chen's phone rang. He took it out and was a bit surprised. It was actually Fong Liang calling. It seemed they hadn't been in contact for a long time. Fong Liang was Long Chen's deskmate in high school and his best friend during that time. His family conditions were relatively poor, and his academic performance was also similar to Long Chen's at that time. However, he wasn't as lucky as Long Chen to get into university through connections. Fong Liang only went to a vocational college. Hello, Fong Liang, long time no see. It's been 3 months since I heard from you. Long Chen immediately picked up the call. 3 months ago, Long Chen was a punching bag, bullied by everyone. Now, 3 months later, he stood at the pinnacle of the city. Those who could bully him could be counted on one hand, if not less. Long Chen, where are you? Why haven't I seen you? Fong Liang hurriedly asked on the other end of the line. What do you mean? Long Chen frowned, feeling that Fong Liang's question was a bit confusing. No way. We didn't come to the high school reunion today. Today is the 80th anniversary of our alma mater, and our high school class is having a reunion. Didn't you know? Chapter 148. Brother Long, your old flame is here. The boys started to cheer again. Back in high school, it was these few who loved to make a fuss, always shouting Brother Long, Sister Long. But every time Wang Xiaomei would get furious and say some hurtful things about Long Chen, and they would laugh heartily. Li Qing'er also looked up at Wang Xiaomei, sighing slightly in her heart. Seeing a few male classmates teasing Long Chen again like before made her feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, she and Long Chen were considered half a couple. However, Li Qing'er didn't speak up because she knew Long Chen was not easy to provoke. Sorry, everyone. Please don't pair me with Long Chen anymore. I already have a boyfriend. Wang Xiaomei glanced at Long Chen disdainfully and announced that she had a boyfriend. The boys quickly laughed and said, Wang Xiaomei, you'll regret missing out on Brother Long exactly. Our Brother Long is a dragon among men. The boys laughed heartily. Bah, my boyfriend is an officer in the University Student Union. Long Chen isn't even fit to carry his shoes, Wang Xiaomei said proudly. Chapter 149. Everyone turned their attention to Li Qing'er, seemingly asking her what had happened with Long Chen. Li Qing'er saw the confusion on their faces and smiled. He has martial arts skills now. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. No wonder Long Chen was suddenly so impressive. It turned out he had martial arts skills. Long Chen, don't go too far. You only have a bit of martial arts skills, one classmate said angrily. Yeah, you only started practicing martial arts in college. You can only act tough in front of us, ordinary folks. One after another, they voiced their opinions. Long Chen had previously been seen as a low-tier character in their eyes, but now he had suddenly risen above them, making everyone in the class uncomfortable. They could only mock him, claiming he had just started practicing martial arts and that his strength was still weak to balance their inner displeasure. Long Chen was too lazy to waste words. These people no longer had any camaraderie, and if they could fight, then there was no need for further talk. Slap! Long Chen walked up to the first boy and slapped him. Then he moved to the next. Slap, slap, slap. One by one, he slapped those who had mocked him before. Since they had no more feelings of camaraderie towards Long Chen, why should he be polite to them? One slap each. Neither more nor less. Chapter 150. All the classmates were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Director Lon rushed up, grabbed Chao Hui, and beat him severely. In just a while, Chao Hui was already bruised and battered, with several teeth knocked out. After beating Chao Hui, Director Lon wanted to punish the other classmates as well. But Long Chen stopped him in time. All right, Director Lon, that's enough. This isn't your business. You should leave quickly. Thank you, Senior Long Chen. I'll get back to work now, Director Lon nodded. Lying on the ground, Chao Hui, with a bruised face, was filled with despair. He couldn't understand why Director Lon did this. The classmates in the class looked at Long Chen with fear. Long Chen coldly snorted and left with Fong Liang. Long Chen, how did you learn martial arts? Fong Liang hurriedly asked. Fong Liang, do you want to learn martial arts? If you do, I can teach you. Long Chen said. Of course I want to, but I have no talent. As for talent, there are ways to acquire it, but Long Chen hesitated. His essence could not only change a woman's physique, but could also change a man's, but it was much easier to change a woman than a man. Chapter 151. Brother, I am really Yang Xiaowei. Our dad is Yang Jinha. Yang Xiaowei, who was kicked into the stinking ditch, hurriedly climbed out. Yang Daowei, who had walked several steps, immediately turned back. Brother, it really is you. How did you end up like this? Yang Daowei looked at his brother's swollen face in disbelief. Yang Xiaowei cried, Brother, a graduate named Long Chen beat me up like this. Long Chen? Could it be that fool from my class? The child groom of the school, Beauty, Li Qing. It's him. After he went to college, for some reason, he suddenly had martial arts talent, and he chased away my classmate Tu Wenjing. Brother, I really regret it. I should have listened to you and got her first. Now that pig Long Chen has taken advantage of it and beaten me up like this. Brother, wait for me. I'll make him regret coming into this world. At this moment, Long Chen and Fong Liang were walking in the school, in a small bamboo grove. Just then, they heard the sounds of the opening ceremony coming from the sports field. Long Chen, the school anniversary celebration has begun. Let us go check it out, Fong Liang suggested. All right, Long Chen and Fong Liang headed straight to the sports field. Chapter 152. If you don't apologize to me, I'll hold your hands. And we'll be together until the end of time. Ha ha ha. Some students were amused by Long Chen's humor. Yang Daowei was furious enough to have his chest touch his back. At that moment, the principal walked up. Long Chen, can you give me some face? Today is the 80th anniversary celebration of our school. Long Chen looked at the principal and nodded. Since it's the principal speaking, of course, I'll give you face. After saying that, Long Chen let go of Yang Daowei. Yang Daowei felt utterly humiliated and turned to leave. Yang Daowei, where are you going? You haven't given your speech yet. The principal called out. Your speech, my ass. Yang Daowei was furious. He had been beaten up by Long Chen like this and was still expected to give a speech. The principal must be doing this on purpose. The principal sighed and said to Long Chen, because of your ruckus, Yang Daowei is unwilling to give a speech to the entire school. However, with your strength, you have clearly become the most outstanding graduate of Tianhai No. 1 High School. Could you please give a speech to the entire school? Of course. Then it's up to you. Long Chen stepped onto the podium under the gaze of all the teachers and students and began to speak confidently. Chapter 153. Young Master, please accept my condolences. Grandpa Cheng patted Long Chen's shoulder to comfort him. Who is the enemy? Long Chen clenched his fists and asked through gritted teeth. I don't know. Grandpa Cheng shook his head. At this moment, Xiaowei said, Long Chen, he is lying to you. I can tell by his eyes that he definitely knows who the enemy is, and your two cousins may not really be dead. Long Chen was shocked. Grandpa Cheng had told him the truth. Grandpa Cheng, tell me the truth. Who is the enemy? And are my two cousins really dead? Long Chen pressed. Young master, your strength is still weak. I didn't intend to tell you this to avoid you acting impulsively. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. If I know I will die, I'm not stupid enough to throw my life away, Long Chen said calmly. All right then, I'll tell you the truth. Your cousins Long Lian and Long Xian are not dead. The Ouyang family in the capital deliberately spread the news that Long Lian and Long Xian were captured to lure the remnants of the Long Chen sect to rescue them, intending to catch them all at once. If I honestly tell the young master the truth, I fear that he might impulsively rush to save Long Lian and Long Xian. Chapter 154. After Long Chen returned home, he immediately went online to search for information about the Ouyang family. He had previously heard from Murong Shuer that there was a forum in the capital called the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Forum. On this forum, one could see a lot of ancient martial arts information from Kyoto, as well as some secrets of the major forces in Kyoto. The Ouyang family, as a 1,000-year-old clan, was naturally well known in Kyoto, so Long Chen tried to see if he could find some information about them. As soon as Long Chen opened the Ancient Martial Arts Forum, he saw a post ranked first in popularity. The post read, "The Ouyang family's disciples are too ruthless. Is there no big shot to stop this from happening to defenseless women?" Long Chen immediately opened the post and saw a video. In the video, two girls around 18 or 19 years old were tied up and hanging from a large tree, surrounded by a group of people who were whipping them. The group laughed and said, "I want to see who dares to save these two bitches from the Dragon God sect. The remnants of the Dragon God sect. If no one comes soon, these two bitches will be beaten to death." Long Chen watched the video, furious. Without a doubt, the two girls being whipped were Long Lian and Long Xian. Chapter 155. The youth who was being whipped and covered in blood said, "Long Lian, I can't just watch you and Long Xian being slowly tortured to death. Even if I die, I will save you. But can you save us now? Instead, you are dying with us. Long Lian, don't say that. I can't just watch you get killed. Sigh, I don't even know how many of our Dragon God sect's disciples who escaped are still alive." On the other side, Long Xian, who was also beaten to a pulp, said, "Over the past 10 years, our enemies have been hunting us down. Perhaps most of us have already died. Maybe the three of us are the last living members of the Dragon God sect." The three of them felt a wave of sadness. The roots of the Dragon God sect had been completely severed. Just then, a shadow flew in at high speed. Long Lian, Long Xian, and a youth named Long Pu immediately saw the shadow. Another person is coming to save us. Could it be that apart from the three of us, there are others from the Dragon God sect still alive? Long Lian was taken aback. Long Pu also looked incredulous. They thought that there were hardly any surviving disciples from the Dragon God sect, yet someone had come to save them. Chapter 156. If I go to the Ouyang family's genius training camp and kill some of their talented disciples, the Ouyang family would probably be furious. Without saying a word, Long Chen prepared to find the Ouyang family's genius training camp. Long Chen learned about this from the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Forum. However, since Long Chen's time is limited, searching every mountain peak would take too long, so he could only use the heavenly and earthly infinite tracking method. Originally, the heavenly and earthly infinite tracking method could only track known objects, meaning Long Chen had to imagine a certain person's appearance in his mind before he could track their location. However, ever since Long Chen merged with Xiao Wei, the heavenly and earthly infinite tracking method could actually track unfamiliar objects. This meant that Long Chen only needed to think of the object he wanted to track to initiate the tracking. This was extremely beneficial for Long Chen. Soon, Long Chen used the heavenly and earthly infinite tracking method to locate the Ouyang family's genius training base. Without hesitation, he set off. Although it was a bit risky, it would be hard to quell his inner anger without taking revenge on the Ouyang family. Before long, Long Chen climbed over a mountain and found a training base hidden in a valley. This training base was quite secretive. If it weren't for using the heavenly and earthly infinite tracking method, it would have taken a whole day to find it. Chapter 157. Long Chen no longer focused on the Ouyang family. What was most important to him at the moment was to increase his strength and cultivate his own power. Thinking of this, Long Chen remembered Feng Liang. A few days ago, Long Chen had transferred Feng Liang to Tianhai University for easier cultivation, but he wondered if Feng Liang had arrived yet. Long Chen immediately made a phone call. "Hey Feng Liang, where are you? Have you transferred over?" Long Chen asked as soon as the call connected. "Yeah, I've transferred over. Thank you." Long Chen frowned because he sensed that Feng Liang's voice sounded a bit low. Under normal circumstances, Fong Liang should be full of energy at this moment. However, he just thanked Long Chen with a depressed tone. Fong Liang, are you in some trouble? Long Chen hurriedly asked. No, I'm fine. Fong Liang replied. We're brothers. If you have any difficulties, please be sure to tell me. Really, I'm fine, Long Chen. I won't talk to you now. I'll treat you to a meal another day. I have something to take care of, so I'll hang up. Fong Liang hurriedly hung up. Long Chen felt that Fong Liang was hiding something from him, but since he didn't want to talk about it, Long Chen didn't press further. At that moment, in a villa in Tianhai City, Fong Liang sighed. It wasn't that he wanted to hide things from Long Chen, but he didn't want to drag Long Chen into trouble because that person was someone Long Chen couldn't afford to offend. He would rather suffer a bit than pull Long Chen down with him. Chapter 158. At this moment in the Yunding Villa, the Ferris wheel had turned to the lowest point, and Dongbin was leading Fong Liang out. Honey, let us go play golf, Dongbin said to Fong Liang. Fong Liang dared not resist and followed Dongbin to the golf course. Yunding Villa was a leisure and entertainment place, generally only visited by the wealthy, so there weren't many people at the golf course. Dongbin pointed to a villa not far away and said, Honey, do you see that villa? That's mine. We won't go back tonight. We'll stay here. After saying that, Dongbin looked at Fong Liang with a lewd smile. Fong Liang's body trembled involuntarily. He knew that Dongbin had brought him here for something sinister. Sure enough, tonight Dongbin was planning to. Fong Liang felt like he wanted to die, but there was no way to resist. Let us stop playing. Let us go to the villa. About 40 minutes later, Dongbin tossed aside the golf club and pulled Fong Liang towards the nearby villa. Once inside the villa, Dongbin immediately stripped off all his clothes and said to Fong Liang, Honey, let us take a shower together. I don't need to. Fong Liang quickly shook his head. Dongbin's gaze turned cold immediately. Chapter 159. You must be very curious why he calls me young master, right? I'll tell you about this matter later, but I consider you a brother, so you must not disclose this. You are the second person in Tianhai City to know about it. Fong Liang's body trembled. Being the second person to know seemed to indicate that Long Chen trusted him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shared such a big secret with him. Long Chen, you can rest assured. I won't say anything even if I die. All right, it's not that serious. Long Chen patted Fong Liang's shoulder and said, Get in the car. Where are we going? Fong Liang asked in confusion. I just cut off that guy's ears, and his grandfather immediately called Grandpa Chung, asking him to take me to plead guilty. We're going to plead guilty right now. Fong Liang felt a bit confused. That Dongbin's grandfather is a martial arts master ranked 7th in Tianhai City, while Long Chen's grandpa Chung is ranked 10th, so logically, they shouldn't be a match. However, Fong Liang didn't ask more questions and sat in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce. Long Chen and Grandpa Chung sat in the back seat. At this moment, at the Dong family in Tianhai City, Dongbin was kneeling in front of an old man, crying out, Grandpa, you must stand up for me. That bastard Long Chen cut off both my ears without a word and threw them into the sky. I can't even pick them up. Chapter 160. Senior, please spare my grandson. I killed him in front of you, begging you to spare me. Dong Yinshao said while kowtowing. Dongbin, standing to the side, immediately shouted, Grandpa, I don't want to die. Even if you don't want to die, you must die. I don't have a grandson like you. Go on your way. After saying this, Dong Yinshao slapped Dongbin on the head, and instantly, Dongbin's brain burst, dying tragically on the spot. Fong Liang was so scared he almost screamed. Indeed, when disaster strikes, even a grandson is useless. Senior Long Chen, please spare my life. After killing Dongbin, Dong Yinshao knelt in front of Long Chen again. Grandpa Chung, do you think I should spare him? Long Chen turned to look at Chung Chongwei. If Grandpa Chung said to kill him, then Long Chen would do so. Forget it. Let's spare him this time. Grandpa Chung sighed. Being one of the top 10 masters, he felt somewhat sympathetic towards Dong Yinshao. Since my Grandpa Chung said to spare you, then I will spare you. Thank you, Senior Long Chen. Thank you, Brother Chung Chongwei. Dong Yinshao repeatedly bowed. Let's go. Long Chen was too lazy to stay any longer. Smiled at Fong Liang and walked out of the main hall first. Chung Chongwei and Fong Liang followed him out. Dong Yinshao sat down on the ground, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Chapter 161. Chung Chongwei immediately frowned. Who's your captain? Lu Jinfeng. Her grandmother is Huang Chunhua. You know Huang Chunhua very well, right? Huang Chunhua. Chung Chongwei felt a bit annoyed. Of course, he knew her. Huang Chunhua, like him, is one of the top 10 martial arts masters in Tianhai City, ranked 6th. All right, Grandpa, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going outside to see. I haven't seen junior brother Long Chen in a long time. Chung Sini hung up the phone. Chung Chongwei sighed, seeming a bit worried. He wasn't worried about Long Chen being beaten by Huang Chunhua, but rather that Long Chen might beat Huang Chunhua, and if he continued to defeat the top 10 masters, it would eventually cause a stir in Tianhai City, making it very unfavorable for the young master to keep his identity a secret. At this moment, Long Chen and Fong Liang arrived at the entrance of the Divine Catcher Bureau. Fong Liang opened his mouth to ask Long Chen something, but didn't say anything, silently following behind Long Chen. Stop. We'll let you in. This is the Divine Catcher Bureau. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. At this time, several security guards stopped Long Chen. I'm looking for Chung Sini. Can you help me notify her? Long Chen pleaded. Chapter 162. Not far away. Several security guards gasped in disbelief, especially the head of the security team. Lu Zhenfeng, since you're asking for it, today I'll grant you your wish. After saying this, Long Chen threw Lu Zhenfeng hard to the ground, and Lu Zhenfeng screamed in agony, losing all his teeth. Long Chen raised his foot, intending to stomp on his leg, but Chung Sini hurriedly stopped him. Junior brother Long Chen, please don't be impulsive. Although Chung Sini was shocked by Long Chen's strength, Lu Zhenfeng's grandmother was one of the top 10 masters. Long Chen warned the screaming Lu Zhenfeng on the ground. This time, I'll spare you, for Chung Sini's sake. If you dare to mess with her again, think about the consequences. Long Chen's face turned cold. After all, several of the top 10 masters in Tianhai City had already been dealt with by Long Chen, so he wasn't afraid of adding Lu Zhenfeng's grandmother to the list. Lu Zhenfeng looked at Long Chen with anger, never expecting that Long Chen would be so powerful that even he, the captain, was not a match. Long Chen then said to Lu Zhenfeng, don't have any designs on Chung Sini in the future. My master has already said he wants to betroth Chung Sini to me. If you dare to have any thoughts about her again, just wait. Chapter 163. At this moment at the Lu family in Tianhai City, an old woman with brows furrowed in jealousy said, I didn't expect that old brat Chung Chongwei would take in such a talented disciple. Beside her stood a young man who was crying. Grandma, you must stand up for me. I almost got crippled by that Long Chen today. All right, what kind of man cries like this? You're 36 years old, and your strength is less than that of a college student. How can you still have the face to cry? The old woman scolded angrily for not living up to expectations. This old woman was none other than Huang Chunhua, the 6th-ranked martial arts master in Tianhai City. She had high hopes for her grandson, but every time she heard that someone surpassed him, she felt extremely uncomfortable. For example, 3 years ago, there was a young man named Wang Hua whose talent surpassed her grandson's. So on a dark and windy night, she killed Wang Hua. Similarly, a year ago, a talented young man from a small family in Tianhai City, younger than her grandson, but with much greater talent, also met the same fate on a dark and windy night, eliminating the hope of the small family rising. Chapter 164. Around evening, Long Chen stopped practicing martial arts. He took out his phone to check the time. At this time, he saw a message from WeChat. Opening WeChat, it was a message from Zhang Qinjia. Chen, this person wants to kill you. I've been captured by her. Call me back immediately after seeing this message. Long Chen's brow furrowed as he looked at the photo of an old woman sent by Zhang Qinjia. He didn't recognize her and wondered why she wanted to kill him. Long Chen immediately dialed Zhang Qinjia's number. Hello, Zaiwa, where are you now? Long Chen hurriedly asked. I don't know where I am. Did you see the message I sent? That old woman said she wants to kill you. Where's that old woman? She was just here, but now she is gone. I'm locked in a grand hall. Don't worry, I'll come to rescue you right away. Long Chen said, filled with anger. MHM. Long Chen immediately called Chung Chongwei to ask who that old woman was. Young master, that old woman is Huang Chunhua. Chung Chongwei said immediately. So it's her. Lu Zhenfeng's grandmother. Long Chen instantly became furious. Young master, Huang Chunhua is someone with a severe jealousy complex. Several geniuses have been killed by her on dark and windy nights because they were stronger than her grandson. If I'm not mistaken, she is also jealous of you. Chapter 165. Long Chen had already subdued them all. Chen, you're not really going to kill them, are you? Zhang Qinjia asked. Otherwise, what do you think? Today, all of them are going to die. However, I am still merciful. I will only kill those above the inner door realm. When that old woman returns, I will kill them one by one in front of her. Zhang Qinjia trembled slightly. She felt a bit scared looking at Long Chen. About 2 hours later, a luxury car arrived at the foot of the mountain, and on it were Huang Chunhua and her grandson Lu Zhenfeng. Grandma, thank you for taking me to meet the seniors from the provincial city today. It has truly benefited me a lot. No need to mention it. Back when I ventured into the martial world, I had a very good relationship with Granny Lee. The reason I wanted you to meet her today is actually to see if you and her granddaughter have any fate together. Upon hearing his grandmother say she would introduce him to a young lady from the provincial city, Lu Zhenfeng was instantly overjoyed. However, when he thought of Chung Sini, he felt a bit unwilling. Chung Sini was so beautiful, yet he had no chance to be with her. It was really too disappointing. Huang Chunhua seemed to see what her grandson was thinking and said with a smile, "You are thinking about Chung Changwei's granddaughter, right? How could she be worthy of you?" Chapter 166. Long Chen, let's leave quickly. What the police come? Zhang Qianjiao looked at the corpses lying all over the main hall, appearing somewhat frightened. Let's go through the back door. Long Chen carried Zhang Qianjiao and leaped out through the back door, entering the forest. Will the police come after you? Zhang Qianjiao hurriedly asked. No need to worry. This matter falls under martial arts disputes. Even if they want to intervene, it will be the Divine Capture Bureau that handles it. Let me call Grandpa Chung. Long Chen immediately dialed Chung Changwei's number. Young master, don't worry. In the martial world, it's always survival of the fittest. Just return to school as if nothing happened. How will the Liu family handle this? Long Chen asked, knowing he had wiped out all those above the inner door realm in the Liu family, leaving them with a mess. Once Huang Chunhua is dead, all the major forces in Tianhai City will definitely divide the Liu family's assets. Even tonight, once the lower-level members of the Liu family learn of Huang Chunhua's death, they will quickly take away whatever property they can. The entire Liu family will be completely shattered. Even I plan to go take a look tomorrow to see if I can get a piece of the pie. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Reality was indeed cruel. Chapter 167. All right, Li Qing'er, practice on the side. Li Qing'er immediately went to the side to practice, while Long Chen stood by and watched. However, in his mind, he was communicating with Xiao Wei. When will she awaken the seven-colored phoenix bloodline? Long Chen asked. I'm not sure. I think when the colors on her body can change among 7 variations, that will indicate she is about to awaken the 7-colored phoenix bloodline. Right now, she only has 3 colors. Long Chen nodded, feeling somewhat bitter. He didn't know what the future held for him and Li Qing'er. However, Long Chen didn't want to overthink it, one day at a time. The morning ended like that. And Li Qing'er had already mastered the first move of the 9 absolute divine art. This left Long Chen somewhat dumbfounded. If she continued like this, she might really rise against the heavens. All right, Li Qing'er, let's stop for today. You can go back and practice slowly. Long Chen saw that it was already noon and called it a day. Master, can I treat you to lunch? Li Qing'er suddenly invited. No need. Master, I'm already your disciple. Why can't you let me know your true identity? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone. Li Qing'er insisted. Chapter 168. You're back. Li Wanzhou hurriedly asked when he saw Long Chen walk in. Long Chen nodded and asked, Dad, why do you look so bad? What happened? Just got mad at that galaxy genius. Li Wanzhou scolded angrily. Galaxy genius? Long Chen pretended to be surprised. Today, Qing'er came back and said that the galaxy genius might like her, so they called you back tonight to clarify your relationship with Qing'er. Long Chen responded with an "oh" and a bitter smile. I'll listen to Dad. Whatever you say goes. Long Chen said. Of course, I support you. No matter how outstanding that galaxy genius is, I don't want her. No matter what they say later, don't worry about it. Okay. Long Chen nodded. Just then, his mother-in-law walked out and immediately said to Long Chen, you're back just in time. From now on, you and Qing'er will be siblings. Is it because of the galaxy genius? Long Chen asked with a cold smile. In any case, you and Qing'er are no longer a married couple. You can only address each other as siblings from now on. Long Chen said, I'll listen to Dad. If Dad wants me to be siblings, then I'll be siblings. Long Chen, don't be ungrateful. Now that the galaxy genius likes Qing'er, if you truly care for her, you should let her find a better man. Chun Xiaoyan said angrily. Chapter 169. Originally, Chung Changwei also wanted to let it go. Since Su Xinhai wanted to grab it, let him take it. He only needed to get back the more than 1 billion he invested. However, what infuriated Chung Changwei was that Su Xinhai actually did not plan to return the money he invested. Moreover, his attitude was very arrogant. So that evening, Chung Changwei went to find Su Xinhai in a fit of rage. Chung Changwei, get out of here right now. Su Xinhai shouted at Chung Changwei. Chung Changwei clenched his fists tightly. Su Xinhai, don't go too far. Since you want this unfinished building, I've already given it to you. You only need to return my investment. But you actually want to swallow it like this. Aren't you being too tyrannical? Cheng Changwei, my patience has limits. If you dare to cause trouble in my family again, let me tell you, the Liu family's fate will probably be the same as yours, Su Xinhai threatened Cheng Changwei. Cheng Changwei was extremely furious. The reason the Liu family was destroyed was because of Long Chen, and now, when it came time to share the benefits, he got the least. It was already bad enough, and now it was being taken from him. Get out of here right now, Su Xinhai shouted. Cheng Changwei lost control and immediately threw a punch. Chapter 170. Who are you? Su Xinhai asked with a pale face. A dying person. Why do you ask so clearly? Long Chen said coldly. Dying person? Yes, you are about to die. What have I done to offend you? I don't remember knowing you, Su Xinhai said, suppressing his anger. If it weren't for his inability to discern Long Chen's true strength, he would have attacked long ago. Master, stop hiding. Come out. Long Chen called out. And Cheng Changwei walked out from the corner. Cheng Changwei, it's actually you. Su Xinhai shouted in surprise. Su Xinhai, relying on your strength to bully me like this. Today my family's young master will definitely not let you go. This is all your own doing, Cheng Changwei said coldly. Your family's young master? That's right. The young man standing in front of you is my family's young master. He is from the Kunlun realm, and by the way, Huang Chunhua was killed by him. Upon hearing this, Su Xinhai trembled and looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Blow. Keep blowing, Cheng Changwei. Do you think you can scare me just because you found a stooge? Su Xinhai hummed in his heart, feeling a bit uncertain. He didn't quite believe that a young man like Long Chen had that kind of ability. It was very likely that Cheng Changwei had found someone to intimidate him. Chapter 171, right? I have 4 rooms at home, and 3 of them are still empty. Long Chen was a bit puzzled and asked why he wanted to know this. Long Chen, can I stay at your place for a night? Haidang asked a bit shyly. You want to stay at my place? Why? Isn't your teacher's apartment pretty good? Long Chen frowned. Just say whether you agree or not. It's just for one night. Of course, no problem. I'll send you the address. You can come over by yourself. Just enter through the alley at the back gate of Tianhai University. Long Chen sent a location to Shangwan Haidang. About 10 minutes later, Shangwan Haidang arrived at Long Chen's place with a few changes of clothes. Teacher Shangwan, what happened? Long Chen quickly asked after opening the door. Let's talk inside. By the way, are you living alone? Of course, I'm by myself. What about your girlfriend, Zhang Qianjia? She's in the university dormitory. After she was taken away by the student council of the War God Martial Academy last time, I had her move back. Shangwan Haidang nodded and walked into Long Chen's living room. Teacher Shangwan, did you encounter some trouble? Long Chen pressed on. Shangwan Haidang sighed and said to Long Chen, do you remember I told you my fiancé came here from Kyoto to find me? Chapter 172, Teacher Shangwan, what happened? Long Chen shouted. However, there was no response from inside. Teacher Shangwan, say something. Long Chen shouted a few more times, but still did not hear any answer from Teacher Shangwan. He had no choice but to open the bathroom door and walked in, only to see Shangwan Haidang lying on the floor. Long Chen immediately realized that the water heater had leaked electricity, causing Teacher Shangwan to be electrocuted. Damn, Long Chen was speechless. He hurried to turn off the electricity, but suddenly realized a problem. He seemed to not know where the distribution box of his house was. Helpless, Long Chen could only pull Shangwan Haidang up by hand. Just then, the current flowed into Long Chen's body. Long Chen thought he would also be electrocuted, but to his surprise, at the moment the current touched him, he suddenly felt a wave of comfort, as if his body was absorbing the electrical energy. What's going on? Xiaowei, speak up, Long Chen asked in shock. Not only was he not electrocuted, but it seemed like he was absorbing electricity. I don't know either. This clearly isn't my problem. Xiaowei also looked confused. If it's not your problem, then could it be because of the strong dragon training technique I practiced? Not only does it not fear electricity, but it can also absorb it. Chapter 173, the middle-aged man that Long Chen did not recognize, but it was obvious without guessing that he was definitely an elder from the Ouyang family. Long Chen could see that his martial arts realm had also reached the early stage of the innate realm. At just over 40 years old, he had reached the early innate stage. It seemed this elder had some talent. However, Long Chen was a bit puzzled. Didn't T. Shangwan Haidang say that 4 elders from the Ouyang family came? How come there's only one now? Haidang, hurry up and open the door. Ouyang Mingtian shouted at the entrance of Shangwan Haidang's apartment. However, there was no response. Nephew, she wouldn't TB out, would she? The middle-aged elder asked. She shouldn't TB. Then hurry up and climb over the wall. Don't waste time waiting for her. This time the family sent us several elders here, mainly to track down the remnants of the Dragon God sect. Your matter with that so-called galaxy genius is just a small issue. Ouyang Mingtian nodded and was about to climb over the wall when a voice came from behind. No need to climb over the wall. She isn't here. Long Chen said. Who? Ouyang Mingtian and the middle-aged man turned sharply to look at Long Chen. Who the hell are you? How do you know Shangwan Haidang isn't here? Ouyang Mingtian immediately questioned Long Chen, who was now facing him in his true form. So he didn't recognize him. Chapter 174. After Long Chen left Zhongshan Park, he returned to his residence. At this moment, in the capital city, the Ouyang family, an extremely powerful old man, looked at the crowd of clan members standing in the main hall and said, Fellow clan members, I just received news that Ouyang Fa and Ouyang Mingtian were killed in Tianhai City, and the ones who killed them were indeed the remnants of the Dragon God sect. Suddenly, everyone in the hall roared in anger. Clan leader, send me to Tianhai City. Clan leader, if this person isn't killed, what dignity does our Ouyang family have left? Countless Ouyang family members roared angrily in the hall. Everyone be quiet. The remnants of the Dragon God sect must be killed. And the reason for gathering everyone today is to inform you of this matter. However, going to exterminate the remnants of the Dragon God sect is clearly not a task that ordinary disciples can handle. I've already sent the 8th elder of the family to lead 5 mid-level elders to Tianhai City, plus the 3 elders who are already in Tianhai City. A total of 9 elders there. This time, even if we have to turn Tianhai City upside down, we must find the remnants of the Dragon God sect. The clan leader of the Ouyang family gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to personally lead the team to Tianhai City. But recently the Ouyang family had been secretly ridiculed by many forces in the capital city. A mere remnant of the Dragon God sect had caused their family such heavy losses. If he, the clan leader, personally led the team, he didn't know how he would be mocked. Chapter 175 now. We can only rely on Lan Qigong and Dong Yunxiao as conscience to see if they will let it slip. Long Chen shook his head and said, I cannot leave my fate in their conscience. I must take the initiative to reveal myself and then lead them away, making them think I'm not living in Tianhai City, but just happen to be in Tianhai City. This way, they won't chase after me in Tianhai City. Without saying a word, Long Chen immediately activated the Heavenly and Earthly Infinite tracking technique. Heavenly and Earthly Infinite track the location of the Ouyang family members. Long Chen silently thought. The next second, Long Chen's eyes saw a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, where a conference room was currently occupied by 9 innate-level strong individuals. Among these 9 strong individuals, one of them was very powerful, and even Long Chen felt a sense of dread when he saw him through the tracking technique. Long Chen, this person is probably at the peak of the innate realm. With this level of strength, you would likely be killed with just one hit. Xiaowei said. Long Chen nodded. Now that he and Xiaowei had merged, using the invisibility technique, he could contend with someone at the early innate level. Even if he added electrical energy, he could at most contend with someone at the mid-innate level. Chapter 176. Alright. Long Chen's heart was also trembling a bit. He could no longer deal with strong individuals at the late innate realm. To be precise, if 2 mid-innate level individuals appear at the same time, Long Chen would undoubtedly die. It seemed he really couldn't be too careless. However, fortunately, Long Chen had Xiaowei. At this moment, Xiaowei was invisible beside them, and they could not detect her, while Long Chen could obtain their information at any time. Ouyang Ku and Ouyang Shueizhu have been in the bathroom for so long. What is going on? At this moment, one of the elders asked, Could something have happened? The 8th elder of the Ouyang family changed his expression and hurriedly said, Quick, go check the bathroom for me. Thus, the remaining 7 quickly headed towards the bathroom, which was located in the middle of the hotel corridor. Xiaowei immediately sent a message to Long Chen. The 7 of them went to the bathroom at the same time. Have you left yet? Don't worry. I've already left far away. The 7 elders of the Ouyang family arrived at the bathroom and immediately saw Ouyang Shueizhu lying on the ground. They were completely stunned. Just a minute ago, Ouyang Shueizhu was alive, and now he was lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, another elder shouted, Ouyang Ku. Chapter 177. Xiaowei stood by the bathroom window and shouted, Ouyang family, I'm here. The 6 people who were about to follow Long Chen's trail immediately stopped and looked towards the bathroom window, where they could see a shadow of a person. However, this time they did not immediately run back. 8th elder, what should we do? There is indeed someone there. I just saw a shadow, and it's a woman. The remnants of the Dragon God sect are actually a woman. The 8th elder of the Ouyang family instructed, we must not act alone now, especially those in the early innate stage. If I'm not mistaken, the remnants of the Dragon God sect are at the early to mid innate stage. Here's the plan. The 2 of you in the early innate stage follow me back to the bathroom, and the 3 of you in the mid innate stage follow the trail ahead. Understood. Thus, they split into 2 groups, with the 8th elder taking 2 in the early innate stage back to where Xiao Wei was in the bathroom, while the other 3 continued to pursue Long Chen's trail. Long Chen, be careful. They split into 2 groups. The 3 in the mid-innate stage are coming after you. Xiao Wei messaged. Xiao Wei, come to me right now. Let us combine our strength and take down those 3 in the mid-innate stage. Chapter 178. Long Chen returned home as if nothing had happened. However, this incident was destined to spread throughout the capital. Sure enough, half a day later, the entire capital had heard that 6 elders of the Ouyang family were killed by the remnants of the Dragon God sect in Tianhai City. And the Ouyang family once again became the subject of ridicule for countless people. In Tianhai City, however, very few knew about this matter. Apart from a few masters like Changwei, almost no one was aware. Long Chen's life returned to calm. He attended classes during the day and practiced or wrote at home in the evenings, of course, still helping Feng Liang unleash his potential every day. All right, today will be the last time I use the Xianyuan Divine Needle on you. It's been over a week, and your physical potential has been completely unleashed, Long Chen said to Feng Liang, who was shirtless. They could have ended this 5 days ago, but Long Chen extended it for an additional 5 days to fully unleash his potential. Thank you, brother Long Chen. I can feel it myself. I haven't even started training yet, and I already feel powerful, Feng Liang said. All right, I will officially teach you martial arts now. I have a martial arts manual here called Heavenly Might Divine Fist, which is very suitable for you, Long Chen said, taking out a handwritten manual and handing it to Feng Liang. Chapter 179. Time flew by, and soon the day of the Tianhai City Martial Arts student competition arrived. Early in the morning, the principal shouted at Long Chen's door. Long Chen, get up quickly, it's time to set off. Long Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, opened the door, and said with some annoyance, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. Do we really need to get up this early? The martial arts student competition starts at 8 o'clock sharp. It's almost 7 now, and you haven't gotten up yet. By the time you brush your teeth and wash your face and have breakfast, you probably won't make it in time. It takes at least half an hour to get to the competition venue from our school. Long Chen acknowledged that indeed wasn't early anymore. He stopped dragging his feet and immediately brushed his teeth and washed his face. Fortunately, Xiao Wei had woken up early to prepare millet porridge for him. After hurriedly finishing breakfast, Long Chen got into the principal's Audi A8L. The students of the Martial Arts Academy had already set off. After the car started, the principal said, "Where is the competition being held?" Long Chen asked, listlessly. In the Tianhai City Sports Center, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people. All martial arts students from Tianhai City will be there along with some family members, etc. By the way, do you have any family members coming to cheer for you? Chapter 180. I thought my name had spread beyond the school. Long Chen laughed. Yi Yin sneered. Although I haven't heard of you. I've heard Tang Rui mention you these past couple of days. I heard you dated Xiao Xiao for a few days. Long Chen nodded. Yeah, we dated for a few days. Yi Yin said disdainfully. With you? It's a good thing you only dated for a few days. Otherwise, it would really be a waste. Although we only dated for a few days, Xiao Xiao's first kiss is already mine, so it's not like those few days were in vain. Long Chen smiled and deliberately said this in front of Yi Yun, about how he had taken Tang Xiao Xiao's first kiss. Sure enough, Yi Yun's expression turned extremely ugly. The fact that Tang Xiao Xiao had dated Long Chen for a few days already made him unable to accept it. Now hearing that Long Chen had even taken her first kiss, Yi Yun felt furious. Tang Rui also angrily said, Long Chen, stop talking nonsense. Long Chen didn't want to say more, as he still had to consider Tang Xiao Xiao's feelings, even though she didn't show any displeasure at that moment. Long Chen decided to stop talking and turned to leave. Wait, Yi Yin shouted. Is there anything else? Chapter 181. At that moment, a judge hurriedly ran over. Student, the competition cannot harm the body or life. Don't worry, I won't harm his body or life, Long Chen said before directly kicking Yi Yin out of the ring. The audience erupted in an uproar. Tang Xiao Xiao's grandfather and her cousin had extremely ugly expressions. They initially thought Long Chen and Yi Yin were not on the same level, But now Long Chen had slapped him in the face hard. This bastard! How is his talent so strong? Tang Rue cursed inwardly, feeling very frustrated. Soon, only 10 people remained on the stage. I announced that the 10 people standing on the stage have entered the top 10, the judge shouted, and the audience cheered. Next, we will proceed. Before the judge could finish speaking, a staff member walked over to him and whispered a few words in his ear. The judge's expression changed, and he picked up the microphone and shouted, "Everyone, the competition will be paused for a moment to announce some explosive news." All the audience frowned, confused about what the explosive news could be. Just now, student Jiang Xiaoxia has stepped into the peak of the outer gate realm, the judge said in shock. Chapter 182. Yes, I'm Long Chen from the Tianhai University Martial Arts Institute. Good. I remember you. Jiang Xiaoxia looked at Long Chen and snorted slightly, not knowing what she meant by remembering Long Chen, whether it was a threat or something else. It's really ridiculous. A peak outer sect cultivator acts as if he has become one of the top 10 masters in Tianhai City and still has the audacity to say, "Remember me." Am I afraid you'll remember? Long Chen said mockingly. Jiang Xiaoxia's gaze turned cold. He had noticed that Long Chen didn't come to congratulate him, but that was his own business. However, this guy's jealousy was too strong, daring to speak disrespectfully to him. Didn't he notice that even Senior Liang Xiaoqi hurried over from the podium to build a relationship with him after hearing he had reached the peak of the outer sect? At this moment, Senior Liang Xiaoqi said to Long Chen, "Long Chen, as a martial artist, you must have a broad mind. Only then can you go far. I admit that delaying the competition is wrong. But Jiang Xiaxia is the first student in 20 years in Tianhai City to reach the peak of the outer sect during his college years. He deserves our half-hour pause to celebrate him. It's also a celebration for us as we gain another talent for Tianhai City." Yet you, out of jealousy, not only refused to congratulate him, but also spoke sarcastically. I can only tell you that your martial arts cultivation still has room for improvement. Chapter 183. The referee quickly flattered Long Chen, repeating everything he had just said to Jiang Xiaxia. The few geniuses who were originally fighting for seats also stopped, running over to Long Chen, showering him with admiration. The competition, which had just started, was paused again, and the previous scene repeated itself. Only this time Jiang Xiaxia was replaced by Long Chen. By the way, Long Chen, may I ask how old you were this year? When did you reach the great perfection of the outer sect? The referee asked with a flattering expression. I'm 20 this year, and I reached the great perfection of the outer sect about half a month ago. Long Chen casually pulled the time out of thin air. Wow. Everyone gasped when they heard that Long Chen reached the great perfection of the outer sect at 20. Jiang Xiaxia, who was 21 this year, was only at the peak of the outer sect, not even in the same league as Long Chen. Now, I announce that Long Chen has won first place in this college martial arts competition. The referee immediately declared loudly, as if he were flattering him. The audience erupted in cheers. Since I'm already first, I won't disturb them on the stage anymore, Long Chen said as he stepped down, with many reporters from Tianhai City rushing over with cameras and microphones. Chapter 184. After leaving the gymnasium, Long Chen returned to school. Meanwhile, the mayor and others returned to the conference room to continue the meeting. Comrades, before we continue the meeting, I have a proposal, the mayor said as he looked at the leaders in the conference room. As everyone has just seen, Long Chen is so young and has reached the great perfection of the outer sect. This is not only his personal glory, but also the glory of Tianhai City. I plan to promote Long Chen as a model for martial arts education in Tianhai City. What do you all think? The mayor asked. I agree. This will not only improve the image of Tianhai City, but also encourage local martial arts students, especially those with exceptional talent, to stay here instead of running to big cities. Long Chen's emergence will show those who wish to go to the capital or other major cities that our local martial arts schools can also nurture genius. Yes, not only that, but we should also reward Long Chen with 500 million from the city budget so everyone can see this and encourage local martial arts talents. This suggestion is excellent. Tianhai City has long lacked a genius model, and Long Chen is a great example. Chapter 185. Really? You know it in your heart. Li Qing'er snorted and was too lazy to talk to Long Chen any longer. Soon, they arrived at the only 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. Long Chen was not unfamiliar with this 5-star hotel. Just a few days ago, he had killed 6 elders of the Ouyang family here. Soon, the Li family gathered in the luxurious restaurant of the 5-star hotel. Over 100 members of the Li family were all smiling, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Long Chen was invited to sit at the main table. Initially, Long Chen didn't want to sit at the main table, but everyone insisted he take the most honored seat. So he had no choice. Even Li Qing'er was pulled to sit next to Long Chen, due to her status as a genius. She didn't want to be too close to Long Chen, but at that moment, she felt a bit helpless. Throughout the banquet, members of the Li family kept coming to toast. Long Chen felt helpless. Although he didn't like these people, he could only drink for the sake of his father-in-law's face. Halfway through the banquet, the television hanging on the wall of the hall began to broadcast local news. Good evening, viewers. Today, the 31st Martial Arts Student Competition in Tianhai City has officially commenced. Long Chen from Tianhai University Martial Arts College has won first place in this competition. Moreover, Long Chen has reached the great perfection of the outer sect during his college years, becoming the first martial arts student with such talent recorded in our city. The municipal committee and government have decided to award Long Chen 500 million in cash to support his future cultivation. Please see the reports from the Shanchang. Chapter 186. Soon, the banquet concluded, and everyone left the hotel. Long Chen also returned to his residence at school. Originally, Li Wanzhou wanted Long Chen to go home, but Long Chen refused. After returning home, Long Chen found the lights on, as if someone was there. As he walked into the living room, he saw Zhang Qianjia mopping the floor in his house. Xiao Hua Hua. Didn't I tell you not to come out when I'm not here? What, there's danger? Long Chen hurriedly said. There's not that much danger. I only come out every few days now. By the way, I saw your news while eating in the cafeteria this evening. Congratulations on becoming Tianhai City's top genius college student. But such a big thing, why didn't you say anything? Otherwise, I would have gone to scene to cheer for you. Hee, you guys think it's a big deal, but to me, it's just a small matter. Zhang Qianjia rolled her eyes in response. I'm going to take a shower now, Long Chen said. Zhang Qianjia's body trembled slightly as she blushed and said, Why are you taking shower? You know very well. It's been about a week, right? Long Chen said with a bit of excitement. What do you mean a week? Although Zhang Qianjia had long understood, she pretended not to know, bending over to mop the floor while blushing. Chapter 187. Long Chen. It seems you really think that just because you have some talent, you've floated up to the sky, and Yin snorted heavily at Long Chen. Senior and Yin, are you trying to force me to be with your granddaughter? Long Chen asked. Long Chen, you should feel honored for this. It's rare for my granddaughter to take a liking to you. I'm giving you another chance, Senior and Yin said coldly. The principal quickly added, Long Chen, you should think carefully before you speak. Such a good opportunity. If you miss it, it would be a pity. Long Chen felt a bit angry inside and said to Yin, Senior Yin, I have a few private words I want to share with you. Can you come with me to an empty classroom? And Yin frowned slightly, unsure of what Long Chen was up to. Just say it face to face. No, I still want to speak to you privately. Let's go to an empty classroom where no one is having class. Long Chen turned and walked towards the teaching building, where most of the first floor was filled with empty classrooms. Long Chen reached the first empty classroom. Senior and Yin hesitated for a moment before following him in. Long Chen closed the classroom door. What exactly do you want to say privately? Senior and Yin asked impatiently. Chapter 188. Long Chen walked out his front door. Long Chen, hurry up. Zhongshan Park is already packed. Everyone is waiting for you. The principal shouted loudly when he saw Long Chen come out. Did I say I was going? Long Chen looked at the principal, feeling a bit annoyed that he was shouting so early in the morning. You're not going? Fine. Next time just call directly if there's something. Don't shout my door. You're the principal. After all, pay attention to your image. Okay, I'm sorry. I actually wanted to drive you there. The principal smiled awkwardly. Indeed, it wasn't good for him to act like a little follower as the principal. All right, let's go. Long Chen got into the principal's car and headed straight for Zhongshan Park. Zhongshan Park was indeed crowded. Long Chen glanced at the time. It was only 8:30. It seemed people in Tianhai City lived too leisurely. When Long Chen arrived, many citizens rushed over. The principal acted as Long Chen's vanguard, shouting for people to make way. A reporter rushed up. Long Chen, do you have confidence in yourself? Long Chen did not answer. He didn't want to add any more heat to the situation. Otherwise, when he went out shopping, he would be followed by people taking pictures of him with their phones. How could he live like that? He couldn't possibly wear a mask every time and wrap himself up tightly like those celebrities. Chapter 189. Crawl onto my pants, and I'll let you go this time. Ma Yong ordered. Ma Yong, are you serious in front of so many people? Long Chen asked angrily. Of course, I'm serious. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky and running into me at this time. Last time, I was humiliated by the genius of the galaxy. Can I not vent my frustrations on you today? The weak must pay the price. You're looking for death. Long Chen's gaze turned cold. You defeated opponent. You're not even my match. Does it make sense for you to say such things to me? By the way, I'm going to fight the genius of the galaxy next. I'll make him crawl under my pants too. Ma Yong seemed overly confident. Long Chen snorted. Wasn't the last time you were beaten badly enough? Ma Yong was enraged after being hit where it hurt. Last time I was at the peak of the outer door realm, and now I've broken through to the great perfection of the outer door realm. If I'm not mistaken, the genius of the galaxy is also only at the great perfection of the outer door realm. Now that we're at the same level, who is strong and who is weak is still uncertain. Don't change the subject. Come over and crawl under my pants immediately, or you won't leave Zhongshan Park today. Very well, you. At this moment, a hand landed on Long Chen's shoulder, telling him, you can go down now. Chapter 190. Ma Yong fell to the ground, filled with rage, and looked up at Long Chen. At that moment, he finally understood that it wasn't that he was so strong. It was that Long Chen was pretending to be weak. He thought he was truly powerful and was even thinking that the next person he was going to beat up was the genius of the galaxy. The audience at the scene was also filled with shock. They had been very disappointed in Long Chen just now. In the past few days, the TV station had praised Long Chen to the heavens, so everyone had high expectations for him. Yet, he couldn't even withstand one move from Ma Yong. Now everyone finally realized that Long Chen had been pretending. Ha ha ha, I told you, Long Chen would never let me down. Li Wanzhou laughed happily. Shangguan Haidang was also speechless. She had never seen someone pretend to be weak on purpose to avoid attention. However, while everyone was speechless, their faces were filled with smiles. Long Chen, I don't believe you're pretending. After Ma Yong finished speaking, he leaped up from the ground, using his strongest move to pounce at Long Chen. Bang! Long Chen immediately kicked up from above, fiercely sweeping at Ma Yong's neck, causing him to be slammed onto a large stone like a basketball. Chapter 191. After Long Chen finished his call with the mayor, he called Fong Liang to check on his situation. Fong Liang was practicing martial arts at home. In just a few days, he had already mastered the first layer of the heavenly might divine fist that Long Chen had taught him. Long Chen chuckled. Fong Liang had now become a martial arts prodigy. Given time, Fong Liang would definitely become Long Chen's right-hand man. Long Chen didn't want to disturb Fong Liang's practice, as he had originally wanted to invite him out to meet. Putting down his phone, Long Chen saw that in the villa's yard, Li Qing'er was practicing martial arts, specifically the 9 absolute divine art that Long Chen had taught her. The 9 absolute divine art was very powerful. It could almost be said to be on par with Long Chen's strong dragon body refining technique. In the memory of the Black Mountain ancestor, the 9 absolute divine art was also top tier. Yay, I've mastered the second absolute. At that moment, Li Qing'er excitedly shouted. Long Chen stood by, silently watching, and he was also a bit shocked. Li Qing'er's talent was indeed extraordinary. The 9 absolute divine art was such a top-tier martial art, and she had actually mastered the second absolute in just about a week. Moreover, Long Chen noticed that Li Qing'er's martial arts realm had also broken through to the early stage of the outer door realm. Chapter 192. How old is your daughter? Long Chen asked. 3 years younger than Qing'er. She's currently in her senior year of high school. So grown up. Long Chen was a bit surprised. Do you look down on me? I betrayed this family and Chen Xiaolian. I'm just a scumbag. Li Wanzhou said with a self-deprecating smile. How could that be? Long Chen felt a bit guilty inside. He was with Zhang Qianjia, while also having a close relationship with Tu Wenjing and Murong Schwerer. If anyone were to be called a scumbag, Long Chen felt he was the one. However, a capable man can't possibly have only one woman. Even if he only has one on the surface, he must have slept with several secretly. Long Chen could only comfort himself with such thoughts. That's how society is. Her name is Yang Wan. She follows her mother's surname. Her personality is completely different from Qing'er. She is very calm and unperturbed, and her daily life is very simple. She never chases stars or does anything unnecessary, as if nothing in this world could capture her attention. Li Wanzhou smiled when he spoke about that daughter. Li Qing'er's personality is quite similar to her mother's, completely different from the other daughter. Chapter 193. Long Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. So you want to drive me away now and not let me have any more contact with Tu Wenjing, right? I'm really sorry. Tu Fangji said with shame. Just then, a voice called out from behind. I don't want to. Long Chen turned to see that Tu Wenjing had run out at some point. Wenjing, don't be silly. Tu Fangji shouted loudly. Grandpa, I don't want to go back to the family headquarters. I just want to stay in Tian High City with brother Long Chen. Grandpa, how can you be so selfish? I wanted to study hard, but you told me that there was no future in reading, always introducing me to so-called young geniuses. You even wanted me to be with Duan Feng, who ranked 16th among the young geniuses. Later, when Long Chen appeared, you saw his strong talent and ordered me to be with him. Even if I couldn't be his wife, being his lover would be fine too. Then, when you learned that Long Chen had backing from Cheng Changwei, a top master in Tian High City, you further ordered me to have a relationship with him. Now that I've done everything you said, you suddenly say to cut off contact with him. How can you be so selfish? Tu Wenjing cried as she spoke. Chapter 194. Long Chen and Tu Wenjing walking on the street. Tu Wenjing did not speak first, seeming to have complicated feelings. Deep down, she hoped that Long Chen would stand firm and never let go. All right, where do you want to go for fun? I'll accompany you. I want to watch a movie. Okay, let's go watch a movie. Long Chen took Tu Wenjing to the cinema, and he stayed with her all day. Soon it was evening. Tu Wenjing received a call from her grandfather. Wenjing, come back early tonight, Tu Fengji ordered on the phone. In the past, he would have been eager for Long Chen to take his granddaughter out on a date. Long Chen took the phone and said, Wenjing won't be coming back. Upon hearing Long Chen's voice, Tu Fengji became furious and said, Long Chen, can you not be so shameless? How am I shameless? You're already a live-in son-in-law. Why are you still occupying my granddaughter? If you really like her, you should let her go and wish her well to find someone better. Sorry, but I think I'm the best man in the world. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm taking Wenjing to eat. Long Chen directly turned off Tu Wenjing's phone. A silent night passed, and the next morning, Long Chen took Tu Wenjing back home. Chapter 195. I understand now. All right, let me teach you how to improve your martial arts cultivation. Long Chen was a bit excited, wondering what level Li Qing'er could reach after her improvement. Given Li Qing'er's somewhat heaven-defying talent, it probably wouldn't be low. Long Chen felt a bit jealous. Why did this reincarnation of the seven-colored phoenix get such good fortune? Li Qing'er immediately sat down as Long Chen instructed her to breathe and cultivate. Generally speaking, martial arts cultivation and practicing martial arts go hand in hand. The higher your martial arts level, the higher your cultivation will be. It's like studying. More knowledge leads to higher exam scores and degrees. With Li Qing'er having mastered the second part of the 9 unique divine skill, her strength would definitely not be low, suggesting that her cultivation had at least reached the mid-stage of the outer gate. After about 2 hours, Li Qing'er opened her eyes. Long Chen suddenly realized that her level had improved, reaching the late stage of the outer gate. At that moment, Long Chen was stunned. This is too strong. Her current martial arts level has actually reached the late stage of the outer gate. Chapter 196. Long Chen nodded. The best comfort for her was to support her career. Of course I support you. Go for it. I believe you can definitely become the female lead in this drama, Long Chen said. Zhang Qianjia smiled shyly and said, I was just joking. You took it seriously. It's not that easy to get a small supporting role in this drama. Trust me, you can do it. Long Chen chuckled. He was the author of this novel, and maybe he could really make Zhang Qianjia the female lead. Moreover, when he wrote this book, he had Zhang Qianjia in mind, especially her pure and ethereal aura, which matched perfectly with the female lead he described. One could say that when the female lead appeared in the book, Long Chen was imagining Zhang Qianjia to shape her character. The female and male leads in the book were childhood sweethearts, which completely aligned with Long Chen's and Zhang Qianjia's childhood. After receiving Long Chen's support, Zhang Qianjia was very happy and made a delicious lunch to reward him. After lunch, Long Chen felt inspired and had a passionate collision at the dining table, leaving Zhang Qianjia shy and speechless. Chapter 197. 10 billion? So much? Long Chen was also taken aback. Although he knew his book was popular, he didn't expect that just the television rights could sell for 10 billion. It's not too much. I hope you won't refuse. Just sell it to us at this price. Long Chen thought for a moment and decided to be straightforward. All right, then it's a deal. Pleasure doing business. The father and son shook hands with Long Chen. For them, 10 billion was just a small matter. This business was no longer just business. By the way, may I know your real name? My name is Long Chen. What a good name. I'm Tai Song, and this is my son, Tai Yin, the old man introduced. Long Chen nodded. Tai Yin said, Brother Long Chen, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll modify the contract. A few minutes later, the young man revised the contract, especially the amount. All right, we can sign the contract now. Brother Long Chen, please check if there are any issues. Long Chen glanced at the contract. It was basically an agreement. So he signed his name and stamped it. By the way, when do you plan to start this project? Long Chen asked. Chapter 198. Zhang Qianjia smiled slightly. Dad, do you really think she's suitable to be the female lead in the awakening of the divine dragon? Taiyan asked. Trust my judgment. I picked her at a glance. I feel her image almost perfectly matches the female lead of the awakening of the divine dragon. That's why I came to Tianhai City with you, and she didn't disappoint me. Tai Song chuckled. Zhang Qianjia hurriedly asked, Are you saying you want me to be the female lead in the awakening of the divine dragon? Yes. Don't you want to? But I'm not a performing arts major. Zhang Qianjia found it hard to believe. I think you can just play yourself. We'll give you special training later. It won't be a problem. The old man seemed very confident, as he was a director himself. I don't quite understand why you would choose me, Zhang Qianjia said, puzzled. I happened to see your online video and followed you for a while. At a glance, I thought you were very suitable for playing the female lead in the awakening of the divine dragon. Zhang Qianjia, of course, didn't believe it, suspecting ulterior motives. Two seniors. I must make it clear that I do not accept any unspoken rules. If you have ulterior motives, then I'm sorry, even if it's mountains of gold and silver. I want to accept, Zhang Qianjia stated straightforwardly. Chapter 199. I think domestic productions are quite good. Long Chen smiled and said, By the way, Dad, I sold the TV rights to my book yesterday for $1 billion. Li Wanzhou was immediately taken aback upon hearing this. Li Qing'er, who was practicing martial arts nearby, also found it hard to believe that Long Chen had made $1 billion. Just then, Long Chen's phone chimed with a message. The bank card received $500 million. Long Chen laughed heartily. The $500 million reward from the city has also arrived, and my balance is now $1.5 billion. Long Chen, you're too rich, Li Wanzhou said with a smile. Next, I will represent Tianhai City in the provincial martial arts student competition. The mayor said that as long as I can qualify, I will receive another $500 million. By then, my balance will be $2 billion. Just thinking about it makes Long Chen feel happy. He didn't even know how to spend so much money. Moreover, the mayor said that qualifying would earn him $500 million, but Long Chen wouldn't just settle for qualifying. He felt excited at the thought that merely qualifying would grant him $500 million. If he accidentally won the championship, it would at least double. Li Qing'er let out a slight hum and continued practicing martial arts. In her heart, no amount of money could compare to martial arts prowess. Chapter 200. The second skill of the 9 absolute divine arts. Li Qing'er launched her attack without hesitation, using her strongest move right from the start. Jiang Xiaoxia, standing opposite her, changed his expression as he felt a wave of heat rush at him, accompanied by a chilling aura. Li Qing'er's strength was astonishing. Even Jiang Xiaoxia was stunned. Was this really the late stage of the outer gate? However, looking at Li Qing'er's momentum, she indeed appeared to be at the late stage of the outer gate. Jiang Xiaoxia immediately struggled to counterattack. At that moment, 3 colors suddenly flashed around Li Qing: red, orange, and yellow. The 3 colors seemed like 3 streams of energy, instantly enhancing her 9 absolute divine arts. In an instant, the power of the second skill of the 9 absolute divine arts skyrocketed. Jiang Xiaoxia only had time to let out a gasp before his body was violently sent flying over 100 meters. Yes, you read that right. He flew over 100 meters into the lake from the big rock. The spectators were dumbfounded, watching Jiang Xiaoxia soar above their heads. Li Qing'er had actually sent Jiang Xiaoxia flying over 100 meters with a single move. Such a terrifying scene left everyone in shock for several seconds, unable to react. Chapter 201. Master, it's indeed you who gave me the note, Li Qing'er said excitedly upon seeing Long Chen. You're here, Long Chen replied calmly. Master, didn't you say to come back in a month to test my strength? Why did you suddenly call me here today? I also saw your battle with Jiang Xiaoxia. I saw the news that you will represent Tianhai City in the provincial martial arts competition. So I decided to conduct a special training for you to strengthen your abilities. I don't want you to embarrass me in the province. Li Qing'er smiled excitedly. Master, I won't embarrass you. By the way, during my battle with Jiang Xiaoxia today, I thought I wouldn't be his match, so I went all out from the start. But I didn't expect the 9 absolute divine arts to be this powerful. I also felt that my moves were much stronger than I imagined after they were unleashed. That is because of the 3 invisible streams of energy within you. Today's special training is to help you better harness that power. If you can coordinate well, your strength will increase significantly. Thank you, Master. All right, it's only been one afternoon. Hurry up. Chapter 202. Let me show you my strongest strength. Li Qing'er no longer held back and immediately guided the orange and yellow energies in her body, then hurled them towards Long Chen. When she reached in front of Long Chen, she intended to make the two streams collide violently. However, at that moment, before Li Qing'er could control the collision of the two streams, Long Chen appeared in front of her, tapping her lightly. Li Qing'er instantly felt like a deflated balloon, completely unable to control the energy within her. No matter how impressive her moves were, she couldn't unleash them at that moment. You're still not my match. Stop struggling in vain. Long Chen chuckled, picked Li Qing'er up by the waist, threw her onto the bed, and pounced on her. Amid Li Qing'er's screams, Long Chen slowly conquered her. 10 minutes later, Long Chen deliberately whispered in Li Qing'er's ear, "Look at you now. How flirty." Li Qing'er instantly awoke from her dazed state, angrily trying to turn over and get up, but Long Chen pressed her down again. Li Qing'er felt both embarrassed and angry. She tried hard to control herself, not to let her body succumb, but she simply couldn't control it, or perhaps Long Chen was just too powerful. Li Qing'er was so angry she wanted to cry, fearing that after it was over, he would mock her for being unrestrained. Chapter 203. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Long Chen frowned as he saw 3 young men burst in aggressively. One of the young men pointed at Jiang Xiaoxia and said, "It's him, that bastard who just desecrated my sister-in-law. Damn it, he even dared to disrespect our sister-in-law." The other 2 young men shouted in anger. Jiang Xiaoxia immediately ran into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. "Kick the door down." The young men rushed to the bathroom door, kicking it open. The next second, Jiang Xiaoxia was dragged out by his hair from the bathroom. Long Chen lay on the bed, looking bewildered. The young men seemed to completely ignore Long Chen's presence. "Let us drag him to the hotel lobby and let Brother Hai deal with him personally. We'll let all the media see the true face of this pervert. I don't even know which city this bastard is from." "No, please, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Jiang Xiaoxia cried out as soon as he heard about being exposed to the media, terrified and sobbing. "For a pervert like you, you deserve to be on the news. Don't you see whose woman you dared to desecrate?" Chapter 204. Who are you? The young man who was whipping Jiang Xiaoxia immediately turned to Long Chen. "Using private punishment like this is wrong," Long Chen advised. "Ha ha!" Laughter erupted from the crowd, seemingly mocking Long Chen for being ignorant of his own limitations. Everyone could see from Hu Hai's aura that he was at the inner gate level, while Long Chen was just at the outer gate. How dare he say it was wrong to use private punishment? Which city are you from to dare interfere in my personal affairs? Hu Hai raised an eyebrow. "I'm from Tianhai City, named Long Chen. This classmate you've tied up is Jiang Xiaoxia, from the same city as me. I hope you can show some mercy." Long Chen said, "So you're from Garbage Place. Long Chen, huh? If you keep meddling, I'll tie you up too and whip you to death." The young man with the whip threatened. "What do you want to do with Jiang Xiaoxia?" Long Chen asked. "Need I say more? He molested my girlfriend, and I want to whip him until his skin is torn and then castrate him." At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxia shouted, "I didn't mean to. I just accidentally walked into the women's restroom. I was facing the wall at that time, and his girlfriend came in and didn't see anything. Moreover, his girlfriend even hit me, and I didn't retaliate." Chapter 205. Jiang Xiaoxia knelt down and said, "I'm sorry, I embarrassed you all, and I embarrassed Tianhai City. You know, why go to the bathroom to relieve yourself? It's all Li Qing'er's fault." Jiang Xiaoxia pointed at Li Qing'er and said. Li Qing'er looked confused. "What are you blaming me for? Did I make you go to the bathroom to be perverted with someone else?" Li Qing'er sneered. "It's because you dressed so beautifully today, making me distracted the whole way and constantly reacting, which made me lose my mind and go to the bathroom to relieve the urge." "Ha, what a loser." Li Qing'er scornfully cursed. "What a disgrace." Liang Xiaoqi also scolded disdainfully. Long Chen angrily said, "Jiang Xiaoxia, you dare to covet my wife." "I didn't. I swear I didn't. I know I don't deserve her. How could I dare?" Jiang Xiaoxia quickly shook his head. "If you didn't, then why the hell did you go to the bathroom to relieve yourself?" "I just saw her so sexy and beautiful, couldn't help but react along the way. And by the time we got to the provincial city, my prostate was about to explode, so I had to slap." Long Chen slapped him. If he had known this guy had been fantasizing about Li Qing'er all the way from Tianhai City, he shouldn't have saved him earlier. Chapter 206. The reporter looked at Long Chen with an unhappy expression. "Long Chen, Bai Wuji is the pride of our Jiangnan province, a rare genius. and a role model for countless teenagers. I hope you can learn more from him and take him as an example, the reporter said. Ugh. Long Chen made a vomiting gesture. You. The reporter felt a wave of anger. The 5 million online viewers saw Long Chen make a vomiting motion and were also thoroughly enraged. Li Qing'er was afraid Long Chen would continue to talk nonsense. So she hurriedly went up and pulled him away. Long Chen grinned and said, "Dear viewers, did you see? My wife cares about me. She doesn't want me to talk anymore." Long Chen proudly smiled at the camera. Millions of online viewers saw the unusual relationship between Li Qing'er and Long Chen and felt uncomfortable, with some even cursing Li Qing'er as a slut, a bitch, and so on. Li Qing'er pulled Long Chen to the side. "Long Chen, what are you doing?" Li Qing'er angrily said. "I'm not doing anything. I saw someone trying to hit on my wife. Shouldn't I come out to stop it?" "Who is your wife?" "Of course, if you're not my wife. Then why did I go to your house when I was 10? Long Chen, don't be unreasonable, okay? In front of so many people, you have no shame, and I still want to." Li Qing'er was furious. Long Chen kissing her in front of so many people made her feel embarrassed, and she worried about how the talented people from the galaxy would think if they saw it. Chapter 207. In the beautiful Jiangnan province, there's a place called Tianhai City, where a person named Long Chen lives. He comes from a rural background and is a door-to-door dog. He has a wife named Li Qing'er, who is a bitch. This dog couple loves each other day and night, making love by the roadside. Oh, why are you so cheap? This post received 5,000 replies in less than half an hour. Singing so well. No wonder the famous rapper Gu Daoshi from Jiangnan province sings so well. Wonderful, Gu Daoshi, you could win an award. I love this song so much. Dog couple, come out and listen. They're singing your praises, and you could be remembered forever. Gu Daoshi, we will always support you. You sing so beautifully. Li Qing'er's face turned green at this moment. They even made up a song. Long Chen, look for yourself. Li Qing'er angrily threw her phone at Long Chen. Long Chen picked up Li Qing'er's pink phone. He looked at the video of a young man bouncing around, rapping with an angry expression. Within just a few hours, they were blackened like this and even had a song made about them. The rapper was named Gu Daoshi. Long Chen searched for his name. He was somewhat famous in Jiangnan province. Chapter 208. Li Qing'er's heart trembled slightly. She didn't expect Long Chen to find Gu Daoshi in such a short time. Seeing Long Chen in the video defending her made her heart tremble slightly, as if there was an indescribable feeling. Who needs him to defend me? A few seconds later, Li Qing'er slightly lifted the corner of her mouth, but deep down, she still felt a bit strange. However, she knew very well that she could never like Long Chen. Long Chen lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He seemed to be thinking about something. I can't be falling for that woman, can I? Long Chen thought to himself. For some reason today, seeing so many people cursing Li Qing'er as a bitch made Long Chen unusually angry. Moreover, on the way back, he even packed her favorite food. So Long Chen felt a bit confused. Could it be that he liked her? Impossible. Long Chen quickly shook his head. People like Li Qing'er are just like Qin Xiaolian. How could Long Chen possibly like someone like that? Absolutely impossible. As for why he felt angry when he saw her being bullied, it was only because Long Chen felt guilty for dragging her into this. It must be like that. Chapter 209, all right. Master Bai, you can go down now. The competition is about to start. The event host quickly reminded Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji was very annoyed and stepped down from the stage. In front of so many people, he felt very embarrassed. Long Chen, Bai Wuji, gritted his teeth, thinking that if he found an opportunity, it would be necessary to teach Long Chen a lesson in front of Li Qing'er, letting her see how trash Long Chen was in front of him. It would be so foolish for her to miss him. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd Provincial Martial Arts Student Competition officially begins. I will now announce the competition rules. Wait. At this moment, a loud shout interrupted. It was none other than Long Chen. Everyone immediately looked at Long Chen. Li Qing'er was also puzzled about what Long Chen wanted to do. Who are you? What do you want? The event host was interrupted by Long Chen and immediately shouted angrily. I'm Long Chen. Everyone here should have heard of me. Just now. That golden whatever guy mentioned me, and that by whatever said I was trash. I'm really not happy right now. The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. What do you want to do? The referee shouted at Long Chen. Chapter 210. Since there are no objections, I will take my leave first. Just notify me when the awards are presented. After saying that, Long Chen left the sport hall under everyone's gaze. Li Qing'er called. Where are you going? Just wandering around. You should do your best to qualify, Long Chen said. Oh, Li Qing'er didn't know why she called Long Chen. It seemed she still hadn't digested the shock he gave her. She was truly wondering if Long Chen could compete with the galaxy geniuses. If he really could compete, Li Qing'er would find it hard to accept because in her mind, the galaxy geniuses were unbeatable. Long Chen walked alone on the streets of the provincial capital. The martial arts student competition will take about 4 to 5 days. Long Chen sat on a park bench, watching the people coming and going in the park, feeling a bit bored. If he had known, he would have continued watching the competition in the gym. He was really too arrogant, and he was humiliating Jiangnan province too much. But what could be done? He was a genius from the capital city. Just then, 2 men beside Long Chen were discussing something. Long Chen heard them mention a young genius and curiously asked, "What are you talking about?" Chapter 211. She had an additional green color. The 4 colors now were red, orange, yellow, and green. Long Chen was a bit shocked. It seemed that Li Qing'er entering the top 300 was not impossible. At this moment, there were a total of 500 people standing on the ring. After this afternoon, 200 of them would be eliminated. However, among these 500 people, except for Li Qing'er, all were at the great perfection stage of the outer sect, with only Li Qing'er being in the late stage of the outer sect. Because of this, after Li Qing'er qualified this morning, it caused a stir on the scene. It seemed countless people found it unbelievable. Being 2 realms weaker, she was still able to qualify. The battle for the top 300 was about to begin. The 500 people standing on the ring could choose their opponents at will, knocking others out until only 300 remained, indicating they entered the top 300. Thus, the battle for the top 300 officially began. At the referee's signal to start, several people simultaneously fixed their eyes on Li Qing, as she was the one with the lowest realm on sight. So everyone thought she should be the weakest. However, as soon as Li Qing'er made her move, she directly blasted away a great perfection stage outer sect disciple. Chapter 212. The remaining 49 young geniuses felt a wave of fear. The strongest among them, Lu Yu, was already knocked over by a whip. "You bunch of trash. Your Jiangnan province is all trash. Among the 8 provinces I've challenged, your Jiangnan province is the worst. Ha-ha." He Huan laughed loudly. The remaining young geniuses simultaneously surrounded him. However, the whip in He Huan's hand seemed like a magic whip, hitting perfectly every time. No one could dodge it. In just a few minutes, all 50 young geniuses fell to the ground, screaming, their bodies bruised and bleeding from the whippings. Countless spectators were angry, but had to marvel at He Huan's strength. There was no one in the same age group who could match him, truly deserving of being a genius from the capital. "Now, I say you Jiangnan province are all garbage. Is there anyone who disagrees?" He Huan loudly asked the crowd. Everyone fell silent. Although there were countless spectators, it was eerily quiet. Seeing no one reply, He Huan mocked again, "Trash province, not a single one can fight." "I can." At that moment, a voice came from a nearby streetlight. "I can fight." Chapter 213. After that, Long Chen and Li Qing'er returned to the hotel. Long Chen decided to give Li Qing'er special training all night. Around midnight, Long Chen changed into the attire of a galaxy genius and climbed out of the window, directly crawling to Li Qing'er's room. Through the window, Long Chen saw that Li Qing'er had already lain down and fallen asleep, and Liang Xiaoqi was also asleep. Long Chen flicked his finger, and a paper ball landed on Li Qing'er's face. Li Qing'er woke up, and upon seeing the paper ball on her face, she curiously opened it, which read, "Go to the top floor of the hotel immediately. Your master wants to give you special training." Li Qing'er was pleasantly surprised and got up to head to the top of the 5-star hotel. "Master." Upon reaching the rooftop, she indeed saw the galaxy genius standing there. And Li Qing'er couldn't help but shout. "Don't shout. This is a big city after all. What if you disturb others?" Long Chen said blandly. Master. All right. I will start your special training right away. If all goes well, by tomorrow morning, your strength will increase significantly, and even your realm may improve greatly." "Really?" "Of course." Chapter 214. Liang Xiaoqi hurriedly said, "Last night, Li Qing'er broke through 2 realms. My gosh, how is that possible?" Long Chen said incredulously, reaching the peak of his acting skills at that moment. Li Qing'er pouted. Seeing Long Chen so shocked seemed to give her a sense of pride. Long Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Li Qing'er's smugness. This annoying woman, if it weren't for me losing so much power to her. How could she break through 2 realms in one night? Li Qing'er, aren't you very confident about participating in the top 100 finals today? Jiang Xiaoxia asked. Li Qing'er didn't even glance at Jiang Xiaoxia, seemingly indifferent to him. Jiang Xiaoxia felt a bit awkward seeing that Li Qing'er completely ignored him. Qing'er, can you really enter the top 100 today? Liang Xiaoqi also asked. Maybe. Li Qing'er nodded. She was still very confident in herself, especially since she had mastered the third level of the 9 absolute divine art. Moreover, Li Qing'er felt that there was still a lot of power from the galaxy genius hidden within her, and perhaps she could break into the intersect realm in a very short time. If she broke into the intersect realm, it wouldn't just be the top 100. Even the top 10 was possible. Thinking of this, Li Qing'er couldn't help but feel a bit dreamy. Chapter 215. If he had known there would be such serious consequences, Long Chen would have really thought twice. At this moment, in the gym, 10 minutes had passed. Li Qing'er opened her eyes. The referee immediately noticed that Li Qing'er had broken through to the early stage of the intersect. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Qing'er has broken through to the early stage of the intersect. The referee shouted. The entire audience immediately erupted in cheers. A breakthrough on the spot was a rare sight. However, after opening her eyes, Li Qing'er did not stand up but closed her eyes again. Huh? Is she going to continue? Yes, after breaking into the intersect, Li Qing'er felt that there was still a lot of power from the galaxy genius hidden within her. She thought that perhaps she could really push through and directly break into the mid-stage of the intersect. About 20 minutes later, amidst countless gasps from the crowd, Li Qing'er opened her eyes again. My gosh, she really broke through to the mid-stage of the intersect. The referee shouted in disbelief. The venue erupted with countless gasps. Everyone was shocked. Li Qing'er actually broke through 2 realms on the ring. This was truly unprecedented. With such talent, Bai Wuji was like the difference between stars and fireflies before her. Even Long Chen was clearly not on the same level. Chapter 216. My gosh, is Li Qing'er going to defy the heavens? Long Chen was completely dumbfounded. She actually broke through to the mid-stage of the intersect on the spot. There's nothing to be shocked about. Your other wife is probably rising rapidly as well. The bloodline of Sage is not to be underestimated, Xiao Wei said. Long Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems he needs to work harder, otherwise he would really be surpassed by them. It has been quite some time since he last contacted Murong Schwer, and he didn't know how she was doing now. After Murong Schwer returned to the capital, she was sent to the Capital Martial Arts Academy by the head of her family, where management is closed off, making it difficult to contact her. And he could only wait for her to take the initiative to reach out to Long Chen. Long Chen said no more and immediately headed to the provincial gymnasium. As soon as he entered the gym, there were intense shouts from the crowd. The top 50 battle had just ended. It took Long Chen 40 minutes to arrive, and he certainly couldn't make Li Qing'er wait on the stage, so the top 50 battle started first. Just as Long Chen arrived, the top 50 battle concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, Long Chen has arrived. Please welcome Li Qing'er and ask Long Chen to come up to the stage. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Li Qing'er was the first to step onto the stage. Chapter 217. I announced that Li Qing'er has won first place in this martial arts student competition. Long Chen second place, and Bai Wuji third place. The scene erupted in intense applause. Long Chen saw several reporters rushing down from the stands, so he quickly got up and exited through the back door of the gym. Although those reporters weren't specifically after Long Chen, they would definitely interview him along the way. So he slipped away first. However, Li Qing'er turned back to look at the spot where Long Chen had been sitting, now empty. She thought Long Chen was disheartened and had quietly left, and she couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, in Tianhai City, Chen Xiaoyan jumped up excitedly. Qing'er, she was really amazing. Long Chen is no longer a match. I said before, after all, he came from the countryside. Chen Xiaoyan had a smug look on her face. Li Wanzhou shot a glare at Chen Xiaoyan, seemingly disapproving of her comment about Long Chen. What are you glaring at? He really is from the countryside. Now Qing'er can finally avoid marrying a country boy. Long Chen is no longer worthy of her. Only her master, the genius of the galaxy, is worthy of Qing'er. Chen Xiaoyan looked forward to it immensely. Li Wanzhou said nothing, silently took out a cigarette, and stood aside smoking, his feelings very complicated. Chapter 218. Long Chen. Don't overthink it. Just go. They need you now. Hurry up and help them. All right, I'll buy a ticket right now. By the way, if my family asks where I went, what should I say? Just find any reason. Just don't let Chen Xiaoyan and Qing'er know. Long Chen shook his head bitterly, and after hanging up the phone, he headed straight to the airport. Qingfeng City is not in the same province. It's in Jiangbei Province, next to Jiangnan Province, and is the capital city of Jiangbei Province. That's why the Li family has some business there. At that moment, Li Wanzhou sent a message to Long Chen. Address: Jiangbei Province, Qingfeng City, Dayuo District, Jincheng Huijing Community, Building 19, 2102. Contact person: Yang Ying, phone number 158. When you arrive, go directly to the house. I've already talked to your Aunt Yang. Long Chen didn't reply to the message and soon arrived at the airport. He immediately bought a ticket to Qingfeng City, Jiangbei Province, without even going back to get his luggage from the hotel. He could just buy some change of clothes when he got to Qingfeng City. After all, it would only be a month at most. Around 2 in the afternoon, Long Chen boarded the plane. Chapter 219. Long Chen, how strong do you think you are now? That's hard to say. You'll find out later. Are you stronger than the martial arts genius at Nuanyuan School? Long Chen frowned. Aunt Yang seemed to think too little of him. Nuanyuan School is the best in Jiangbei Province, and their martial arts geniuses are really strong. Those strong people you mentioned, didn't they pursue Nuanyuan? Of course they did. Nuanyuan is the only school belle, and she was previously named the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei Province, even reported by the provincial TV station. With her beauty, many boys must have pursued her. Then why didn't Nuanyuan accept those outstanding geniuses' pursuits? Our Nuanyuan is just an ordinary girl. Even if she dated those martial arts geniuses, she would just be toyed with for a few years. Those children from martial arts families would never marry someone like us, a private daughter with an incomplete family. That's true. Long Chen nodded. Nuanyuan is also a very disciplined child. She wouldn't do what she shouldn't do. Otherwise, she might have had a boyfriend in middle school. Unfortunately, those pursuing her kept coming. Chapter 220. Soon, Long Chen and the others arrived at a luxurious hotel. Let us eat here. The food at this hotel is quite good. Yang Ying said to Long Chen. It's fine. Anywhere is good, Long Chen smiled. As they spoke, the three arrived at the hotel entrance. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. Yang Nuanyuan, what are you doing here? Long Chen turned to look and saw a young man approaching, who seemed to know Yang Nuanyuan. We're here to eat, Yang Nuanyuan said calmly. Sorry, my family has booked this restaurant for tonight. You should go eat somewhere else. The young man snorted slightly, seemingly displeased with Yang Nuanyuan. Aunt Yang hurriedly said, this hotel is so big. How could it be booked by you? You shameless woman, I was talking to you. The young man yelled at Aunt Yang. You. Aunt Yang was furious that a junior dared to call her a shameless woman. Yang Nuanyuan also said with some displeasure, Liang Chao, could you please show some respect to my mom? No, what can you do about it? Yang Nuanyuan, you should see what you are, a private daughter. I used to pursue you because I looked up to you, but you act all high and mighty. If it weren't for your looks, I would even glance at you. Do you see that? My family is hosting a banquet here tonight, and my brother Liang Yuan just made it into the top 100 young geniuses in the province. With your family background, you're not even qualified to be my mistress. Chapter 221. You think you're worthy? Long Chen said coldly. The scene fell silent, seemingly unable to believe it. Just a few days ago, Liang Yuan had just entered the top 100 young geniuses in the province, and today he was easily put down by a young man who looked even younger than him. Everyone looked at Long Chen, puzzled. Who was this person? Why was he so young and so powerful? At this moment, Liang Yuan, who was under Long Chen's foot, was completely dumbfounded. He thought Long Chen could not be his match because in the entire Jiangbei province, there were only 98 people under 30 who could defeat him. Long Chen was definitely not among those 98, as he was very familiar with them. However, he never expected that he was completely no match for Long Chen. Who exactly are you? Liang Yuan hurriedly asked. At this time, Liang Yuan's relatives also rushed down from upstairs. When they saw Yang Yuan being stepped on by Long Chen, they were all stunned. Just a moment ago, I was toasting him upstairs, and in the next second, I found myself downstairs being stepped on by someone. Who I am is none of your business. Your brother is called Liang Chao, right? He once pursued my sister, Yang Wan, you should know her. The most beautiful girl in Jiangbei province. By the way, she's sitting over there. Just now, your brother spoke disrespectfully, and that is fine. But he also insulted my Aunt Yang. I broke one of his legs, which I consider merciful. I didn't expect you wanted to kill me. Since that's the case, I want to be too excessive. I'll break one of your legs as well. Chapter 222. Long Chen, you will sleep in this room tonight. Next in Wanner. Okay. Aunt Yang. Long Chen nodded. Their house is about 140 square meters with 4 rooms. Did you bring any change of clothes? Aunt Yang asked. I came in a hurry. so I didn't bring any. I'll go buy some tomorrow, Long Chen said. Then tonight, you can wear old Li's clothes. Aunt Yang took a set of pajamas belonging to Li Wanzhou from the room. Okay, then I'll go take a shower first. Long Chen took the pajamas and went to the bathroom to shower. Meanwhile, Yang Ying entered her daughter's room. Yang Wan was doing her homework in her room. Nwaner, Mom has something important to tell you. What is it? Yang Wan looked up. Nwaner, to be honest, you can't miss Long Chen. Mom, why are you saying this again? Think about it. Can you find a genius among the top 100 young talents in the province? Even if you can find one, are they sincere? Those geniuses only look for someone of the same social status when they get married. But Long Chen is different. He was raised by your dad since childhood. Really, if you miss this chance, you will definitely regret it. Right now, Chen Xiao inside still doesn't know that Long Chen is hiding his strength. Otherwise, how could you stand chance? By the way, don't tell your dad about this. Let Long Chen continue to hide it from them. Chapter 223. When the two middle-aged men entered the room, they immediately spotted Long Chen. Hello, we are from the Jiangbei Province Young Talent Association. What is the matter? Long Chen asked, puzzled. Last night, you defeated Liang Yuan at the hotel, right? That Liang Yuan is ranked 99th among the young talents in Jiangbei Province. And then, Long Chen frowned. Since you defeated Liang Yuan last night, according to procedure, we need to conduct some investigations to assess your strength and rank you. So, can we ask you some questions? Of course. Long Chen nodded. What is your name? Long Chen. How old are you this year? 20 years old. What? So young? The two men were taken aback. Are you sure you are only 20? Do I look old? Long Chen smiled. No. It's just hard to believe you are so young. What is your current strength? That is hard to say. Long Chen, my suggestion is, if you think your strength can reach a certain level, you might as well challenge that level. This will also help us rank your strength. Chapter 224. Long Chen held Yang Wan's delicate hand and walked into the campus. Along the way, everyone they met looked over in shock, as if they had discovered a new world, and many took out their phones to take pictures. If nothing goes wrong, within half an hour, the whole school will know. Because Yang Wan is the dream girl of all the boys in the school, even including male teachers. However, at this moment, she was holding hands with another boy. What is more unbelievable is that the usually aloof Yang Wan seemed like a little lamb at this moment. Shocking. Incredibly shocking. Yang Wan, who is he? Just then, a classmate of Yang Wan's bumped into her and quickly asked. Yang Wan blushed and lowered her head, not answering. Seeing Yang Wan actually blush made the girl even more incredulous. Soon, Long Chen arrived at Yang Wan's class. The classmates were all shocked to see Yang Wan bringing a boy with her. Yang Wan sat in the third row, and Long Chen looked around but found no empty desks. Nwaner, I'll sit in your seat, and you can sit on my lap, Long Chen said. Yang Wan was also stunned and sat on Long Chen's lap. Today, I want to attend class with you. There are no empty desks, so we can only sit like this. Chapter 225. A moment later, the head of security got up, his heart filled with shock. He realized he was no match at all. At this moment, he didn't know whether to leave or continue into the classroom. If he continued into the classroom, he would definitely get slapped out again. If he left without a word, it would be too embarrassing with so many students watching. Just then, Long Chen shouted from inside the classroom, "Come in." Hearing Long Chen shout, the head of security steeled himself and walked in. Senior. The head of security hesitated for a moment and reluctantly called out. All the classmates were astonished to hear the head of security call Long Chen Senior. Do you know why you've been unable to break through to the peak of the inner door realm for so long? Long Chen asked. The head of security was taken aback, not knowing why Long Chen suddenly asked this. I don't know. That's because your martial arts have a significant flaw that has prevented your strength from improving. If your strength doesn't improve, your realm naturally 1 rise. The head of security looked half convinced. Let us do this. I'll give you some pointers, as long as you understand. Stepping into the peak of the inner door realm will be just around the corner, Long Chen said. Chapter 226. Long Chen got off the bus and felt uncomfortable being pointed at by the elderly women on the bus. After getting off, he happened to be in front of park. Long Chen walked into the park, planning to find a quiet place to practice. After searching around, Long Chen found a nice spot by a lake in the park. Just as he was about to practice there, Long Chen noticed an old man, about 60 or 70 years old, practicing a kind of martial art. The moves he was practicing seemed a bit strange, but looked quite good. So, Long Chen stood quietly to the side and watched. The old man was very focused and completely unaware of Long Chen's presence. This old man had reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. He was probably one of the top figures in Jianbei province. After watching for about 15 or 16 minutes, Long Chen seemed a bit unable to hold back. He felt he had understood his moves, while the old man was still practicing clumsily. Long Chen couldn't understand why he was so slow. "Hey, you there, that is not how you practice," Long Chen shouted, unable to restrain himself any longer. The old man immediately turned around, startled to see someone standing behind him. As a powerful innate realm expert, he hadn't even noticed someone was behind him. Chapter 227. No, Master, if it weren't for your guidance just now, I would probably have to practice for another 10 years, so you are my master? The old man quickly said. Whatever you say. Do you have anything else? If there is nothing else, I have to go prepare for tonight's decisive battle. Master, do you want me to say something for you? How can those little brats be worthy of fighting you? Why wouldn't they be worthy? I'm not much older than them. By the way, I'm 20 this year. The old man was even more surprised to hear that Long Chen was only 20. His grandson was also 20. In front of Long Chen, it was truly the difference between a mud snake and a heavenly dragon. Master, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to my home as a guest. The old man said invitingly. Let us talk about it after I finish my battle with that person tonight. Long Chen replied. All right, I'll pick you up at the scene tonight. Long Chen didn't refuse any further and turned to leave. Long Chen found a corner in the park, sat down, and began to cultivate. Time passed quickly during cultivation, and soon it was evening. Long Chen's phone rang, waking him up. He looked and saw it was a call from Li Qing. Hello, what is the matter? Long Chen asked. Chapter 228. Long Chen the bastard is here. Just then, someone recognized Long Chen and shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone turned to look in Long Chen's direction. When everyone looked at Long Chen, they were filled with anger. Long Chen didn't care about their anger. After all, he was not a local, and it was normal for outsiders to be resented and insulted by locals. The crowd automatically made way, and Long Chen slowly walked to the high ground in the center of the square. Xiao, you have been staring at Long Chen for a long time. You must be that bastard Long Chen. You got here pretty early, huh? Xiao, you coldly snorted at Long Chen. Yeah, I came right after dinner. Long Chen nodded lightly. This morning, the Youth Genius Association came looking for you. What is the deal? Pretty impressive, huh? Xiao Yu said with a sneer. Not bad. I'm giving you a chance now. If you can beat me, we can talk about anything. If you can't even beat me, today, I'll make you kneel here and repent, Xiao Yu said coldly. That's easy to say. How do you want to fight? Long Chen asked. Since you're from out of town, you're the guest, so I'll give you 3 moves. I doubt it will take 3 moves, Long Chen snorted slightly. Chapter 229. Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed loudly, but unfortunately, no one detected the disdain in his laughter. They only thought Long Chen was trying to boost his own courage. At this moment, Yang Wan was a bit anxious. Aunt Yang also looked very nervous. She had certainly heard of Qiao Baishe, one of the top 10 innate experts in Jianbei province. In the eyes of ordinary people, innate experts were like deities, an unattainable figure, and now it seemed this Qiao Baishe would be disadvantageous to Long Chen. She hoped he wouldn't crush Long Chen. Thinking of this, Aunt Yang rushed out, and Yang Wan followed her. Senior Qiao, please don't harm him. Aunt Yang hurriedly pleaded. Qiao Baishe glanced at Yang Ying and coldly snorted. You're nothing. What gives you the right to plead with me? Senior Qiao, I'm just an insignificant woman. I plead with you not to harm Long Chen. He is only 20 years old, with such high talent and boundless future. Please give him a chance to live. Aunt Yang knelt and said. It seems this little bastard has no backing at all. Needing someone like you to plead for him, Qiao Baishe said, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In fact, he was jealous, wanting to kill Long Chen. He was previously worried that Long Chen had some backing, but seeing someone like Yang Ying come out to plead showed that Long Chen had no backing. If he had a powerful backing, Yang Ying wouldn't need to worry about him being killed. Chapter 230. Master, please. No need to be so polite. You lead the way. Long Chen said. Please follow me. My car is parked outside the square. Lei Yin immediately led the way. All the spectators at the scene trembled as they watched Long Chen and the others. Long Chen said to Yang Ying and Yang Wan, you should also go. Come sit at Lei Yin's house. Yang Ying felt a bit dreamy. She could actually go to Lei Gong's house as a guest. Something she never could have imagined before. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Lei Gong's house. Lei Gong personally brewed tea, treating them as honored guests. Thank you, Master, for visiting my humble home. Please enjoy some tea. Lei Gong handed a cup of hot tea to Long Chen. Yang Ying and Yang Wan, sitting beside him, looked at Lei Gong's respectful demeanor and seemed to barely recognize Long Chen. Long Chen took the tea offered by Lei Gong. Sister Yang Ying, please have some tea. Lei Gong then handed a cup of tea to Aunt Yang. Senior Lei, I can serve myself. You don't need to be so polite with me, Aunt Yang said, looking a bit flustered. Having a provincial overlord serve her tea was a bit too much to handle. Sister Yang Ying is joking, since you're coming to my house. You're a guest. How can I let you serve yourself? Chapter 231. Just then, Lei Gong came up with a book of martial arts. His secret chamber seemed to be underground. Master, take a look. This is my family's inherited Lei Gong fist. Lei Yin handed Long Chen a book. Long Chen flipped through it. The Lei Gong fist had a total of 12 levels. Now, Lei Gong had already reached the 7th level, which he only managed to achieve after Long Chen guided him today. About 5 minutes later, Long Chen said, All right, I've finished reading. I need to apologize to you. Master, why do you need to apologize to me? Long Chen smiled wryly. I just flipped through it for 5 minutes, and I've already mastered your family's Lei Gong fist. Long Chen said somewhat helplessly. He had only intended to take a look and give some guidance. Who would have thought that by flipping through it, he would directly master it? At this moment, Lei Yin trembled in shock. In his eyes, such a difficult martial art, and his master managed to master it just by flipping through it for 5 minutes. Master, when you say you've mastered it, which level are you referring to? Lei Yin hurriedly asked. Of course, I'm mastered all the way to the 12th level in my mind. Master, my admiration for you is like the endless river. Lei Yin was completely in awe. Chapter 232. Then what's there to refuse? I'll take charge of this matter. Just treat it as 10 years ago when you came to my house to be Nguyen's child husband. Li Wanzhou seemed somewhat firm. Dad, let us wait until I come back to discuss this properly. No, it must be settled tonight. I rarely ask you for anything, but for this, consider me begging you, just for place Qing with Nguyen. Long Chen wanted to say something, but hearing his father-in-law's pleading tone, his heart softened immediately. All right, as long as you're happy, I'll do whatever you want me to do, Long Chen said somewhat helplessly. That's more like it, after all. They're both my daughters. Switching them isn't a big deal. Li Wanzhou chuckled. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. It really was too childish. Becoming a son-in-law, and the two daughters could be swapped around. As for Qing, you don't need to worry. Even if she finds out about this in the future, she definitely won't mind. Now Chen Xiaolian is wholeheartedly trying to get Qing, to pursue her master. The genius of the galaxy, so you understand. Long Chen thought to himself, I certainly understand. The genius of the galaxy is me. Long Chen felt indescribable emotions in his heart. Perhaps Li Wanzhou had also thought about letting Li Qing'er be with the genius of the galaxy, and then Long Chen with Nguyen'er. In that case, both of his daughters could find good men. Chapter 233. Let's get to the point. If you really can't accept it, I can call my dad. That's not what I mean. What I want to say is that I already have a girlfriend. At that moment, Yang Nguyen was stunned, and her heart ached fiercely. She is my college classmate and my childhood playmate in the countryside. She has now gone to the capital and is likely to become a star soon. Tears welled up in Yang Nguyen's eyes. And what else? Long Chen smiled bitterly. I have another girlfriend. Yang Nguyen was stunned again. Long Chen had another girlfriend. Her name is Murong Shuer, and she is from the Murong family in the capital, also a genius in martial arts. How can you have two girlfriends? Don't they mind? They don't know about each other. Please believe me. It's not that I'm fickle, but sometimes circumstances are beyond my control. Just like just now, I had to accept you as my wife. Do you understand what I mean? Long Chen felt a bit embarrassed. I understand. Nguyen'er, it's not that I don't like you, but I don't want to hurt you. You are so beautiful. You will definitely have a good man in the future who will love you wholeheartedly. Unlike me, haha. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Chapter 234. The planes soon took off. The flight to the capital would take about 3 hours. You little bitch. Do you believe I can get the airline to fire you? Halfway through the flight, a man's furious voice came from a few rows in front of Long Chen, instantly breaking the calm of the cabin. I'm sorry, young Master Hua. I didn't mean to. I'll clean it up right away. A flight attendant pleaded, kneeling at the man's feet. I'll kick you to death. The man stood up and began to kick the flight attendant mercilessly. Everyone on the plane watched, but no one dared to say anything. Even the air marshal on the plane stood by, looking helpless. The flight attendant was soon beaten to a bloody pulp. I'm sorry, young Master Hua. Despite being beaten, the flight attendant kept saying sorry. It seemed that this young Master Hua was not an ordinary person. Long Chen felt a bit angry. Young Master Hua was a martial artist at the initial stage of the Inner Door realm. However, there were many people on the plane stronger than him. So it wasn't his strength that intimidated everyone, but rather his identity. Chapter 235. I can't decide this. We have to wait for our big sister of the Justice Alliance to decide. If not, you can come with us. We are going to find another person now. After we kill that person, we will bring you back to the Justice Alliance, and whether to let you join will be decided by our big sister. Okay. Long Chen smiled and got into their business vehicle. Who are you going to kill now? Long Chen asked after getting in the car. We are going to kill a man named Li Changxian. This Li Changxian relies on his family's power to do whatever he wants, committing countless crimes. Unfortunately, due to his great influence, the Divine Capture Bureau doesn't dare to intervene. So, we represent justice to eliminate him and bring clarity to the martial arts world. Sounds interesting. Long Chen chuckled. Brother, have you killed anyone? One of the young men asked. Of course, I killed a young scion from a big family before, Long Chen replied. Oh really? Which big family? The two masked youths asked with great interest. From the Nangong family in the capital, the scion's name is Nangong Lu. Damn, brother, you're amazing. The two young men seemed shocked when they heard the name Nangong Lu. Chapter 236. Long Chen stood in the middle of the road, blocking the way of the Jaguar. Looking for death? The car window rolled down, and a man shouted angrily at Long Chen. You're Li Changxian, right? I heard you rely on your family's power to do as you please. Who the hell are you? Don't worry about who I am. Today, I am here to collect your life on behalf of heaven. Amaba. Long Chen recited a mantra and then instantly rushed forward. Li Changxian was not an ordinary person. His strength had reached the late stage of the Inner Door realm. However, in front of Long Chen, before he could even raise his hand, Long Chen had already snapped his neck. At that moment, in a secret room, a fat man was watching the surveillance video on his computer with a puzzled expression. Who is this? Is there someone else who wants to kill Li Changxian? This fat man was none other than the hacker from the Justice Alliance. He saw Long Chen kill Li Changxian through roadside surveillance, but did not recognize Long Chen. So he was full of questions, thinking someone else wanted to kill Li Changxian. The fat man immediately called one of his companions, one of the two masked youths. After some inquiries, he finally understood what was going on. Meanwhile, Long Chen had already left the scene. Chapter 237. Are you sure you're not joking with us? Sister Hua asked, seeming a bit skeptical. There's nothing to joke about. After Long Chen finished speaking, he immediately released his aura. Instantly, Long Chen's aura felt like a powerful pressure, making everyone present feel a bit breathless, including Sister Hua. You really have reached the mid-stage of the acquired realm. My God, this is too hard to believe. Just a random person shows such talent. Sister Hua said in shock. That's an exaggeration. I'm nothing special. Long Chen smiled humbly. The younger generation greets the elder. Sister Hua took the initiative to bow to Long Chen. The younger generation also greeted Long Chen respectfully. What are you doing? In the future, we will all be brothers and sisters. Why the formalities? Long Chen was speechless. Had he known they would take it so seriously, he wouldn't have revealed his true level. Long Chen, don't you know how talented you are? In the entire capital, only 10 people can reach the mid-stage of the acquired realm before the age of 30. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe that I could know such a talented person. Sister Hua said with a smile, feeling elated with her conditions. She never expected to meet such a genius. Chapter 238. Soon, Long Chen and the others arrived at Capital University. Sister Hua, what major is Xiao Qing in? Since she is joining the Justice Alliance, she must also be a martial arts genius, right? Long Chen asked. Yes. Xiao Qing has already reached the great perfection of the Inner Door realm, but she is in a very ordinary major, archaeology. She doesn't go into martial arts, but studies archaeology? Long Chen felt a bit puzzled. Yes, I'm curious too. And sometimes I feel like she doesn't fit in with our modern personalities. You'll understand when you meet her. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the archaeology department building of Capital University. Soon, a beautiful woman dressed in somewhat classical attire walked out of the teaching building. Her face was extremely delicate, with fair skin, bright eyes, and charming features, especially her graceful walking style. However, there was an expression on her face that felt out of place with the surroundings. The first time Long Chen saw her, he had an illusion that she seemed like someone from a different era. Xiao Wei immediately thought her mind. Long Chen, this girl has a somewhat peculiar soul. How so? Chapter 239, all right then. But I must say in advance, if you have other motives, don't blame me. Xiao Qing said to Long Chen. Don't worry. I have a girlfriend. What motive could I have? I just want to be friends with you, Long Chen replied. Okay, then come with me now. Hee, no problem. Long Chen smiled. Sister Hua, hearing that Long Chen already had a girlfriend, seemed a bit surprised. She initially wanted to matchmake Long Chen and Xiao Qing, so that Long Chen would owe her a favor, but unexpectedly, he already had a girlfriend. I'll take you both, Sister Hua said. No need, I'll take the bus back. It's quick too, Xiao Qing declined. Then how about dinner together tonight? Sister Hua suggested again. No need, I have some things to do tonight. Xiao Qing declined again. Sister Hua could only nod helplessly. Xiao Qing had always been like this. She was relatively nice to her, while others didn't even get a chance to speak. She didn't know why Xiao Qing was so reclusive. Long Chen followed Xiao Qing onto the bus. Along the way, Xiao Qing didn't talk to Long Chen, and when he tried to initiate conversation, she responded with only a word or two. Long Chen noticed she was quite familiar with taking the bus, indicating that she had been in the modern world for some time, perhaps even a year or two. Chapter 240. You're not bad yourself. Among so many people I've seen, I haven't met anyone with such strong talent as you, Xiao Qing said with a smile. Thank you, Long Chen replied with a grin. Let's go. Accompany me for a walk. Xiao Qing didn't say much more and walked towards the park. Long Chen accompanied Xiao Qing along the park's path, resembling a pair of young lovers. However, a trace of sadness lingered on Xiao Qing's face. After walking 2 large circles in the park, Long Chen returned to his place around 9 o'clock at night. They didn't speak throughout the night. Xiao Qing locked herself in her room early, and Long Chen didn't disturb her. The next day, Xiao Qing went to class early in the morning. Long Chen, are you home? Sister Hua called while Long Chen was still in bed. What's up? Long Chen answered. Have you seen today's news? No, not yet. I'm still in bed, Long Chen yawned. A powerful being from the late stage has been wreaking havoc, having previously assaulted many civilian girls. Last night, he took 2 girls from a university, assaulted them, and then killed them afterwards. You can check the front page news today, and you need to come to the Justice Alliance headquarters immediately. Chapter 241. Long Chen slowly stood up and said, It's a pity you won't have the chance to play with that movie star. Who the hell are you? My name is Inha, and I'm from the Justice Alliance. I'm here specifically to find you. Justice Alliance? What kind of organization is that? Liu Hanlin's friend quickly asked. It's an organization dedicated to cleaning up the scum of the martial world. Liu Hanlin, I now represent the Justice Alliance to inform you that you have been sentenced to death. Today, I will take your life to avenge the girls you assaulted and killed last night. Oof, just based on you? Liu Hanlin was furious and charged at Long Chen. Long Chen stood still, and when Liu Hanlin rushed forward, he instantly struck, grabbing his neck. You. Liu Hanlin was shocked. He had just assessed Long Chen's aura and thought he was merely at the inner door level, but he never expected Long Chen to be hiding his true power. If you judge my strength based on the aura released from me, then you are gravely mistaken. All right, I don't have time to waste talking to you. Time to go, Long Chen said, and with a twist of his hand, he snapped Liu Hanlin's neck. Liu Hanlin's friend tried to escape. Chapter 242. Thank you, but I haven't asked for your name. My name is Long Chen. Long Chen, if I am fortunate enough to return alive, I will give you 1 billion as a reward. Okay, Long Chen nodded, thinking that the reward was quite high. It was originally 1 billion. But since the previous 10 people resigned, now only you are accompanying me, so all 10 billion will be yours, President Ren said. Money isn't the most important thing. By the way, it's best not to disclose this matter. In that case, I can protect you in the dark, with the enemy in the light and me in the dark, which is more advantageous. Okay, Long Chen didn't say much more. Long Chen, let's exchange phone numbers. President Ren took out his phone. All right. Long Chen exchanged numbers with President Ren. When are we departing? Long Chen asked. In 3 days. Long Chen nodded and didn't say any more. Just as he was about to leave, President Ren suddenly called out, Wait, Long Chen, what else is there? There's one more thing. I'm not sure if you were aware, President Ren asked seriously. Long Chen frowned and hurriedly asked, What are you talking about? Regarding the upcoming trip to the U.S. for the technology conference, there are intentions to assassinate me there, and many domestic media have already reported on it. I don't know if you've seen the related reports. Chapter 243. Yes, President Ren considered that you might need help. So, until the mission is over, I will be following you, hoping to assist you. Long Chen nodded, appreciating President Ren's thoughtfulness. Indeed, Long Chen was in such a hurry to leave that he probably wouldn't even know where to stay at a hotel that night, and he didn't speak English. About 10 minutes later, Long Chen was already waiting at the airport entrance. The flight attendant hadn't come out yet. Her normal immigration speed was not as fast as Long Chen's. However, after waiting just a few minutes, the flight attendant successfully cleared immigration. Long Chen, how did you get here so fast? Just kidding. For me, it's like entering an uninhabited realm. The flight attendant looked at him with admiration. Long Chen examined her. She was quite pretty. Let's go. We'll head to the hotel first, and then wait for President Ren. What time does President Ren arrive? Long Chen asked. About 3 in the afternoon. He'll be staying at the St. Peter Hotel tonight and attending the conference at 9 tomorrow morning, which will last about 2 days. After 2 days, we will return to China. During this time, we must closely monitor his every move to ensure his safety. Long Chen nodded. Chapter 244 Long Chen. I really admire you. You resolved the trouble so easily. The flight attendant said, full of admiration. What do you know? The real danger hasn't even started. Long Chen's expression was very serious. How could that be? The 4 people who were to assassinate President Ren have been dealt with by you, right? Stupid. I killed 4 geniuses from Jesuit University. What do you think will happen to Jesuit University? If nothing unexpected happens, Jesuit University will send even stronger ones next. If I kill those stronger ones, they will send even stronger ones again, endlessly. I finally understand why those 10 armed personnel resigned before. Because it's a task that can't be completed at all. As long as an American dies, there will be stronger ones coming out. What should we do? The flight attendant's face turned pale with fear. Long Chen remained silent. Could it be? Are you going to give up protecting President Ren? The flight attendant hurriedly asked. How could that be? If Xiao Wei is killed by Americans this time, then in the future, more emerging companies in Huaxia will be wiped out. I will never let President Ren die here, Long Chen said resolutely. Then what do you plan to do? Do you think you can ensure that every strong person sent by the Americans will be defeated? Chapter 245. What? It's you. The president of Jesuit University became furious. White people have always looked down on Huaxia people, so they can't tolerate any humiliation. At this moment, Long Chen had captured their genius, which made the president of Jesuit University extremely angry. Don't be in a hurry to get angry. I heard you were planning to let the Divine Capture Bureau people find any excuse to arrest my people. I think I've made it very clear. If you dare to act rashly, I will let your genius die. Do you think I'm joking? Huaxia pig. Have the guts to stand up. Why should I stand up? I can destroy you without standing up. Long Chen snorted. Huaxia pig, if you have the guts, just kill. The president of Jesuit University roared. This is your own order. I will kill 2 first. After Long Chen finished speaking, he immediately let Xiao He switch to video mode. Long Chen immediately saw a foreigner with blonde hair and a big nose on the other end of the video. Of course, Long Chen also covered his head with a black cloth. Golden Retriever, open your eyes and look. After Long Chen said this, he let Xiao Wei release 2 people. Long Chen stepped on one of them and grabbed the other in his hand, then pointed the camera at the one in his hand. Chapter 246. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the entrance of an opera house. According to Xiao Hei's investigation, George's girlfriend worked here. Long Chen sneaked in through the back door. In the lobby of the opera house, a blonde beauty was rehearsing a classical song. This blonde beauty was under 30 years old and was an ordinary person. Long Chen flicked his finger and shattered some of the surveillance cameras on site, then easily captured George's girlfriend. At this moment, in the Divine Capture Bureau of La Zhou, George was instructing another person to carry out this assassination task. However, just then, the phone rang. It was a very special number. He immediately answered it, because sometimes the headquarters of the Divine Capture Bureau would use such special numbers. Who is it? It's me. Who are you? Your girlfriend looks pretty good. I've never had Western food in my life, Long Chen said. George frowned. Western food? Who are you anyway? I'm Huaxia people. I just heard that you called Principal John, disregarding his family's safety, and sent someone to assassinate a certain person from Huaxia. Now, your girlfriend is in my hands. I want you to immediately protect my people well. If anything happens to my people, I will do that to your girlfriend, you understand. Chapter 247. George. Hurry up and say what you want. The director of the Federal Divine Capture Bureau urged. Director, the assassination mission failed. How could that be? A mere multinational corporation's president. An ordinary person. How could it fail? There was a mysterious person protecting that run. The 4 genius students from Jesuit University went to kill him and were quietly eliminated. After that, the mysterious person captured Principal John's family and threatened John. What is more, my girlfriend was also captured by him. He just called me and told me not to act rashly, Otherwise, he would humiliate my girlfriend in front of me. This is outrageous. What are you all doing? Hurry up and find that mysterious person. We're looking for him now. I've already let an internet expert track him down. By the way, director, remember you have a granddaughter that you dote on a lot. You should quickly protect her. Otherwise, when the time comes. Just then, the director's phone rang, interrupting George's words. Hello. The director answered. Don't say hello, it's me. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Chapter 248. Senior. Do you know my grandson? More than just knowing, I'm here today to kill him. What? Zelona immediately trembled in fear. I don't know what my grandson did to offend you, Senior. What? Do you want to save your grandson? Long Chen asked. If my grandson really offended you and deserves to die, I absolutely will not save him. Zelona quickly shook his head, seeming to prioritize his own life over his beloved grandson. If you want to save him, there's still a chance, Long Chen said. Zelona was immediately delighted and hurriedly asked, Senior, please tell me. Go help me kill a few people, and I will spare your grandson. Who are you talking about, Senior? The director of the Lajo Divine Capture Bureau, and that guy named George. Kill both of them, and you can exchange your grandson's life, Long Chen said. Senior, although I am a #1 powerhouse in Lajo, I don't have an overwhelming advantage. It might be very difficult to kill them. Then would you rather let your grandson die? Senior, have mercy. Long Chen looked at the old man kneeling on the ground and found that this guy was very afraid of death. He would do anything that posed any danger to his life. Chapter 249. It's you? What have you done to me? Come, dance a beautiful dance. Then you'll know what I've done to you. Long Chen snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the director started twisting his hips and dancing in place. My God damn it. Why can't I control myself? Zelona, what the hell did you give me? The director shouted while twisting his hips. Zelona, who was silently standing aside, also looked bad. He saw that Olia had become like a puppet, seemingly looking at him, as Long Chen could also make him dance at any time. Stop, Long Chen commanded. Olia immediately stopped dancing. I want to kill you, you bastard. Ha ha ha, then just come up. Long Chen said with a smile. How could this happen? Why can't my hands and feet listen to me? Olia looked at Zelona in disbelief. Don't ask me. I'm just like you. I can't control myself either, Zelona said. Zelona, you were controlled by someone, and now I am too. You're too despicable. Sorry, if I don't do this, this guy will make me commit suicide. The director immediately shouted. Someone. Chapter 250. Long Chen took a shower in the room and changed into a new set of clothes. Senior Long Chen. Who are those two people? After coming out of the bathroom, the flight attendant Kyer quickly asked. The strongest in the first and third rankings of Lajo. What? How is that possible? Why do they listen to you? Kyer was shocked. What's this? I could have them put my pants on for me. Don't joke around. Don't believe it? Then let me show you. Long Chen immediately opened the door and said to the two people standing outside, come in quickly and put my pants on for me. Zhuang and Aelia were furious upon hearing Long Chen's words. As innate realm peak experts, they were being asked to put pants on Long Chen. They were already boiling with rage inside. However, their limbs didn't obey their commands. Aelia wanted to say something, but he had taken 2 soul-restraining pills, and his mouth no longer listened to him. Zwolana had only taken 1 pill, so he could still speak freely. Don't go too far, Zwolana said, suppressing his anger. You are now my prisoners, your lives are in my hands, so what if I go too far? Do you believe I can be even more excessive? I've always been curious about how homosexuals play, so don't force me to try it. Chapter 251. Xiao Wei. Count how much money the truck is carrying? Long Chen asked Xiao Wei. It's worth about 1 billion, with 80 being gold bars. Converted to Huaxia currency, it's about 6 to 7 billion. However, paper money can't be used for now, in case they are serial numbers. As for the gold bars, they are mine. Long Chen smiled. For the next 3 days, everyone in Lajo focused on this matter, and President Ren safely held meetings for 3 days. 3 days later, Long Chen boarded a plane in Huaxia. This mission was safely completed. After landing at Huaxia Airport, President Ren gratefully said to Long Chen, Senior Long Chen, thank you so much. Tonight, I will treat you. Please do accept. No need to be polite. No, I must thank you. President Ren's demeanor was very polite, but it wasn't just politeness. He wanted to get closer to Long Chen. When he saw the top-ranked experts being subdued by Long Chen while abroad, he couldn't understand it. But it was enough to see that Long Chen was not an ordinary person. If he could befriend such a person, or even develop a deeper relationship, it would bring him enormous benefits. Chapter 252. So, I don't know where I come from either. Long Chen was also puzzled, since Xiao Qin wasn't from ancient times. What era could she be from? Could it be a parallel world? Your Shao dynasty. Which dynasty in Huaxiao's history is it similar to? Long Chen asked. It's similar to the Ming dynasty. Then you're very likely from a parallel world. What is a parallel world? I can't explain it clearly. It's too complex. In a vast universe, we're like plankton in the ocean. Shao Qing nodded and continued. I am the princess of the Shao dynasty, and usually, I don't even have to put on my clothes myself. So, when I first came to this world, I didn't know how to live. Even now, I still feel very confused. In this past year, I've often gone hungry. The longest time I didn't eat was for half a month. I don't know how long I could survive. Long Chen sighed. Her survival skills were too poor. However, it was understandable. As a princess who was used to being served, she had no ability to live independently. Where did you get the money to eat this past year? Long Chen asked. When I first came to this world, I saw some people under the overpass putting hats on the ground, and passersby would throw some money into the hats. So for the first month, I also learned from those people, put a hat on the ground, and when the hat was full of money, I would leave. That's how I survived for a month. Chapter 253. Since you are my woman, I can do whatever I want. I can kiss you, hug you, and do whatever I want at night. But you didn't say that earlier. I just said that being kept means you are my woman. But you mean being kept in the sense of me being your pet, right? Like you have a little pet. Isn't that what it means? Oh, no wonder you were so proactive. I didn't realize that was the meaning. A pet? You think I would treat you like a pet? You're thinking too beautifully. What kind of pet do I want? Even if I treat you like a pet, I can still hug and kiss my pet, right? Shao Qing was stunned. Oh my God, so that's what it meant. I thought, sorry, I didn't understand clearly earlier. No problem. Anyway, it's settled now. It can't be changed. Long Chen chuckled. No way. We just agreed that once it's confirmed, it can't be changed. Are you going to go back on your word? But I didn't understand it meant this. I even said you were so kind. And I didn't know how to thank you. It turns out this is what it meant. Chapter 254. Just then, the female attendant shouted, Don't try it, otherwise. I'll call the police. Long Chen frowned. Why can't I try it? How do I know if it fits if I don't try it on? Can you afford it? Do you know that even a t-shirt here costs over 30,000? The female attendant said. Long Chen's gaze turned cold. She doubted he could afford it. Long Chen immediately walked to the counter and asked, Do you have a membership here? Yes. Then, please give me a membership and charge 10 million into it. The cashier was startled. Although the customers here are all wealthy, there probably hasn't been anyone who charged 10 million for a membership. Hurry up, or I'm going to another store. Yes, yes. At this moment, the attendant who had looked down on Long Chen's expression changed. She watched as Long Chen charged 10 million into the account. Soon, Long Chen completed the membership card and said to Shao Qing, Go try on clothes. Take whatever you like. I've charged 10 million in this store. From now on, when you come to buy clothes, come here. But remember, never approach this attendant. No matter how much we spend here, don't let her get any commission. Chapter 255. After Long Chen took a shower, he returned to his room and lay on the bed playing with his phone. At this moment, he received a WeChat message. Long Chen, are you asleep? Long Chen looked and saw it was from Sister Hua. Not yet. I heard you came back from the United States. Sister Hua said, Yes, I just arrived this afternoon. Congratulations. You successfully protected President Ren's safety. Thank you. By the way, while you were in the U.S., our Justice Alliance became popular in the capital. Sister Hua quickly said, Really? Long Chen replied casually, seemingly not too surprised. However, there's a little trouble now. The Liu family in the capital has threatened to eliminate our Justice Alliance. They're mainly targeting you. The day you went to kill Liu Hanlin, there was a camera in that resort villa that wasn't connected to the internet. Fortunately, you were wearing a mask at the time, so no one knew your true identity. Oh, and then, Long Chen asked, in the past few days, the Liu family has been searching for your identity everywhere. So for the next few months, the Justice Alliance will not take any action. All right, Long Chen nodded. However, the Liu family will definitely use various methods to lure you out, such as deliberately committing murder or arson, etc. So I'm notifying you now, no matter how the Liu family tries to lure you, you must not engage with them. Chapter 256. Xiao He frowned and said, But there are no listening devices found in the Liu family. Then give me the address, and I'll go alone. After Long Chen got the address, he immediately hailed a Didi ride. The Liu family is located on the west side of the capital, occupying at least 5 soccer fields. Of course, this isn't considered a large area in the capital. It's just the scale of a third-rate small family. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Liu family. He effortlessly infiltrated the Lu family since his strength had reached the mid-stage of the innate realm after merging with Xiaowei. However, the old master of the Lu family had already reached the late stage of the innate realm, so if Long Chen were caught by that old master, it would be quite dangerous. Before long, Long Chen found Lu Jiabong's residence. At that moment, Lu Jiabong was in the room, whistling while taking a shower. Ah, feels good. I want to do it again. Just then, while showering, Lu Jiabong sighed, seemingly still reminiscing about last night. Forget it. I'll regain my energy in a few days and infiltrate another girl's dormitory at another university. Hee. Lu Jiabong seemed to have developed an addiction after tasting the sweetness. Chapter 257. At this moment, in the Lu family, in the main hall, more than a dozen innate realm experts were discussing something. At this time, the butler rushed and holding a phone. Old master, hurry, there's a situation. The more than a dozen innate realm experts who were in a meeting immediately stopped and looked at the butler. Butler, what's the rush? There's news about the 1 billion bounty. Quickly put the phone on speaker, the old master of the Lu family said hurriedly. The butler immediately put the call on speaker, and the group of innate experts gathered around. Hello, are you still there? The butler called into the phone. I'm here, Long Chen replied. Please repeat what you just said. The butler asked. Okay, I'm a member of the Justice Alliance. I saw your announcement about the 1 billion bounty, and I can't resist such temptation. I want to betray the organization, but you must guarantee that the bounty is real, Long Chen said, presenting himself as a traitor. That's for sure. Our Lu family is also a well-known third-rate family in the capital. How can we go back on our word? The old master of the Lu family looked pleased, not expecting that the 1 billion bounty would actually tempt a member of the Justice Alliance to betray. But thinking about it, it's normal. No organization could have everyone be principled and treat money like dirt. Chapter 258. Xiao Qing walked over and said to Long Chen, it's up to you whether to kill them or let them go. All right, Long Chen said with a grin. Please spare us, senior. Please spare us. The more than a dozen innate realm experts from the Lu family hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. They never expected that the Justice Alliance would have such a powerful expert. This strength probably reached the peak of the innate realm. Long Chen asked, you all speak. How should today's matter be resolved? Should I wipe you all out or spare your lives? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you want to redeem your lives, it's 200 million each. There are 14 of you. If you all want to live, give me 8 billion, and I'll let you leave. Senior, we really can't come up with that much cash, the old master of the Lu family said with a mournful face. If you can't come up with 8 billion, then you can die. Senior, can we lower the amount? We're just a third-rate family in the capital. Okay, then how much do you say? Don't challenge my limits, otherwise, I'd rather not earn this little money from you. The old master of the Lu family gritted his teeth and said, how about 2 billion? I'll give you 2 billion if you spare us. After speaking, the old master felt his heart bleed. Chapter 259. Long Chen felt a surge of anger. His woman was actually being called the national big sister. It seems this national husband doesn't want to mess around anymore. Bro, do you also want to see the national big sister's charm? She's really too beautiful. No wonder the national husband, after seeing her, wants to settle down. In the past, the national husband changed girlfriends every year. But now he actually wants to marry Zhang Qinjia. All right, enough chit-chat. Quickly tell me where to find Zhang Qinjia. You go down this road. Wherever there are many people, go there. You'll definitely be able to see her. Many people from society come here to catch a glimpse of her. If you've been following entertainment news, you would have noticed that almost every news story in the past 10 days has her in it. Long Chen was too lazy to listen to the bystander ramble and quickly walked forward, heading towards the crowd. Sure enough, after walking for about 10 minutes, Long Chen saw a group of people gathered outside a not-so-distant teaching building. Those people had come from society and were waiting outside the teaching building. As soon as Zhang Qinjia came out, they immediately took out their phones to film and then posted it on a short video app, hoping to ride the wave and get more likes. Chapter 260. The scene instantly became chaotic as the crowd pulled out their phones to film. God, what's he stuffing in there? What is that black stuff? Oh my God, it's poop. That's about the size of a Tibetan Mastiff's poop. Just now, 3 Tibetan Mastiffs passed by there. My goodness, this is too much. The national husband is actually. Zhang Qinjia saw this and hurriedly ran up. Long Chen, don't. Before Zhang Qinjia could get close, she already smelled the disgusting odor, which scared her from running any closer. She originally wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, it didn't make sense to stop him since it had already happened. Moreover, Long Chen must be filled with anger and needed to vent it out. A few minutes later, Long Chen finally released Hu Wanrong. Ugh! Hu Wanrong immediately fell to the ground, retching. He never expected that the renowned national husband would actually be stuffed with poop. What the hell did you stuff in there? Hu Wanrong roared, pointing at Long Chen. What do you think? Tibetan Mastiff poop. Hu Wanrong angrily charged at Long Chen, as if he wanted to kill him. However, he was just an ordinary young man, not a martial artist. How could he be a match for Long Chen? Of course, if it were a matter of money, perhaps Long Chen wouldn't be his opponent. Chapter 261. After hanging up the phone, Long Chen said, "Let us turn off our phones to avoid being disturbed." No. What if something important happens? Zhang Qinjia hurriedly said. Long Chen didn't say much more. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes. Zhang Qinjia asked while eating, "When did you come to the capital? It's been a few days already. Why didn't you come to find me earlier? I had some things to take care of, so I waited until I finished before looking for you. How about you? How are things now?" Long Chen asked. "Not bad. The teacher at the art academy said I have a high talent for performance, and there shouldn't be any problem starting next month," she replied. "Congratulations. You're finally the female lead." Just then, Long Chen's phone rang again. "Look, it just keeps ringing if I don't turn it off. I don't even know who is calling me." Long Chen immediately took out his phone and answered. "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiaohei." Long Chen was stunned for a moment. It was Xiaohei calling him. "Xiaohei, what is up?" "Senior Long Chen, I just intercepted a call about you." "What call?" "After Hu Wanrong went home, his family members were having a meeting. They said they want to kill you tonight. The Hu family is a third-rate family in the capital. You should run away quickly," Xiaohei urged. Chapter 262. Long Chen snorted. "Do you think a family that wants to hang my head at the city gate still needs to exist?" "Senior Long Chen, please spare us." The head of the Hu family cried in panic. At this moment, he regretted it immensely. If he had known, he wouldn't have provoked Long Chen. "If you want to live, it depends on what you can offer in exchange," Long Chen said, seeming to be a kind person. "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. If you're willing to let our Hu family go, I am willing to give you the Huda Film Group." "Huda Film Group?" Long Chen frowned slightly, remembering that Huda Film was one of the top film companies in Huaxia. Long Chen used to go to Huda Cinema to watch movies often. Almost every city above the 5th tier has a Huda Cinema. "Is it worth a lot?" Long Chen asked. "Our Huda Film Group has had revenues exceeding 20 billion for 5 consecutive years. That's pure profit. If the senior is willing to give our Hu family a way out, in the future, the Huda Film Group will be yours." Long Chen was shocked. He originally thought about asking for 1 billion from each of the more than 40 people present as ransom, but unexpectedly, they offered to give him the Huda Film Group directly. It seemed that the Liu family had made them pay 2 billion, which was too light. Long Chen was planning to start a film company himself, but unexpectedly, he got one for free. Chapter 263. It seemed that this group was indeed large, with so many procedures. "Ms. Zhang, please give me your ID card, and I will return it to you after the paperwork is done." "Here. Thank you. Then we'll leave first. By the way, Senior Long Chen, should that 10 billion be transferred to your name or to Ms. Zhang's name?" One of the men asked. "Whatever. That 10 billion should be used to establish a fund to support children in impoverished mountainous areas." "Okay." Zhang Qinjia looked a bit confused. Long Chen didn't blink as he decided to use the 10 billion for charity. In this case, the 6 or 7 billion worth of gold and cash he brought back from the US would no longer need to be taken out, equivalent to using that gold to support impoverished mountainous areas. After the group left, Zhang Qinjia looked at Long Chen as if in a dream. "From now on, you will be the president of the Huda Film Group. You need to manage it well. Don't let it lose money." "Is this really not a dream?" Zhang Qinjia asked. Long Chen pinched the corner of Zhang Qinjia's mouth and smiled. "Silly wife, don't worry. This is real, not a dream." Long Chen immediately embraced Zhang Qinjia and picked her up. Chapter 264. Does that senior Xiao Qing not like me? After leaving the community, Zhang Qinjia asked. She came from ancient times, so her thinking might be more conservative. Seeing us in the living room, she probably couldn't accept it. Ancient people had feudal thoughts. Once a woman saw a man's body, she had to marry him, Long Chen explained. Came from ancient times? Zhang Qinjia frowned deeply. Don't talk about this randomly. Just keep it to yourself. Are you joking with me? Zhang Qinjia looked incredulous. The complexity of the world far exceeds your imagination. Do you think I would lie to you? Zhang Qinjia still looked half convinced, secretly wondering if that Xiao Qing really came from ancient times. Long Chen was preparing to call a ride to take Zhang Qianjia back to the art academy. While waiting for the car, Long Chen habitually opened WeChat and saw a message, "I'm getting engaged tomorrow." The sender was Tu Wenjing. Long Chen immediately frowned. If he hadn't seen her message at that moment, he would have really forgotten about her. Tu Wenjing was a senior high school girl he met in Tianhai City. Her grandfather, Tu Fangji, was someone Long Chen had saved on a bus. He was grateful, but unexpectedly, Tu Fangji was very snobbish. At first, he desperately wanted his granddaughter to get close to Long Chen, even if it meant being his mistress. Later, when he had the opportunity to return to the family headquarters in the capital, he looked down on Long Chen and told his granddaughter to stay away from him. Chapter 265. How about it? Is it okay? Zhang Qianjia huffed. If that Tu Wenjing is willing, I don't mind. It saves you from having to do it every time. Zhang Qianjia couldn't continue, as she was a bit scared every time she was with Long Chen, because he was too strong. If there really was a woman to share the burden, it might not be a bad thing. Ha! Long Chen burst into laughter. At that moment, the ride arrived. You don't need to see me off. I'll go back by myself, Zhang Qianjia said. All right, be careful on your way back. When we have time, we'll go buy a villa, then we'll have a place to stay in the capital. Zhang Qianjia nodded repeatedly. Although housing prices in the capital had already risen to 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter, and this was still a relatively remote area, in good locations, it had already risen to 500,000 per square meter. Most people simply couldn't afford it. With so much money, Long Chen could buy a 1,000 square meter villa for just 500 million. Long Chen returned home. Xiao Qing was cooking, but from Long Chen's observation, she still looked very inexperienced. Let me do it. Long Chen walked over. Xiao Qing softly responded with a Chapter 266. Long Chen disguised himself as a guest and blended into the Tu family's engagement venue. Long Chen didn't immediately act out because the venue was crowded, and he couldn't tell who was who, nor did he see Tu Wenjing, so he could only quietly wait. When the engagement ceremony began, he would be able to see Tu Wenjing. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, with a loud shout, "Everyone, the engagement ceremony is about to begin," the Tu family hall immediately quieted down. Now, please welcome Mr. Lu Xiaowen. Amidst the thunderous applause, a man dressed in a bright red outfit slowly walked into the hall. Thank you, everyone," Lu Xiaowen smiled and cupped his hands to the guests. Next, let's give a warm applause to invite Miss Tu Wenjing. The hall erupted with intense applause. As the applause rang out, a girl dressed in festive attire walked in through the entrance of the hall. The girl was stunningly beautiful, especially with her very classical hair accessories today, which made her even more impressive. Even Long Chen was stunned by Tu Wenjing at this moment. However, everyone noticed that there seemed to be no happy expression on Tu Wenjing's face. Instead, her gaze was filled with melancholy. Friends and relatives on both sides of the hall immediately began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Lu Yingxiong heard Long Chen say that destroying the Lu family would be worth it, and he suddenly trembled in fear. What a big mouth. The head of the Tu family roared. The hall was now deathly silent, as everyone was watching Long Chen, as if they could already foresee his death. Today, you ruined my family's engagement, and I will tear you apart. Otherwise, the head of the Tu family slowly took out a knife, seemingly intending to dismember Long Chen in front of everyone. Run, Tu Wenjing shouted loudly. However, at this moment, Lu Yingxiong quickly walked up to Long Chen. Everyone thought Lu Yingxiong was going to kill Long Chen first. However, to everyone's surprise, they saw Lu Yingxiong kneel down in front of Long Chen with a thud. Everyone gasped in shock, looking at Lu Yingxiong as if he had gone stupid. The head of the Tu family, who was originally walking towards Long Chen with a knife, was also frozen in place upon seeing Lu Yingxiong kneeling before Long Chen. Long Chen, big brother, no, Long Chen, grandfather, Long Chen, dad. Please have mercy and spare our Lu family. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yingxiong kept knocking his head while calling Long Chen grandfather and dad, seemingly not caring about his dignity. After leaving the Tu family, Long Chen and Tu Wenjing walked along the street. Long Chen, why are you ignoring me? I sent you a WeChat message, but you didn't reply, Tu Wenjing asked with a hint of resentment. I forgot for a moment, and by the time I remembered, you had already blocked me. I thought you were ignoring me, but I blocked you because I was afraid they would retaliate against you. I had no idea they were actually afraid of you. Long Chen, who exactly are you? Why does the Lu family fear you so much? Tu Wenjing asked curiously. We'll talk about that later. Where should I go now? Will I really not have any dealings with the Tu family in the future? With such a family, there's no need for interaction. But your own parents are a different matter. My parents are still in Tianhai City, and they don't like my grandfather using me as a pawn. That's good, let's go. First, let's return to my rented place. Tomorrow, I'll invite Zhang Qianjia, and we can go buy a house together. Okay. Long Chen took Tu Wenjing back to his place. When Xiao Qing saw Long Chen bring back such a beautiful girl, her brows furrowed slightly. Hello, Xiao Qing. Let me introduce her. This is Tu Wenjing, also my girlfriend. Long Chen introduced to Xiao Qing. Yes, I was originally at Tianhai No. 1 High School, but my grandfather forced me to come back and get engaged to Lu Xiuan. So I dropped out. Therefore, it's unlikely that I can return to Tianhai No. 1 High School to continue my studies. That's just right. From now on, you can help Long Chen manage the business with me. Zhang Qianjia quickly invited. Manage the business? What does that mean? You don't know? I don't know. Wenjing shook her head. You know who the film group, right? Of course. Many of my favorite male stars are artists from this film group, like Xiao Zhan, Lu Han, Yang Yang, etc. Zhang Qianjia chuckled. Now who the film group already belongs to Long Chen. However, Long Chen doesn't have time to manage it. So it's in my hands now, making me the president of Huda Film Group. Although I'm very interested in challenging myself, I have no experience. If you can help me, that would be great. We both lack martial arts talent, and the only way we can help Long Chen is to help him make money so that he has no worries. After hearing this, Tu Wenjing nodded excitedly. Why did Huda Film Group become Long Chen's? Xiaohei, immediately help me find information on Ouyang Shenfeng and see what kind of person he is. Okay. A few minutes later, Xiaohei found information on Ouyang Shenfeng. Ouyang Shenfeng, 26 years old this year, is a genius of the Ouyang family with innate abilities. His talent is stronger than Ouyang Mingtian, and the Ouyang family has high hopes for him, Xiaohei said immediately. Don't tell me his good points. Tell me his bad points, especially if he has done any bullying or similar things. Long Chen said. A year ago, Ouyang Shenfeng liked a female college student, but that female student already had a boyfriend. Out of jealousy, Ouyang Shenfeng killed the female student's boyfriend and then took the female student for himself. 6 months later, the female student became pregnant. Ouyang Shenfeng, fearing that others would find out and it would affect his reputation, killed the female student. Very good. I didn't expect this bastard to have done such things. I think the Justice Alliance needs to take action, Long Chen said. Xiaohei was startled, but that's the Ouyang family, one of the bottom 5 families among the top 10 families. Such a big family. Their strongest members have already surpassed the innate realm. Are you really sure? Long Chen smiled and hung up the phone. The last person who helped him improve his physique was his high school friend Fong Liang. This time, Long Chen would help Xiaohei improve his physique, enabling him to practice martial arts. Xiaohei was originally an ordinary person, and if Long Chen could make him a martial arts genius, he would undoubtedly be extremely grateful to Long Chen, completely becoming Long Chen's person, which would greatly benefit Long Chen's future recovery of his great cause. Xiaohei quickly posted the video on the Kyoto forum. Instantly, it was like a ton of explosives, shaking the entire city and even the country. At this moment, in the Ouyang family hall, over 100 strong individuals gathered, all of whom were above the innate realm. An old man who had reached the peak of the innate realm was filled with anger, his fists clenched tightly. This old man was the head of the Ouyang family, responsible for managing the entire family's operations. Of course, the Ouyang family also had at least 10 elders who had surpassed the innate realm. These elders rarely showed up and would only appear in times of family crisis. Such elders surpassing the innate realm were not only found in the Ouyang family, but also in other families among the bottom 5 of the top 10 families, with at least 10 in each. Zhang Qianjia said, don't worry, it's not that easy to kill me. As for the contact information, there's no need for that for now. To avoid dragging you into it or exposing me. That's it, bye. After hanging up the phone, Shengwan Haidang felt a bit unsatisfied. Coward, has desires but lacks the courage. She silently cursed, not knowing why she said that. Did she secretly hope that the galaxy genius would show her some courage? At this moment, in Long Chen's villa, Long Chen chuckled. He had just asked Xiaohei to encrypt something and then called Shengwan Haidang. He teased her a bit, and sure enough, her mood was very good. At this moment, the Ouyang family had already mobilized the entire clan to start a citywide investigation of the Justice League. However, with Xiaohei, the top hacker in China, it would be a bit difficult to find any clues about the Justice League. The next day, Zhang Qianjia and Tu Wenjing went to work at Huda Film Group. Today was their first official day as presidents. Xiaohe also arrived at Long Chen's home around 9 in the morning. Long Chen planned to use the Xianyuan Divine Needle to improve his physique and help Xiaohe become a martial arts genius as well. Chapter 273. About 3 to 4 hours later, Long Chen's plane landed in Tianhai City. Stepping out of the airport and looking at the familiar Tianhai City, Long Chen sighed and said, "I'm back." Long Chen immediately hailed a DD car and headed home. "Oh, who is back?" As soon as he walked through the door, he heard a mocking voice. It was clear who it was. It was his mother-in-law, Chun Xiaolian. Long Chen ignored her. "Long Chen, how could you bear to come back? Didn't you say you were too embarrassed to return?" Chun Xiaolian continued. Before she could finish her sentence, a man walked out from inside the house and shouted angrily, "Chun Xiaolian, are you done yet?" It was none other than Li Wanzhou. "Dad," Long Chen called out. "Long Chen, you're back." "Yeah, it's good that you're back." Li Wanzhou patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Li Wanzhou didn't know Long Chen's true background because Yang Yinghen told him. He thought that Long Chen had indeed been surpassed by Li Qing. At this moment, Chun Xiaolian spoke again. "Long Chen, I'm not trying to provoke you, but during the time you've been away, Qing'er has broken through 2 more realms and is now at the peak of the inner door realm. You were never her match before. And now that she has reached the peak of the inner door realm, you're even less of a match." Chapter 274. Which dog is barking at my door? Just then, Long Chen stepped out of the house and shouted. Nangong Filiu frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? You're not Li Qing'er's master, are you?" "My name is Long Chen, and I'm Li Qing'er's husband," Long Chen said coldly. "It's you. I've heard of you. I heard you were quite famous before, but later you were surpassed by Li Qing'er, and then you felt embarrassed and ran away from home. Why are you back today?" Nangong Filiu said mockingly. Seeing that Long Chen's aura was only at the late stage of the inner door realm, his face filled with disdain. "Long Chen, what are you doing out here? Hurry up and go inside," Li Qing'er immediately shouted at Long Chen, fearing that Nangong Filiu might really beat him up. He came from a top family in the capital, and no one dared to offend him. However, Long Chen decided not to endure any longer. "Nangong Filiu, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to run away. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what hell is," Long Chen said coldly. Nangong Filiu was instantly furious. "A piece of trash from a 4th-tier city dares to be arrogant in front of me." A killing intent flashed in Nangong Filiu's eyes. Chapter 275. Li Wanzhou walked over with a smile. "Long Chen, it doesn't matter to me who is stronger between you and Qing'er. It's all the same." "This is great," Li Wanzhou said cheerfully, patting Long Chen on the shoulder. "Thanks, Dad." Li Qing'er stamped her foot, snorted, and turned to go back to her room, seeming a bit depressed. "Long Chen, are you really okay after killing Nangong Filiu?" Li Wanzhou asked with some concern. "Don't worry, I know a hacker friend. I'll have him help erase all traces of Nangong Filiu. That way, even the Nangong family won't be able to trace us." Long Chen immediately called Xiaohe, asking him to erase all traces of Nangong Filiu's activities in Tianhai City, including any information that could be found on surveillance equipment and the internet. "All right, it's done," Long Chen said. Li Wanzhou nodded, but his face still showed a bit of bitterness, as if he were very conflicted. Previously, he thought that Li Qing'er had already surpassed Long Chen, so he arranged for his illegitimate daughter to marry Long Chen. However, how could this be resolved? "Dad, I'll go upstairs first." Li Wanzhou nodded. Long Chen immediately went upstairs, but he didn't go to his own room. Instead, he went to Li Qing'er's room. Chapter 276. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Tang Xiaoxiao stood up as soon as she saw her mother enter the classroom. "Xiaoxiao, has Ding Jun come?" Tang Xiaoxiao's mother asked. "Not yet. What do you need him for?" "Tonight, your grandfather is inviting him. I could have just called, but your grandfather insisted that I come in person to deliver the invitation. That way, it shows sincerity, so here I am." "Oh," Tang Xiaoxiao just lightly responded. Previously, her family had been trying hard to matchmake her with Ding Jun. Although Tang Xiaoxiao admired Ding Jun's medical skills, she had always been unable to let go of Long Chen, so she didn't agree with her family's matchmaking. However, her family was determined to push her and Ding Jun together, which had started to annoy Tang Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, Long Chen actually came to the classroom today. Therefore, Tang Xiaoxiao, for some reason, suddenly wanted to tease Long Chen. "Mom, give me the invitation. When Ding Jun arrives, I'll personally give it to him. Or I can personally call him to come to our house as a guest tonight," Tang Xiaoxiao said to her mother. Tang Xiaoxiao's mother was taken aback and quickly asked, Weren't you opposed to being with Ding Jun before? Mom, I've thought it through now. I'm willing to be Ding Jun's girlfriend. Tang Xiaoxiao deliberately said this in front of Long Chen. Chapter 277. Long Chen took a deity and soon arrived at Tang Xiaoxiao's home. Tang Xiaoxiao's mother was personally cooking in the kitchen, making a clattering noise as she stir-fried. Tang Xiaoxiao's grandfather, Tang Binshan, was also washing teacups, seemingly waiting for Ding Jun to arrive. The entire Tang family had an atmosphere as if a distinguished guest was about to arrive. Long Chen stood at the door of Tang Xiaoxiao's house and checked the time. It was only 5:30. Looks like I came too early, Long Chen smiled wryly. Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't returned from school yet, and Ding Jun hadn't arrived either. However, since he was already there, Long Chen decided to go in. So, Long Chen immediately walked into Tang Xiaoxiao's house. Long Chen, Tang Xiaoxiao's cousin, was the first to see Long Chen walk in, and his brows furrowed as he shouted. Everyone turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen, what are you doing at our house? Tang Xiaoxiao's cousin, Tang Rui, asked with an unfriendly expression. Long Chen chuckled and said, You're all so well prepared. Is there a distinguished guest coming? What is it to you? Tang Rui snorted coldly. Tang Xiaoxiao's grandfather also walked up and said to Long Chen, Long Chen, we have a distinguished guest tonight, so we cannot entertain you. Please leave. Chapter 278. As for what Tang Xiaoxiao said in front of him, Long Chen had long known it was to provoke him. Long Chen, don't be so shameless. You're not trying to use your strength to threaten Ding Jun, are you? And don't forget, Ding Jun's master is a genius from the galaxy. Who is the galaxy genius? I believe you know better than we do. Tang Xiaoxiao's grandfather threatened. Long Chen nodded and said, That's right. What kind of person is a genius of the galaxy? I know better than you. Long Chen secretly laughed in his heart. I am the genius of the galaxy. Don't I know myself? Since I know, you better think twice, otherwise Ding Jun and his master will report to me. And the genius of the galaxy will not let you go. It's not that I underestimate you, but your martial arts talent and strength are probably not even close to the genius of the galaxy. Tang Xiaoxiao's cousin also threatened. Is that so? Hearing you say that, I'm actually a bit scared. Tang Xiaoxiao's family looked at Long Chen, who seemed indifferent, and they became even angrier, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, Long Chen felt a bit hungry, raised his head to look at Tang Xiaoxiao's mother, and asked, Is the food ready? Can you bring it out to eat first? Chapter 279. They all thought that Ding Jun was so afraid of Long Chen because Long Chen threatened him with force. Ding Jun, don't be afraid of him. Your master is a genius of the galaxy, and he is also a martial arts master. His strength is probably far above Long Chen's, so you really don't need to be wary of him. Stand up now and bravely embrace Xiao Xiao. Tang Binshan encouraged Ding Jun. However, Ding Jun still did not dare to stand up and remained kneeling on the ground. Tang Xiaoxiao's father was also anxious and hurriedly said, Ding Jun, you should stand up. You are the famous divine doctor of Tianhai City. Kneeling like this is embarrassing your master, the genius of the galaxy. Ding Jun wanted to say something but hesitated, seemingly wanting to say, My master is right in front of me. However, unfortunately, without Long Chen's permission, he did not dare to reveal that Long Chen was the genius of the galaxy. Long Chen chuckled and said to Tang Xiaoxiao's family, Now that Ding Jun dares not agree, what else do you have to say? Long Chen, you are too shameless. Ding Jun, stand up quickly. Our whole family supports you and Xiao Xiao being together. If your master finds out, he will be furious. Tang Xiaoxiao's grandfather was so angry he seemed ready to vomit blood, never expecting Ding Jun to be so cowardly. Chapter 280. How is this possible? Tang Binshan trembled violently, looking at Long Chen repeating this sentence. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao felt as if she did not recognize Long Chen. The famous genius of the galaxy was actually him. If it weren't for seeing Ding Jun's serious expression, she would doubt whether Ding Jun was pretending. All right, Ding Jun, this time I'll believe you. Long Chen said to the kneeling Ding Jun. Thank you, master, for believing me. Ding Jun instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you really don't dare to have thoughts about my woman, otherwise, I will make you regret it. Ding Jun wiped away a cold sweat, secretly thinking. Fortunately, I kept my cool and remained vigilant, not being tempted by Tang Xiaoxiao's beauty. Long Chen looked at Tang Binshan and said, Remember, your granddaughter will always be my woman, so don't try to introduce her to others in the future, or you will be harming others. Tang Binshan's heart was incredibly complicated, and he did not speak. Long Chen turned to Tang Xiao and said, in this lifetime, you can only be my woman. I won't let you escape from my grasp. Humph. Tang Xiao snorted softly, but her heart was quite happy. Chapter 281. Not today. My family is still waiting for us to eat. It's really too awkward now. Tang Xiao hurriedly pleaded. However, Long Chen did not care at all. An hour later, in the living room on the first floor, Tang Xiao's family had already prepared the dinner, and everyone sat there staring blankly. Why haven't they come down yet? It's been an hour. What if something happened? Should we go up and urge them? Everyone looked at each other, seemingly a bit worried. All right, everyone just wait quietly. Once the genius of the galaxy is done, he will naturally come down. Sigh. Everyone could only sigh. It seemed they all knew what Tang Xiao and Long Chen were doing. If Xiao really becomes a divine doctor, then our Tang family will strike it rich. Tang Xiao's father said happily. Of course, Tang Binshan said with a face full of expectation. Just then, Long Chen and Tang Xiao came down the stairs. Long Chen looked refreshed, while Tang Xiao's face was slightly red, her steps a bit awkward, and as an observant person, it was obvious what they had just experienced. Mr. Genius of the Galaxy, dinner is ready. We're just waiting for you. Tang Binshan hurriedly welcomed them. Chapter 282. Qinger, you're here. Master, where have you been this month? Why haven't you come to find me for so long? Li Qinger rushed to Long Chen's front and asked anxiously. I went abroad to handle some matters, Long Chen said. Master, after you passed your power to me last time, I broke through to the mid-stage of the inner door the next day. And now I've broken through to the peak of the inner door. Not bad, I just saw that. Long Chen smiled slightly. But my husband, I thought I had surpassed him, but unexpectedly, his true realm has already reached the postnatal stage. Li Qinger said a bit dejectedly. I told you before, that Long Chen is an exceptional talent. Master, does that mean you can't compare to him? Li Qinger asked nervously. How could that be? Long Chen laughed. Master, what is your true strength? That Long Chen is already in the postnatal stage. At his age, he could probably rank high in all of Huaxia. You're about the same age as Long Chen. So what is your true strength? Li Qinger asked curiously, as she had always been unaware of her master's true strength. Chapter 283. Long Chen looked at Li Qinger and asked, Li Qinger, do you know why your master disappeared for a month? Li Qinger frowned, not understanding why Long Chen suddenly asked her this. My master went abroad to handle business, Li Qinger said. Wrong. Why do you say I'm wrong? Your master said in person that he went abroad to handle business. That's why he hasn't come to find me for a month, Li Qinger retorted. The reason I say it's wrong is that your master is far away, yet close at hand. What do you mean? Li Qinger and her family all frowned. Think about it. Didn't I also disappear for a month? Upon hearing this, Li Qinger couldn't help but exclaim, as if she had thought of something. Her master disappeared for a month, and Long Chen also happened to disappear for a month, and Long Chen said, far away yet close at hand. Could it be? That's right. I am the genius of the galaxy. Long Chen coldly huffed. How is this possible? You must be joking with me. Li Qinger shook her head in disbelief. Don't believe it? Long Chen took out a silver mask and a set of white hanfu, and in front of Li Qinger, Chen Xiaolian, and Li Wanzhou, he put them on. Chapter 284. Long Chen said, Dad, I support you in making Aunt Yang your rightful wife. Divorce Chen Xiaolian and bring Aunt Yang back. Tomorrow, I will go find the old master of the Li family and ask him to convene a family meeting. I believe the Li family will support you, because if I say I support it, who would dare oppose? Aunt Yang is a woman with a very good character. Only she deserves to be the mistress of this household, while Chen Xiaolian does not. Li Wanzhou felt a wave of bitterness when he saw Long Chen wanting him to divorce. You, Long Chen, you ungrateful son. Chen Xiaolian immediately yelled at Long Chen. However, Long Chen glared at her, and in an instant, Chen Xiaolian felt a chill from head to toe. It was only at that moment that she realized how terrifying Long Chen was. Chen Xiaolian, if you dare to mock and yell at me again, don't blame me for being rude. You are not divorced yet, so I can still treat you as my mother-in-law. Once you divorce Dad, you'll be an outsider. Whether you get divorced or not depends entirely on my word. Tomorrow, I will have the Li family bring Aunt Yang here to live. With just one word from me, the old master of the Li family will certainly hurry to bring them back. And you can leave as you wish. Chapter 285. Then tell me, why do you think Ngonglio's death is related to me? Long Chen asked with a smile, seemingly not taking Ngonglio seriously at all. After a few months of investigation, I found that Ngonglio came to Tianhai City specifically to find a girl named Tu Wenjing. Tu Wenjing used to be from the Tu family in the capital. And then Nan Gonglu mysteriously disappeared in Tianhai City. So his death is likely related to Tu Wenjing. Later, after my covert investigation, I discovered that your relationship with Tu Wenjing is quite unusual. That's when I realized you're not simple. Long Chen said, how am I not simple? You are the famous genius of Tianhai City. And I now highly suspect that the Justice Alliance causing a stir in the capital is also related to you. All right, I admit I killed Ningonglu. Long Chen didn't bother with further talk and directly confessed. It really is you. Nan Gong was startled. She had only suspected it without solid evidence. But she didn't expect Long Chen to admit it outright. What do you plan to do with me? Long Chen asked. You killed someone from my Nan Gong family. How can my Nan Gong family let it go? You must come back to the capital with me immediately. I will take you back to the Nan Gong family. As for how my family will deal with you, that's my family's business. However, you dared to kill someone from my Nan Gong family, and you deserve to be punished. Chapter 286. Long Chen, I have nothing to say if you are better than me. But you killed a member of my Nan Gong family, and I will definitely report this to my family, Nan Gong said with a huff. You lost to me, and I haven't done anything to you, yet you still want to report to your family. So what do you want? Nan Gong asked with some frustration. She thought Long Chen couldn't possibly be her opponent, but unexpectedly, she was no match for him at all. This situation is a bit troublesome. Looking at Long Chen, he doesn't seem like a good person, but rather someone with a dark side. You just said yourself to let me handle it, Long Chen said with a grin. You can kill me or do whatever you want. Nan Gong coldly huffed. I wouldn't kill you, what is the point? I'd rather take you back as my wife. What did you say? Nan Gong instantly became furious. I said, killing you is not as good as taking you back as my wife. You're outrageous. Dare to try it. Nan Gong was infuriated. Try it if you dare. You were the one who told me to try. You. Nan Gong was speechless. This bastard is too shameless. All right. Are you coming back with me willingly? Or should I take you back forcibly? Long Chen asked. Chapter 287. You bastard. Hurry up and untie me. Nan Gong became anxious. Don't be silly. You should enjoy it properly. If you dare touch me, I will definitely castrate you. Long Chen said, dying under the peony flower, even as a ghost, one remains romantic. I'm not afraid of being a ghost. Why would I be afraid of being a eunuch? You are. Nan Gong gritted her teeth in anger. Long Chen slowly peeled off Nan Gong's clothes one by one, and she felt like dying. In the end, not a single piece was left. She stood in the shower like a naked model. Long Chen held the shower head, cleaning her bit by bit. About 15 minutes later, after Long Chen finished washing, he picked her up and walked out of the bathroom. Nan Gong cried, appearing utterly desperate. Long Chen, I beg you, please don't. Nan Gong pleaded while crying. I'm sorry. I've already fallen hopelessly in love with you, Long Chen said with a grin. You bastard, you're not human. Yes, I'm not human. I'm a beast. All right, no need to say so much. Today is our wedding day. Get lost, go die. Nan Gong cried loudly. Chapter 288. All right, don't be sad. It's not something that can appreciate in value, is it? Go die. Nan Gong was infuriated when she heard Long Chen say that. How thick-skinned can one be? He took her first time and still said it's not something that can appreciate in value. It's just that. It's South, not real estate, that can appreciate. You're already 20. It's time to end your girlhood. Get lost. Nan Gong was so angry she almost spat blood. What kind of logic is this? Even if it's time to end it, it shouldn't be you who ends it. How can there be such a shameless person? Give me back my clothes. Nan Gong said angrily. There's no rush. To compensate you, I'm preparing to help you upgrade your rainbow divine skill, Long Chen said. I don't need it. Nan Gong huffed. Are you sure you don't need it? This is your loss. Don't say I took advantage of you later. Taking your first time without any compensation. Nan Gong opened her mouth, seemingly realizing it was too much of a loss. Why not take it if it's free? All right, I want to see how you can upgrade it. Nan Gong coldly huffed. Write down the secret of your rainbow divine skill for me, Long Chen said. Chapter 289. Nan Gong stopped thinking too much and immediately began to retrain the rainbow divine skill. Long Chen called a Didi and returned home. Yesterday, he said he would kick Chen Xiaoyan out of the house and bring back Yang Ying and her daughter. Well, he returned home. The old master of the Li family and others were already waiting for Long Chen in the living room. Yesterday, Long Chen had called the old master of the Li family and asked him to come over today. Chen Xiaoyan was also sitting in a corner of the living room. her face still stained with tears. Li Wanzhou was standing awkwardly to the side. As for Li Qing, she was not seen in the living room. She was probably in her own room. Everyone is here, Long Chen said to the old master of the Li family and others. Long Chen, we already know what happened. We didn't expect you to be the famous genius of the galaxy. The old master of the Li family immediately flattered him. Long Chen, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, never ending. Li Wanhua also flattered Long Chen with a grin. All right, don't rush to flatter. I called you here today for an important matter, and I'm sure everyone knows what it is. Long Chen said. Of course, there's no objection. Someone like Chen Xiaoyan definitely doesn't deserve to be the mistress here, the old master of the Li family said, and the others expressed their agreement to kick Chen Xiaoyan out of the Li family. Chapter 290, at this moment. In a five-star hotel, the venue was bustling with guests. Although Li Wanzhou and Yang Ying were already in their 40s or 50s, today's wedding was quite grand and impressive. Long Chen scanned the entire banquet hall, but did not see Li Qing. It seemed she had no intention of attending her father's wedding today. The Northern Wolf King had sent a congratulatory gift. At that moment, 10 stretch Hummers arrived outside the five-star hotel, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Long Chen frowned. He had just heard the words Northern Wolf King, which indicated a person of significant status. Long Chen, is this your friend? Li Wanzhou, standing next to Long Chen, asked in confusion. I don't know him. I heard someone mention the Northern Wolf King, and he looks like someone of high status. Isn't he your friend? Li Wanzhou looked puzzled. Yang Ying shook her head and said, I don't know him either. I'm just an ordinary woman. How can I know someone like the Northern Wolf King? Are they coming for us? But we booked the entire hotel today. Li Wanzhou was very confused. Soon, the 10 stretch Hummers stopped at the hotel entrance, and a dozen young men dressed in black with wolf head logos on their clothes got out. These young men had resolute expressions, giving off an extraordinary vibe. Chapter 291 This. Li Wanzhou seemed a bit perplexed. Don't forget, my true identity is a genius of the galaxy. I am a divine doctor. I have already secretly administered acupuncture to Aunt Yang, and she will soon be pregnant. And it's a son. Both Li Wanzhou and Yang Ying were taken aback. All right, I will take my leave now. If anything comes up, video call or call me. Long Chen left the five-star hotel. He did not immediately fly to the capital, but first visited Tang Xiaoxiao's home. Tang Xiaoxiao was currently at home studying the medical techniques Long Chen had transmitted to her. In just a few days, she had absorbed almost all of it. It's truly amazing, Tang Xiaoxiao murmured to herself. What are you doing? At that moment, Long Chen appeared in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. Long Chen, you're just in time. I still have one last part one don't understand. Can you help me explain it? If I master this part, then I will fully grasp the medical techniques you taught me. Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly grabbed Long Chen's arm upon seeing him. Sure, what don't you understand? Go ahead. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately took out a piece of paper and drew many symbols on it. These symbols resembled a diagram of human meridians, but were much more profound. Chapter 292. Long Chen immediately called Li Wanzhou. How's it going, Long Chen? Don't worry. The Northern Wolf Organization is one of the mysterious organizations of Huaxia. Qing'er being able to join it may not be a bad thing. That's good. I'm just afraid it's some chaotic organization. It's not that chaotic. But I see this Wolf King acts high profile, so he might not be a good person. Once I get to the capital, I'll look into it further if I get the chance. Okay, I'll hang up now. Long Chen ended the call, but stood there in contemplation, unsure of what he was thinking. What's wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao noticed Long Chen was in a daze and quickly asked. It's nothing. By the way, I came to find you today for another reason. I mentioned to you last time that I would invest $2 billion to help you open a hospital. No way. Are you serious? Of course. Otherwise, how can you utilize your strengths? Give me your card number, and I'll transfer the $2 billion to you right now. Where are you getting $2 billion from? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in shock. I can come up with $10 billion, let alone $2 billion. Hurry up and give me your card number, Long Chen urged. Chapter 293. At that moment, Xiao He arrived, seemingly aware of what was happening with Long Chen, and hurried over. Master, are you okay? I'm fine, Xiao He. Have you found more information about the Northern Wolf Organization? Long Chen asked. No, but there is a legend in the upper martial arts community regarding the Northern Wolf King. What legend? Currently, there are 4 extraordinary young people in the Huaxia martial arts community. Southern Lu Hua, Northern Wolf King, Eastern Ziyu, and Western Kuta. What does that mean? Tu Wenjing furrowed her brow and asked. It means there are 4 extraordinary young powerhouses in Huaxia. One named Lu Hua in the south, One called the Wolf King in the north, one named Ziyu in the east, and one named Ku Ta in the west. Is there no way to find out their strength? Long Chen inquired. No need to investigate. They must be beyond the innate realm. These four extraordinary young people, all under 30, being beyond the innate realm is already legendary. The Northern Wolf King is of this level. Long Chen was secretly shocked. The Northern Wolf King's strength had already surpassed the innate realm. Meanwhile, even if Long Chen merged with Xiao Wei, his strength was only at the mid-innate realm. Chapter 294. What important matter is it? I heard that the sacred ground controlled by your 5 families is about to open. You 5 families are recruiting martial artists from society to represent your families in treasure hunting. How do you know about this? Do you want to enter the sacred ground? Long Chen nodded. Yes, I want to represent your family and enter the sacred ground for training. Are you crazy? Shangwan Haidang seemed very surprised. What's wrong? That sacred ground only allows 10 people in, and the number that can come out is estimated to be only 1 or 2, or even none. Our family doesn't dare to send our own disciples in. We're recruiting people from society who aren't afraid of death to represent us. You actually want to volunteer. That's how it should be. The more dangerous it is, the better the training effect, Long Chen chuckled. No, I will never agree to that. You fool. Our 5 families are unwilling to send our own disciples in, which means it's not worth it. Do you know? Our Shangwan family has recruited 5 people from society to represent us. These 5 people are prepared for sacrifice and have signed a contract with our family. Chapter 295, Bang Bang. Long Chen took down one named Shangwan Tian in half a second. Another one named Shangwan Tian also rushed to attack Long Chen. Bang Bang. Long Chen took him down in half a second as well. It seemed they were simply no match for Long Chen. Although they were both at the mid-postnatal realm, they were completely outmatched by Long Chen. Shangwan Haidang and the head of the Shangwan family looked at Long Chen in astonishment. How can you be so powerful? The head of the Shangwan family asked incredulously. You're overpraising me, Long Chen said modestly with a smile. The head of the Shangwan family immediately recognized Long Chen as a talent. Young brother Long Chen, I wonder if you would be willing to marry into our Shangwan family. The head asked. Long Chen furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean? Marry into the family? Long Chen seemed shocked at the sudden proposal. I will betroth Shangwan Haitang to you. What do you think? The head asked. Patriarch, are you joking? Long Chen felt embarrassed. At this moment, Shangwan Haitang's expression also changed, and she hurriedly shook her head and said, Patriarch, don't joke around. Haidang, I'm not joking. The 2 from the Ouyang family have been killed. Now the Ouyang family is not planning to continue the marriage alliance with you. Since this young brother Long Chen has such remarkable talent, perhaps it would be better to betroth you to him. Chapter 296. After waiting for less than an hour, finally, the sky was bright, and the sunrise was about to arrive. Everyone, please get ready. The sun is about to rise. One of the strong warriors said as he inserted the key into the hole. The other 4 great families also inserted their keys into the hole simultaneously. Soon, the sun rose. In the distant sky, the sun began to rise, and at the moment the sun rose, sunlight shone on the tongues, and instantly, the 5 keys emitted 5 beams of light that intertwined with each other. In the next second, a gongshan with a radius of about 5 meters appeared. Quick, rush in, someone shouted. Long Chen and the others immediately rushed inside. Long Chen, you must come out alive, Shangwan Haidang said to Long Chen. I will. Long Chen replied as he charged into the gongshan. In less than a second, Long Chen reached the entrance of the gongshan, feeling a powerful resistance. Long Chen broke through the resistance and instantly rushed in. At the moment he entered, it felt like a strong wind blew in, causing Long Chen's body to shiver involuntarily. Long Chen hurriedly looked back, but there was nothing behind him. He could not see the gongshan at all. In the next second, the gongshan disappeared, and only 2 seconds had passed. Chapter 297. After 9 days, there would be a one-way gongshan that would automatically expel them. The little Huang cried out, Still have to stay for 9 days? My goodness. I can't stand it for a moment. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Who could? He never considered how dangerous it was before entering, but now that he was inside, he realized that playing with life was no joke. Long Chen hurriedly pulled out Little Huang, Little Yu, and Little Li. However, at that moment, Little Yu suddenly twitched. What's wrong with you? Long Chen asked in confusion. I feel like something bit my foot, Little Yu said painfully. Hurry up. But just then, Little Yu's body suddenly deflated like a deflated ball, as if something had sucked the flesh and organs from his body. In less than 10 seconds, Right before Long Chen's eyes, little Yu became just a piece of skin. Quick, climb up. Long Chen shouted at little Huang and little Li. Seeing little Yu beside them reduced to just skin in seconds, little Huang and little Li were terrified and quickly climbed out of the stone crevice. Chapter 298. Long Chen walked forward through the forest. About 10 minutes later, Long Chen saw something resembling a small mountain, and he immediately recognized that this must be the giant beast. Without a word, Long Chen charged at the giant beast. The giant beast seemed to sense him and immediately opened its eyes, which were as enormous as a sports field. Roar! The giant beast let out a roar and lunged its tongue at Long Chen. However, its tongue was injured, and its speed was nowhere near as fast as before. Long Chen immediately grabbed its tongue. A fierce battle ensued. However, the giant beast was too huge. For Long Chen, there was also an advantage. In the eyes of the giant beast, he was like a fly, a very small target, making it difficult for the giant beast to kill Long Chen. Hundreds of meters away, little Huang and little Li hid behind a tree, watching in admiration as Long Chen, such a tiny figure, fought fiercely against such a massive giant beast. They had no idea how long they had fought, but Long Chen felt exhausted. Several times he was on the verge of collapsing, but the giant beast's enormous paw came crashing down again. Long Chen had no choice but to once again unleash all his potential. Chapter 299. Soon, Long Chen arrived at a waterfall nearby. He cautiously flipped over a large stone. Just then, a creature about 10 meters long, resembling a centipede, leaped out from under the stone. Long Chen rolled over and dodged it. This 10-meter-long, centipede-like creature was not very strong and posed no threat to Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen dashed forward and stabbed its head with a sword, causing the creature to start twisting. A few minutes later, it was dead. Long Chen also dug out a beast core the size of a little finger from its head. This beast core was less than 100 years old. However, Long Chen still put it away and dragged the creature back to the giant beast's lair. Senior Long Chen, what is this? Little Huang and little Li asked hurriedly upon seeing it. I killed it over by the waterfall. It had a straw-like thing in its mouth, which must have pierced into a person's body and sucked them dry, Long Chen explained. Little Huang and little Li immediately felt a wave of fear. After killing these two Yisho, the sacred land posed no further threat. Long Chen suspected that the existence of this sacred land was to seal the giant beast. Chapter 300. Xiao Wei, are you there? Long Chen hurriedly checked the jade pendant on his neck. I'm here. He heard Xiao Wei's voice in his ear. What happened? Why haven't I been able to reach you since entering the sacred land? Long Chen asked. I don't know either. I couldn't sense your call while in the sacred land. Xiao Wei replied. Forget it. I won't pursue it further. Long Chen knew it was due to the special circumstances of the sacred land, and pursuing it was meaningless. Congratulations, Long Chen, for entering the sacred land and breaking through to the early stage of the innate realm. Hee, I didn't expect I would kill that giant beast and dig out a beast core from its brain. Given your current strength, you could probably defeat anyone in the mid-stage of the innate realm, Xiao Wei said. Yes, I spent the last 6 days in the sacred land practicing. I've already trained the strong dragon body, refining technique to the 7th layer. Now, I can easily defeat anyone in the mid-stage of the innate realm. Long Chen said confidently. If we merge again and use the invisible divine skill, you could even challenge those at the peak of the innate realm or even the great perfection of the innate realm, Xiao Wei said. Chapter 301. Impossible. Then I'm sorry. Long Chen, this little bastard, I must kill him. The patriarch of the Shangwan family snorted coldly. Then you must first get past me. At this moment, Long Chen laughed heartily. Want to kill me? I'm not some fish for anyone to slaughter. Ouyang Patriarch, if you think you have the ability, then go ahead and make your move. Long Chen was eager for a fight, especially since the Ouyang family had a grudge against him. Long Chen, you should say less. Someone warned. The patriarch of the Shangwan family saw Long Chen being so reckless, and with him having support, he dared to stir trouble in front of the Ouyang family. Patriarch Shangwan, I don't need you to back me up. Just step aside. Long Chen said. Long Chen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Shangwan Haidang couldn't help but scold him. The patriarch of their family was already backing Long Chen and threatening the patriarch of the Ouyang family. Yet Long Chen still spoke arrogantly, which was clearly provoking the Ouyang patriarch. If the Ouyang patriarch really took action, even if the Shangwan patriarch tried to stop it, it wouldn't guarantee safety. After all, these innate realm peak experts, once they made a move, it was no joke. Even a bit of the aftermath could crush weak martial artists to pieces. Chapter 302, Shangguan Haidang. I now command you in the name of the highest mission of the Shangguan family. You must capture Long Chen, otherwise, your branch will be completely cut off from the family core. The Shangguan Patriarch suddenly ordered Shangguan Haidang after Long Chen left. Ah, Patriarch you? Shangguan Haidang was surprised to hear such an order from the Patriarch. Is there a problem? The Patriarch asked. Are you joking with me? I'm not joking. This is the highest mission of the Shangguan family. I don't care what method you use. You must make Long Chen a member of our Shangguan family, otherwise, your branch, starting from your grandfather, will be completely cut off from the family core. Shangguan Haidang's face turned pale. Patriarch, you didn't save Long Chen in time. He already has a bad impression of our Shangguan family. How am I supposed to do this? And, no, Ants, even if you have to use beauty tricks or more sinister schemes, you must complete the task. Right now, Long Chen's future is limitless. Even if you have to steal, you must win his heart. Shangguan Haidang looked frustrated. The Patriarch actually gave her such an order. Chapter 303. Thus, all major forces in the capital wanted to win over Long Chen, who became the object of desire for the powerful. At this moment, in the Nangong family, an emergency meeting was being held. Everyone, I believe you all know about Long Chen by now. The Patriarch of the Nangong family scanned the family members in the hall and said, of course, the martial arts world in the capital has been buzzing about him these past few days. At just over 20 years old, he can actually compete with the Patriarch of the Ouyang family. At this rate, he will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great prodigies in the future. That's right. The purpose of today's emergency meeting is to discuss Long Chen. This Long Chen comes from a small fourth-tier city, and we have not discovered any background or connections behind him. Therefore, we must act before the other families and bring him into our family. Everyone nodded in agreement. But how do we win him over? I've already thought it through. After all, Long Chen is a young man, and for young people, perhaps the best way to capture their hearts is through beautiful women, the Patriarch of the Nangong family said. The crowd was surprised because their family had a world-renowned beauty named Nangong Yuru. Patriarch, you're not suggesting that Nangong Yuru be his girlfriend, are you? One of the strong members asked. Chapter 304. Shangguan Haidang turned around and looked at Long Chen, feeling a bit awkward. Long Chen, how come you arrived so timely? Shangguan Haidang chuckled awkwardly. Teacher Shangguan, did you suddenly invite me to dinner because of something important? Long Chen asked. There's nothing important. I just wanted to treat you to a meal since you've helped my family a lot this time. It's only right. Shangguan Haidang certainly didn't dare to admit that she asked Long Chen out because she wanted to pursue him. Oh, I thought there was something important. You look so beautifully dressed. Long Chen laughed. Not at all. I wear this every day, Shangguan Haidang quickly denied. By the way, how will the spoils from that giant beast be distributed? Long Chen asked. It will be distributed, as you said. My family will take half, and the other half will be shared among the four great families. Long Chen snorted in displeasure. That benefits the Ouyang family. Just then, Long Chen's phone rang again. Hello, who is this? It's me. A girl's voice came from the other end of the line, sounding a bit reluctant. Who are you? Nangong Yuru. Long Chen was stunned. It turned out to be Nangong Yuru. Chapter 305. On the other end of the line, Huangfu Chihua's veins bulged with anger. He was willing to sacrifice his life for Nangong Yuru, showing how much he loved her. Previously, he wanted to have a romantic relationship with her. But Nangong Yuru wanted to wait until after marriage, and because he loved her so much, he did not force her. However, he never expected that today he would see her with a strange man in a couple's box watching a movie. Keep an eye on them. I'm coming over right now. Damn it, I'm going to kill him for daring to steal my woman. Huangfu Chihua erupted with rage. Long Chen pulled Nangong Yuru into room 8, the couple's box. The box was not large, similar to a hotel room, with a double sofa and a screen in front. Long Chen locked the door with a click. Nangong Yuru looked a bit nervous, even though Long Chen had already been intimate with her many times before. Don't do anything reckless, Nangong Yuru warned. Don't worry, I'm just here to watch a movie. I won't do anything to you, Long Chen chuckled. Nangong Yuru huffed, seemingly not believing him. Nangong Yuru, if you want to pursue me, you have to be more proactive. Otherwise, how can I give you a chance? Long Chen said with a smile. Chapter 306. Half an hour later, Long Chen and Nangong Yuru walked out of the box. Huangfu Chihua was still standing at the door. This has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. Long Chen said to Huang Fuqihua. Huang Fuqihua gritted his teeth and looked at Nangong Yuru, saying through clenched teeth, I will make you regret this. One day, you will regret your choice today. After saying that, Huang Fuqihua immediately left, seemingly deeply provoked by Long Chen. Brother Hua, what are your plans now? Huang Fuqihua's friend asked after they left. I'm going to train. I want to become stronger. I want to surpass Long Chen, and I want Nangong Yuru to regret it. Huang Fuqihua gritted his teeth. But that Long Chen is so powerful. How can it be that easy to surpass him? I have already decided. I'm going to take the entrance exam for the Death God Academy. If I can pass the exam and enter the Death God Academy, I will definitely be able to surpass him. No way. You're going to take the entrance exam for the Death God Academy? That Huang Fuqihua's friend was shocked. They've even stolen my woman. What else do I have to fear? If I die, so be it. Without Yuru, living has no meaning for me. Chapter 307. Do you know how talented Long Chen is? At just 20 years old, he can match the patriarch of the Ouyang family. We originally planned to marry Shangwan Haidang to Long Chen, even if it was just to be his concubine. But you want her to be your wife. Give me a reason to choose you. Long Chen laughed. Long Chen is my little brother. Is that reason enough? What did you say? Long Chen is your little brother? Everyone in the hall was shocked, and Shangwan Haitang's face was full of disbelief. Yes, Long Chen is my little brother. What's the problem? Do you think it's better to betroth Haidang to me or to my little brother? Long Chen said with a grin. Shangwan Haidang was overjoyed. Hearing that Long Chen was actually the little brother of a genius from the galaxy felt like finding treasure. She never expected that the galaxy genius was far more powerful than Long Chen. Luckily, she didn't become Long Chen's girlfriend today. Otherwise, she would have lost out. You can't just say that without proof. Who can prove he is your little brother? The head of the Shangwan family asked skeptically. If I have to prove it, then let my strength speak for itself. I can knock you back with one palm. Does that count? Long Chen said to the head of the Shangwan family. Chapter 308, however, Long Chen said, there's no need for that. Shangwan Haidang and I are more suited to be friends. Long Chen felt that Shangwan Haidang couldn't accept his other girlfriends, so there was no need to make her uncomfortable. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Let's just be friends with Shangwan Haidang. Hearing Long Chen say this, the head of the Shangwan family became a bit anxious and said, Brother Long Chen, don't say that. Our Shangwan family is really sincere. It's not about sincerity. Shangwan Haidang and I are really suited to be friends. Besides, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. All right, it's getting late, so I won't disturb you anymore. By the way, don't make things difficult for Shangwan Haidang. We may not become a couple, but at least we could be good friends. Farewell. Long Chen cupped his hands and turned to leave. Brother Long Chen, really not considering it any further? I believe Haidang will definitely agree. The head of the Shangwan family hurriedly blocked Long Chen as he saw him about to leave. No, as I said, let us just be friends. Don't keep nagging. Or, I might not even want to be friends anymore. Yes. The head of the Shangwan family didn't dare to say more, afraid that Long Chen would be unhappy. Chapter 309. Be gentler, Xiao Qing said softly. Long Chen nodded excitedly. He didn't expect Xiao Qing to be willing to give him something even though she was going home, so meeting her was not in vain. An hour later, everything was calm. However, Long Chen's heart became even more complicated. You should go back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, I will leave. I also need to rest well now, so I can activate the teleportation bracelet tomorrow, Xiao Qing said to Long Chen. All right. Long Chen left Xiao Qing's room. Long Chen stood in the villa's courtyard, looking at the countless stars in the sky. Each of these stars is a planet light years away. Although scientists on Earth have still not discovered a second planet capable of supporting human life, that doesn't mean they're ISNT1. It's like a person scooping a spoonful of water from the ocean. If they don't see any fish in that spoonful, can they say there are no fish in the ocean? No, they cannot. Long Chen even doubted that the hidden dragon continent mentioned by the old Master Heishan, or the sacred land he visited, might actually exist as a real planet, just that it is light years away and can only be reached through some kind of teleportation passage, which is impossible to access in reality. Chapter 310. Really? You sound very confident. Just then, a voice came from not far behind Long Chen. Long Chen turned around abruptly and saw a young man who was a few years older than him. Long Chen hadn't noticed when he came in, so this young man must be a strong fighter. Who are you? Long Chen hurriedly asked. Call me Lone Wolf. The young man slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, Lone Wolf, Could it be that you are from the North Wolf organization? Long Chen asked with some confusion. That's right. It seems you have some brains to guess that. The young man smiled. It's not that I have some brains. Even a fool would know. Now tell me, why did you suddenly appear in my house? Long Chen felt that this young man probably had ill intentions. Long Chen, I represent the Wolf King of the North Wolf organization and invite you to join us. The young man said. Long Chen was a bit surprised that he was actually invited to join the North Wolf organization. I must have misheard. Just recently, your Wolf King even sent someone to put a dead pig in my bed as a warning. And now, you actually invite me to join the North Wolf organization. Are you joking with me? Long Chen said with a cold laugh. Chapter 3:11 Long Chen did not use his electrical energy. He intended to reserve it as his trump card. Invisibility technique. Long Chen's body suddenly vanished as if he were gone from the spot. The young man's expression changed slightly, seemingly not expecting that such martial arts existed in the world. However, the next second, a hint of disdain appeared on his lips. Long Chen instantly appeared in front of him and threw a punch. However, the young man's body suddenly became like rubber. Long Chen's punch disappeared without a trace, like a mud cow entering the sea. How could this be? Long Chen was greatly shocked. Rebound technique. In the next second, before Long Chen could react, the young man's rubber-like body suddenly rebounded. With a loud bang, whatever strength Long Chen had just used to attack rebounded with equal force. In almost the blink of an eye, Long Chen was sent flying back several dozen steps, as if he had punched himself. Long Chen's face changed drastically. However, Long Chen's body was not just any ordinary body. The strong dragon body refinement technique was not just for show, and he instantly recovered from the injury. Long Chen did not rush to attack. It seemed this young man was indeed formidable. Since Long Chen debuted, it was the first time he encountered someone with such powerful talent. Someone like this would actually willingly serve the Wolf King. So the Wolf King must be even more impressive. Chapter 3:12 Please come inside to talk. Long Chen said to the two men in uniforms. All right. Arriving in the living room of Long Chen's house, Long Chen asked the maid to leave. These two men in uniforms clearly came from the imperial high ranks. Senior Long Chen, let me introduce myself first. My name is Guo Guangming, and this is my ID. Take a look. One of the men handed his work ID to Long Chen. Long Chen was slightly surprised when he saw the position on it. It turned out to be from Huaxia. The other man also took out his work ID and handed it to Long Chen, saying, My name is Wang Chao. This is my ID. Long Chen nodded. These two were not ordinary people, but figures that ordinary individuals would never encounter in their lifetime. He didn't know what they wanted from him. What do you two officers want to say? Long Chen smiled. Actually, it's nothing major. We just want to meet Senior Long Chen. I wonder if Senior Long Chen has heard of the North Wolf organization? Guo Guangming asked. Of course, to be honest, just a few minutes before you arrived. Someone claiming to be the Wolf King's subordinate wanted me to join the North Wolf organization and pledge loyalty to the Wolf King. After I refused, he wanted to eliminate me. Unfortunately, his strength was not at the level to crush me, so I sent him running. Chapter 3:13 It seems this Wolf King really has a lot of talented individuals under him. However, Master, you don't have to worry. I just Haven T competed against those professional hackers, but that doesn't mean my skills are inferior to theirs. I'm confident that I won't be much worse than a cobra. Little Hayes said confidently. All right, I understand. Long Chen nodded. Wang Chao said to Long Chen, Senior Long Chen, do you have time now? How about coming with us to the headquarters of the Yin Huang organization? Long Chen nodded. Since he had agreed to be the captain of the Yin Huang organization, he naturally needed to familiarize himself with the base. Sure, it's good to get to know the headquarters. Wang Chao immediately took out his phone, dialed a number, and after a few seconds, hung up and said to Long Chen, Senior Long Chen, I have just informed the Supreme Leader. He is waiting for you at the headquarters, and he wants to speak with you personally. Long Chen frowned. Who is the Supreme Leader? You know, in the Huaxia Empire, who else would dare to call themselves the Supreme Leader? His surname is Yang. I believe you've seen him on TV. Long Chen's body trembled slightly, realizing unexpectedly that the Supreme Leader actually wanted to meet him. Chapter 3:14 Who should be invited next? Long Chen murmured. Murong Shuer, Xiao Wei suddenly said. Long Chen was taken aback. Murong Shuer? Yes. She has the bloodline of a saint. Once she awakens her saint bloodline, you may not even be her match. Long Chen nodded. Ever since Murong Shuer entered the Jinghua Martial Academy, he had not seen her, and it had been over a month and a half since they last video called. If Xiao Wei hadn't suddenly mentioned her, Long Chen might have almost forgotten her. Driver, turn around and head to the Jinghua Martial Academy. Long Chen said to the Didi driver. Okay, it was also time to go find her at the Jinghua Martial Academy. Long Chen thought to himself. The Jinghua Martial Academy is a place with closed management, and students inside usually can only come out after a semester ends. However, today, even if he had to force his way in, Long Chen had to meet Murong Shuer. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Jinghua Martial Academy. However, what Long Chen did not expect was that many cars were at the entrance of the academy and many people were going inside. What's going on? Isn't it closed management? Why are so many people going in? Long Chen was a bit confused. Chapter 3:15. At this moment, 5 talented youths from hidden families were staring at Murong Shuer with their eyes wide open. Although they had heard that Murong Shuer was a beauty, seeing her in person made them realize how beautiful she truly was. Long Chen sat in the crowd, watching Murong Shuer, and grinned. At this moment, Shuer seemed even more exquisite and beautiful than a few months ago. This might be because Shuer's strength had increased, and she had awakened the saint bloodline, which brought a layer of strong aura around her, making her even more captivating to look at. Everyone, this is Murong Shuer. During yesterday's assessment, we found that her comprehension value reached 900, a level that has never been achieved by any student in the history of our Jinghua Martial Academy. Previously, the most talented students in our academy had a comprehension value of around 120. However, Murong Shuer reached 900. At the same time, we also discovered that when she entered our martial academy 2 months ago, she was only at the early stage of the outer gate. And now her realm has reached the acquired stage. This means that she has cultivated to the acquired stage in just 2 months. Chapter 3:16. Who is saying I'm weak? Long Chen stood up and shouted. Everyone immediately turned to look at Long Chen. Murong Shuer saw Long Chen and was both surprised and delighted. Long Chen leaped on a stage. Long Chen, how come you're here too? Murong Shuer happily rushed towards Long Chen. In front of everyone, Murong Shuer ran into Long Chen's arms and hugged him tightly. The scene fell into silence. Shuer, I really missed you, Long Chen said while stroking Murong Shuer's beautiful hair. I miss you too? Murong Shuer nodded repeatedly in Long Chen's embrace. Only then did the crowd snap back to their senses. Hey, who are you? A young man from a hidden family asked angrily. Murong Shuer lifted her head and said to the 5 young men from the hidden families, he is my boyfriend. His name is Long Chen. The 5 talented youths looked at Long Chen, seemingly uncomfortable. Long Chen said to those 5, Shuer is my girlfriend. I hope you all will stop bothering her. What qualifications do you have to be with her? I am Long Chen. Perhaps you hidden families haven't heard of me, but many people here have probably heard of me. Chapter 3:17. Now do you have any objections? If not, hurry home and wash up and sleep. Don't disturb Murong Shuer any longer, Long Chen said to those 5. However, those 5 still seemed unconvinced. Long Chen, although you do have some talent, so what? We are from hidden families. One of them said, what? You can't beat me, so you're planning to compare family background with me? Long Chen snorted slightly. A youth named Mo Hui walked up and said to Murong Shuer, I advise you to reconsider. After all, this is a matter of lifelong importance. Sorry, I have already considered it very clearly, Murong Shuer replied with a pout. This Long Chen, although he has some talent, he has no family background and won't become anything significant in the future. Murong Shuer, you are still young and don't understand the importance of family. I will propose to your Murong family on behalf of my family, the youth named Mo Hui said. Sorry, even if you propose to my family, I still won't agree, Murong Shuer said with disgust. Marriage is a significant matter between families. It's not up to you to decide. All right, I will go back and prepare the betrothal gifts. I believe your family will make the right choice. After saying that, Mo Hui left. Chapter 3:18. Long Chen was also a bit speechless at this moment. The Murong clan leader actually said that his true strength might not even be a match for their family's elder. However, it was understandable because after the last time the Black Mountain ancestor gave Long Chen power, Long Chen became like a killing god, powerful and unmatched. Perhaps at that time, it completely shocked the Murong clan leader. That's why he thought Long Chen's true strength might not even be a match for their clan's elder. At this moment, Murong Shuer also looked incredulous. Clan leader, you must be joking, Murong Shuer said. The Murong clan leader could only sigh and say, at this point, I will speak the truth. Shuer, 2 months ago, you were supposed to be sent to the Kunlun realm to be with Granny Jinhua. However, after Long Chen learned of this, He killed 3 elders of our family in a fit of rage. Not only that, but I was almost killed by Long Chen as well. Later, the elder of our clan came out of seclusion and tried to simulate it. And only then did he realize that the momentum Long Chen exhibited at that time had already surpassed the elder. This indicates that if the elder had been present at that time, he might not have been Long Chen's opponent. Murong Shuer turned to Long Chen and asked, "Is this true? Are you really stronger than our clan's elder?" Chapter 319, I am not crazy. Elders, let me introduce you. This Long Chen is Murong Shuer's boyfriend. I believe you have all heard of Long Chen, so I won't say much more. Now, Murong Shuer is already his woman. The clan leader, Long Chen, we certainly know, can hold his own against the clan leader of the Ouyang family. But so what? One of the elders quickly said, "Yes, clan leader, so what? Can he compare to the hidden families?" Several elders from the Murong family seem to not understand at all. Elders in my heart. Even 10 hidden families can't compare to Long Chen. All right, no need to say more. Murong Shuer cannot marry into any hidden family. She is Long Chen's woman. And even if Murong Shuer herself opposes it, it is useless. The Murong clan leader's attitude was very resolute. Murong family, you all wait for me. One of the talented youths from a hidden family angrily left with a flick of his sleeve. And me, you all wait for me too. Since you chose Long Chen, my Daoba family will make you know what regret is. It's really laughable to dare to refuse our hidden families. Just wait. Chapter 320. It's the Jiuzhou sect. Long Chen's father gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of power is the Jiuzhou sect?" "It is a second-tier sect in the Kunlun realm." "Second-tier sect?" Long Chen frowned, finally realizing who the enemy was. This Jiuzhou sect is just a second-tier sect. It doesn't seem very strong, right? Long Chen said, "No, if you think that way, you are wrong. In the Kunlun realm, the strongest are first-tier sects, followed by second-tier sects, and finally third-tier sects. Our Long Chen sect is a third-tier sect in the Kunlun realm, a small sect established for less than 300 years. Second-tier sects have been established for at least over 1,000 years. The Jiuzhou sect has been established for about 1,200 years. How can our Long Chen sect compete with them? The Jiuzhou sect has about 10,000 disciples, while our Long Chen sect has less than 1,000. Not to mention the number of strong individuals in the sect. Therefore, being swallowed by the Jiuzhou sect would pose no difficulty at all." Long Chen angrily asked, "Why does the Jiuzhou sect want to destroy our Long Chen sect?" "Because they have set their sights on the territory of the Long Chen sect. The territory under our Long Chen sect is rich in resources, so they destroyed our Long Chen sect and took our territory," Long Chen's father said with hatred. Chapter 321. Long Chen clenches fists. "Long Chen, do you want to go abroad with me next?" At this moment, his father asked. "No, I want to stay in Huaxia. I have promised the Huaxiao Empire to be the captain of the Yan Huang organization. Protecting the Huaxiao Empire is now my duty." Long Chen's father nodded and said, "That's fine, but you must be careful. Don't let the enemies know. Otherwise, if they find out that you have such strong talent, they might send masters to kill you. In that case, there would be no chance of survival." Long Chen nodded. A master-level strong individual could easily wipe out a country if they came to Earth. It is no joke. Long Chen's body trembled at the thought of easily wiping out a country. Long Chen's father is now at the peak of the Dingfeng realm, still several levels away from the master realm. It seems that seeking revenge will take a long time, and perhaps he may never have the chance. Not everyone has the talent to cultivate to the master realm. Long Chen's father turned to look at Murong Shuer and smiled. "You must be Murong Shuer, right?" "Hello, uncle." Murong Shuer quickly greeted him. No need to be polite. Chapter 322. Long Chen immediately hugged Murong Shuer at the waist. "What are you doing? What do you think? It's been several months, right?" Long Chen chuckled. Murong Shuer struggled and said, "Your dad is still watching secretly. Don't let him watch." "No." Murong Shuer started to struggle. "You said no, but I insist." Amid Murong Shuer's exclamations, Long Chen carried her into the house. At this moment, in the shadows, Long Chen's father indeed saw this and did not leave. This kid, not even shy in broad daylight. Long Chen's father chuckled. "Xiner, did you see it from up there? Our son, Chen has grown up." Long Chen's father looked up at the sky, tears glimmering in his eyes. Xiner is Long Chen's mother. About an hour later, in the shadows, Long Chen's father said with confusion, "It's been an hour already. Why are they still not out?" "Yes." Long Chen's father suddenly realized that Long Chen had been inside with Murong Shuer for an hour. However, another hour passed. Long Chen and Murong Schwetter still had not come out. Long Chen's father was starting to worry. Could something have happened? Chapter 323. At this moment, Long Chen was having dinner in the main hall of the Murong family. Senior Long Chen, I toast you a cup, and I hope for your guidance in the future. Clan leader, there's no need to be polite, just call me Long Chen. Boom! Just then, the main door suddenly exploded with a loud bang, shattered by external force. Long Chen and the others were startled. More than 20 people rushed, and almost simultaneously. The Murong clan leader turned pale upon seeing the more than 20 people who entered. Among these 20 people, all were of a certain age, and their aura was extremely terrifying. Obviously, they were all at the Unity Realm level. It was obvious, without guessing, that these were people from hidden families. You still have the mood to eat? I really admire your mindset. One of the elders from a hidden family coldly snorted. Who are you? What do you want? Long Chen hurriedly asked. You're Long Chen, right? The elder looked at Long Chen. That's right, I am Long Chen. Long Chen was also a bit worried. If his father was not in the shadows, today would be over. Kid, in this world, there are many talented people who do not end well. Sometimes, fate is just that unfair. Chapter 324. However, the 5 talented youths from the hidden families were not killed. They were trembling and standing aside, watching their family's elders die tragically on the spot. Senior, spare us. Senior, spare us. The 5 talented youths hurriedly knelt down. Long Chen's father's eyes swept over the 5 youthful talents, and with a wave of his hand, 5 streams of air flew out, striking certain parts of their bodies. With a spurt, it was as if they were shot, blood spraying everywhere. The 5 let out a miserable scream, but they did not die, immediately becoming disabled. Long Chen's father warned, I want to kill you. I just want to leave you with a life to go back and warn your hidden families that if you dare to come here and act recklessly again, I will personally destroy your 5 hidden families. Get lost. The 5 disabled youths, not having time to cry, hurriedly fled in a panic. They had become ordinary people and could no longer cultivate, living like ordinary people. Long Chen's father glanced at Long Chen, said nothing, turned, and left, disappearing into the night. The Murong clan leader looked at the bodies on the ground, his face extremely pale. Over 20 Unity Realm level strong individuals had just died in their family's main hall. Chapter 325. It's me. You little brat really know how to enjoy. A voice came, and it was none other than Long Chen's father. Dad, what brings you here? By the way, this is my villa, Long Chen said with a smile. After leaving the Murong family, I secretly followed you here and found out that you had bought a house here. And surprisingly, there are 2 beautiful women living here. You really have quite the fortune with women. Long Chen chuckled. All right, Long Chen, I came specifically to say goodbye. I need to leave now, his father said. Where to? Long Chen asked. I'm going abroad. My most important task is to train the surviving members of the Dragon God sect and continue to search for its disciples. His father replied. Long Chen nodded. You must be careful. Don't worry. I'm not in danger abroad. On the contrary, you are in crisis all over Huaxia. However, without experiencing storms, how can one grow? So I won't interfere with you. You must walk your own path. Okay, I'm leaving now. This is my contact information abroad. You can reach me if you need anything. Chapter 326. Euro, don't worry. Sooner or later, I will help you deal with this Wolf King. Long Chen said while stroking Nangong Euro's hair, comforting her. Nangong Euro nodded, looking somewhat relieved. Let's go. Come inside and sit. This is the villa I bought. And you can stay here in the future, Long Chen said to Nangong Euro. She then lifted her head to take a look at Long Chen's large villa. Entering the living room, Zhang Qianjia and Tu Wenjing had already gotten up and were coming down from upstairs. They were taken aback when they saw Long Chen bringing another beautiful woman in. Nangong Euro also didn't expect there would be 2 stunning beauties in Long Chen's place. For a moment, their eyes met. Haha, let me introduce you, Long Chen said with a slightly awkward smile. This is Nangong Euro from the Nangong family. Zhang Qianjia was the first to regain her composure and quickly greeted. Miss Nangong, hello? Tu Wenjing also nodded in greeting. Nangong Euro looked a bit dazed, and Long Chen quickly introduced, this is Zhang Qianjia, and this is Tu Wenjing. Both of them are my girlfriends. Long Chen felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed he shouldn't look for more girlfriends in the future. 2 were probably enough. Chapter 327. You have become the most talented student in the history of Jinghua Martial Academy. I've heard that you're now at the early stage of the acquired realm, and your strength has reached the innate realm. In fact, only you truly deserve to be Long Chen's woman. Nangang Yuro said with a hint of admiration. What? You deserve him too, Murong Schwer said, her delicate face slightly blushing and looking a bit awkward. Compared to you, I'm far behind. The fact that you can accept women who are so much inferior to you to share a boyfriend is truly great. Nonsense. Murong Schwer showed no signs of pride. If it were someone else, they would probably be flaunting it by now. Long Chen said, all right, I need to get down to business now. I solemnly ask both of you if you are willing to join the Yanhuang organization. Long Chen looked at Murong Schwer and Nangang Yuro and asked, of course, we are willing. Both of them quickly nodded. That's good. Let's go to the headquarters of the organization together. Long Chen immediately took Murong Schwer and Nangang Yuro to the secret base of the Yanhuang organization. When Long Chen arrived at the base, Huang Fuqihua was already waiting there. Besides Huang Fuqihua, Xiaohei had also arrived, and another person waiting there was Fang Liang. Chapter 328. Next, Long Chen provided detailed guidance to each team member and gave them powerful techniques tailored to their characteristics. Long Chen gave Nangang Yuro the 10-li sword rain. This is a sword technique that, when mastered, can unleash a rain of swords falling from the sky within 10 miles. The technique given to Murong Schwer was the Heavenly Dao spell. This is a form of mental attack. Even Long Chen himself couldn't master it. But because Murong Schwer has a saint bloodline, she is especially suited to practice it. As for Xiaohei's technique, there's no need to mention it again. Long Chen had already provided it before, called Dark Forest. Fang Liang's technique had already been given to him in Tianhai City, called Heavenly Might Divine Fist. This is also a very powerful technique. Long Chen also provided Huang Fuqihua with a technique that suited him very well, called Shaman's Art. This technique is filled with mysterious and incredible elements. Long Chen, thank you. Your great kindness will never be forgotten, Huang Fuqihua said gratefully to Long Chen. The technique Long Chen gave him was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than his family's inherited ones. Nangang Yuro also expressed her gratitude, saying, me too, Long Chen. I can hardly believe the 10-li sword rain you taught me. How can there be such a magical technique in the world? Utilizing the winds and rains from the sky to create such a powerful attack is truly worthy of the 10-li sword rain. Chapter 329. But are you sure that going to Penglai Island can maintain the territorial integrity of the Huaxia Empire? What if it doesn't? Leader Yang looked a bit worried. If Long Chen and the others went to Penglai Island and were instead killed by the people of the Sun Nation's Huangtian organization, it would become an international joke. Right now, the Emperor of the Sun Nation dared to hang up the phone and laughed mockingly, probably because he didn't take the Yanhuang organization seriously. Don't worry, even if we die in battle, we will uphold the dignity of the Huaxia Empire, Long Chen said. Leader Yang nodded, moved. At that moment, an emergency meeting was being held in the Sun Nation. Although they looked down on Huaxia's call, they still held a high-level meeting. Everyone, a few minutes ago, His Majesty the Emperor received a call from the Huaxia Empire. He ordered our Huangtian organization's members to evacuate Penglai Island within 3 hours, or bear all consequences. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the entire conference hall. This Huaxia Empire is too self-righteous. Even when the previous North Wolf organization hadn't betrayed us, we didn't take the Huangtian organization seriously. Now that the North Wolf organization has betrayed us, a newly established Yin Huang organization dares to make such bold claims against us. It's truly laughable. Chapter 330. Night slowly fell. In the sky, a warplane quietly hovered above. Everyone, get ready to jump, Long Chen told everyone. I'll jump first, and you follow one by one. After saying that, Long Chen was the first to jump down. In less than a minute, Long Chen had landed. The warplane was about 3,000 meters high. The others followed suit and landed in a few seconds. Is everyone all right? Long Chen asked. I'm fine, but this Penglai Island is so big. How we find the Huangtian organization's members? Xiaohei asked. That's easy. After finishing, Long Chen immediately activated the Heaven and Earth Infinite tracking technique. In a blur of dizziness, Long Chen tracked down the positions of those 11 people. They were under a large rock about 100 kilometers to the right front, currently barbecuing and chatting happily. Long Chen informed everyone. How do you know? Everyone looked at Long Chen in confusion. It's hard to explain to you, but I have a very magical tracking technique. As long as I think of the person or object I want to track in my mind, I can usually track it down. Of course, it also has significant side effects for me, but generally, the side effects will disappear after a few minutes. Chapter 331, that Captain Kuei Tian, who was at the Unity Realm, shouted in a hurry. Not good. This is definitely unusual. Did you eat something? No. Everyone said. I ate what you all ate. Then how could this happen? Ah, Captain, I also feel my hands and feet twitching, said another young man who was at the peak of the innate realm, his face showing some pain. What's going on? Did we eat something unclean? But we brought all the food. Captain Kuei Tian looked puzzled. Captain, could it be the water? We drank the water here besides almost all the food we brought. But we've been drinking this water for so long. If it were contaminated, symptoms would have appeared long ago. What is going on? It hurts. At this moment, 5 or 6 kilometers away from them, Long Chen chuckled. Yes, they are all poisoned. Long Chen, what do you see? Mu Rongxue asked anxiously. They seem to have very bad complexions, but I don't know what they're saying. It looks like they've realized they are poisoned. Great. Dragon King, you are truly amazing. Huang Fuqihua, am in awe, Huang Fuqihua said with admiration towards Long Chen. Chapter 332, half an hour later. Long Chen had already returned to his peak condition. Such a fast recovery speed left everyone in shock. Captain, you are too abnormal. You recovered completely in half an hour. Huang Fuqihua couldn't help but curse. All right, let's worry about whether we can kill that Kuei Tian, otherwise we will all die. Long Chen had no mood for anything else at that moment. If they couldn't kill Kuei Tian next, they would inevitably die at his hands. The probability of Long Chen and the others killing Kuei Tian was less than 10%. So, they had to find Kuei Tian before the poison wore off. Otherwise, once he recovered from the poison, it would be game over. Long Chen is right. We need to find Kuei Tian quickly. It's only been half an hour. The poison on him hasn't been resolved, Nangong Yuru said. Long Chen stopped wasting words and immediately activated the boundless tracking technique. In the tracking technique's vision, Long Chen saw Kuei Tian hiding in a cave. He is about 80 kilometers ahead of us. In a cave, Long Chen said. Then let's hurry up. The longer we delay, the worse it is for us. Mu Rongxue said. Chapter 333, are you sure? At that moment, Kuei Tian was adjusting his breath, focusing on detoxifying. If I go up alone, he definitely won't notice. Long Chen stopped talking and immediately went to the cave alone. Soon, Long Chen had stealthily approached the cave entrance. Sure enough, Kuei Tian had not noticed, mainly because Long Chen was not to be underestimated. At the entrance of the cave, Long Chen ignited some yellow incense and fanned the smoke into the cave. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour. Suddenly, Kuei Tian opened his eyes and began to cough violently. Damn, why is there so much smoke? Kuei Tian finally realized that the entire cave was surrounded by thick smoke. Cough, cough. Kuei Tian coughed violently, the smoke irritating his throat, and he didn't know how much he had inhaled. Not good. At that moment, Kuei Tian seemed to sense that the smoke was unusual and hurried towards the cave entrance. However, when he rushed to the entrance, there was a loud bang. The cave entrance suddenly collapsed, blocking the exit. Kuei Tian was furious. He didn't have time to think and immediately began to pound on the cave entrance. He had to leave the cave quickly and breathe the fresh air outside. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what would happen. Chapter 334, Kuei Tian immediately charged towards Mu Rongxue and the others. With his speed, it was just a blink of an eye. Witch God Technique. Huang Fuqihua also used his Witch God Technique at that moment, and in an instant, the air within a 10-meter radius condensed into rain, and a fierce wind arose. 10-mile sword rain. Nangong Yuru immediately took advantage of the storm created by Huang Fuqihua, and countless sword shadows fell from the sky. With a huge crash, despite being at the end of his rope, Kuei Tian unleashed a wave of heat from his body at the moment the sword rain fell, exploding outward and dissipating all the attacks. Neither the Witch God Technique nor the 10-mile sword rain caused him any harm. At this moment, Long Chen was charging towards Kuei Tian at full speed. I must make it in time. I must make it in time. Long Chen silently repeated in his heart. Even if Huang Fuqihua and Nangong Yuru could hold on for a moment, they wouldn't be able to hold on for a second moment. If Long Chen couldn't reach them in that second, they would undoubtedly die. As for Xiao He and Fang Liang, they didn't even have a chance to attack. They were already blown away by Kuei Tian's shockwave, and Long Chen didn't know where they had landed, but it seemed they were at least hundreds of meters away. Hopefully, they are okay. Chapter 335 before long. Long Chen was back at the cave entrance, holding Xiao He in one arm and Fang Liang in the other. At that moment, Xiao He was doing her best to rescue Mu Rongxue. How is it? Long Chen asked anxiously. I can already feel Mu Rongxue's life force. But whether she can wake up, I don't know, Xiao Wei said. Long Chen nodded worriedly, hoping that Mu Rongxuer would be lucky enough to escape danger. Just then, a satellite phone on the ground rang. This satellite phone belonged to Cultivation and was right at Long Chen's feet. Long Chen immediately picked it up and pressed the answer button. Cultivation, how's the situation? Did those Huazhu die? As soon as he answered, a man's voice came through. Long Chen snorted coldly. Cultivation is already dead. Who are you? I am your father, the Dragon King of the Yanhuang organization. Long Chen said coldly. It's you. How is that possible? I don't have time to chat with you. Here, I solemnly warn you, if you dare to step onto Chinese territory again, you will be killed, no matter how far. After saying this, Long Chen directly crushed the satellite phone. Long Chen didn't have time to waste and immediately began to treat Ningong Yuru and Huang Fuqihua. Chapter 336. Yes, Chief, I will definitely complete the task on time. This Dragon King only relied on luck to kill Cultivation and the others. Why go to China? He definitely won't be able to pull any tricks. Good. Stop talking and hurry up. At this moment, Long Chen and the others had already boarded a luxurious cruise ship. A luxury cruise ship passed near Penglai Island. It was a cruise ship from the Huaxia nation. Long Chen happened to see it and boarded their cruise ship to return to Huaxia. Sitting on the deck of the cruise ship, Long Chen leisurely enjoyed his tea. At that moment, he received a secret phone call. Hello, who is this? It's me, Wang Chao. Long Chen frowned slightly. Wang Chao was a general of the Huaxia Empire and had previously invited Long Chen to join the Yanhuang organization. Wang Chao, what's the matter? I'm currently on a cruise ship returning to Huaxia. I just boarded this ship because another cruise ship passed nearby. I know. I was originally planning to send fighter jets to pick you up. The reason I'm calling you now is because there's another major issue. What is it? I just received secret news that the Huang Tian organization has sent a powerful individual named Chun Mu to Huaxia to assassinate you. Chapter 337. Don't speak too early. Let's wait until the matter is settled before you worship, Long Chen said to Huang Fuqihua. Let's go. Take the fighter jet back. Long Chen immediately made a call to have Huaxia's fighter jets come and pick them up since it would take until night to reach their destination on the cruise ship. About half an hour later, a large fighter jet appeared in the sky. Long Chen and the others quickly climbed up to the fighter jet using ropes. In less than an hour, they had returned to the capital city. Dragon King, I've already deployed according to your orders. Wang Chao reported to Long Chen upon returning to the capital. Good. Chun Mu's plane hasn't arrived yet. It will take about another 20 minutes for it to reach the Nanchaman airport, Wang Chao said, checking the time. Let's go to Nanchaman airport. Long Chen immediately headed to the airport. 20 minutes later, the plane carrying Chun Mu arrived in the capital. At this moment, the so-called powerful individual, Chun Mu, was sitting on the plane using an alias and wearing a real leather mask, so no one knew his true identity. Of course, this was what he believed. The plane quickly landed, but before it could come to a complete stop, an announcement came over the intercom. Dear passengers, we sincerely apologize. But due to some issues with the airport boarding bridge, we will not be able to open the cabin door immediately after the plane has stopped. Please remain seated and wait patiently. Chapter 338. A man named Takuya immediately nodded. Hey, Takuya, you are in a mid-stage of the harmonization realm. Your strength is already extraordinary. Our Huang Tian organization has lost 2 harmonization realm experts to a newly established garbage organization. This has become an international joke. I hope you do not repeat the mistakes of Kitata and Chun Mu and quickly eliminate the Yanhuang organization. This time, do not take a plane. The Huang Tian organization will send an elite guard to escort you directly to Huaxia. I believe that no matter how powerful the Dragon King is, and no matter how strong the intelligence of the Huaxia Empire is, they cannot predict this in advance. Don't worry, Chief. The leader of the Huang Tian organization waved his hand, urging Takuya to hurry to Huaxia. At that moment, Long Chen had just returned home. The intelligence of the Sun Empire was also very formidable. News of Chun Mu's death spread back to the Huang Tian organization within half an hour, and of course, it reached various empires around the world. Therefore, the matters concerning the Huang Tian organization and the Yanhuang organization had long been secretly monitored by the organizations of other empires. However, the organizations of other empires also believed that the Yanhuang organization was not worth fearing, completely unaware that the Huang Tian organization had suffered twice. While the organizations of other countries secretly mocked the Huang Tian organization, they also couldn't help but raise their vigilance against the Yanhuang organization. Chapter 339. Long Chen was sitting on the sofa when suddenly a powerful individual entered his living room. However, Long Chen did not panic. "You are the Dragon King of the Yin Huang organization?" Takuya asked with a sneer. "Who are you?" Long Chen slowly raised his head. "You still have the leisure to sit on the sofa. But it's no wonder you probably never thought I would come to your home so quickly. It hasn't been 5 hours since you killed Chun Mu." Takuya seemed very confident. He believed that Long Chen was doomed today. He did not think that under such circumstances, Long Chen could use any schemes against him. Moreover, his strength was in the mid-stage of the harmonization realm, far beyond what Kitata and Chun Mu could compare with. "You are here to kill me, sent by the Huang Tian organization, right?" "That's right. Perhaps you've already received the intel. My name is Takuya, and I am the third assassin sent by the Huang Tian organization to kill you. There's a saying in Huaxia, 3 strikes and you're out, and today is no exception. You must die. Ha ha. To kill me, your Huang Tian organization really spends a lot, sending 3 people in succession. It seems you are very wary of me. Just you? You are not worthy of our Huang Tian organization being wary. Killing you is not because we fear you. It's like swatting a mosquito that has bitten you. Can that prove that you are afraid of the mosquito?" Chapter 340. What? I, the chief of the Huang Tian organization, in the late stage of the harmonization realm, have seen all kinds of formidable enemies over the years. Do you think that if I take action personally, I could be killed? Chief, it has now been proven that the Dragon King of the Yin Huang organization is a master of poison. We have lost 3 harmonization realm experts to him due to poison. Therefore, I want to see how he poisons me. Someone, book me a plane ticket. This time, I'll go to Huaxia openly. I want to see if I cannot eliminate him, even if I take action myself. The expressions of everyone in the Huang Tian organization's main hall were shocked. The chief was personally going to Huaxia, and he was even going to take a plane directly, showing no intention of avoiding Long Chen, as if he completely disdained the idea that Long Chen could poison him. "Chief, even if you go, it should be done quietly. If you take a plane directly, won't that expose your whereabouts?" The chief coldly snorted. "So what if I'm exposed? What if I'm not?" Takuya was sent by a submarine, but in the end, what happened? He was still poisoned by that son of a gun. Since taking a plane and a submarine leads to the same result, why not take a plane directly? If you have the ability, poison me too. I, the chief of the Huang Tian organization, do not believe that I can't deal with this little ant. Chapter 341. What do you need my help with? Please tell me. Wang Chao nodded repeatedly and asked, "I need to go to the Sun Nation, but I'm afraid their intelligence agency will find out. So I need your cooperation to ensure they don't discover that I've left Huaxia," Long Chen said. Wang Chao was somewhat surprised. "You want to go to the Sun Nation? Their chief is coming to Huaxia to kill you, and you still voluntarily want to go to the Sun Nation. Don't worry. I have a purpose for going to the Sun Nation. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the chief of the Huang Tian organization will take a flight. So I need to go to the Sun Nation tonight, find that flight, and make some arrangements before that bastard boards the plane. I think he will never expect that I will rush to the Sun Nation overnight. In this way, by the time he arrives in Huaxia, he will already be poisoned to the core." Long Chen chuckled. Wang Chao's eyes lit up. "But how will you get to the Sun Nation? And you need to hurry before dawn tomorrow. You don't need to worry about this. You just need to help me cover up so that their intelligence agency won't find out that I went to the Sun Country overnight. All right, we'll take care of this. So you can rest assured and go." Chapter 342. After saying that, Long Chen stomped the phone on the ground. The Ghost King looked at Long Chen with pleading eyes, seemingly begging for his life. However, Long Chen twisted hard, directly decapitating the Ghost King. Then, Long Chen returned to the economy class, disguised as a passenger, and left the plane silently after it landed. Of course, the news of the Ghost King's death was discovered at the moment the plane stopped, and it was also relayed back to the Sun Country. The Huang Tian organization fell silent. Even their big leader died before the plane landed, faster than Gue Tian, Chun Mu, and Takuya. It was only at this moment that they realized that the Dragon King of the Yin Huang Empire was not as easy to deal with as they had imagined. Similarly, at this very moment, organizations around the world also received this news. Everyone was shocked and had to reassess the Xia Empire. It turned out that this newly established Yin Huang organization was not a soft persimmon. If any empire wanted to take action against Xia, they had to think twice. Long Chen finally used his strength to shock the world, protecting the safety of Xia and stopping those hidden forces that were originally eager to provoke. Chapter 343. Early the next morning, Long Chen and the others arrive at a place called Death God Manor on the outskirts of the capital. This place is where the Death God Academy conducts its annual assessment in Xia. Long Chen didn't know the specifics. When Long Chen and the others arrived at Death God Manor, thousands of people were already waiting there. Among these thousands, there were both young and old. The youngest were only in their teens, while the oldest were in their 40s or even 60s. Wow, is there no age limit? Long Chen was a bit surprised to see candidates of all ages. The Death God Academy does not care about age, as long as one can pass the assessment. They can be admitted. Some people, although older, are late bloomers and can still turn the tide. Nangong Yuro said. Long Chen nodded. More and more people were coming for the assessment. He had never realized there were so many martial arts practitioners in the capital. There were probably at least 3,000 people on site. Unfortunately, the number of those who could be admitted would likely be very few, perhaps less than 10. Huang Fuqihua said. Long Chen and the others waited for about 40 minutes. The Death God Manor opened its doors. This Death God Manor usually has no one there. Only during the annual recruitment assessment does someone come to open the door. Chapter 344, 120 points. The next moment, Long Chen heard a voice announcing the score in his ears. After killing this exotic beast, he had already obtained 120 points. The full score is 150, which means Long Chen still had to continue onward. There were stronger ones ahead. However, this was not an exam, nor was it a joke. If one's strength was insufficient, they could lose their life. However, for Long Chen, he didn't need to worry about losing his life because he felt no pressure when he killed the exotic beast just now. Long Chen continued to walk forward for about 200 meters. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came, and 5 powerful exotic beasts surrounded Long Chen at the same time. Each exotic beast was stronger than the one he had just killed. Long Chen frowned slightly. Indeed, the further he walked, the stronger they became. At this moment, 5 exotic beasts were attacking him simultaneously. Long Chen laughed heartily. Come on, kill me. Each of these 5 exotic beasts was over 5 meters tall, pouncing towards Long Chen, wielding weapons in their hands, and they seemed to possess high intelligence. One of the exotic beasts, holding a club, swung it fiercely at Long Chen, while the others locked onto him from various directions, seemingly leaving him with no way to escape. Chapter 345, I scored 147. Long Chen said again. God, how is that possible? Nangong Yuro quickly shook her head. Why would I lie to you? By the way, what did you score? I only scored 92. Long Chen was stunned. Nangong Yuro actually only scored 92. At this moment, Murong Schwerer and the others also came over. Long Chen, what was your score? Murong Schwerer quickly asked. Nangong Yuro interjected. 147. No way. Murong Schwerer was also dumbfounded. Schwerer, what about you? I only scored 125. Long Chen smiled. Not bad. Xiaohei, Fang Liang, Huang Fuqihua, what did you all score? Xiaohei said, I got 91. Fang Liang, I got 92. I got 98. Long Chen chuckled. At this moment, a few men behind Long Chen spoke. You guys are too abnormal, all scoring over 90. Long Chen turned around to see a few middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s who looked like they had been taking the exam for several years. They seemed shocked and incredulous that Long Chen and the others could score over 90. It's just passing. What's so abnormal about it? Huang Fuqihua said. Chapter 346 Long Chen nodded. Senior, what is the highest historical score in our Xia examination? Fang Liang asked curiously. 615, the examiner said, then turned and left. Long Chen and the others also returned home. The next day, they continued to go to Death God Manor for the 3rd and 4th assessments. The 3rd assessment was on spirit, which was said to be very difficult. The 4th assessment was comprehensive, which was also said to be very difficult. However, Long Chen proceeded smoothly. He did well in both the 3rd and 4th assessments. Soon a day passed. The 2-day recruitment assessment of the Death God Academy came to an end. Some were happy, and some were worried. Everyone, quiet down, the 2-day assessment has ended. The examiner from the Unity Realm shouted, and the scene immediately quieted down. Next, I will announce the admission list. The examiner from the Unity Realm said. Everyone held their breath. However, before announcing the admission list, I must mention one person who is a very talented candidate from your Xia. He has broken historical records in every assessment. His total score has also far exceeded historical records. Suddenly, there was a chorus of exclamations from the crowd. His name is Long Chen. His scores in the 4 assessments are 147, 150, 142, and 293. The total score is 732. Chapter 347 Long Chen. Congratulations. As soon as Long Chen got home, he received a call from Leader Yang. Thank you. You're welcome, Long Chen. You have achieved the top score globally, and many empires around the world already know about it. You have brought glory to our Xia. Long Chen chuckled. What top score? Not only that, but you also broke the highest score record previously held by the Wolf King. Really? The record of 615 from our Huaxia was created by him. Long Chen was a bit surprised, not expecting that the highest scorer in the past was actually the Wolf King. Yes, your current score far exceeds his, which shows that your talent is much stronger than the Wolf King's. Long Chen laughed heartily, as he never considered the Wolf King a rival. Long Chen, keep it up, but also take care of yourself, especially when you go to the Death God Academy. I've heard that there are many student deaths there. With your outstanding abilities, there will likely be many who want to eliminate you in the cradle. Long Chen nodded and said, don't worry. It's not that easy to kill me. All right, then I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you success at the Death God Academy. Thank you, Leader Yang. Chapter 348. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat when a very beautiful lady came to find him. Could it be Shangwan Haidang? It must be her. Long Chen chuckled and walked toward the entrance. If Shangwan Haidang was really this proactive, he would take her in tonight. Nan Gong Yuro and the others saw Long Chen's eyes light up at the mention of a beauty and couldn't help but pout, turning back to their rooms. When Long Chen arrived at the villa's entrance, he indeed saw a very well-proportioned beauty, but she was wearing a hat that obscured her face. And Long Chen momentarily couldn't recognize her. Still playing mysterious with me. Long Chen immediately walked up. However, at that moment, Xiao Wei hurriedly shouted, wait, don't go up yet. There's a situation. What do you mean? Long Chen quickly stopped. This beauty, there's something off about her. Long Chen frowned and said, Xiao Wei, go take a look at who she is. Okay. Long Chen let Xiao Wei go investigate. Half a minute later, Xiao Wei returned. Long Chen, she's not Shangwan Haidang. She's Li Qing'er, Xiao Wei said. Li Qing'er? Long Chen was taken aback. Hadn't Li Qing'er joined the North Wolf organization? Why was she suddenly at his doorstep? Chapter 349. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Long Chen's phone rang. It was his father-in-law, Li Wanzhou, calling. Hello, Dad. Long Chen answered. Long Chen. Just now Qing'er called back. She said she wants to return to her past life and may never meet again. What does that mean? Li Wanzhou asked, almost in tears. Long Chen suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for his father-in-law. To Li Wanzhou, Li Qing'er was the daughter he had raised since childhood, but now she was leaving. Dad, you must think it's unbelievable. Long Chen didn't know how to begin. Long Chen, is Qing'er crazy? What past life? Nonsense. How could someone return to their past life? Li Wanzhou cried. In this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders, Long Chen sighed. Although he also thought it was ridiculous. The ants on the ground could not understand the satellites in the sky, and they didn't even know of human existence. Humanity in the universe is no different from ants on Earth. Are you saying that what Qing'er said is true? She really is the reincarnation of the seven-colored phoenix. And she can truly return to her past life? Long Chen nodded. It should be true. We can't understand it because we are just too insignificant. Chapter 350. Soon, the bus set off. There were about 40 to 50 people on the bus. After approximately 10 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, a massive oasis. Everyone, this is the Death God Academy, the reception staff on the bus said. Long Chen and the others got off the bus, but after scanning the area, they didn't see the expected school gate. Senior, where's the Death God Academy? Where's the school gate? Long Chen hurriedly asked. It was already 1 in the morning, and Long Chen just wanted to find the dormitory quickly. School gate? What school gate? The reception staff said, looking confused. Doesn't the Death God Academy have a school gate? It's already 1 in the morning. Hurry up and arrange our accommodation. Other people echoed Long Chen's sentiments, looking at the reception staff. Everyone, the Death God Academy is not like an ordinary school. There are no school gates, no teaching buildings, and no dormitory buildings. What's the educational model of the Death God Academy? Fang Liang quickly asked. The educational model of the Death God Academy is also called the Hell model. Simply put, you either get tortured to death by others or torture others to death. Here, killing is not allowed, but the death rate is very high. Do you know why? Chapter 351. Long Chen looked at the 30-plus geniuses from the Sun Country and grinned, revealing a hint of bloodthirsty light. Long Chen, you don't plan to do something, do you? Nan Gong Yuro asked in a panic upon seeing Long Chen's expression. Isn't that obvious? Long Chen said, then immediately took out more than 30 dog leashes from his jade pendant space. Today, Long Chen planned to treat these 30-plus geniuses from the Sun Country as dogs to be raised. The young people from the Sun Country looked at Long Chen approaching them with dog leashes, exchanging glances in confusion. Ichiro, what does he want to do? The 30-plus young geniuses from the Sun Country turned their gaze to Ichiro, as if he was their backbone. I don't know. Let us stay alert. If he dares to do anything to us, we'll fight back. I don't believe that more than 30 of us can't handle him, Ichiro said. Long Chen walked up to the 30-plus young geniuses and said, Everyone, will you put the dog leashes around your necks yourselves? Or should I do it? Upon hearing Long Chen's words, the 30-plus geniuses from the Sun Country instantly erupted in anger. The youth from the Bangzi Country also looked over, seemingly unable to believe that the fight was starting already. Chapter 352. All right, I'll have one of those. Long Chen immediately took out $100,000 bills. Where did you get so much cash? Morong Schwer asked, puzzled. Long Chen smiled and said, Of course, it's from the Empire of the Free States. After paying, the owner of the small and immediately introduced the power distribution at the Death God Academy to Long Chen and the others. At present, there are about 7,000 to 8,000 students at the Death God Academy. There are a total of 300 groups and gangs, large and small. Based on the points they have earned, they can roughly be divided into several categories. 10 million powers, million powers, 100,000 powers, and 10,000 powers. What does that mean? Morong Schwer furrowed her brow and asked. 10 million refers to points. At the Death God Academy, there are 7 powers that have obtained over 10 million points. What does that mean? This means that at the Death God Academy, the total points of those who are scared of being tortured by them exceed 10 million. Long Chen nodded. It was indeed a bit terrifying. Which 7 powers are the 10 million ones? Long Chen continued to ask. The first-ranked one is the Son of God. This is a force from the Empire of the Free States. Their total points are 72 million. Chapter 353. Long Chen, they are escaping. Around 4 in the morning, Xiaowei notified Long Chen. Long Chen immediately woke up from his sleep. Indeed, he saw that the 31 geniuses from the Sun Country were quietly crawling away on the ground, thinking that Long Chen was sound asleep. Where are you going? Long Chen suddenly blocked their way. Those 31 geniuses from the Sun Country were startled. Long Chen quickly tugged on the dog leash, pulling all 31 of them back, resulting in a chorus of screams. Long Chen then took out a wolf-tooth club and knocked out all their teeth. The 31 young men from the Sun Country looked at Long Chen with gritted teeth, filled with hatred. If you dare to run again, I'll be even harsher next time. Long Chen threatened. What do you want? Xiao Jingyi angrily asked. What I want is none of your business. In short, I will torment you until you fear me. Long Chen replied. You won't get away with it, Xiao Jingyi said angrily. Then you can continue to suffer, Long Chen said. You should know that we, the students from the Sun Country, have a powerful organization at the Death God Academy called the Royal Heaven Deity. They rank in the top 30 at the Death God Academy, so you'd better think carefully. If our seniors from the Sun Country find out, you'll be in for it. Another youth from the Sun Country threatened. Chapter 354. Now, try to be arrogant one more time. Kid, you're done for, the youth threatened Long Chen. Long Chen picked up a wooden stick from the ground. Puffed. A scream followed. A few people around looked over in shock and hurriedly ran away, seemingly afraid that Long Chen would use the stick on them too. The man at the late stage of the innate realm screamed continuously. Are you scared now? Long Chen asked. You demon, the man cried. He had been at the Death God Academy for 3 years and had never been treated this way before. If you're not scared yet, I don't mind pulling out the stick and doing it again. You, the man trembled. Answer me immediately. Are you scared or not? Long Chen asked angrily. The man gritted his teeth and, with a look of helplessness, said, I'm scared. Very good. Now line up behind me. I want to turn you in my points. The man said nothing, but felt very frustrated inside. Not far away, Huang Fuqihua and others felt a chill down their spines. It seemed Long Chen adapted to the cruelty here faster than they did. A few minutes later, it was Long Chen's turn. Chapter 355. Long Chen frowned. One at the early stage of the Unity Realm was still so arrogant, making everyone in the restaurant go to the Points Tower to exchange points for him. Who gave him the courage? Long Chen immediately asked a young man sitting at the table next to him. Who is he? Why does everyone fear him so much? The young man at the next table smiled wryly and said, his name is Batif. Although his realm is only at the early stage of the Unity Realm, he is notoriously known as a demon at the Death God Academy. He once, never mind, it's better not to say. Talking about it would give me nightmares. I've never seen such a demon. When encountering someone like him, it's best to honestly go to the Points Tower and exchange points for him. Otherwise, it's unimaginable. After saying this, the young man stood up and prepared to go to the point's tower. From his words, it was clear that this Batif was notoriously fierce, and his methods of tormenting people were well known at the Death God Academy, which was why many in the restaurant showed no resistance and got up to exchange points for him as soon as they saw him. Long Chen slightly snorted. Although he certainly couldn't defeat someone at the Unity Realm, even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for someone at that level. However, Long Chen had not only martial skills, but also a powerful talent for poison. Chapter 356. It seemed they feared that Long Chen would use similar methods against them. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, he hadn't done anything to Batif in the dirt room earlier. It wasn't that Long Chen was afraid, but he didn't want to dirty his hands. Plus, Batif had begged Long Chen to let him go, promising to exchange points for him at the point's tower. So Long Chen thought for a moment and let Batif go. Let's go. To the point's tower, exchange points for me, Long Chen told Batif. Batif nodded, still shaken. Initially filled with anger, he suppressed it upon seeing Long Chen's calm face. He still couldn't figure out why he had been so easily subdued by Long Chen. Although Long Chen used poison, he had not noticed any trace of it at all. Long Chen led Batif toward the point's tower. Batif followed behind Long Chen, his head drooping. Why? Why was I twitching all over earlier, and why are there black lines on my palms? On the way to the point's tower, Batif couldn't help but ask, "Didn't I tell you? You were poisoned by me. Although my martial cultivation is at the early stage of the innate realm, my poison skills have already reached the Unity realm. Consider yourself lucky that you begged me in time. Otherwise, you would have been in a lot of trouble by now." Chapter 357. Hello, gang leader. Long Chen took the initiative to greet him. However, the leader of the Eastern Pearl remained seated, eyes closed, not moving, seemingly not intending to get up to welcome him. But then again, Long Chen was newly admitted this year, and the leader was the head of the Eastern Pearl. So it was natural he wouldn't be enthusiastic towards Long Chen. Long Chen felt it was too pretentious and was a bit annoyed. He's only at the early stage of the Unity realm. Does he need to act this way? Hello, gang leader. My name is Long Chen, Long Chen said again. It was only then that the leader opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen. You're the one who was just admitted this year? The leader said with a condescending gaze. Yes, I heard that the Eastern Pearl is a gang formed by students from Huaxia. So I brought a few friends who are also from Huaxia, intending to join the Eastern Pearl. The leader glanced over and his eyes brightened when he saw Murong Shuer and Nangong Yuru. Not bad. There are actually two beautiful women. Huaxia really does produce a lot of beauties. The leader laughed heartily and stood up, seeming more energized upon seeing the beautiful women. Just then, the leader suddenly spotted Xiao Jingyi. Chapter 358. It would take less than 5 seconds for Feng Chung Okamoto to inhale it into his lungs, at which point his lungs would begin to corrode and breathing would become difficult. He would then become completely at the mercy of others. Baka! Feng Chung Okamoto brushed the dust off his face and glared at Long Chen with anger. At this moment, Hu Haoyan was also stunned, standing aside, too scared to speak. I baka your mother. Long Chen sneered. You Huaxiao pig! How dare you attack me with flour? Feng Chung Okamoto's eyes revealed killing intent. He thought the substance Long Chen threw at him was flour. Who told you it was flour? Sun Ghost. Listen carefully, this is a kind of poison. Once it gets into your lungs, it will corrode them in minutes. Are you feeling a bit of difficulty breathing now? Your nose is starting to feel blocked, like the symptoms of cold. Feng Chung Okamoto sniffed hard, and indeed felt his nostrils were blocked just like when he had a cold, even though it had been a long time since he last had one. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. I'll count to 3, and you won't be able to breathe. 1, 2, 3. After Long Chen finished speaking, Feng Chung Okamoto immediately showed symptoms of difficulty breathing. Chapter 359. Hu Haoyan immediately summoned all the members of the Eastern Pearl to gather. Half an hour later, about 70 people arrived at the flat ground outside the wooden cabin. Leader, is there something urgent that requires our gathering? A young man asked. Everyone, the reason for today's meeting is important. I will no longer serve as the leader of the Eastern Pearl, Hu Haoyan stated directly. No longer the leader? What does that mean? Among the students of Huaxia, you are the only one who has reached the Unity realm. Besides you, who else is qualified to be the leader? More than 70 people looked confused. The new leader is called Long Chen. He was just admitted to the Dead City Academy this year, Hu Haoyan succinctly explained. A wave of discussion broke out. Everyone quiet down, Hu Haoyan shouted, and the scene fell silent. Although Long Chen was just admitted this year, His strength should not be underestimated. Just now, Okamoto from the Royal Heaven Shrine came to find me, and he has already been killed by Long Chen. Although Long Chen used poison, using poison is also a manifestation of strength. Alright, no more talking. From now on, Long Chen will be the leader of the Eastern Pearl, and I will leave the Eastern Pearl. I'm about to graduate, and I will apply for graduation shortly. Everyone, farewell. When I return to Huaxia another day, we will meet again. Hu Haoqian clasped his hands to everyone and then elegantly turned to leave. Chapter 360. So, I investigated this matter and found out that many forces within the Dead God Academy were spreading the news that Okamoto had been killed by Long Chen. Impossible. With that group of Huaxia pigs, how could they kill Okamoto? Nida quickly shook his head. Your Majesty, many forces already know about it. It can't be false. Okamoto may really have been killed, another replied. Yes, that Long Chen is said to be the top scorer of this year's admission assessment, breaking the historical record with a total score of 732 points. His talent is extremely powerful. It is precisely because this matter has spread within the Dead God Academy that so many people know about it. Huaxia pigs, how could there be such a talented person? The true master was instantly displeased and angrily ordered two young men, Song Wei, Muda, you two, go to the Eastern Pearl immediately and see if it's true. Yes. The two named Song Wei and Muda immediately set off for the Eastern Pearl. They were both at the initial stage of the Unity Realm. At that moment, Long Chen was in the wooden cabin of the Eastern Pearl researching new poisons. He had discovered a new poisonous smoke in the oasis of the Dead God Academy. Just then, a young man ran in. Chapter 361. Time passed quickly, and half a day had gone by. Inside the Royal Heaven Shrine. Why have Sun Wei and Muda been gone for so long? The leader of the Royal Heaven Shrine suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Yes. They went to the Eastern Pearl to investigate Okamoto's matter, and it has been half a day without a return. Others in the Royal Heaven Shrine chimed in. Your Majesty, should we send 2 more people to check? I find it a bit strange, one subordinate suggested. The leader nodded and ordered 2 strong individuals, Shan Mu, Guangzi. You 2 go to the Eastern Pearl and check. Regardless of whether you find anything, you must return within 2 hours. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 named Shan Mu and Guang Zi immediately set off. At the Eastern Pearl, leader, more people from the Sun Nation have arrived, and they're all at the mid-stage of the Unity Realm. Before Long Chen could settle in, a subordinate reported. Long Chen had set up lookout points 3 kilometers away, and once he saw people from the Sun Nation approaching, they would immediately report to him. They came so quickly. It's fine. No need to be nervous. As I said before, set up the poisonous smoke in the small bamboo forest, Long Chen ordered. Yes, in just half a minute. The small bamboo forest was filled with smoke. Chapter 362. Later, I killed a person named Kamayama, who was at the initial stage of the Unity Realm. Your Royal Heaven organization was unwilling to accept this and sent 2 Unity Realm powerhouses to personally kill me in Huaxia. And what happened? They were also killed by me. In the end, I don't know the name of the leader of the Royal Heaven organization, but you should know that he was also killed by me, Long Chen said, looking at them. Indeed, this story is quite exciting. The leader snorted coldly. Facing death, they still don't believe it? Long Chen felt a sense of sadness. In another 30 seconds, these 5 people would be poisoned, yet they had no awareness of it. Your Majesty, stop wasting time talking to him. Let's capture him. Drag him out for a public display. Then, hand him over to Black Panther and let him torture him for a night. By tomorrow, he will be honest. Another young man from the Sun Nation said to their leader. The Black Panther he mentioned was a well-known homosexual in the Royal Heaven Shrine, who only liked men. Countless men had been abused by him before. The leader waved his hand, signaling the 4 men behind him to go up and capture Long Chen. However, at that moment, the 4 men behind him simultaneously clutched their chests and said, "It hurts so much." Chapter 363. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much and returned to the Eastern Pearl with the leader's head. The subordinates of the Eastern Pearl had already killed the 4 Unity Realm individuals from the Royal Heaven Shrine. Leader, we have now killed all the Unity Realm members of the Royal Heaven Shrine. The subordinates of the Eastern Pearl looked at Long Chen with great excitement. Long Chen nodded. Let's go. Set off for the Royal Heaven Shrine. By the way, remember to bring more dog leashes. If there are no leashes, ropes will do. Yes. The subordinates of the Eastern Pearl were all excited. Murong Schwer expressed some concern. Long Chen, won't this cause trouble? After all, we have already killed 10 Unity Realm individuals from the Sun Nation. Who cares? I am within the rules anyway. Long Chen ordered. leading the subordinates of the Eastern Pearl towards the Royal Heaven Shrine, which was composed of the Sun Nation's talented individuals. There were about 300 members in the Royal Heaven Shrine. Among these 300, 100 had reached the innate realm. However, Long Chen and his group only had 30 individuals. Nevertheless, with Long Chen's strength, he could easily take on 100. Everyone, the 100 innate realm members of the Royal Heaven Shrine, are all mine. The remaining 200 below the innate realm, you 30 deal with them. Do you have confidence? Chapter 364 now, with Long Chen's appearance. The Dean of the Dead God Academy felt that there would be great danger in the future, so he quickly reported to God and sought instructions. Come in. The Dean called out. 4 or 5 powerful individuals walked in. Dean, what did God say? God does not wish for any individuals from other countries to shake the military cultivation dominance of the United States. So this Long Chen cannot be left alive. What should we do? Notify the Southern Nation divine position among the 7 major forces. Tell them to find some way to eliminate this Long Chen within 7 days. But do not break the Academy's rules to avoid public criticism. The Southern Nation Divine Position is one of the 7 major forces of the Dead God Academy, with scores exceeding 10 million. This Southern Nation Divine Position ranks 7th among them, with its main members coming from the Southern Ocean country, although it is the 7th force with 10 million points. It should not be underestimated. Now the Dead God Academy is officially instructing the Southern Nation Divine Position to take action. Long Chen dragged the people from the Sun Country around in a parade, then brought them to the Points Tower to start exchanging points. In the end, Long Chen exchanged for 350,000 points. After the exchange, according to the rules of the Death God Academy, Long Chen had to release those people from the Sun Country. Chapter 365. Wait, Long Chen shouted. The young man who was about to leave turned around and said disdainfully, "Do you have any questions?" Long Chen replied, "Are you really forcing me to comply with the Southern God's position?" Force you? Do you think you are worthy of that word? We are commanding you. Long Chen asked, "I want to know why. I just dealt with the Emperor God, and you're so eager to take action against me? There is no need for so many questions. In short, it's either destruction or obedience. You choose." At this moment, Xiao Wei was standing behind the young man, holding a transparent liquid and pouring it onto his protective suit. However, apart from Long Chen, no one else at the scene could see Xiao Wei. Indeed, this genius of the Southern God's position, even though he was wearing protective gear, was not completely safe. The invisible Xiao Wei beside Long Chen was an unpredictable existence. For example, at this moment, the guy in the protective suit thought that no matter how powerful Long Chen's poison was, he wouldn't be harmed because he was wearing protective gear. However, he never expected that behind him stood an invisible spirit, pouring poison onto his protective suit. Chapter 366. They never imagined that a person at the innate level could instill such fear in them. It was truly because Long Chen's level of poison was so high that it was completely unpreventable. In the next second, several high-ranking members on both sides of the hall suddenly started coughing. "What is wrong with you?" "Leader, my chest hurts so much." "How could that be? You didn't even go to the Oriental Pearl." The leader was stunned. "I don't know." After those few people spoke, they started coughing violently again. After several seconds, another 20 or 30 high-ranking members in the hall began to cough. The leader's face turned pale. He had never felt so terrified in his life. The first to cough. Philp had already collapsed on the ground, dead. No, how could this happen? Philp was wearing protective gear, and the others didn't even go to the Oriental Pearl. Why are they poisoned too? Why? The leader of the Southern God's position shouted in despair, seemingly losing his mind. Looking around the hall, all the high-ranking members were coughing, and several had already coughed up their lungs. A few seconds later, the leader of the Southern God's position felt a sharp pain in his chest. What's going on? Could it be that I'm also poisoned? The leader of the Southern God's position suddenly turned pale, unable to believe how he was poisoned. Chapter 367. The president of the Death God Academy reported the situation in detail to God. The God of America was extremely shocked after hearing it. This Long Chen's level of poisoning had reached such a level. He must be eliminated quickly. Otherwise, it would lead to disaster sooner or later, the God said. God, what do you plan to do? Immediately instruct the Death God Academy, the Son of God, to mobilize all personnel and kill without mercy, the God commanded. The Son of God is a martial arts genius from America, established in the Death God Academy, and is ranked first among the 7 major forces with millions of points. With over 2,000 members, more than 700 of whom are at the Unity level. This shows how powerful the Son of God is and reflects the prosperity of the martial arts community in America, which is far superior to that of Huaxia. The main reason is that during World War II, there was a disruption. Otherwise, Huaxia's martial arts experts would not have declined so drastically. After ending the call, the president of the Death God Academy immediately ordered, "Quickly transmit the information to the Son of God. Let them send 700 Unity-level experts to eliminate Long Chen without regard for any rules." Chapter 368. I think the best plan is to leave the Death God Academy as soon as possible. It's no longer safe here, Morong Schwerer suggested. Long Chen sighed. I'm afraid leaving the Death God Academy may not be safe either. What do you mean? Just now, everyone saw it. The Son of God mobilized 700 Unity-level geniuses. There are only two possibilities. First, they were dispatched by the Death God Academy. Second, they were sent by their national forces, which is the American God Organization. Among these two possibilities, the American God Organization accounts for 80. They act as the world police, relying on their country's martial arts strength to dominate globally. What they fear most is the emergence of geniuses from other countries that threaten their existence. They may not care about my martial arts talent, but my poison skills have probably reached the God Organization, and they're already afraid. That's why the Son of God mobilized all Unity-level experts. Long Chen speculated. Then it's over. If the Death God Academy is unsafe and leaving ISNT safe either, doesn't that mean the entire world is unsafe? Huang Fuqihua said with a slightly gloomy expression. Chapter 369. Let us retreat quickly. It feels too dangerous here, Morong Schwerer said. Where can we go? The Son of God's 700 Unity-level experts are still hunting us, Long Chen said with a bitter smile. But this place is eerie. It feels like countless eyes are watching us, yet we can't see them. Don't you feel that way? Morong Schwerer said with a hint of fear. Nangang Yuru was the first to nod and said, That's right. I also feel like there are many eyes watching us, but we can't see them. In fact, Long Chen felt the same way, but at this moment, as everyone was scared, Long Chen naturally couldn't admit it. Otherwise, everyone would be even more frightened. Nonsense, everyone. Don't think too much. Since we're already in, let us continue walking forward. The group nodded helplessly. They continued along the forest for about an hour. Just then, Xiaohong suddenly shouted, Everyone look over there. Xiaohong pointed in a certain direction, and everyone looked where he was pointing, faintly seeing a small mountain village. In that small mountain village, a few households were cooking, with smoke rising. There's actually a small mountain village. How is that possible? This is the center of the desert. Huang Fuqihua quickly shook his head. Chapter 370. If Long Chen and the others knew they had entered the death-forbidden zone, they might understand the current situation. In this land of death, anyone who enters is doomed to die, even if they are lucky enough to escape. They will be mentally deranged. It seems to make sense. I'm so hungry. At this moment, Morong Schwerer said. She had been focusing on cultivation these past few days and hadn't thought about food. Now that they were in the land of death, after running for a bit, she immediately felt hungry. Let us see if we can find something to eat, Long Chen said. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything to eat, because Long Chen and the others couldn't see any animals around. Earlier, when they were in the forest, they felt like many eyes were watching them. If they guessed correctly, it must have been many small animals in the pine forest. However, they couldn't see, so they could only feel many eyes watching them. Let's eat some grass first. Long Chen squatted down and pulled up some grass from the ground. I don't want it. Who eats grass? Morong Schwerer said with a bit of a spoiled tone. Hee. When you're hungry enough, you'll eat tree bark, Long Chen chuckled. And so, they continued to walk forward, trying to choose some desolate places. Chapter 371. Although Long Chen couldn't see, he decided to act as if he were blind. He closed his eyes and listened with his ears, but without his sight. Many of his techniques couldn't be adapted immediately. At that moment, Long Chen felt a strong wind rushing towards him. He quickly determined it was the claw of that giant beast. Long Chen concentrated all his attention. Although he couldn't see, he seemed to sense the distance of the claw through the incoming airflow. It turned out that one didn't need to see with their eyes to feel. He felt as if he had already frozen the claw of that giant beast in the air. Long Chen let out a roar and suddenly dodged. The claw whistled past him. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that in the next second, Long Chen grabbed the claw of that giant beast. Long Chen roared as if he were hugging a large tree, letting out a dragon's roar. Then he slammed it down. And the giant beast was thrown dozens of meters away, crashing down with a loud bang, causing a large area of trees to collapse dozens of meters away. Although he couldn't see the giant beast, he could see the traces left by the battle. Chapter 372. The visible and the invisible are completely different experiences. Murong Schwerer and the others were still lingering outside the game, while Long Chen had already entered. At this moment, Murong Schwerer suddenly said, "I hear heavy footsteps. A giant beast is coming from behind." I heard it too. Huang Fuqihua and the others nodded in fear. However, Long Chen heard nothing. Long Chen, since you've already obtained the ticket, can you see the strange beast coming behind us? Murong Schwerer asked. No, I can't see anything, not even the sound. It seems that those who have obtained the ticket can't see these strange beasts. Otherwise, I could help you direct and assist you in killing the strange beasts. Then it's over. We were counting on you to keep an eye on things, Xiao He said with a wry smile. I'm afraid this ancient world is afraid of cheating, which is why those who have obtained the ticket cannot see the strange beasts. The strange beast behind us is getting closer, Murong Schwerer said. Long Chen also urgently said, you must be careful. This isn't an online game. This is real, and if you die, you really die. How did you kill it just now? Murong Schwerer asked. Chapter 373. That's great. Long Chen patted Fong Liang's shoulder. Now only Xiao He and Huang Fuqihua had not obtained their tickets. Let's go train them, Long Chen said to Fong Liang. Next, Long Chen continued to train Xiao He and Huang Fuqihua, helping them to accurately kill opponents even when they couldn't see them. Finally, after about half an hour, another giant beast appeared. This time, Huang Fuqihua went first. After a fierce battle lasting over half an hour, Huang Fuqihua successfully killed the giant beast and obtained the ticket to the ancient world. Huang Fuqihua was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He thought he couldn't do it, but unexpectedly, he succeeded. Only Xiao He had yet to obtain a ticket. After more than 20 minutes, another giant beast appeared. Xiao He rushed up without hesitation, while Long Chen and the others anxiously waited. About 40 minutes later, the sounds of battle finally ceased. I did it. A weak voice came from the pool of blood. It was Xiao He. Ha ha ha, Xiao He succeeded. Long Chen laughed excitedly. However, Long Chen's laughter abruptly stopped as a thought of Nangong Euro flashed through his mind. Chapter 374. There was no choice. Having made the selection, he could only brace himself. Everyone, if I can't complete the task, then we'll meet again in the next life. I hope you all do well and that everyone can leave alive. Everyone looked heavy-hearted. All right, since we're here, let's give it our all. I'm starting the task now. Long Chen smiled slightly and said to the assistant in his mind, start the task. Beep. Task initiated. In the next second, Long Chen suddenly vanished. The expressions on the faces of the others were very serious. Everyone, don't think too much. Put down your burdens and focus on completing the task, Huang Fuqihua said to Murong Schwerer and the others. After saying that, Huang Fuqihua also immediately began the task and disappeared. Long Chen felt that 1 second he was in the forest, and the next second, he suddenly appeared on a bustling street. This street was not from modern society, but from an ancient time. The people here were dressed completely differently. Long Chen looked at himself. Even he had changed into a different person. Except for his face, his clothing was entirely different. He wore tattered blue clothes made of hemp. His hair was messy and unkempt, holding a broken bowl in one hand and a stick in the other. People passing by him all covered their noses and quickly walked away. Chapter 375. The most beautiful woman in Tianshui City, the daughter of the Phoenix Pavilion Master, Yu Qingqing. Why is she here? Did she hear about this little beggar? Does she want to come and scold him? The crowd looked at the young lady who got off the carriage, murmuring, and of course, many people were drooling over her. The group surrounding Long Chen immediately turned their attention to the young lady. Long Chen looked up and saw her, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. How beautiful. Soon, the young lady walked up to Long Chen and took out a piece of gold, tossing it into Long Chen's broken bowl. Long Chen immediately said, Miss, please take your gold back. I don't have change to give you. No need for change. That won't do. I have my principles. I only accept 5 copper coins. I don't want more or less. Long Chen said, this piece of gold converted into copper coins would be at least 10,000. Are you really not tempted? You underestimate me. The onlookers all scolded Long Chen for being foolish. The beautiful woman said, you're quite smart. I have a question I want to ask you. If you can answer it, I will take you back to be a shop assistant. Chapter 376. Speak. Long Chen shouted loudly. As he shouted, Xiao Chui suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. I forgot to tell you, as long as I shout, your heart will hurt. So don't think about reporting to your lady or anything like that, or you'll end up dead. What do you want with our lady? Xiao Chui asked warily. I want to marry her, that's all. So you don't need to worry about me harming her. With just you? Who do you think you are? Whether I'm worthy or not is not for you to decide. Quickly say, who is young Master Chong? What is the harm in telling you? She is the fiancée of my young lady, the #1 genius of Tianshui City. At just 21 years old, he has already reached the peak of the Unity realm. With you, it's a pipe dream to think you can marry our young lady. You should take a look in the mirror. Xiao Tsue mocked openly. Long Chen snorted. Then let us wait and see. Long Chen also knew that marrying Yu Qingcheng would be quite challenging. Relying on normal means would be very difficult. Moreover, Long Chen only had a few months, which made it even harder. Therefore, Long Chen decided not to take the normal route. What does not taking the normal route mean? The normal route would be for Long Chen to slowly win her heart, gain her appreciation, and eventually have her fall in love with him, willing to marry him. Chapter 377. You think you can? The Phoenix Manor has great kindness towards me. Even if I die, I will not submit to you. Manager Wu gritted his teeth and said. Long Chen sighed. It seemed that Manager Wu was completely unconquerable, refusing to yield even in death. Helpless. Long Chen could only kill him with a single palm strike. After all, everyone in this ancient world was not truly human. After killing him, Long Chen directly used a potion to turn Manager Wu's corpse into nothingness. The next day, Xiao Tsue came to find Long Chen. You finally came. Long Chen looked at Xiao Tsue and smiled slightly. He was also afraid that Xiao Tsue would refuse to yield and report this matter, which would undoubtedly lead to his death. Fortunately, Xiao Tsue was not someone who would refuse to yield. How is it? I asked you to arrange for me to work beside your young lady. Did you get any results? Long Chen asked. Xiao Tsue coldly snorted and said, I've already arranged it. The young lady's study still lacks a calligraphy teacher. Coincidentally, Manager Wu went missing yesterday, and the new manager hasn't arrived yet. I told the young lady to arrange for you to be the calligraphy teacher in the study, and she agreed. What does a calligraphy teacher do? Long Chen asked. It's just a servant in the young lady's study, helping her organize books and other tasks. However, you can only enter the young lady's study during the time she is resting. You are not allowed to enter at any other time. Chapter 378. Long Chen then smiled and said, You go tell the Phoenix Pavilion Master that there is a divine doctor living in the servant quarters named Long Chen, and I can cure the young lady. Xiao Tsue said no more and immediately went to find the Phoenix Pavilion Master. At this moment, the Phoenix Pavilion Master was in a state of distress. He had already invited all the divine doctors he could find, but all of them were helpless. That young master, who is called the Long Gongzi, has been taking care of Yu Qingcheng by her bed every day. Uncle Yu, don't worry. There must be a way. The Long Gongzi comforted. Just then, Xiao Tsue rushed in and said to the Phoenix Pavilion Master, Master, I know a divine doctor who can save the young lady. The Phoenix Pavilion Master smiled wryly and said, What does a maid like you know about divine doctors? I'm not lying to you. He lives in our servant quarters and is named Long Chen. He was previously a beggar on the street. Enough, Xiao Tsue, I think you've lost your mind. Master, all the famous doctors have already seen her. Why not let him try? Xiao Tsue persuaded, as she didn't dare to tell the truth, otherwise she would be regarded as Long Chen's accomplice. The Long Gongzi beside her said, Uncle, I think we might as well let that person try. Chapter 379. Long Chen walked up to the patient who was minutes away from death. Clap, clap, clap. Long Chen tapped the back of the first patient several times, and suddenly, everyone saw that the patient, who was about to take his last breath, seemed to have a glimmer of light in his eyes. Long Chen's action was to help him generate some true qi in his body. This was not a treatment, but merely a way to delay his time of death. Don't think that Long Chen just casually tapped him a couple of times. At least it could buy him another day or two before dying. This also gave Long Chen ample time. Of course, he didn't need that much time. Long Chen immediately took out silver needles and directly performed the Tianyuan needle technique. The Tianyuan needle was originally meant for martial artists and generally not used on ordinary people, as ordinary people do not have true qi in their bodies. Therefore, Long Chen could only provide true qi from himself to them. In this way, no matter what illness it was, it could be cured directly by drawing in the Earth's primordial energy into the body, repairing damaged cells. No matter how serious the illness, it would all be swept away. not to mention ordinary people. Even martial arts experts with severe injuries could also be healed. Sure enough, about 15 minutes later, in front of everyone, the critically ill patient who was about to die became lively and healthy, showing no signs of illness. The patient stood up in disbelief. Chapter 380. It's you. How did you get into my room? Yu Qingchang looked confused, as logically speaking, a servant of Long Chen's level should not be able to enter her room. Even though he was the calligraphy teacher in the study, he could only enter her study during certain times. Daughter, it seems that heaven does not want you to die. Bringing him back from the street is a chance given to you by heaven to live. Don't you know? He is a transcendent expert. He was a beggar on the street, even coming to our house as a servant, but that is just his attitude toward life. He is actually a peerless divine doctor. The Phoenix Pavilion Master said joyfully. How is that possible? Father has already verified it. Just now, 3 critically ill patients were treated by him, and in just a quarter of an hour, they became lively. Let's not talk about that. Let us first cure you. After saying this, the Phoenix Pavilion Master turned to Long Chen and said, Divine Dr. Long, thank you for your trouble. No need to be polite. Long Chen approached and pretended to take Yu Qingchang's pulse. The Phoenix Pavilion Master hurriedly asked, How is it? Long Chen said, She has a congenital blockage in her meridians. If I'm not mistaken, someone forcibly opened up a new main meridian for her. Chapter 381. I don't wanna. I would rather die. Yu Qingchang cried loudly. Daughter, you must believe in your father's judgment. Marrying Divine Dr. Long is definitely not a mistake. You still have feelings for the Long Gongzi now, so you can't accept it for the time being. In the future, when you have feelings for Divine Dr. Long, you will thank your father for today's decision. In this life, I only wish to be the woman of Changfeng. I will not be the woman of any other man. If you force me, I will die for my love. I will do what I say. Yu Qingchang said very firmly. The Phoenix Pavilion Master hesitated a bit, seeing his daughter's determination. Long Chen said, Everyone, please go out. Let me talk to Qingxing alone. The Phoenix Pavilion Master nodded and ordered everyone to leave his daughter's room. Only Long Chen and Yu Qingchang remained in the room. Long Chen, I will not marry you. My heart has already been given to the Long Gongzi, and there is no room for another man. Yu Qingchang said directly to Long Chen. Long Chen chuckled. It seems you really love that Changfeng. Indeed, in this life, I only wish to be his wife. Since that is the case, you should marry me even more. Why? Yu Qingchang frowned. Chapter 382 Woo-woo. At this moment, Long Chen arrived at the Phoenix Manor. Divine Dr. Long, you have come. The Phoenix Pavilion Master welcomed Long Chen with a beaming face upon seeing him. Pavilion Master, I said I would return in 10 days, and I will definitely come back. The Dragon God Doctor, you truly are accurate. Changfeng has indeed fallen ill. Just like Qingxing's previous symptoms. You were able to foresee it. That's impressive, said the Phoenix Pavilion Master with admiration. Long Chen laughed and said, If I can't see this, how can I survive in this world? All right, it's time to find Miss Qingxing. If she remains resolute, then I will have to give up. After all, a forced relationship is not sweet. Long Chen returned to Yu Qingxing's room. Again, he asked everyone to leave, and he communicated with Yu Qingxing alone. After 10 days without seeing her, Yu Qingxing had lost half her weight and looked very haggard. However, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. Miss Qingxing, today is my last time asking you. If you are truly unwilling to marry me, I can only give up, Long Chen said bitterly. Why? Why can't a gentleman help others achieve their happiness? Please help me cure Changfeng so we can be together. Just consider it a good deed. Yu Qingxing pleaded as she knelt down. Chapter 383. Don't come near me, step back. When Yu Qingxing saw Long Chen approaching her, she hurriedly threatened him in fear. We have already exchanged vows. You're now my legally wedded wife. Tonight is our wedding night. Yu Qingxing suddenly remembered that today was their wedding day. Taking advantage of Yu Qingxing's moment of distraction, Long Chen lunged forward and knocked her down. Happy times are always short-lived. An hour later, Yu Qingxing lay with a numb expression, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. A blood-red flower bloomed oddly on the bedsheet. She had given away the most important thing in her life, which she thought she could only give to Changfeng, to another person. But that was not the most important part. The most important thing was that Yu Qingxing had thought she would be repulsed. Yet in the end, she was only repulsed for a moment, and afterward, she unknowingly fell into it. She could not forgive herself, and what she couldn't understand even more was that, at this moment, when everything had ended, deep in her heart, she had no aversion to Long Chen and their intimacy. This mindset made Yu Qingsheng feel very guilty towards Chang Gongzi. Chapter 384. Are you going too? Yu Qingsheng looked at Long Chen with a somewhat disdainful glance when she heard him say he was also going. What? Am I not qualified to attend? Long Chen retorted. You are absolutely right. You are not qualified to attend. Yu Qingsheng snorted. Why? Is it because I am not a local of Tianshui City? Now that I have married you, I'm already considered local. To participate, you must obtain a qualification certificate. If you haven't reached the Unity realm, don't even think about getting one. Your realm is only mid-stage innate. With this level of strength, you still dream of participating in the young talent competition. To put it bluntly, with your current level, if it weren't for your mysterious master and impressive medical skills, you wouldn't be able to marry in Tianshui City. Yu Qingsheng coldly remarked. Ha ha ha, what a statement about not being able to marry. But now, I have married the most beautiful woman in Tianshui City. Long Chen laughed heartily. If it weren't for your extraordinary background, my father probably wouldn't have agreed to marry me to you. After saying that, Yu Qingsheng stood up and said to her maid, Xiaozui, let's go. Let's take a look at the young talents competition. Okay, the two of them walked out the door. At this moment, in Long Chen's mind, he was conversing with his assistant from the ancient world. Chapter 385. Believe it or not. Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Yu Qingsheng and turned to walk away. Yu Qingsheng snorted and also didn't want to look at Long Chen anymore. All that was on her mind were memories of her old love, Chang Gongzi. Just then, a commotion came from the entrance not far away, as if some big shot had arrived. Everyone looked towards the entrance, and it was none other than Yu Qingsheng's old love, Chang Feng. Countless young boys and girls at the scene, upon seeing Chang Gongzi, shouted as if they were seeing a big star. Chang Gongzi, Chang Gongzi, Chang Gongzi. The shouts rose and fell, showing that Chang Gongzi was a super idol in the hearts of the youth of Tianshui City. However, everyone noticed that Chang Gongzi's face didn't seem happy. He wore a melancholic expression, and everyone knew that his fiancée, Yu Qingsheng, had married someone else. Chang Gongzi. Missing you is Yu Qingsheng's loss. Chang Gongzi, he is unworthy of you. Many girls comforted him, some even crying, seemingly very sympathetic towards Chang Gongzi. At this moment, Yu Qingsheng was also silently watching Chang Feng, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 386. At such a young age, Chang Gongzi has reached the peak of the Unity realm, breaking the historical record of Tianshui City. Who would dare to defy him? Whether others respect him or not, I don't know, but I certainly don't. If he wants to be first, fine, let him defeat me first, Long Chen said with a slight sneer. The whole place erupted in laughter. The Phoenix Pavilion master in the crowd looked embarrassed and said, What is Long Chen doing? Yu Qingsheng, standing in the crowd, felt countless gazes on her, and there was a hint of mockery in those gazes, seemingly laughing at her for marrying such a clown. Chang Gongzi also coldly snorted, looking at Long Chen with disdain. All right, since someone wants to fight me, why not fulfill his wish? Chang Gongzi said coldly. Everyone step aside. The referee shouted to the more than 90 young talents who had obtained qualification certificates. In the center of the arena, only Long Chen and Chang Gongzi remained. Long Chen, you seem very courageous, but unfortunately you don't know that your courage here is like that of a clown, Chang Gongzi said mockingly. Is that so? Who is the clown will soon be evident, Long Chen replied. Chapter 387. The old man angrily said, How arrogant. You just slapped my grandson in front of everyone and turned him into a fat boy. How do you explain this? Do you think my grandson can be bullied like this? Old ghost, if you keep whining, I'll beat you too, Long Chen said with a snort. The audience was stunned to hear Long Chen say he would hit the old ghost too, and they couldn't believe their ears. Chang Tai laughed in anger. So arrogant. I heard you have a mysterious background. Today I want to see how mysterious you are. Long Chen replied, To deal with you, I don't need my backer. One hand is enough. Big talk. Before Chang Tai could finish his sentence, a loud slap echoed as Long Chen slapped the old man's face, interrupting what he was about to say. It was none other than Long Chen who had dealt a fierce slap to the old man's face. The entire arena fell silent. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but rub their eyes. This must be a dream. This must be an illusion. For someone as young as Long Chen to defeat Chang Gongzi was already unbelievable, yet now he even slapped his grandfather. This must be an illusion. Chapter 388. Great. Completing this extra task. Is there any reward? Long Chen hurriedly asked. Because this task is not very difficult, the rewards are not much. Either increase to major realms, or 10 martial arts guidance sessions, or a set of martial arts experience? Choose one of the three. Long Chen quickly said, I choose to increase my realm. All right. Extracting now. A few seconds later, Long Chen's realm suddenly increased by 2 major levels, from the peak of the innate realm to the mid-stage of the unity realm. Yay! I've entered the unity realm. Long Chen was overjoyed. It seems at this time, entering the ancient world has been fruitful, allowing him to advance a whole field. He entered as a mid-stage innate realm, and now he is already at the mid-stage unity realm. Long Chen returned home. Now that he has stepped into the mid-stage unity realm, with half a month left, he did not rush to leave the ancient world. Instead, he decided to use the half month to diligently practice the strong dragon body refinement technique. Long Chen entered seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Long Chen opened his eyes for meditation. The strong dragon body refinement technique. I've already mastered the 10th layer. Long Chen smiled slightly, and as he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a faint golden dragon appearing in the center of his palm. This dragon was very small, but as Long Chen's strong dragon body refinement technique became stronger, this manifested giant dragon would grow larger. Chapter 389. Theoretically, yes. As long as you are strong enough to surpass the creator of the ancient world, it is possible. By the way, let me tell you another piece of information. I was once a real person in real life. Because I did not complete my task, I died here, and then I was chosen to become an assistant. Long Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this assistant was also a real person before. Actually, I hope for that day too. Perhaps you could rescue me as well. The assistant in his mind smiled with a hint of longing. I will definitely do it. Long Chen thought to himself, you don't have to worry too much about them. Staying here is not necessarily a bad thing. How so? Those who stay here can still cultivate. Long Chen was a bit surprised. So, you mean that after I leave, the world here will continue to operate? No, it will end. Everyone you see in Tianshui City is playing a role for you. Once your task is completed, they will return to their original positions, until they are randomly assigned to other scenes to play roles for other players. This cycle continues. Chapter 390. Nangong Yuru suddenly disappeared from Long Chen's mind, and the previous assistant said to Long Chen, Long Chen, you should take it easy, perhaps she is right. After all, we are helpers of the gods, and not everyone has such an opportunity. Although we cannot leave, at least we can live forever. Long Chen could only nod. However, at this moment, in the divine realm, on a mountain peak, an old man was surrounded by several powerful gods. Old Wind Can, look where you're running. You will definitely die today, haha. The gods surrounding him laughed. A glimmer of despair flashed in the old man's eyes. He thought to himself, am I, Wind Can, really going to fall today at the hands of these despicable people? No, I am unwilling. Since I was young, I have been exceptionally gifted. As soon as I entered the divine realm, I was able to create my own conscious world. Given time, I will certainly be able to evolve the conscious world into a real world, and then I might have my own divine domain. Yet, being ambushed by these little men, I'm unwilling. The old man roared. Old Wind Can, go to hell. The group of god-level powerhouses surrounding him slowly tightened their encirclement, all their treasures coming out, sealing every exit above and below. Chapter 391. Hee. Long Chen tapped on Yu Qingqing's forehead again. The next second, Yu Qingqing understood everything. She looked at Long Chen with a frustrated expression, already knowing that she would be left here forever, constantly playing various roles, serving as a training object for newcomers. This Long Chen in front of her was the person she was arranged to serve, and no one had been able to complete this task before. Long Chen was the first, so she became Long Chen's wife. All the scenes of her and Long Chen's passionate moments flashed in Yu Qingqing's mind over the past month. She seemed a bit incredulous. She was originally a pure girl, yet in the ancient world, she had become impure. Although it was not physical contact, just a merging of consciousness, everything felt so real. Yu Qingqing, to be honest, I have inherited the ancient world. From now on, the ancient world will be my world. Given that we know each other and have even held a wedding, I will let you go back to your own planet, Long Chen said to Yu Qingqing. Thank you. Were we parting ways just like this? This past month, although it was all fake, I was your wife for a month. Yu Qingqing's expression was a bit complicated, seemingly unable to distinguish between reality and virtuality. Chapter 392. Silly Dog on Earth. Any country that poses a threat to our status in the martial arts world of the United States will not be allowed to grow. All right, stop wasting words with these Chinese dogs. Kill them. The next second, 5 late-stage Unity Realm powerhouses immediately rushed to kill Long Chen. However, as the 5 late-stage Unity Realm powerhouses approached within 3 meters of Long Chen, they suddenly disappeared. What happened? The remaining few hundred people were stunned, rubbing their eyes. No one, except Long Chen himself, knew what happened, including Murong Schwerer and others. Just now, those 5 American geniuses who rushed up. When they got close to Long Chen's 3-meter range, Long Chen instantly used the gravity of the ancient world to pull them into the ancient world. To others, it seemed as if they had suddenly vanished. Long Chen's current strength was still very weak, so he could only make the gravity of the ancient world effective within a 3-meter range. Long Chen, where are they? What did you do? The leader of the Sons of God asked angrily. They are already dead. Now, don't blame me for not warning you. Anyone who dares to approach my 3-meter range will meet the same fate as those 5. If you don't believe it, feel free to come up. Long Chen smiled faintly. Chapter 393. So how strong is your strength now? In the ancient world, my strength has increased to the mid-stage Unity Realm. I think even the late-stage Unity Realm might not be my opponent. If combined with the gravity of the ancient world, I might even have a chance against the Summit Realm. Of course, everything has to be tested to know. Wow, that's amazing. Huang Fuqi Hua, Xiao He, and others looked at Long Chen with admiration. What about you? Did you gain anything from entering the ancient world? Just a few minor realms. It's really not a big gain, and if it weren't for you, we would have died in the ancient world. Huang Fuqi Hua smiled bitterly. Xiao He and Fang Liang were in a similar situation. Nangong Yuru was even more miserable. She gained nothing from entering the ancient world. Strictly speaking, she didn't really enter the ancient world at all. Only Murong Schwerer, after entering the ancient world, has gained a lot. Her martial cultivation realm has reached the early stage of the innate realm, and she has obtained a supreme treasure left by the saint race in the ancient world, which can be said to be soaring to new heights. Long Chen, the geniuses from the United States, just now, will definitely report your situation to the official of the Death God Academy. I think the official will definitely come looking for you, Murong Schwerer said with some concern. Chapter 394 in the next moment. Long Chen instantly pulled that early-stage peak realm expert into the ancient world. Nearby, Huang Fuqi Hua and others exclaimed in shock. That's amazing. You could pull a peak realm expert too? Long Chen chuckled and said, actually, it was quite dangerous just now. If that person had killed me from 3 meters away, I wouldn't have had a chance at all. I had already neutralized his aura blockade against me, but I deliberately remained still to lure him into my 3-meter range. I didn't expect he would actually fall for it. As long as he comes within 3 meters, even a peak realm expert, I can pull him into the ancient world. All right, I won't talk to you any longer. I will go into the ancient world to deal with that guy first. Your ancient world can store countless beings. Why do you need to kill him? This person is a peak realm expert. His strength is stronger than mine. After entering the ancient world, if I don't kill him quickly, it will put a huge burden on my mental power. After Long Chen finished speaking, he immediately disappeared from the spot and entered the ancient world. At this moment, in the ancient world, the peak realm expert who had just been pulled in by Long Chen looked around in confusion and panic. Chapter 395. Long Chen and Xiao Wei enter the mansion. Wow, this is amazing. Here, you feel just like a creator, Xiao Wei said with a face full of astonishment. All right, there will be plenty of time to experience later. Let's get down to business now. Get down to business? Xiao Wei looked at Long Chen with confusion, then thought of something, and her face turned slightly red. Here, Long Chen could touch her body as if she were real. Could it be that Long Chen wanted to do that with her? Speaking of that, Xiao Wei was no stranger to it. She had seen Long Chen with his girlfriends many times before. But I'm not ready yet. Xiao Wei looked a bit embarrassed, but she was also quite curious inside. What are you thinking about? Long Chen was instantly speechless. I thought it would be awkward, Xiao Wei said, feeling embarrassed. She hurriedly asked, then what do you need me for, bringing me to this mansion alone? Previously, we cooperated to cultivate a martial art called the invisible divine technique. This technique hasn't been upgraded for a long time. It could only make me invisible for a few seconds each time. Now it's time to upgrade this invisible divine technique. Chapter 396. That's really funny. Long Chen laughed heartily. You just said that anyone who comes within 3 meters of you can be turned into nothingness by your treasure. However, if I want to kill you, I don't need to get within 3 meters. Even from 100 meters away, I could easily take your head, the dean said confidently, stating that under normal circumstances, with his strength, not to mention Long Chen. Even someone stronger than Long Chen could take his head from 100 meters away. Just then, dozens of auras were approaching from behind. There was no need to guess. It was clear that the Vice Dean and his people were rushing over. Long Chen, if you want to stay alive, hand over the treasure to me quickly. With your current strength, you can't protect this treasure at all. Instead, it will cost you your life. Is that so? Then I want to see who will lose their life, Long Chen said, immediately walking towards the dean. The dean frowned as he saw Long Chen approaching him. Are you planning to walk into my 3-meter range? Don't be naive. I won't give you the chance to come in front of me. I'll count to 3, and if you don't stop, don't blame me for killing you. I think, regardless of the treasure, you will definitely drop it when you die. Chapter 397. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for Long Chen to catch up to them. They were all peak realm experts and incredibly fast, while Long Chen was only in the mid-stage of the harmonization realm, which was a significant gap in realms. However, Long Chen had an advantage they could not match. As time passed, their physical stamina would deplete and their speed would slow down. Long Chen, on the other hand, was like an engine that would never stop, constantly replenished by the strong dragon body, refining technique. Therefore, as long as Long Chen kept chasing, they would eventually be caught due to exhaustion. Once he got within 3 meters of them, he could eliminate them all. Long Chen, how much longer do you plan to chase us? The Vice Dean yelled angrily while running. They had been chased for over half an hour and were about to run out of the oasis range. If this continued, they would eventually run out of energy. What frustrated them was that Long Chen showed no signs of exhaustion while they were already panting. Long Chen laughed heartily. Run? I want to see how long you can run. Anyway, I'm at 0 consumption, and you guys are getting more and more exhausted, Long Chen said while chasing from behind. Chapter 398. That night, Long Chen quietly arrived at the Son of God gang, utilizing the invisibility technique in the dead of night without anyone noticing. He pulled all 700 harmonization realm geniuses from the Son of God gang into the ancient world. By the time Long Chen finished, it was already early the next day. Long Chen released Murong Schwerer, Nangong Yuru, Xiao He, Fong Liang, and others from the ancient world. How is it? Long Chen, is the crisis resolved now? Murong Schwerer asked anxiously. It's resolved. The Dean is dead, and the other 10 or so peak realm leaders of the Death God Academy have all submitted to me. Not only that, but I also quietly pulled all 700 harmonization realm geniuses from the Son of God gang into the ancient world overnight, Long Chen said with a smile. Wow, that's amazing. The geniuses from the United States don't need to be polite. Our Huaxiao will rise, and we will eventually have to confront the United States. Now that these 700 harmonization realm geniuses have been eliminated by you, it means that this generation of the United States is cut off. Yes, these 700 harmonization realm geniuses are almost all the talents of this age group in the United States. Once they disappear, this generation in the United States will be cut off. Chapter 399. Long Chen took his friends and left the Death God Academy. A day later, they arrived at a modern airport. They bought tickets and prepared to fly back to Huaxia. Below is a report from a Huaxia news outlet. Since last month, when the Wolf King of the North Wolf Organization led his army south and took control of the entire Kyoto in just 5 hours, the North Wolf Organization spent nearly a month to fully grasp the control of Huaxia. Just yesterday, the new Huaxia officially established a reciprocal relationship with our country. Long Chen was sitting in the airport waiting area when he heard the news being broadcast on the TV, hanging on the wall. His body suddenly trembled. The Wolf King marched south a month ago. Long Chen was shocked. He had only been at the Death God Academy for 3 months, and such a significant event had already occurred in Huaxia. Unfortunately, the Death God Academy is isolated and has no contact with the outside world. It is only now that Long Chen has learned about such a major event. No way. The Wolf King of the North has already mobilized his troops southward a month ago. Moreover, he has truly taken control of Huaxia now. Huang Fuqihua was also stunned. Everyone around Long Chen looked incredulous. What kind of strength does the Wolf King possess to be so audacious? Murong Schwerer immediately clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 400. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, Xiao He had successfully rebooked plane tickets for all 6 of them to Tianhai City, Huaxia. However, they would have to wait an additional hour to board, and it would take about 5 hours to reach Tianhai City, Xiao He said. Long Chen nodded. It had been a long time since he last saw his father-in-law. The last time he spoke to him on the phone was regarding Li Qing'er returning to her previous life, and his father-in-law had been crying on the phone. Reflecting on it now, Long Chen felt a pang of sadness. He wondered how his father-in-law was doing now. After all, his daughter, whom he had raised since childhood, had just left like that. His father-in-law must be feeling extremely low. This time, upon returning to Tianhai City, Long Chen must have a few drinks with his father-in-law to comfort him. Additionally, Long Chen wanted to help him improve his physical condition and embark on the path of martial arts. Perhaps in the future, there will be a chance to see his daughter again. An hour later, Long Chen and the others boarded the international flight to Huaxia. About 5 hours later, the plane arrived at Tianhai City Airport, and by the time they arrived, it was already dark past 9 in the evening. Long Chen hailed a Didi and headed straight home. However, when Long Chen arrived at his house, the door was tightly closed and there were no lights on inside, making it look as if no one was home. Chapter 401. That little bastard has actually returned. Where is he now? He is at his home in the capital. One of his subordinates reported. He is already home, which means he knows that his 2 girlfriends have become my 2nd and 3rd concubines. What will his reaction be? The Wolf King revealed a sneer. It seems like he has no reaction. He is probably just cursing me inside or muttering under his breath. But he wouldn't dare to say anything. The Wolf King coldly snorted. After the closed country conference is over, I will crush him. This piece of trash. I've heard he has some skills in poison. To avoid any long-term troubles, it's better to kill him sooner rather than later. At this moment, at Long Chen's home. Long Chen, I'll head home first, Murong Shuet said. Okay, I'll head home too. Nangon Yuru and Huang Fuchihua also wanted to go home, as their homes were all in the capital. It's fine. You all can go back to the capital since you haven't seen your families for several months. In the end, only Fong Liang remained at Long Chen's home because his family was in Tianhai City. Fong Liang, do you want to go back to Tianhai City to see your family? Long Chen asked Fong Liang. Chapter 402. The Wolf King was furious. He vowed in his heart to destroy all 10 major families. Behind him stood the God organization, which dared to offend him. At this moment, 3 kilometers away, Long Chen looked at the Wolf King drenched in filth atop the tower and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao He, Huang Fuchihua, and the others also doubled over with laughter at the Wolf King's embarrassing state. Of course, among the crowd of over 1 million, countless people were secretly laughing as well. For a moment, the Wolf King became the laughing stock of everyone. Who did this? The Wolf King roared in anger. It was me. Long Chen immediately responded loudly. Although there were several thousand meters between them, Long Chen's voice was very loud, and the Wolf King's hearing was far beyond that of ordinary people. He immediately heard Long Chen's response. The Wolf King's gaze immediately turned to Long Chen. It's him. When the Wolf King saw Long Chen, he was so enraged that his body trembled. I will kill you, ignoring the stench emanating from him. The Wolf King leaped from a high tower and ran towards Long Chen in the distance. The crowd immediately cleared path. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Wolf King charged in front of Long Chen. Chapter 403. In front of millions of gazes, the Wolf King was hung high on the city wall. Although he struggled desperately, Long Chen's spear pierced directly through his heart. The Wolf King, though still alive, had lost all his strength. About 3 minutes later, the Wolf King's hands dropped, and he died completely. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The Wolf King's subordinates, seeing that their leader was dead, immediately scattered in all directions. Long Chen did not pursue them. He leaped up to the high tower, took the microphone from the tower, and loudly addressed the million-strong audience. Fellow citizens of Huaxia, my name is Long Chen. The Wolf King colluded with foreign forces to usurp power, and his crimes deserve to be punished. Today, I have slain him before you all, hoping everyone can take him as a warning. Anyone who attempts to divide or overthrow Huaxia will meet a bad end. All right, everyone leave in an orderly manner. The closed country conference is canceled. After saying this, Long Chen immediately smashed the microphone in his hand. Brother Long Chen. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind Long Chen. He turned around to see none other than Yang Wan, whom he had not seen for a long time. And besides her were his father-in-law and Yang Ying, who was Yang Wan's biological mother. Chapter 404. Upon receiving such an assassination order, the world trembled. This was the first time in history. Long Chen was still in the capital, at his own home. Master, it's not good. The God organization from the United States has issued an assassination order worldwide, commanding all martial arts organizations around the globe to hunt you down. Any country that dares to disobey will have all its martial arts forces exterminated afterward. Xiao He hurriedly came to Long Chen and said. Long Chen coldly snorted, truly shameless. Master, let us quickly hide in the ancient world. There's no way to survive on Earth anymore. However, Long Chen said, Xiaohe, immediately send a warning to all empires worldwide. If any empire dares to touch me, I will also annihilate their entire nation afterward. Is this useful? Xiaohe was a bit doubtful. It is useful. By warning them this way, I think most countries in the world will sit back and watch the fight. After all, the strength I displayed today has already intimidated many powerful figures worldwide. All right, I'll go right away. Xiaohe immediately used his hacking skills to send a warning to all countries in the world except the United States. The United States can issue an assassination order, and Long Chen can also issue a warning order. Chapter 405. How is it? Have you fused? Long Chen asked after 10 minutes. It has completely fused. Thanks to your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fuse thousands of souls so quickly. What is your soul strength now? I'm not sure. I'll know when I try. All right, let us go back to the woods and try again. In the next second, Long Chen and Xiao Wei reappeared in the woods. Long Chen immediately picked up a spear and said to Xiao Wei, try to possess it and see if you can succeed this time. Okay. Xiao Wei immediately transformed into a wisp of smoke and possessed the tip of the spear. Long Chen suddenly threw a spear towards a large stone 5 kilometers away. Whoosh! The spear shot through the air like a beam of light, instantly reaching the large stone. Boom! The stone instantly shattered into pieces. This meant that Long Chen hit the target from a distance of 5 kilometers in one shot. We did it! Long Chen, we succeeded! Xiao Wei immediately returned to Long Chen's side, her face full of joy as she said to him, haha, as expected, after your soul enhancement, the experiment was successful. However, that was only within 5 kilometers. Let's see if we can try 10 kilometers. Chapter 406. Dad, do you want to cultivate? Become strong? Long Chen asked. Why the sudden question? Just say if you want to or not. I don't have that talent. Li Wanzhou replied with a wry smile. As long as you want, I can help you achieve it, and you can quickly become strong. Don't joke around. There is no such thing as free lunch, Li Wanzhou chuckled. Unfortunately, there really is. Let me help you fulfill your dreams. From now on, just follow me in cultivation, and maybe one day in the future, you can meet Li Qing'er. Upon hearing Li Qing'er's name, Li Wanzhou's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Li Qing'er had returned to her previous life. Didn't he know where she was or what era or place it was? Can I really see Qing'er again? Li Wanzhou asked tearfully. As long as you keep getting stronger and move forward, you'll have a chance. After saying this, Long Chen immediately extracted hundreds of souls and fused them into the bodies of Li Wanzhou, Yang Wan, Yang Ying, Zhang Qinjia, and Tu Wenjing. After all, they were mortals and couldn't take too much at once, so it would take more time to gradually improve. Long Chen didn't expect them to become strong to help him. He just hoped they could always accompany him. Chapter 407. Another diamond was pierced through the heart by a spear. Reynold. The remaining 8 people also howled. They were in free fall in the sky, having no ability to dodge or resist, only able to watch helplessly as their companions were pierced and killed by spears shot up from the ground. Buffed. Another one was pierced through the skull by a spear. Markov. Why? Why is this happening? No, I don't want to die. Long Chen. I curse your ancestors for generations. The remaining 7 people falling from the sky cried and cursed Long Chen, seemingly terrified and helpless. They certainly knew who was behind this. Even before they set off, they had seen on television how Long Chen killed the Wolf King with a spear. But they never expected that Long Chen's spear was so powerful that it could shoot directly to a height of 8 or 9,000 meters from the ground. At this moment, they realized that the reason their fighter jet exploded was definitely Long Chen's doing. Woo-woo, why can this bastard spear shoot so far? Not only that, but why is it so accurate? Why? Chapter 408. Once the post from God was released, it instantly exploded on the forum. Within a minute, there were over 100,000 replies. As expected of a world-class martial arts forum, the online presence was indeed massive. In Huaxia, at Long Chen's home, Xiaohe shouted, Master, come quick. God posted. Long Chen was about to go to the bathroom, but walked over to take a look after hearing Xiaohe shout. Seeing God's provocations, Long Chen snorted coldly. Master, this God said he wants to destroy our entire Huaxia. Should we reply to him? Xiaohe asked. Long Chen snorted coldly. I didn't expect him to be so shameless. It seems I can't avoid this anymore. I thought that even if I couldn't defeat him, I could hide. But now it seems that if I hide, it might implicate all of Huaxia. Then what should we do? Long Chen replied. What else can we do? We can only face it head on. Xiaohe, Film a video for me. Okay. Xiao immediately took out his phone. Long Chen grabbed a disposable cup and, in front of the camera, urinated into the cup. After finishing, Long Chen held up the disposable cup and said to the camera, "God, please enjoy." Chapter 409. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Long Chen had not developed any new skills. However, after Xiao Wei's soul enhancement, her cooperation with Long Chen in the invisible divine skill had increased the time again. Previously, she could become invisible for 15 seconds, and now she could do it for 20 seconds. Although it was only an increase of 5 seconds, it was still a significant improvement for Long Chen. Thus, 3 days quickly passed. Early in the morning, Long Chen boarded a fighter jet and flew to Hawaii Island to face God in a life-and-death battle. As for Morong Shuer, Nangong Yuru, and others, Long Chen did not let them accompany him because he was worried that if he lost, the American God would eliminate them as well. Therefore, Long Chen went alone to Hawaii Island. However, at this moment, Hawaii Island was already crowded with people. 3 days ago, the martial arts community worldwide learned about the news of Long Chen and God deciding their fate here today, and they immediately set off for Hawaii. Of course, the American God also arrived in Hawaii the day before. "How long until we arrive?" Long Chen asked the pilot while sitting in the fighter jet. "At full speed, it should take about 3 to 4 hours, or maybe even faster." Chapter 410. Really? Which of your eyes saw me being locked by your aura? After Long Chen finished speaking, he immediately started moving around under God's nose. God was startled to see Long Chen moving around as if nothing was wrong under his aura lock. How could this be? God was a bit dumbfounded. All the onlookers within a 1-kilometer radius around him were completely immobilized, yet Long Chen was moving right under his eyes. "How is it possible that you're not affected by my aura lock?" God asked in disbelief. "Because your aura lock is too weak. Do you still think it's so easy to kill me?" Long Chen coldly snorted. God's face turned cold. "I want to see what other tricks you have." After saying this, God immediately transformed into an afterimage and swiftly attacked Long Chen. Long Chen was not to be trifled with. The moment God charged at him, he instantly became invisible. Where is he? In the next second, God was dumbfounded and hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Long Chen. Chapter 411. How is this possible? God slowly lowered his head and looked at the spear that had pierced his heart, incredulously saying. Long Chen let out a breath. Once a person's heart is pierced, no matter how powerful they are finished, unless the opponent could live without relying on their heart. Clearly, there could not be such a powerful existence on Earth. Everyone on the scene was stunned, watching in silence. Long Chen coldly snorted, "God, you are undoubtedly doomed. Before you die, let me send you a message. Those who do many unjust deeds will perish themselves." Long Chen mockingly called him lower God. "I'm unwilling. I'm really unwilling. Who in this world dies willingly?" Long Chen laughed coldly. "No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." After saying his last words, the god fell straight down, his eyes wide open, looking as if he couldn't close them even in death. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers. The god, who had oppressed the world for decades, died right before their eyes. Long Chen looked around and shouted, "Everyone from today onwards, there will be no one to suppress or kill in the martial arts world. Everyone, work hard to cultivate. But I have one piece of advice. No one should bully others with their power and commit heinous acts, otherwise the end result will be just like the goddess. Those who do many unjust deeds will perish themselves. All right, everyone, please go back." Chapter 412. After Long Chen finished speaking, he immediately leaped down from thousands of meters in the air, landing on the ground as lightly as a leaf. It seemed that Long Chen's control over gravity was becoming increasingly precise. Long Chen began searching within a radius of several dozen kilometers based on the address given by his father. To be honest, it wasn't easy to find, as the address was very secretive, lacking any obvious coordinates. Long Chen couldn't rely on walking, otherwise he might not find it in a day. He immediately leaped into the air and then looked down at the earth. In this way, Long Chen quickly scanned the area within several dozen kilometers. Finally, after an hour, he found a very hidden, abandoned castle. Finally found it. Long Chen immediately pushed open the castle door. Instantly, a cacophony of noises erupted from inside. Seemingly dozens of people were present and sounded a bit anxious. Inside the door was a semi-basement-like palace that appeared somewhat gloomy. However, upon Long Chen's sudden entrance, Dozens of people in the palace immediately turned to look at him. Chapter 413. Is it true? Can my Long Chen sect really not rise again? At that moment, an unknown voice suddenly sounded. Who? The 7 powerful members of the Jojo Gate immediately looked around, but saw no one. Who is playing tricks in the dark? Come out quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for exterminating your entire family. Long Chen's father furrowed his brows, feeling that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. But he couldn't recall it at the moment. His attention had been focused on the 7 powerful members of the Jojo Gate. I'm here. Just then, Long Chen suddenly appeared from beneath a large tree, startling the 7 Jojo Gate disciples. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle. You cannot afford to offend the Jojo Gate. One of the perfected peak realm experts threatened Long Chen. They hadn't sensed Long Chen's appearance, so they were a bit wary of him now. Otherwise, they would have already killed him. Long Chen's father was dumbfounded upon seeing Long Chen appear. You are chasing after my father. Who do you think I am? Long Chen's gaze turned cold. He initially thought the Jojo Gate members were powerful, but it turned out they were all at the peak realm. At this level, Long Chen wouldn't take them seriously at all. He had already killed a god at the Void Return realm. Would he fear these little bugs? Chapter 414. Long Chen. Quickly tell me what you have experienced in the past few months. How come your strength is so powerful now, yet your realm is so low? Long Chen's father asked impatiently. All right. Long Chen nodded and recounted everything that had happened to him over the past few months. Long Chen, you're truly lucky. Our Long Chen sect has hope now. Long Tianfeng was immensely happy. His son had such powerful opportunities, he could wake up laughing from his dreams. Dad, how powerful is the strongest person in the Jojo Gate? Long Chen asked, eager to know his chances against the Jojo Gate now. I haven't returned to the Kunlun realm for 20 years, so what I know is from 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the leader of the Jojo Gate was already at the Master Realm. At that time, there was only one master in the Jojo Gate. But now that 20 years have passed, I don't know if any new masters have emerged. However, becoming a master is not that easy. Even if the Jojo Gate has more than one master now, it won't exceed 3 at most. Long Chen nodded and asked, what about besides the masters? Chapter 415. Long Lian, Long Xen, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Thankfully, Long Chen came to save me. Otherwise, I would have died today. Long Chen's father smiled and patted Long Lian and Long Xian's shoulders. Uncle Tianfeng, you haven't been back for 7 days. We were so worried. Yes, I was really afraid you would be killed by the Jojo Gate people. Right now, you are the strongest person in our Long Chen sect. Everyone still needs you to lead. What will we do if you die? Long Chen's father shook his head and said no. The strongest person in our Divine Dragon clan is Long Chen now. He easily killed 7 top disciples of the Jojo Gate. All right. We saw Brother Long Chen jump from the ground straight into the sky. Brother Long Chen, why have you suddenly become so powerful? Long Lian and Long Xian looked at Long Chen and asked. All right, it's a long story. I just encountered some opportunities. Long Chen didn't want to clarify too much with his 2 cousins. It was better not to spread the word to anyone else except his father. Otherwise, the entire Kunlun realm might come to Earth to hunt Long Chen down. Just then, Long Chen's satellite phone rang. Long Chen frowned slightly, knowing that only a few people had this satellite phone number, and he immediately answered it. Chapter 416. At that moment, Xiao He called again. Master, I found the current location of Chung Sini. She is at a place called Royal KTV in Tianhai City. According to the surveillance, about an hour ago, she was forcibly taken to this KTV by several seemingly powerful young men. Long Chen angrily said, is there a phone? Connect me to Chung Sini. No. After Chung Sini sent you a WeChat message, her phone was smashed. And those young men don't seem to have phones. Long Chen hung up the phone. The most important thing now was to return to Huaxia as quickly as possible. Everything else was meaningless. Xiao Wei, what is the fastest way for me to get back to Huaxia? Do you have any suggestions? Long Chen asked. Xiao Wei appeared beside Long Chen. But Long Chen's father couldn't see her. Only Long Chen could see her. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Quickly say it. You could use your ancient world. If you can jump to an altitude of 30,000 meters, you can directly see Huaxia and then control your body to land there. Xiao Wei boldly said, don't scare me. Jump to 30,000 meters? Wouldn't that be going to space? Chapter 417. Stop throwing up. Come out and continue drinking with me. At that moment, the noble young man walked into the bathroom and dragged Chung Sini out by her hair. Please, I really can't drink anymore, Chung Sini pleaded, crying. I told you to drink, so you drink. I didn't ask you to come here to have fun. Bring me a bottle of white liquor. Another young man immediately handed over a bottle of Wuliangya. The noble young man opened the bottle and used 2 fingers to force Chung Sini's mouth open, pouring it down her throat. Chung Sini had never drunk white liquor before. Being forced to drink like this made her throat tremble painfully, but there was nothing she could do. The bottle of Wuliangya quickly ran out. Ha ha, this is how to drink. The noble young man laughed. Someone, bring another bottle. Another young man brought a bottle of Wuliangya. Chung Sini's face turned pale, and her voice was filled with weak threats. My junior brother Long Chen will not let you go. Chung Sini felt as if she might not survive. She wouldn't even need to wait for a suicide. They would probably kill her now. At this moment, her heart was filled with hatred. She just hoped that one day, Long Chen could avenge her. Who are you talking about? Junior brother Long Chen? Where's he? Tell him to come drink with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for wiping out his whole family. The noble young man shouted, clearly not taking Long Chen seriously and instead filled with mockery. Chapter 4:18. Long Chen snorted, I'm afraid it's your Taishang sect that has finished. Enough talk. It's time to send you on your way. After saying this, Long Chen instantly absorbed those young men into the ancient world. Long Chen did not kill them. Being sucked into the ancient world was equivalent to death anyway. Long Chen collected the bodies of the Taishang sect's young master and another deceased young man before checking on Chung Sini's condition. At that moment, Long Chen's father walked in. Long Chen, how is she? Long Tianfeng asked. She fainted, drank too much white liquor. Her organs are failing. But for me, it's nothing, Long Chen replied. And after a few pats on Chung Sini's back, she immediately vomited all the white liquor from her stomach. Long Chen then injected a few needles into her head and various parts of her body. In less than 3 minutes, Chung Sini opened her eyes and seemed to be in good spirits. Junior brother Long Chen, is it really you? Chung Sini asked, a bit incredulously. Of course. Who else could it be? Senior sister, they didn't do anything to you, right? Chung Sini shook her head and said, they haven't done anything to me yet. Luckily, you arrived in time, or I really wouldn't know. Chapter 4:19. Young master, please don't persuade me anymore. It is our honor for the Chung family to serve the Dragon God sect. Long Chen was too lazy to say more. Long Chen had dinner at Grandpa Cheng's house, where Grandpa Cheng prepared a lavish meal to entertain Long Chen and Long Tianfeng. Young master, what are your plans next? Grandpa Cheng asked curiously during dinner. I am now the strongest on earth, so to improve, I must go to broader places. I plan to go to the Kunlun realm to take revenge on the Jiuzhou sect. Although I may not be a match for the Jiuzhou sect's master right now, I will gradually wipe out the Jiuzhou sect. Are you really going to take action against the Jiuzhou sect so soon? Chung Chanwei asked, surprised and excited. Yes. Once I get to the Kunlun realm, I will act against the Jiuzhou sect. Revenge doesn't necessarily have to be face-to-face. It can also be done secretly, step by step, to eliminate the Jiuzhou sect. Long Chen's father nodded and advised, then you must be careful. The master of the Jiuzhou sect has already reached the Grandmaster realm. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After dinner, that night, Long Chen stayed at Grandpa Cheng's house. Chapter 4:20. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Grandma Jinhua had not waited for the Murong family to send Murong Schwerer and was furious, personally coming to Earth to find the Murong family. Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Long Chen said to his father, let us postpone going to the Kunlun realm by a day. I must hurry back to Kyoto first. By the way, Dad, do you know Grandma Jinhua? She's a powerful figure in the Kunlun realm. Long Tianfeng frowned slightly. I've heard of her, a person who specializes in practicing evil martial arts, and is somewhat well known in the Kunlun realm. What is her cultivation level? Long Chen asked. I'm not too sure, probably in the mid to late stage of the returning void realm. By the way, Grandma Jinhua is formidable with poisons. Often people don't even realize it before they succumb to her poisons. Poison? Long Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Just right. Long Chen's poison skills were also not weak. Without hesitation, Long Chen jumped off Kunlun Mountain, soaring to tens of thousands of meters in the air, then landed in Huaxia's capital city. At that moment, in the Murong family, an old woman stood angrily at the top of the Murong family's main hall. Below the main hall, all members of the Murong family, including elders and the clan leader, were tied up on the ground, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Chapter 4:21. Long Chen discovered that Grandma Jinhua's cultivation level had already reached the late stage of the returning void realm. It seemed that killing her would indeed be somewhat difficult. However, Long Chen now had an advantage. Grandma Jinhua was in the open, while Long Chen was in the dark. Long Chen only needed to enter in an invisible state and, under Grandma Jinhua's complete unpreparedness, administer some poison. She was very likely to fall for it. Long Chen didn't think too much and quietly entered the main hall in an invisible state. Indeed, Grandma Jinhua didn't notice Long Chen's entrance at all. Long Chen approached Grandma Jinhua, releasing a colorless and odorless gas. After ensuring Grandma Jinhua inhaled the poisonous gas released by him, Long Chen left the hall and went back outside. Long Chen quietly waited outside the hall, waiting for Grandma Jinhua to succumb to the poison. Of course, if it didn't work, he would have to think of another way. At this moment, inside the hall, Murong Schwenner's phone call had been connected. "Hello, Sister Qinglian." Murong Schwer thought it was an elder from her family calling her, and answered, saying, "Sister Qinglian." "Murong Schwer, I am Grandma Jinhua. I command you to come back immediately. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill your parents. Don't test my patience. I'm giving you half an hour. If you don't come to me in half an hour, just wait for your parents' bodies." Chapter 422. The members of the Murong family immediately bowed to Long Chen in gratitude. At this moment, Grandma Jinhua was desperately coughing, and she tried to take her antidote. However, her antidote had no effect against Long Chen's poison at all. "What poison did he give me?" Grandma Jinhua was in a panic. She also tried to escape, but her lungs couldn't breathe, and she had no strength at all. Moreover, if she couldn't detoxify, what was the use of escaping? The members of the Murong family had already detoxified and surrounded Grandma Jinhua, watching her suffer from the effects of the poison, all laughing heartily. Just now, Granny Jinhua was imposing, but at this moment, everyone surrounded her, watching her suffer from the poison. This feeling brought an indescribable satisfaction to the members of the Murong family. "Granny Jinhua, look at you today. Show me your arrogance one more time." An elder of the Murong family sneered. "You bastards, I will kill all of you." Granny Jinhua glared at those surrounding her, but before she could finish her sentence, she started coughing violently. Long Chen stood quietly watching her. He had used this poison before, several times back at the Death God Academy, and didn't expect it to be effective even against someone at the Void Return Realm. Chapter 423. That night, Long Chen stayed at the Murong family. The Murong family provided the most grand hospitality ever, welcoming Long Chen and his father. There was no conversation that night. The next day, Long Chen prepared to say goodbye to Murong Schwer before heading to the Kunlun realm. "Really not taking me with you?" Murong Schwer said reluctantly to Long Chen. "My trip to the Kunlun realm is for revenge, not for fun. Even if I took you, you would only stay in the ancient world's south dark place. If you don't mind that, then it's up to you," Long Chen replied. "Then forget it. Take care of yourself," Murong Schwer advised. "No need to worry. It's not that easy to kill me. I will take revenge on the blood feud with the Jojo Gate." Long Chen's eyes flashed with an unresolved hatred. He couldn't even remember what his mother looked like anymore. If it weren't for the Jojo Gate, he wouldn't have become a child without a mother. Murong Schwer didn't say more. She could tell that Long Chen not taking her along might be because he was afraid of her being a burden. After all, this was Long Chen's first trip to the Kunlun realm, and he was completely unaware of the situation there. "Then you go ahead. I'll wait for you at home." Chapter 424. The people at the adjacent table burst into laughter. Long Chen drank alone. The wine here was somewhat like rice wine from Earth, and it tasted quite good. From the conversations at the adjacent table, Long Chen learned that the prize for the martial art competition was actually a 15-year-old girl. He wondered what her identity was and what relationship she had with the Jojo Gate. But it didn't matter for Long Chen. Delivering a heavy blow to the Jojo Gate was the most important thing. Long Chen could also use this opportunity to infiltrate the Jojo Gate and gather more information about it. After finishing his meal, Long Chen bought a map at the market in the small town. With the map, it would be much easier for him to get to the Jojo Gate. The Kunlun realm was indeed not large, but without high-speed trains or planes, travel primarily relied on horse-drawn carriages, making it quite inconvenient. Even though the Kunlun realm was not vast, it still felt like a very long distance. Long Chen estimated it would take about 10 days to reach the Jojo Gate. However, for Long Chen, it clearly wouldn't take that long. He immediately leaped into the air, soaring thousands of meters high. However, since Long Chen was not familiar with the Kunlun realm, he had no idea where to land to accurately reach the Jojo Gate's vicinity. Chapter 425. The next day arrived quickly. Early in the morning, Countless people began climbing the mountain from Qixing Town. As the Jojo Gate was located on a high mountain over 1,000 meters high. Around 8 in the morning, Long Chen reached the Jojo Gate and stood in the square. He glanced around. There were at least tens of thousands of people in the square, quietly waiting for the martial arts competition to begin. About an hour later, amidst the noise, a strong voice shouted from the front of the square, "Everyone, please be quiet." The bustling square gradually quieted down. "I am the elder steward of the Jojo Gate, and I thank you all for coming to participate in our martial arts competition. I believe everyone knows that the winner of this competition will win the favor of the beautiful Jianghu girl, Hua Xiaoqian. Now, let us invite Hua Xiaoqian to greet everyone." Amidst the cheers, a veiled girl slowly walked out. Although she wore a veil, it was clear she was still very young, but despite her youth, her figure exuded a remarkably graceful feeling. Chapter 426. The strong members of the Jojo Gate noticed that Long Chen was at the mid-stage of the Unity Realm and assumed he had just practiced climbing techniques, not relying on his strength to reach the top. Not long after, the second contestant, the young master of Qiandao Lake, also reached the top successfully and took down a flag. "Kid, you're pretty fast," the young master of Qiandao Lake said to Long Chen. Long Chen ignored him. "Oh, you're quite arrogant, but you really got lucky, just happened to practice climbing techniques. Otherwise, with your martial arts realm, it might take you a whole day to get up here." The young master of Qiandao Lake spoke disdainfully, not respecting Long Chen for his faster speed, instead believing he had just practiced climbing techniques. Long Chen still ignored him. He had 100 ways to kill the young master of Qiandao Lake. Soon, one by one, 20 flags were taken down. The people climbing up after them found no flags left. If they wanted a flag, they could only rely on seizing one. Sure enough, the 21st person to climb up looked at Long Chen, seemingly wanting to grab the flag from his hands. Chapter 427. State your name. The person facing Long Chen, Zhu Yin, shouted at him. "Fong Liang." "All right, Fong Liang, you can make your move. I'll give you 3 chances since you're only at the mid-stage of the Unity Realm. Although you're fast at climbing, I don't take you seriously," Zhu Yin said with a somewhat arrogant look. "Is that so? Then I'll make my move," Long Chen said, not wanting to waste time talking. Long Chen transformed into a shadow, moving at extreme speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin hadn't even reacted. It wasn't until his feet left the ground that he realized. Zhu Yin immediately struggled desperately. He was completely stunned. What level of strength was this? He didn't even have a chance to react. Everyone on the scene was shocked. This Fong Liang is too powerful. Zhu Yin had initially said he would let him have 3 chances, but the defeat was too crushing. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? Zhu Yin's eyes widened, his mind completely blank. The scene fell silent for more than 10 seconds before someone came to their senses, followed by an uproar. Not only that, but even the strong members of the Jojo Gate were astonished. Long Chen's victory was simply decisive. Chapter 428. Indeed, I can't wait to marry Hua Xiaoqian to him and let him join our Jojo Gate. Why not just end the martial arts competition here and directly announce him as the winner? That can't be. Let's follow the normal procedure. Anyway, with his strength, no one could possibly surpass him. Thus, the elders of the Jojo sect did not come out to stop him due to their excitement. And the martial arts competition for marriage continued. The remaining 18 young geniuses exchanged glances at the arena below, seemingly intimidated by Long Chen's terrifying and somewhat unfathomable strength. "Let's not go up one by one. Let's charge in all at once," said the young master from Qiandao Lake to the others. "I agree with the young master from Qiandao Lake. This Fong Liang is too strong. Let's all go together. To put it bluntly, we really can't be compared to him. In that case, let's rush in and take him down." With that, the remaining 18 young geniuses attacked Long Chen from 4 directions around the arena. Long Chen stood in the center of the arena, watching the peak realm geniuses rushing towards him from all sides. He did not feel any urgency. Chapter 429. Did you really think I came to participate in the martial arts competition for marriage? No. Ha ha ha. The dozens of elders from the Jojo sect looked at Long Chen with dark expressions. If you're not here for the martial arts competition for marriage, then what are you here for? Are you just here to show off your talent? The elders of the Jojo sect were instantly enraged. They thought Long Chen was here to flaunt his abilities. Countless onlookers began to murmur at this moment. Several elders started coughing, indicating that Long Chen's poison was beginning to take effect on them. Long Chen smiled slightly and said, "I'm just here for revenge." "Revenge? What revenge?" Our Jojo sect has no grievances with you. Is that so? Long Chen sect. Have you forgotten? Long Chen shouted loudly, his eyes turning red. Long Chen sect. The dozens of elders trembled slightly at the mention of those words. You are a remnant of the Long Chen sect? That's right. I am from the Long Chen sect. Not only that, I am a direct descendant of the Long Chen sect. My name is Long Chen, and my father is Long Tianfeng. What? Long Tianfeng, that dog thief, is your father? The elders of the Jojo sect found it hard to believe. Chapter 430. At this moment, Long Chen felt it was best to run away quickly. After all, he had poisoned the dozens of elders from the Jojo sect, which meant his trip wasn't in vain. He would gradually eliminate the Jojo sect later. All right, you all can quietly die now. I will slowly avenge the destruction of my sect. After saying that, Long Chen jumped into the air. However, at that moment, a voice came from the main hall of the Jojo sect. Since you're here, why not stay? Long Chen had already jumped hundreds of meters into the air. However, he felt a powerful force from the ground pulling him down. Initially, Long Chen could have jumped thousands of meters high, but after being pulled down by an invisible force, he could only bounce to a height of a few hundred meters and could not rise any further. Moreover, the air began to solidify, becoming hard like cement, which rendered Long Chen unable to move. How could this happen? Long Chen's face turned pale. Not good, the sect master of the Jojo sect. He is a master-level expert. With terrifying strength, Xiao Wei said in fear in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen did not expect a master-level expert to be so powerful. He initially thought that even if he wasn't a match, he could still utilize gravity to jump to thousands of meters high to escape. Chapter 431. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, the sect master of the Jojo sect withdrew his pressure on Long Chen. Long Chen was finally able to move. However, his limbs and neck were locked in steel chains, leaving him to struggle. Long Chen immediately tried to enter the ancient world. However, he failed. Even without the pressure, he still could not enter the ancient world. The reason was simple. He was locked in chains. Damn it, Xiao Wei! Long Chen shouted. Here! Xiao Wei immediately ran out from Long Chen's neck. Quickly find a way to break the chains on me. Xiao Wei tried, but she was not a real body and had very limited energy, making it impossible to break the steel chains. Long Chen, I can't get them open, Xiao Wei said with a distressed expression. So now I can't enter the ancient world either. Am I just going to be in prison like this? Long Chen felt frustrated. He didn't expect to hit a wall this time. He could only blame his previous overconfidence, thinking himself invincible, not realizing there were greater forces beyond him. Fortunately, the sect master of the Jojo sect, coveting the treasures on Long Chen's body, did not kill him immediately. Otherwise, Long Chen would have already died. Chapter 432. The sect master of the Jojo sect stood alone in the heavenly prison, speaking to himself. He did not know that Long Chen was still there. He thought the treasures on Long Chen could teleport, and assumed Long Chen had already escaped. What a pity! If I could obtain that item from him, I could dominate the martial world. What a shame! I must find him at all costs. He is a remnant of the Long Chen sect, and most likely will return to Earth. The sect master of the Jojo sect's gaze turned cold, and he angrily left the heavenly prison. At this moment, Xiao Wei was standing in the corner of the heavenly prison. After the sect master of the Jojo sect left, Xiao Wei immediately used a special method to notify Long Chen in the ancient world. A few seconds later, Long Chen reappeared in the heavenly prison. Although Long Chen could enter the ancient world, there was a very bad downside. Wherever he entered, he would come out in the same place. Xiao Wei, did that old guy leave? He just stormed out angrily. He thought the treasure on you was something that could teleport. So he believed you had escaped from the Jojo sect. That's good. Otherwise, I would still be in trouble. If he locked the heavenly prison, I wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 433. Long Chen waited outside the main hall for about 3 minutes. Cough, cough. Suddenly, several elders began to cough. Long Chen smiled slightly. The poison was starting to take effect. Cough, cough. Soon, more and more elders in the main hall began to cough. What's wrong with you all? Why are you all suddenly coughing? The elder of the Jojo sect asked, puzzled. I don't know. It feels very tight in my chest, said one elder who was coughing heavily. Could it be that we were poisoned by that dragon dog? Don't talk nonsense. That remnant of the Long Chen sect is in no position to do anything and has probably fled who knows where. Cough, cough, cough. A few minutes later, all 40 to 50 elders in the main hall began to cough. Even the elder of the Jojo sect started coughing at this moment. It was highly unusual for dozens of elders to cough simultaneously. Elder, why are you coughing too? Could it be that we really got poisoned? asked an elder who was nearly coughing up his lungs. Haha. Long Chen no longer hid and walked in with a big laugh. Long Chen, it's you. One of the elders immediately recognized Long Chen. Chapter 434. Long Chen felt a bit guilty. He had caused trouble for the people of Earth. Now he thought he should just take care of his own family. Xiao Wei sighed. No, I want to take revenge for the Dragon God sect and let all the people of Earth accompany us in death. This is too unfair to the innocent people of Earth, Long Chen said with guilt. So what do you plan to do? You absolutely cannot appear in front of the leader of the Jojo sect again. Otherwise, it will only lead to your death. Long Chen did not deny this. As soon as he appeared in front of the leader of the Jojo sect, he would be instantly locked onto, and that would mean certain death. A master-level expert was something Long Chen could not deal with at all, and even with so many external aids, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Perhaps heaven is fair in this way. It can't allow one person to be so defiant. The target of the Jojo sect is me. If I don't return to Earth, then they won't go looking for me there, Long Chen said calmly. So what do you mean? I won't go back to Earth. I'll go to other places in the Kunlun realm and intentionally create a stir to let the leader of the Jojo sect know that I'm still here. In that case, they will definitely come looking for me. This is the only way to save the people of Earth.